Welcome to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro once again. So good to be back on the coast. A challenging day to kick conditions off yesterday. The competitors were tested in a big way. It's going to be more of the same today, but the forecast is looking promising for the week. Anytime you run a surf event, if there's swell, you're psyched. So we're amping. There is an incredible cast here to watch, and we're going to get stuck into it bright and early. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Stace Galbraith. Stace, man, yesterday had some challenges, but there was some key performers, wasn't there?
Definitely, yeah. It was a bit of Ironman yesterday mixed in some with surf contest, but hey, that's what you expect at Kingscliff.
Mate, thanks for having us on the coast. Love this zone. Those white sand beaches, it never gets old. Paradise.
Yeah, it was great to have you in for one heat yesterday, and I'm looking forward to having you in for two today.
Well, as you can see, the competitors have been enjoying the conditions out there this morning. Feel like it's a little bit more manageable out there from what I've seen so far. Yesterday we had that strong sweep. That swell was really pulsing, and it made it difficult just to hold your position in the lineup, and finding two quality waves out there was a real challenge. But today it just looks like it's starting to just come into order a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Even just looking out at our beautiful window here for a few waves this morning, there's a couple more opportunities, and yeah, I think there'll be less runarounds today, we hope.
Mate, getting into the round of 96 again, and then, you know, potentially seeing some of those heats for the next round. But who has been the big performance so far? Who's impressed you, and who should we be keeping an eye on this morning?
Yeah, I'm not too sure there was any real standout performance yesterday. I was talking to the judges this morning, and they were purposely keeping the scale really low, just waiting for that moment to really talk about. I think there was a couple of youngsters that did really well. We saw Spencer Kay take a heat out yesterday afternoon, and Riley Munro earlier in the day. So it's cool to see some of those juniors coming through and stepping up on the QS. But as we get the main rounds open up today, I think we will see some stronger performances.
Bring it on. Let's see what's on order today. We'll check in with Vaughan Blakey and Ty Sarati.
Thanks, Ron. Morning, Stace and Ty Sarati from the WSL. Mate, conditions are pretty tricky. A lot better, yeah, and more manageable than yesterday. I mean, tropical cyclones, they send everyone into a fizz on the east coast of Australia, and sometimes you just got to deal with a little bit of a wash before it starts to clean up. What are we looking at today?
Yeah, the wind is got a little bit of north in it still, but it's meant to track to the south, and it should clean right up. The conditions are challenging, but there's still a few good ones out there.
It's a big sweep running through. It's a bit of a marathon out there for our surfers. What are you anticipating for the rest of the week, mate?
I think we'll run today at Kingscliff and then probably move back to Cabarita tomorrow. The swell drops off a little bit, but the conditions are looking pretty good. So yeah, finish up at Cabarita.
Awesome to be back on the Tweed Coast, isn't it?
It's hard to beat the Tweed Coast.
Unreal, mate. Thanks for the setup, and yeah, hopefully see you out Greenie to Savo.
Yeah, sounds good, mate.
Good on you, Vorno. So we'll be kicking things off with a strong heat to get started. Heat 5 as we resume the round of 96. Ben Lawrenson, the goofy footer, he's been strong and seems to be getting stronger every year. He'll be out there in the red. Willis Droomer will be in the blue. Cameron McDougall in the white, and young goofy footer from WA, Aussie Trigwell, will be in the green.
Yeah, my new favourite surfer, Aussie Trigwell. Didn't get a crazy opportunity yesterday, but I could see he has a really nice style, so hopefully today he can find a bit more green face, and we get to see him show his full repertoire, Ron Dog.
Yeah, this is an event, Stace, that's been on the calendar for a while. Man, it's had some really classy winners. It's building a bit of prestige, the old Tweed Coast Pro.
Absolutely. I think, recall Callum Robson, he needed to win this event to qualify for the challenges, and we all know what happened from there. He went on and qualified first year on the QE, and now he's a top 10 third on the CT. So it's it is a really, really important event. Generally speaking, we get quality waves, and it's a good opportunity to really showcase your talent.
There's the lineup for that first heat. We do have a couple of internationals in the draw, but not this one. It's an all-Aussie affair, but enjoyed seeing Jackson Dorian yesterday surfing in the heat.
It's a compliment to our region. We have so many strong events. As we see Willis Droomer up and riding here, young fella's got to be careful that he stands up on too many waves before this heat starts, otherwise he will lose priority. I can't confirm that he has at this point, but the judges do keep an eye on those things. I don't believe this heat has started just yet. So it's one thing to note if you're a youngster watching at home. Do not stand up before your heat. for more than one reason. Now you're out of position. But yeah, we will see a few internationals in this event, Ron. They won't be able to get their points for their region. However, Avoca and Newcastle are, joined up with Japan, the Japan region. So we will see a lot of Japanese competitors in this event because they're here for those events, but they can't actually claim the points from this one just yet.
That's cool. I like that because I know that it was only one event in their region last year to decide who made the Challenger Series, and one bad heat can really cost you. And Hiroto Ohara, who's probably the most accomplished surfer campaigning on the QS,
Definitely.
not on the Challenger Series. He didn't make the grade, and it was a shock to everyone.
It was. I saw him at D-Bar the other day. He's here competing in those events. So, yeah, it'd be good to see him as we see Benny Lawrenson here, Ron Dog.
Yeah, Ben Lawrenson. We've seen him competing in those board riders events, and he's just been so sharp. Aggressive backhand approach that he's got, and it'll serve him well on this one to get things started. Not going to blow minds the score for that ride, but it's something. And just thinking back to yesterday, and you're probably thinking in your mind after a wave like that, that's not a bad start in conditions like this.
I was talking to a lot of the crew yesterday. They were sort of, you can either get your 3 first or your 6 first. You don't know obviously what's going to come, but if you can get anywhere near sort of that 9 to 10 point range in your heats, yesterday it was enough to get the job done. Today looks a lot more manageable though, so I think we should see the performances lift.
And you're talking a 2-wave total.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I always celebrate when I come in with a two-wave 10-point total.
In the double digits.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's a good day at the beach.
Just on 23 minutes remaining. You know the drill. These surfers, they're out there, they're chasing 2 high-quality waves. They can ride as many as they want. Obviously, priority is a factor, so you've got to play the chess game out there. But, quite often say it when the conditions are sort of shifty like this. Priority can sometimes be a curse. Just better to be moving around and just basically looking to pick up anything that has any kind of scoring opportunity on it. Yeah,
definitely, and using the whole range of the point from right up the top to all the way down the bottom. There's arguably there's 5s everywhere. Finding them is another option, but if you're giving yourself as many chances as you can, obviously that's going to hopefully bode well for you.
Plenty of energy in the ocean at the moment on the east coast, but especially up here on the Tweed coast. This is sort of one of the more protected zones, and it's lucky that we've got Kingscliff to call on. Drove past the sort of typical venue for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro on the way up this morning, Cabarita, and there was a lot of surf. It just looked too difficult to get out there and get yourself back into the lineup to get 2 waves. That's the reason we're here, and here's the replay of Benny Lawrenson's opener, 3.5.
Gee whiz, you can see the talent this kid has. That turn through the middle there was phenomenal, albeit the size of the wave a little small, but yeah, certainly a quality surfer out of the Sunshine Coast, Benny Lawrenson. You're right though, we're lucky that we've got Kingscliff here. I think Cabarita, unfortunately with the tide coming in all day, or till about 1 o'clock, I don't know that Cab would be able to handle that too well. It might be a bit more of a backwash session than an actual surfing session.
Yeah, it's a sort of a cheeky little protected zone up against the rocks in the corner, but for 4 competitors to be sitting there trying to get a quality wave out of it, I just don't see it happening. But it does kind of bring up the question, Stace. How many sessions have you had out here at Kingscliff?
Oh, a couple actually. I used to work in the coffee shop across the road here, the Salt Mill, and I'd try and run out before work a fair bit. It's a mission though, I will say that.
Always kind of famous for its kind of sweep, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we see Aussie here trying to get himself in this heat. I can see that style you're talking about.
It's in there. It's definitely in there. It's always nice to see a surfer with not a lot of body movement, but really efficient with their power. And Aussie's a big kid, so yeah, like I said, I'm really excited to see him hopefully get a strong wave out here today.
Obviously, this is the Australasian region for a qualifying run. So the focus is the level of surfing which we're seeing from the Australians and the Kiwis. Where do you think it stacks up at the moment when you're kind of comparing it to the other qualifying series regions around the world?
Really strong, yeah, I think, and you see that with the boys that didn't qualify. Morgan, Dylan Moffat and Jake Wilcox. You know, I know they were all really close, but they went 11, 12 and 13. Like 3 in a row for our guys from our region to be right there knocking on the door is pretty awesome. And I know they would all want to do, you know, 1 or 2 better, but that's still, I think, a strong testament to how strong we are globally.
Yeah, it's a good point as we see now. Willis Droomer up. He's found a nice wave here. It's connecting nicely through to the inside. There's a good hit. Driving off the bottom into the pocket again. Nice little flare up on the inside. And just about gets that little completion too.
Under 16 world champ, Rondog.
Yeah.
That's well, a feather to have in your cap.
Yeah, he's building nicely, isn't he? And I think that'll be a decent score as we see Ben Lawrenson up once again. Just trying to build some momentum, stays in front of the wave and does well to hang on there. A wobbly section. He's belted it a couple of times to finish that one off. Love the finish. And it's on. Cameron McDougall. Have a look at this. Well, no shortage of waves in that set, which is fantastic. Lots of opportunity out there at the moment in this first stage of this heat. But yeah, Willis Droomer, he got a beauty. It just clung to that bank and just kept providing.
Yeah, casual style, young Willie D. He's a classic kid. I flew back up from Newcastle with him after the ABB, and another underperforming event from Torquay as a team, but they'll be looking to their surfs to do well individually here at this one. And yeah, like we were mentioning this morning, any kind of a start's a good start in conditions like this, so he'll be pretty happy with that. And then Ben Lawrenson, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Ben really clicked with any turn as perfectly as what he would have wished on this wave, but it's the sign of how strong he is. That turn there was really nice, and just, he's got that mongrel about him, doesn't he? He did not give up on that wave.
Really gave it everything, but you're right, he kind of tripped up at different stages, but they were still kind of critical turns.
Definitely, yeah.
So expecting a decent reward. Stylish little rebound there from Cameron. But yeah, the numbers in for Ben Lawrenson, 7.33. You know, the power was undeniable.
Definitely.
There is going to be, you know, some catches of the rail through all the bumps out there at the moment. But yeah, Ben, he'll be super happy with that. 7.33. Also, he'll know in the back of his head that he can do so much more.
Oh,
so
100%. I think we all do. We see him surf. We watch him at the Usher Cup. He's absolutely blowing up. So, yeah, he's on a good roll at the moment. But, yeah, you're right. With those lumps and bumps out there, the judges will be critical all day today. Like I mentioned earlier, they kept the scale down really tight yesterday, and I think they will do the same thing again today. But, yeah, if you can, any moment where you're getting a combination of major manoeuvres like that, they're not going to be picking apart the turns as critically as what they might be at, say, 3-foot snapper.
Mate, you have a judging background. You know, what's the usual sort of run of events for the judging panel first thing in the morning before the contest gets started?
Generally roll down about half an hour beforehand, watch a few waves. The free surf's a really good gauge of like the scale. You can kind of see what's available out there and sort of get a gauge off that for your first couple of heats. And then a wave like that,
yep,
they'll remember that wave for the rest of the day, maybe even the next couple of days if we run here, which I don't think we will, but that's a benchmark wave. And in a way, as a judge, you kind of need a wave like that sometimes to help set you up for the day, and they've got that now. So they've got the high good score, and they'll bounce off that for the rest of the day in that, around that zone if they need a reference point. And then particularly for this heat, you know, they'll always come back to that, and that'll be, you know, a great help for them. It's an easy wave to sort of judge. They'll have a good replay of it, and yeah, they'll be stoked that Benny was able to put that one together.
We've got the New South Wales Regional Flight Cam bringing you great drone images. They were beautiful yesterday, showing just how stunning and clear the water is up here. Today, getting an overview of what is a very shifty lineup, and knowing your markers and where waves are more frequently capping and breaking and sticking to that bank is going to be crucial. I think most of these competitors are probably figuring out this lineup for the first time too.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think there's any huge advantage in necessarily being a local at a venue like this, but it doesn't hurt.
No, that's right. I think it's also not so much a local to here, but just point break surfing in general. Like, on the east coast of Australia is so much different to any other spot around the world. Like even going to like Winky and Bells, it's just a completely different ballpark. Whereas if you're growing up at say like Lennox or Snapper or Burleigh and then you come to Kingy, you are going to feel a certain level of comfortability there. And you'll see the surfers like Benny, when he got his good wave, he wasn't too far out. He was really close to the sandbar. However, that's fraught with danger because the sweep, obviously, the further you go in, is so much stronger. So you've really got to be, your fitness has got to be at top of its game so you can sit right on the inside of the bank and really find those double ups, as opposed to sitting too far out. You won't even see them.
So true. Just under 15 minutes to go here. And Ben Lawrenson has a healthy lead at the moment, just off the back of that 7.33, which, you know, Stace and I were kind of picking apart just those couple of little hiccups off the top, but we had to give him credit for the power. The last turn, I think, really did help push the number a little higher. Probably had a 2.5 points in at that final manoeuvre. So Ben Lawrenson well out in front. Just wants to get rid of this 3.5, and he's well on his way to that next round. Willis Druma only hanging on to the one score. Needs a 6.17 to get himself the lead at the moment. Cameron McDougall with a bit more work to do. Aussie Trigwell's been quiet, but he's making a move at the moment. Big foam climb, can't bring it down. That wave was kind of reeling off without him anyway.
Yeah, a bit of foam on the face there to deal with. Never an easy task.
I can see how you've identified this kid as sort of one of your new favourites, because, you know, there is a certain way to stand on a board these days for the modern approach to competitive surfing. And, you know, I think that everyone has their own style, but just if you want to do those, you know, air reverses, if you want to get that big fin throw happening, there's a wider stance that kind of comes out of it. And it's kind of unique these days to see someone who stands kind of with their feet closer together. It's kind of that mid to late 90s
Definitely.
classic approach where you only waxed your board maybe a quarter of the way up just to ensure that your feet stayed close together. To fear of your friends calling you a poo man.
2 feet on the tail pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. No, you're right. It is cool to see everyone with their different styles, and a lot of kids will be super critical of themselves about like not making heats and stuff like that, but it's about your style can shine through no matter what, I think.
Exactly.
And so yeah, it's cool to see, and we'll see a host of different styles this week, and we've got some cracking heats coming up later in the day. I can see Ricardo Christie's name in the draw, throwing his hat back in the ring.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Billy Stammen's back in it for another lap on the regional QE. Billy did amazing last year, and obviously had a big run at the Olympics. And yeah, there's plenty of quality names in the draw. Xavier Huxtable's another one that I think's got a cool style, and yeah.
He's got a good forehand, Billy, but I bet he's out there going, I wonder if there's any left.
There actually has been the odd
backhand.
Yeah, there actually has been. I was kind of cooking everyone yesterday for going left, and then I think Lennox Smith absolutely belted one, so that kept me in my box as usual.
12 minutes remaining here, and we do have Cameron McDougall up at the moment. Just really light-footed as he looks to hop across these dead sections of water. And see just how carefully he picks his moments to lay this board over. Really paying attention to the details there, but this wave's got nothing for him. It's just quit on him.
Yeah, it's an interesting moment in the heat. 12 to go. I'd be on the trot for sure. Plenty of time left. I think probably what we noticed yesterday was that a lot of the competitors probably overestimated how long it would take to do a run around, particularly with the lower tide. Once you get back to the top of the point, you're pretty much just straight in again. And you can see him there still debating in his mind what he wanted to do. It looks like he will paddle back out. Looks nice on his board, but unfortunately this wave just did not offer him too much critical section to work with, which is definitely what the judges are going to be looking for today. And it looked like he did paddle back out. I don't think there's necessarily a right or a wrong option, but you need to make the decision, I think, on the wave. You need to kind of have it premeditated, because otherwise you spend 30, 45 seconds trying to figure out what you're going to do, and those seconds are precious.
Oh, the energy too. Just get such a clean run to the beach if you make that decision before you kind of give up on the wave, as we see on the outside here. Willis Druma has a cheeky look at that one, but he's going to let it slide. 10.5 minutes to go. Ben Lawrenson's out in front here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back with more right after this.
Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. The waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Tweed Coast Pro. Fantastic to have Oakberry SAE involved once again. And,
Good news for yous, mate. They're doing the whole tour, Ron.
Oh, don't you love it?
Love it.
Bring it on. I'll be purple by the end of the Aussie leg. Here we go. We've got Cameron McDougall, who's made his move.
Oh, that was cool.
And he's going to get the big finish there. And there's that quick decision. And he is powering his way to the shore break now for the run around. 8.5 minutes to go. He'd already moved up into second position, and that's got to be better than his 2.63. So as much as all these competitors want to get the win, consolidating second spot, that works too. And keep yourself alive in the draw here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Yeah, definitely. And like we mentioned before, with the run around, there isn't really a right or wrong option. There are waves down the end. And as we see Aussie Trigwell here, his wave's just got a bit of foam on the face. He's doing well to get through it so far. And cameraman, no faith. Cameron McDougall outside. That was a really nice first turn and a big finish. This is going to be a really good score. 5.23. That's how it's done.
Yeah, something happened too in just the as he rode down off the roof. He almost got like a little kick from the impacting whitewater, which sort of almost gave you the illusion that that section was more critical than it actually was.
Yeah.
It gave it a bit of jazz.
Bit of extra pizzazz. You take that and take anything on a day like today.
So he's dropped a 5.23 for that one. And the guts of the point really in the first turn, but it finished it well. And as we said, it has kind of, at the moment, not locked up that second position, but it's looking better. But Willis Drumer's got something to say about it. He needs a 3.57. Big flare up.
Was sick.
Big flare up there, getting the fins well above the lip. Great control. Casual, too, as he rode out of that one. Love that big, lanky style. And I think Willis is going to be after that second position. Just putting it on the line, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, but it's heat on here. Like, you know, yesterday, Benny Lawrenson would have been safe. You could just lock him in. With 10 points, he'd be done. But now with Cameron and now Willis locking in these waves, it's still 7 or 6.5 on the clock by the time the boys are back out the back. That was sick. So this is a super competitive heat here.
Mad glue foot too. He just was so planted on his board through that slide. It was the full, you know, out of the bowl kind of coping, just rail slide across the lip of that wave. And we are waiting for that number to drop. But let's see if Ben Lawrenson, who's gone quiet since the opening stages of the heat, can get rid of this 3.5 and put something healthier up with the 7.33. Really fit dude, and you can see just that power and strength on show as he just absolutely rips that board through a couple of backhand snaps on the inside. Isn't guaranteed to replace the 3.5.
No, sort of the momentum is just sort of shifting towards the other surfers in this heat here. Willis Drumer with a 4.87 on his last ride.
Yeah, he's pushed Cameron back into third position now. He's after a 4.31. Aussie Trigwell's been quiet in this one, Stace. Hasn't really connected with a decent wave just yet, and he does need a pretty big score to get himself up in a second at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. His just wave selection's been a little off in this heat. He picked a nice little wave before, but had a little bit of foam on it to deal with and couldn't quite manage that. Going to be interesting to see where this Ben Lawrenson score comes in. 3.97. I definitely think there's a fair bit more daylight between that wave and the wave of Willis Druma. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges play out the remainder of this heat. You can see Benny, though, no doubt, really strong on his board. That wave was so hard to surf, like fat and bumpy, and he just made light work of it. Nice turn there. And yeah, you can tell he's got great attitude. He wants to take every bit of points he can out of this wave. And this is a replay of Aussie's wave earlier.
First heat of any day of competition, Stace, always an interesting one as the scale gets set. But yesterday, you mentioned it, you know, a two-wave total around 10 points was probably going to see you through. So from a strategy perspective, you know, you got to lower your expectations a little bit and set that as kind of a bar that you want to reach in a heat. Obviously, every single one of these competitors wants to go out there and get a couple of excellent rides.
Definitely.
But they're not easy to find, as we see Aussie Trigwell here, maybe connecting with the best wave he's had so far in this heat. A couple of turns on the outside. Just cruising at the moment, hitting a dead section of water. And he's actually going to do the runaround. Not a whole lot of time for him. Just over 3.5 minutes. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, Ben Lawrenson's got himself to a 11.3. That's a two-wave total. And again, just sort of based on what we saw yesterday, just aiming for double digits.
Yeah.
As a total is going to give you a really good chance of getting through.
Definitely. And the frustrating thing for the competitors is, they want to go out and get big scores, and they're capable of it. And you can see it in a heat like this. Like, Ben has that one really strong scoring ride. And it's just about being able to adapt and realise, okay, cool, I probably only need a minor score now to really wrap this thing up. And we saw competitors yesterday, I think of Brent Dorrington, just sort of waited for that next best wave again when it probably wasn't what he needed. And it did cost him. So it's one of those things where you've really just got to surf the conditions and, do the best with what you get given. And I think that's something that Ben's done amazingly today so far.
Yeah, it's interesting at the elite level, you will see shockers occasionally on the CT and people with really low heat score totals, but they're so rare. And then I think if you sort of, obviously the quality of the surf also dictates how high those numbers will go, but when you go down to the different tiers of competition, those lower scores become more frequent, just in the fact I think that people do go out there without that strategy to just deliver consistency in their performance. You get to board riders level and, mate, there's 1 point heat totals that win heats. I've seen it.
Oh, yeah, I've been involved in them.
Hey, a win's a win.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's just, it's a good thing for these competitors to keep in mind because these are the curtain raiser. This is the first big QS event in our region.
Totally.
And, you want to go out there and show all that hard work that you've put in the off-season, but sometimes it doesn't call for it with the conditions. You've got to have a really sharp strategy.
You do, and it's sort of, it goes across, like what you mentioned earlier, just being able to get what you can out of what's in front of you. And to qualify for the World Tour, there have been years where the average for the 10th person is like 11 points. But that's 11 points as an average, so that's every condition. Every single time you paddle out, you need to get 2 average scores. It sounds sort of easy, but we saw it yesterday. If you had 2 average scores, you're getting chaired up the beach. Like, they're that happy.
Exactly.
Whereas today, probably 2 poor scores would be getting people through in a second. So, yeah, it is all kind of relative.
So we've got a minute to go here, and Willis Druma has done well to get himself into this second spot. He's had some great moments. He's looking for another one here to really make life difficult for Cameron McDougall and Aussie Trigwell. He's got a bit of a pocket. Oh, look at the lumps and bumps on it, though. He's done extremely well to finish that one off nicely. Cameron McDougall on the outside. Didn't really get that connection through to the inside. You can see he's scrambling, probably thinking, I need more. 4.31 is what Cameron's after to get up in the second at the moment.
30 seconds on the clock. I reckon that could be the last wave for the lads there. Okay, you can see Cameron scratching back out.
It's not like a short, punchy, beachy, is it? You're not sort of out the back if you just turn around and get past that breaking wall. It's long running rights, and if you've ridden it that far down the point, you're probably in trouble.
You need a little bit of luck for sure. I mean, if anything, you're almost better off going with the rip and trying to find a wave that breaks diagonally to the bank and can carry you into another double up or something. But yeah, unfortunately for Cameron there, just the way that he was paddling back out would lead me to believe that he didn't get the score. You know, as a surfer, I think this is a 3.27, Ron. And like I said, he looks good on his board. There's a nice turn there. Yeah, wow. It's not a bad surf wave. He did best he could, but the wave just didn't really stand up. And this is Willis's last wave here. Again, I don't think this would go into his top two at all. So, yeah, a hard-fought battle for second there between Willis and Cameron McDougall. Both the boys surfing well, but it's Willis that are looking like he'll get through in second, and Benny Lawrenson taking that one out, Rondog.
Yeah, Ben Lawrenson was strong. 7.33 was the highest number of the heat, and it put him well out in front. We're going to take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back with the round of 96 in just a moment.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back. The stage curtain is open. The Australian run of events is now underway, starting with this, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, as we look at the next wave of up-and-comers powering through these QS events, trying to get themselves a spot on the Challenger Series and a shot at qualifying for the Championship Tour. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We got the round of 96 in the water, and it's Ronnie Blakey and Stace bringing you all the action, and this is a good lineup. We've got Jack Thomas out there in the red, Stace, Dane Henry in the blue, Lennox Smith in the white, and Jed Faso in the green.
Cracker.
Let's see what they can do with it. Oh, I love it, mate. I also love just getting the opportunity to sit back and see this next wave of talent, because you talk to the surfers who've competed through these qualifying series and haven't gone on to the Challenger Series. They're like, we have a really healthy qualifying region, and it's pushing the level up, and that there's some amazing talent at the top end of the ranks, but that these are the young competitors responsible for driving them to greatness. They're like trying to keep a competitive edge over these youngsters.
Oh, absolutely. Without them, pushing up from the bottom, it doesn't keep the gents and ladies at the top honest. So, people like Dane Henry and Lennox Smith, they are a part of that next wave, and yeah, it's awesome to have them here competing. And Dane, obviously a local to Kingscliff, so we will get to see if that local knowledge does pay off any advantage, like we were mentioning earlier. It's pretty tricky out there. We don't think so, but maybe Dano will have something to say about that.
Yeah, it's it just seems to me that when people are competing too at home, there's obviously a lot of energy, positive energy coming your way from that local community, and Dane will be feeling it for sure. They'll be out in force on a Monday morning to cheer him on.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a pretty special thing to have big events like this in your front yard. It just does wonders for your surfing. obviously Australia's rich with talent and events and sponsorship and things like that. So these young kids, they do get the opportunities to sort of experience what it's like at the top level.
Oh, Jack's found a wedge, hasn't he? Just a one turn, kind of almost skipped out a little, unfortunately. But
pretty sure Jack Thomas from Yallingup, I think he got a start in the CT last year. That's a big opportunity.
Massive.
That's something that you never forget. He'd be thinking about a few waves around the corner from here, actually, knowing Jack and his backside barrel riding prowess.
Here's what I love too about this new regional qualifying system is the fact that you get the old war horses, the old battle-hardened war horses out there testing themselves against these Groms, and there's, even if you're full-time employed, you can take a week out of your schedule and enter one of these qualifying series events and kind of just see where
there was full-time
you're at.
chippies doing full-blown air reverses, full rotations yesterday down here.
There you go.
It was inspiring.
I love that.
But yeah, the war horses are not only testing themselves, they're actually, like, if I'm fair, judging off the Usher Cup, they're putting the grommets to the sword.
Yeah.
There was a couple of real standout performers there with blokes in their 40s. And one of those guys, I don't think Tim Chalmers is that old, but he's definitely older than these grommets. He's in this event, smoked his heat yesterday. Like, they might not be as quick and as, snappy as some of the grommets, but their wave selection and their heat IQ and where they position themselves in the lineup is, heaven help us if Troy Brooks comes down here.
Oh, mate, they're bringing life experience to these heats.
Absolutely.
You remember open club events when you were a kid and you'd be surfing against those guys in opens when you were a Grom? They had hairy armpit stays.
Yeah.
It was scary. 18 and a half minutes to go here, and on the outside, Lennox Smith's up. Nice little whip on the foam, but just loses it completely there. Let's take this opportunity to check in with Benny Lawrenson, victorious in that first heat of the morning, Vorno.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. Benny, the canary in the coal mine this morning, sent out there with not really much knowledge about what was going to happen, and he managed to string together a couple of rippers.
Yeah, it was so hard. I scrapped into a good one, so stoked I got that one wave. It was super fun, but so tricky.
Mate, it's a bit of a treadmill with that big sweep heading down the beach. How much paddling do you have to deal with out there? And if you get a wave or you miss one, how detrimental can it be to your heat?
It can definitely cost you a heat. Like, I had one where I missed a nug, and I was like so off the spot after that. So just like, you got to be like chin down, paddling hard the whole time against the sweep. So.
What's the go? I heard the boys talking, during that heat about just having a really sharp strategy when you go out there, because one wrong move can really bring you undone. What was your sort of mindset before you paddled out?
Just staying focused on my game plan and just breathing even if I make a mistake. So, yeah.
It's a good game plan, mate.
Yeah.
Hey, so, mate, you've been putting in some amazing performances in the past couple of years, and now you're on this QS grind and ready to actually rip into it. What are your hopes for this year?
Just getting more of an experience this year until the points reset, then really putting my head down and going to try focus on the junior series and, just keep going hard, keep getting results, and just putting my head down this year, and this is my year, so frothing.
Good stuff, mate. Well, congrats on that big win, and looking forward to seeing the next round.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Back to you guys.
On your Vorno. Benny Lawrenson, what a champion. Super humble kid.
Ronnie DeVaughn on the sideline. Round of applause. Doesn't get any better than that. Take the day off work and sign up. This is all-star right here. Humbled to be working alongside you two as we see Lennox Smith. Absolute, I don't think many people in the draw could have surfed this wave as good as this. There's not a lot of power in this wave, but he just managed to extract every little bit out of it. I don't think the number's going to be massive, but you take a lot of confidence out of surfing a wave like that at this point in the heat, particularly after his first ride, where he pretty much would have not wanted to come up after making that sort of unforced error there at the start. So a 5.33 there for Lennox, a great start.
Yeah, good bounce back, wasn't it? Yeah, smooth. I mean, getting a wave and juicing a 5.33 out of it today is good work. Finding that wave in this lineup is, half the battle.
Yeah, definitely.
And just when you can find that flow, I mean, the best surfers in the world make Really tricky, lumpy waves, look like they're reeling down the bank beautifully, and it makes you think maybe we'll get out there, which is a mistake on a day like today.
It is. It's a big mistake. But, be having another coffee and.
I remember seeing Andy Irons at the peak of his powers surfing at Duranbar on a day like this, and getting caught behind and doing 3 re-entries on whitewater, and just flowing across dead water, and I was like, that looks so fun out there.
Yeah,
and
let's
I did
get
go
out
out,
there.
and it was a mistake. 15 minutes to go as we see Dane Henry up.
Oh, wow.
Wow, putting it on the line in that first turn. The judges always are grateful for that. And he's just flowing now. He knows that he's done some work on that outside, but he absolutely smashes that final section.
Fantastic surfing. Wow.
Just bookended that ride so beautifully.
Yep.
Put it on the line to start it off, and then, just basically filled the shelf with some kids' books, and then finished with a big novel on the end. That was
a beautiful shantaram at the end there.
Oh, mate. What a dynamic finish.
That was sick. Dano on fire at the ABB, and that's can't really start a heap much better than that. Beautiful first carve, lets the tail go, and just relax. He knew the wave was going to soften up there a bit, so he's just taking his time. Didn't look rushed. And then, obviously, like you said, Ron, thanks for coming.
Mate, that was exactly what we were talking about too, though. Where everyone's kind of going frantically looking for scoring opportunity on each of their waves so far this morning. Almost to the point where they're maybe rushing sections and catching some rail. He just stood back on the tail of his board there, and yes, it was a quality wave, but at no point did he look rushed. Didn't try and do too much with the in-between turns before the start and those finishing moves. I'm expecting a big score there. There it is, 6.83. Wouldn't have been surprised if it went higher, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the only thing that the judges would have been looking at, I guess, comparing back to Benny Lawrence's 733, was just the verticalness in the sections.
Yep.
Like, Dane didn't really have any mistakes through his turns, but Benny's wave was just had a bit more criticalness to it and a little more risk in the wave. Dane's wave was just a bit flatter, but nevertheless, like, he extracted every point possible out of that wave. So, and a 6.83, you're cheering.
Yeah, he's he's in that glorious position now.
I think too, we've seen a lot of heats yesterday. All the heats in round 1 were 20 minutes. As you see, Jed Faso here, just a short ride. These heats today are 25, so I do feel we will. That along with the waves being a little more manageable, that just that little extra time on the clock will give the competitors sort of a bit more freed up to hopefully have a bit more of a crack.
Yeah, the start of these heats, it's kind of like trying to beat the morning traffic to get to work. And Dane Henry, he set his alarm early, and he's got nothing but open road in front of him, and the other guys are kind of looking for lanes, trying to overtake him, and he's right in the driver's seat, Dane Henry. He's just the dream start, really. No,
you make an amazing point. We saw it yesterday where the total was only 10 points. Every surfer in the draw capable of getting 10 points. However, with 5 minutes remaining and someone needing a 2, all of a sudden everyone surfs to a 2.
Yep.
And the guy in front with 10 is absolutely on the open road, the convertible, the roof's off, and he's cruising because everyone behind him is too worried about that progressing position rather than just surfing the next wave that comes as well as they can. And we saw it so many times yesterday in that first round. A crew just wanting to get to the end of their wave, but then someone behind would just do a little bit better, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I didn't need a 2 anymore, I needed a 5. And it happens so often.
Watching competitors adapt through a heat is, one of the funnest parts about being a spectator. Obviously, watching them kind of go out there with, the intention of banking a really healthy heat score total, and then all of a sudden, you need a 4.5 in the end, and the kind of wave that you need is very different. The kind of surfing you need is, the expectation is lowered a little. And what we often are saying, Stace, that it's sort of hard to chase that smaller number because you don't need to risk it all on a big turn, but you do have to show that you're committed to each of those manoeuvres. 11 minutes to go here. Dane Henry's got the big number. Let's see if we can back it up after the break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro is back underway with the round of 96. Heat 6 is out there in the lineup. This is the second heat of the morning. Ronnie with Stace, and we've been enjoying the fine rail work of Dane Henry out there this morning. Only one wave, but a very satisfying score for Dane, 6.83. And Lennox Smith's also holding on to a pretty reasonable number. He's in second spot. Jack Thomas, Jed Fasser, they've been a little quiet out there at the moment, but there is a bit of time for them to turn things around. But it isn't one of those kind of short, compact lineups out there. There's quite a bit of space, and the paddle back out against this sweep can be a long one, so they'll want to make a move pretty soon.
Yeah, we kind of were watching yesterday and thinking about sort of the 6-minute mark was about where you kind of, your heat was either going to be one wave or two. Any less than that, you'd have to put it into one wave.
Great to have Harvey Norman on board once again, the official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia, Bond University. Awesome support that they give us, getting behind this next wave of Australian talent as they hit the road campaigning on the qualifying series. Priorities out there with Jack Thomas at the moment. He was the first surfer to get up in this heat. Found a little nugget on the inside, wasn't really able to convert, but you know, that's always like a major goal for a competitive surf when they get out there.
Yep.
Strike the first blow.
Quick start.
Put some pressure on your rivals. It just didn't pan out for him, and he's just been absolutely stuck on the treadmill, and someone's just turned it right up. You know, when you're just running and your feet almost can't keep up. He's just hoping for a wave. Let's hope he's got the gas to finish one off.
An important wave here.
Yeah, Lennox already has that 5.33, but he really did want to get rid of the one, a mistake from earlier on. He's out of that one, just over 7 minutes to go. He'd be feeling a little vulnerable at the moment. Only 4-point rides required for Jack and Jed just to overtake him. But he's done enough there, 2.83 to get himself the lead here at the moment.
Yeah, he would have been thinking, you know, if he could get a 3.5 or a 4 out of this wave, he'd be feeling pretty comfortable as the clock counts down there. You know, even if the other gentleman did get another wave with a strong scoring ride, he would still climb the priority order and have one more chance to strike at the end there. But with the 2.83, it's I don't think will be enough to sort of keep them at bay for the rest of this heat. So yeah, he'll be able to try and find another one there. As we see the drone angle, plenty of waves from the drone angle, but not always the case when you look at it from front on.
Well, the Tweed Coast, Stace, it's been good to us, mate, over the years. And you know what I'm going to say, even though it's been a tricky couple of opening days of competition, that it's going to be good to us this week as well. I mean, we've got overhead conditions today. There's double overhead waves around, just a little unruly at some of the other locations that we have on offer for the contest. But yeah, I mean, we both have spent a lot of time surfing in this region. It is wave rich, and the cool thing about it is there's world-class waves that are massively celebrated in this area, and then there's these other little pockets where if you can sniff them out, you can find really good waves all to yourself.
I reckon you can still sniff them out for sure. It's a pretty special coastline. There's lots of it, and you know, if you put in the time, it's pretty handy, and it's also really user-friendly. You know, we're pretty spoilt this part of the world. You can check most of the spots just by running over a sand dune. It's not like you know, where Jack Thomas is from or something like that, where you've got to walk 4 hours to get the lefties or something like that. It's a very fortunate part of the world to grow up as a surfer.
Well, some of these Tweed Coast beaches, you know, extend from their northern end all the way down the Brunswick Heads. So, you know, there is sandbars galore. One of our favourite things to do when we were kids, Vaughan and I, is we would give certain banks a name. they'd be honoured with a name if they were good enough.
Yep. If they
You
stayed
know,
for
I don't know
long.
how they're looking at the moment, but, you know, bulldogs, dozers, burnouts. You know, there was some kind of fixture on the beach. Burnout car, that would be burnouts for a week. We'd surf that until it got washed away by one of these big swells. But you know, it is part of the fun is exploring this Tweed coast and finding a bit of magic for yourself. 4.5 minutes to go, and Dane Henry, he's back in the lead, 1.87 for his second ride.
I wouldn't normally say that's the play there with 6 minutes to go and just get that small score to go back into the lead. But here at Kingscliff, I actually think he 100% did the right thing. He's now in a position where everyone's chasing him, and even Lennox only needing a small score of 3.38. There's only been 2 waves over that this whole heat. So, you know, the odds are certainly in Dane's favour at the moment.
For sure, and just tactically too, there comes a point in the heat where, okay, you only need to get a mid-range 1 to get yourself back in front. Get back in front, because if 3rd or 4th get a bomb wave and bank an excellent score, say, at least you're only getting pushed back into 2nd.
Totally.
As opposed to getting pushed out of that by just the smallest amounts, getting pushed back into 3rd in a non-qualifying position. So he's done the job there, Dane Henry. Lennox Smith is the one who really has to make a move pretty soon to shore up that 2nd spot or even a number 1 finish. But this will be fun to watch. 3 minutes to go, and no one is out of it.
No.
And that's going to be the case in these conditions as we roll through the day.
It's just going to come down to 1 wave now for Jack and Jed. It's still so doable though. Only a 5.83 and a 6.16 requirement. So it's just a matter of whether they get their opportunities or not. They've been waiting. That's the only thing that sort of can be a telling sign of someone's, nerve. I personally would hate to be waiting this long for a wave out at 3 foot Kingscliff, but that's sort of what you have to get good at if you do have dreams of being on the world tour. You know, you could sit at Bell's for half an hour and stand up once, and J-Bay can have its moments. Like, it's not always firing.
I'll tell you what has been taken away from the competitors too is just that we're not seeing those steeper inside rampy sections for an air. Most of the competitors that are doing the qualifying series, and just basically anyone of this generation and probably 2 generations before them now, has that air rotation they can go to when they need a score. It's something that you can pull out of the bag when you're chasing, say, a 5.83. If you get a ramp, there's a pretty good chance you have that move and a pretty high strike rate with it. But on these sort of flatter days where that transition doesn't allow you that opportunity, you know, you're going to have to lay down some seriously good rail turns to turn in a good score.
Yeah, definitely. Even yesterday we did see a few air opportunities, but there wasn't, you're not riding 6, 7, 8, 9 waves in a heat. So even if you did get that chance, are you going to try an air, or are you just going to tag the lip? You're probably just going to tag the lip. So you're right. And even today, with less opportunity to go to the air, these scores will need to be chased down with 2 or 3, solid turns.
Which I don't actually mind, because it's going to test the repertoire of these young competitors, and I think it always gets to a point with the surfers coming out of the juniors and hitting the qualifying series where you just got to stop relying on that move, because it was always considered a creative turn. Anything above the lip was, but it isn't the case anymore. It's kind of it's the meat and veg of the modern day surfer.
It's a great argument, isn't it? It's just getting done so frequently that it make you scratch your head. Is it that hard? Which of course it is, but from a judging perspective, because they see so much of it and less of, say, what Ethan Ewing's doing.
Exactly.
It's a very good conversation.
Which is why you and I are constantly talking behind the scenes of how great a chance Ethan Ewing might have at getting himself back into that top 5 and potentially another title shot. Is he has an edge over all those progressive surfers with his rail turns.
Definitely. He's on another planet when it comes to, combinations of major manoeuvres, which is, I think, a very underrated skill to have. Another surfer that comes to mind that I think's kind of hadn't had their chance yet is Ryan Callanan. Just like combinations of absolutely excellent surfing, as opposed to just that one dynamic turn. Unfortunately here, Jack not able to get the best of this one, as this heat's going to count down, Rondog.
Yeah, you could just sort of see it in Jack's body language that he wasn't in that ride. It was almost like the fight wasn't there, as we see the replay here of Dane Henry, who's looked really solid in this heat. I mean, he hasn't found the incredible backup to go with the 6.83, but still, he just looks comfortable.
Yeah.
Looks like he belongs in this next round.
Definitely. Well done, Dano. Well done, Lennox. Commiserations to Jack and Jed. We will likely see you down the coast.
No doubt. Well, it was a strong performance. We got another big heat coming your way from Kingscliff for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we've got a couple of very big names stepping into the booth for the call.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Good morning, welcome back. Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We are into Heat 7 of the day, round of 96 of the men's, once again at Kingscliff Beach here in New South Wales. A beautiful part of the Tweed Coast. Myself, Jess Grimwood, stepping into the booth with 1978 world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Good morning, Wayne.
Good morning, Jess.
Big day action. Look at the surfing already. Look at this replay here from Matty Job. We're already off to a good start this morning. Waves are on.
Yeah, well, Matty's born and bred on Burley Heads, and another one of the great point breaks just over the border.
There we go. Taj Turner up and riding right behind him. So I already feel like there's so much more momentum here this morning. Look at that big kind of mistimed fin release for him, but you could see the intention, and I just feel like that overall vibe this morning grabs of plenty more surfing to be consumed this morning.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I spoke to a few of the guys who went out before the thing, and it's still tricky in that, you know, you really can't make too many mistakes. When you get a wave, you've got to make the most of it. You don't want to get caught halfway. To see the replay here, Taj Turner, see, he just got caught up there, so that's kind of half a ride. He wouldn't be happy with that.
There's Matty Jobs, the Burley Head local, as you said. He's straight off to a pretty quick start, and he's already going to put that run around into play. 25-minute heats today as well. And you can see there's another little shot of the lineup. A little quieter than yesterday, water-wise, I feel like.
Yeah, it's quiet as far as wave, but I mean, the current is ever present, but it's not so much movement on the outside. So it's the waves are much more clearly defined as they hit the bank.
And we see, I mean, some more scores that are coming through early this morning from those, you know, first few heats of the days. There was 6s and there was, you know, a couple of 5s and 4s. So already, to me, that's telling me these guys are looking to rev it up another notch, Rab.
I agree, and the thing is that, you know, you get the right waves as we see Joshua Stretton here. He comes back onto the bank, which is a really smart move.
Wow, nice crispy first turn. There we go. Time nice and really read those lumps and bumps well. He's made it around and finishing manoeuvre for Josh.
Yeah.
Good opening wave.
Yeah, and he pulls through on the outside, so does that mean he's going to try and paddle back? Because that was he really made the most of that. He hit every point.
Yeah, he didn't look like he was over surfing through those flat sections either, trying to... I feel like sometimes the guys can get caught in hopping and bumping so hard, but there's Taj Turner.
Yeah, Taj, he got that wave and halfway, and he's sort of in two minds. I think he was just trying to get another... See, sometimes at Kingscliff, when the current's really, really strong, you've got to play it so that you get one from way deep to about the halfway mark, and then a second one, and there's your two, and then you do the run around, hopefully get a big connector. I love it how Josh Stretton brought it back onto the bank here. This really worked out well for him.
Yeah, that turn there too. He just looks relaxed to me.
Look at that, he's just hitting the points. Every time there's a pocket, he's up, and his timing's great. He got 3 really solid moves in on that wave, and he's decided to paddle back.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where that sits into the scale. So Matty Jobs already dropping a 3.57 and a 2.67. Josh is probably easily the best wave of the heat so far, and then that puts Zaya Heschen in priority position, the young guy.
Yeah, Zaya got through his heat yesterday, and he was in the Pro Junior, and he's talking to his dad, and he said he'll just have a crack and get a bit of experience, and bang, he got through that round of 128 against seasoned competitors. So that was a real feather in his cap.
While we wait for that score to drop in for Josh, there it is, a 4.50. Vaughan, you're on the sidelines with last heat's heat winner.
Morning, Jess. Morning, Rabs. Hope you guys are enjoying the action up there. And one bloke who was enjoying it, I think so anyway, is Dane Henry. Dane, local here. And you wouldn't think that on a day like today where it's so washy that local knowledge might play a bit of a factor. But one advantage for you is that you know when you paddle out here in the swell, you're going to be in a psycho rip, and that allows you to not get frustrated by it. Yeah. Did you manage to pull that off out there?
Yeah, I kind of paddled for like 10 minutes at the start and then got a good one. So the Pro Junior was like no sweep at all, so it was like a blessing to have that, and then it's just back to normal Kingy Maney, so I'm kind of used to that, so yeah.
How's the heads on your competitors out there? Were you paying attention to sort of their mood? Because I spoke to a few of the boys in that last heat against you, and they were just like, mate, I was just paddling, I couldn't get anywhere.
Yeah, at the start we all paddled at the same time at about 5, maybe 4. We got out there and we were looking at the flag and we couldn't see if it was green or not, and I was like, to Jed Fasso, I was like, oh, is that green? He was like, yeah, I think it is. And we were like on, and then we just started paddling just for like 10 minutes. It was so heavy.
Oh, mate, look, speaking of the juniors, you've had a blinder start to the year, doing really well there. But how good is it to get into the QS and just rip it fair up a few of these older guys?
Yeah, it's so good. It always pushes my surfing way more coming into these QEs. Like, you've got guys like Jacob Wilcox and, Geordie Lawler, who is just like top of the range Aussie surfers, so it's sick to come and surf against them.
Unreal, mate. And have you got one eye on the Challenger Series, even though you are still a junior?
It'd be sick. I missed kind of the first the couple international comps of the year, so I'm not really too worried about that. I'm just coming here for a bit of experience and trying to get into it in the next couple of years.
Congratulations, mate. Great to see you perform in that last heat. Look forward to seeing how far you can go in this one.
Thanks, Steve Warno.
On you, mate. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughan. How good is that interview? How good is it having the Blakey brothers squared as well?
Oh, it's the best. It's just amazing having them here. We missed them yesterday, but they've turned up today. Here's a replay of Zaya Heschen. And I think this is his second wave, so he got that first one. Didn't quite finish that last turn, and this one, yeah, that's a great little move. Small wave, but really slick surfing.
I love what Dane was saying too, which would be similar for Zaya's experience, just, not looking too far ahead into their future goals, but just enjoying getting a chance to surf against, these older guys and those Challenger Series competitors as well. No,
it's a really amazing opportunity. I mean, Ty Sorella said he sort of opened it up, that 128 round, and, really allowed we saw a lot of veterans in it. We saw a lot of juniors in it. Unseated surfers having a crack, and a lot of them got through.
Yeah, they did. I feel like these conditions probably helped that situation as well. When it's pumping, you kind of can really hashtag those guys that are going to be having the standout performances. I feel like it's a lot easier to predict they've got the big rail games or they've got the really put together heat surfing. But then you come to conditions like this where it throws back into the court of Mother Nature, and doesn't it just open up the playing field for those young guys?
It really does. And well, Dane Henry, he lives here. He knows this place well. He knows that, every time you jump in the water here, you're jumping into a fierce rip, and they paddle for the first 10 minutes of that heat. It didn't faze him. He knew that this is how it is, and that can really get under the skin of someone who doesn't understand this wave. You got to really work hard. You toil for your waves here at Kingscliff.
So at the moment, just under 15 minutes on the clock. It is the Burleigh Heads local Matty Jobs in the lead, 3.57 and a 2.67. Zaya, 2.83 on the board. 2.07, holding him in second position. Rabs, Josh Stretton in third, and Taj Turner's holding down first priority at the moment. Here we go. Matty Jobs, he's been busy throughout this whole heat so far. Nice choice. And looking comfortable over that kind of weird wobbly section.
Yeah, well, he's got that 3.57. He's really looking to, get something up in that 5+ range to make a bit of a distance between him and his competitors. He's a pretty seasoned competitor for his age, Matty Jobs, and he's won the Burleigh Single Fin Classic. He's really performed well on the point break, so he's not. He'll be all at home out here. I mean, he knows how to paddle against the current too.
Yeah, he looks really solid on his legs as well. I feel like it's quite easy to look bucked around yesterday, and like really quite wobbly, but he looks so solid and just. I don't know, he still has that Grom vibe about him too. I know he's one of the older guys, but I love when he gets behind the camera.
Yeah, he has got a great vibe, and he's got that low centre of gravity too, and it really serves him well. He's so solid on his feet, and he's an amazing barrel rider as well, Matty. Incredible.
So just over 13 and a half minutes on the clock. It is Matty bettering his first position, 3.23 now in the bank. Josh Stretton sitting with that 4.5 is looking like a good score to have in the bank at this point of the heat. He's only needing a really, really small backup to move into progression. There he is on screen right there. Josh, he made round of 32 last year here at Tweed Coast Pro, so he has that kind of ability to go the distance in these bigger rounds of competition, especially at the QS 5,000 level.
Yeah, Josh really impressed me last year at Cabarita. I said, wow, this kid's got some big moves, and he was just surfing so slick, and it looks like he's definitely progressed over the last 12 months. So interesting to see him back up. He decided to paddle back out, so he's that didn't faze him. He's a strong paddler.
Yeah, he was up real early too. I ran into him first light this morning, and he's kind of hanging out and travelling with a couple of the other, Sydney crew, and they just got a really, really frothy vibe about them. They were straight into the water really early. They're just psyched. They just got it. They're really loud, and they're really happy to be here.
Yeah, no, and it's great. I mean, these guys, they get a little group, and their crew, they travel together. Obviously, it's cost effective. Australia's still a big country to get yourself around. Even though, the regional series is such a blessing for competitors, and that's why we see some of the older guys coming back in as well, because they don't have to chase these one-off QS 3000s in Chile or overseas where it costs them $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 to get to. But it's cool. Like you see little groups of 3 and 4 traveling together, sharing costs. It's a good thing.
I love that friendship for life as well, isn't there? That mateship that comes around in this type of regional QS too. I love watching that develop. And you see these guys, I mean, they've been competing against each other probably since they're 11, 12, 13, and to be experiencing life and like you said, life on the road and all the things that come with it and all the joys and ups and downs, and it's really, really cool to be a spectator of that part of professional surfing at the same time, Rabs.
Yeah, they lift each other. They turn into unwitting support crew, because it's the crew they're travelling with, and as you said, there's ups and downs. Not everyone can win everything, but they lift each other and keep each other motivated for the next event as well.
But that's the difference I saw with the Australians over the last few years, especially like in the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour, and maybe we'll get back to that real shortly. While we are waiting for the next set to roll on through, we're going to take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back right after this.
through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Welcome back. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro here, QS 5000, and a really big event for the Australian Regional Qualifying Series right here at Kingscliff Beach, Tweed Coast, New South Wales. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Good morning again, Bugs. We're well into this heat number 7, round of 96 of the day. We're picking up where we left off yesterday afternoon, and at the moment, Matty Jobs is getting the job done. 3.57, 3.23 in the lead, and Josh Stretton close behind him, 4.50 in that scoreline. So the question right now, Zaya and Taj, small scores needed. Can they get something to challenge these guys in the lineup?
Well, Matty and Josh, they're the two seeded surfers in this round of 96. So they're sitting in the top 2 positions, but they're certainly not in a safe position. I mean, they're fairly low scores to be holding onto. Their backup scores are pretty low as well. So, Zaya and Taj, I mean, if they get a 5-point ride, they're well and truly in this, and it's well within their wheelhouse to score good points, because they advanced yesterday with both having pretty solid heats.
And we've got a big day competition. Of course, it's day number 2 for us, but we're going to finish off this round of 96 for the men's and then move on in to the first round of the women's. So there's a huge day ahead of us surfing-wise. And, it's a big day as a competitor as well. You've got to have your warm-up session and kind of got to plan your day around what time you're surfing in your heats. What have you seen with all the juniors that have transitioned across and how they're preparing for their big long days on the beach?
Oh, well, the young guys, I mean, yesterday we saw a few of them. Jackson Dorian, he had to surf twice in those conditions yesterday, and it was really a really challenging, tough day. A lot bigger, stronger current, a lot more sort of all over the show. So, I think they're really stepping up and handling the conditions well, the juniors, who a lot of them surfed in the Pro Junior. When the other day, as Dane Henry said, on Saturday, we had the rarest thing here. We had a reverse rip happening at Kingscliff Beach. I don't remember ever seeing one, experiencing one myself, ever coming here without having that south to north current just raging. So to have a reverse rip, and that was courtesy of that cyclone, Gabrielle. When it first came and appeared down the coast, it started with an east-northeast swell. So on a lot of the point breaks, we get that reverse rip on that swell direction. It brings its own challenge into it, because you're nearly turning around and paddling the opposite direction, which is very unusual.
Yeah, and the juniors were speaking. I heard some of the grummies talking about it as well. They've never ever seen Kingscliff that good over the last 2 junior days, especially the finals day. It was clean and it was really pumping for those young guys.
Oh, so, Sunday was a magical day on all the point breaks in the vicinity. Gosh, within a couple of 100-kilometre radius of Kingscliff, everywhere was pumping. Everywhere was at its glorious best, and as was Kingscliff. And so that was a wonderful day for the juniors to experience that.
With just over 6 minutes on the clock, Matty Jobs still in the lead and now holding that priority position. So important, last quarter of this heat for him. Can he use that to his advantage and keep Josh, Zaya and Taj away? Because at the moment, like you were saying, Rabs, wide open for any of these guys. I mean, Zaya needs 2.68. There he is on screen. His opening ride just a 2.83 and a 2.07. And yeah, it's pretty much wide open with anyone's at this point.
Well, both Zaya and Taj both got kind of half rides. They got 2 half rides. They both either didn't make that final manoeuvre, or as Taj got kind of caught up and went over the back of a wave. That was like looking like a really promising ride for. And then Zaya just didn't quite make that second big foam climb, and it came off. And so that kind of hindered their scoring potential. But, you know, they're out there. As I said, if someone can, you know, break in and get a 6-point ride here, they're going to get through this heat. It's only 5 minutes to go. As Dane Henry said, you just do not stop paddling out here, and you're just hoping a wave sweeps through to your position.
It looks like surfer in white, Taj, may have picked himself up another score. Let's wait to see if that drops in or where he is in the lineup. Just under 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he's a bit of a mystery man at the moment. We don't know why he's ended up in this inside shore break, but let's hope that for his sake that it was on a counting score. He needs one, but he only needs a 3.71. He's languishing in 4th place. He's got a high score of 1.8, and he still only needs a 3.7. So that goes to show, one, how close this seat is, and it's a bit of a low scoring affair. Look at Josh Stretton, his second waves are 1. So he's still in the box seat, I feel, with that 4.5 to capitalise on the high score.
What about those mystical lefts that we saw yesterday coming into play? What do you think today? Probably not as much on the cards. I probably haven't seen any lefts at all yet.
No, I don't think so. But as the tide comes in, what happens is that you know, competitors, if they find themselves, you get to a certain point where you find yourself down beach, you see them checking their watch. Time's of such the essence here. Do they have time to do the run around, or are they just going to float down and get that mystical left that's to the north? And you might, I think we could still see a situation like that on the higher tide, but we haven't really seen anyone kind of make that difference and progress with the mystical left.
Yeah. I noticed this morning, I mean, we turned up really early looking at the conditions. I saw some of the girls that are competing later on today and the women, and they were talking about the fact that how long that runaround is, and they were shocked. You know, some of the older ladies that are competing that have been around for a while and probably haven't hung around the contest site yet, first time seeing it this morning, and they said, wait, is that the runaround that we have to do if we get in? I said, yeah, and you have to go all the way up to the top of the rip, because as soon as that water starts pushing in, they're like, you're going to have to battle those big gutters. And I was kind of relaying that information that you were talking about. When that tide does push in, they've not only got the runaround, but they've got that big gutter to contend with on the inside as well.
Look, a lot of the young surfers from down south that surf sort of beachies, short, sort of snappy waves, they're really not used to that runaround. It is just a feature of northern New South Wales, southeast Queensland, that the runaround's part of the whole deal. You know, you get a long ride on a point break, and it's a sand bottom point break. The runaround is always in play, but I tell you what, it's taxing. You know, you can put a big effort into that, and then you're kind of really tired when you're paddling out. It's you know, we were talking about it before. A 25-minute heat is seriously like way more than a 1 hour free surf.
Yep. And was it your era, Rabs, that there were the competitions around Kira and around Snapper, and there was a combi that you could jump in at the end of the wave and you could get lifted all the way back up to the top of the point because the waves are that long?
Oh, look, we had some pretty creative ways of getting back around. You know, obviously there was no jet skis, but, you know, I saw Martin Potter one day going around in the bonnet of a car. I think Sonny Garcia was on the back of a motorbike. You know, it was very creative. And of course, you know, however you can get back and you know, because Kira notoriously on a big day has got a fierce rip. And you just can't paddle back. And time's of the essence. You don't have time. It's a much longer, sort of a big, much more drawn-out arena than Kingscliff. But, you know, this is enough of a challenge. But, yeah, a big day at Kira, wow. Without a jet ski assist.
Yep.
I mean, it was part of the whole thinking about jet ski assist. I mean, you know, we've got to entertain the people. That we don't want to see people paddling for 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So just over 1 minute remaining. Matty Job still holding on to that lead. Quiet out in the lineup for them. There hasn't really been another big set. We saw plenty of sets rolling through on first light this morning, but at the moment just a little quiet for the guys. So Josh, Zaya and Taj probably nervously awaiting last 50 seconds and having to play out this priority situation. Leader's out of the way, so he's going to be trying to improve his situation.
Yeah, and now Zaya Hession's got a priority over Josh Stretton, and Josh gets this one, so this is a pretty handy ride. He's going to probably move himself into first place. He's definitely going to improve on that one. Even though that was only a short ride, it's definitely an improvement on the one. That's going to make the situation a bit more for Zaya and Taj with 18 seconds remaining, focused on Josh. But will there be I think the guys will move right onto the bank now and get a desperation wave.
And look, there's a little lump rolling on through, but it looks like they're kind of out of position. And Josh does improve his situation, goes into the lead in the last 5 seconds. 3.33, smart surfing from him. And Matty Jobs holds on to second position. I think Taj up just a little too late, Rab.
Yeah, Taj had a forgettable heat, really. It just didn't happen for him.
Well, there it is. It looks like this guy on your screen, Joshua Stretton, smart surfing. Bit of a grindy heat for him, but he's going to be moving on through to the next round, along with, I believe, Matty Jobs. There's Taj Turner there. So stand by. Heat number 8 coming up, round of 96 of the men's at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
A very good morning to you. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro right here on Bundjalung Country, QS 5000, and a beautiful way to kick off this part of the Australian leg. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and a really big day for sports as well. Rabs, we were just talking about off air. Big day, Super Bowl day.
Yeah, it's a Super Bowl Sunday in the United States, and Jess, I've been watching the NFL since the 1970s, so I know the game pretty well. I'm a huge fan. Every Monday morning at 5 o'clock, I get up and for the last 3 months watching all the games. And but the Super Bowl's on today, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, big day for sports across the world. A couple of Australians playing, I believe, in Super Bowl Sunday as well over there. And then you can see the replays of the first few rides coming in. Looks like Tim Bain in the green.
Yeah, Timmy Bain's got off to a flyer here. Not big scores, but Tim Bain, a 3.17.
And this is the first of Geordie Lackman. Oh, nice. Kind of loose-looking surfing to open up his round of 96 heat.
Yeah, and he just sticks with this one here. So this is a classic ride, and he's bouncing along. You know, he's really capitalising on...
Jeez, he's made a lot of connections through there.
Oh, hadn't he? Bang. So that's a 4.17, I'm sorry. So that's a handy ride, a 4.17 at this stage.
There he goes. Getting the big run around, putting those meters, and at the end of this event, it'll be kilometres on those legs. He's to progress through to the next round. It looks so vast, doesn't it? Just such a big long run. He's got a nice pace on him, and he's opened up with that 4.17. He looked pretty energetic. He looked excited to me, that surfing.
Yeah, he was really pumped on that wave, and he joined the dots, capitalised on that first creative move, and then finish it off for a 4.17. And so that's pretty much the scale set for this heat, I feel. You know, we're not probably going to see excellent scores unless someone gets a freak wave that connects all the way. But I think you really would think 5 and 5.5s would serve you pretty well out here this morning.
I heard the breakdown relayed from the judges this morning on the commentary about how they have kept that scale down and not necessarily rewarding anything outside of the box at the moment, because it has been so tricky to find those good critical sections, and it does well to push the surfers to ask the questions of themselves, what do they need to do to get those 5s, but then also what are they going to need to do going into the next round, tomorrow, for these men to find those 7s and 8s. If the surf's still like this, we're still going to see that performance rise, because they're going to be wanting to get those scores out of that 5-6 point range.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, after today, we're not sure what's going to happen with the event as far as the venue. I mean, obviously, Cabarita is still the primary venue for the event. We've moved to Kingscliff for the last 4 days. The swell is definitely not as big today. I'm sure they're having a good look at Cabarita, but I'm not privy to any inside information. That's a great ride there. Timmy Bain. He's really opened up here, and he handles that backwater well, and he's sticking with that wave just to try to get to the beach. But yeah, slick moves by Timmy Bain there.
Yeah, it looked really sharp through that. Let's have a look at the replay here.
So I reckon this is one of the ones that you get when you're paddling straight out and it's hugging the bank really well. 3 big moves. That's a scorer.
Ooh, there goes Tane Dobbin. So in the water at the moment, heat number 8, a round of 96 of the men. We are running all the way through to the end of this round, and then moving on into the first round of women's competition. Fraser Martin out there in the blue jersey at the moment with first priority. Yet to put a score on the board. Tane Dobbin, we just saw him go down in the red jersey, but that last wave from Tim Bain, 5.67.
Yeah, 5.67. That's a keeper. Certainly a keeper this morning. Well, obviously, the surfers, Tane and Fraser are out there. They're the seeded surfers in this round, but they're sort of languishing at the back of the field right now. Timmy Bain's taking a bit of a break because he's the 5.67. He's got that 3.17 back up, and Geordie with that 4.17. So it's a good start for those guys.
It is. They're looking alive at the moment, so we're just over 18 minutes on the clock. Stacey Galbraith down on the sidelines with heat number 7 winner Joshua Stretton.
Thanks, Jess. That's right. Josh, what do you make of that one?
Oh, it was a really hard heat. It was really hard. I didn't think there was a good wave that came through, really, but I'm just stoked to get through. I thought I was coming last the whole heat, so I'm happy.
Take that. You got a bung knee. Not that stoked to do a run around, I bet.
Nah, I kind of dropped the wallet and started sprinting real fast, and then towards the end I started doing a little calf step, and knee was sore the rest of the heat, but it's all right. It is what it is. I'm going to keep surfing through it, so yeah.
Apart from that, you've been training hard with Jared Deterry. How's that been going?
Jared's a legend. He's such a good trainer. He trains Jesse as well and a couple other boys, and I think we're all looking super fit, so we're stoked, super keen.
The boys are shredded and ready to roll. Thanks, Jess.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, Josh. Shredded. And you called it, Bugs. In that heat, you were questioning why he was paddling back out.
And he just answered that little mystery, because the paddle back, because Josh's first wave, he surfed it a fair way down the line. It set up the wind, really. But then I was going, wow, I was questioning why he decided to paddle back out again, and he just answered why. It's that, the bung knee on the run, not fun.
Hard position as well. I mean, midway through this regional qualifying season for these guys, to be carrying an injury at this point, you got to say that's going to play on his mind. I like that he said that he's just going to surf through it. I mean, I'm no sports science or physio or any type of thing, but just the determination, the ambition behind that.
Yeah, well, one thing, it doesn't look like it's a really debilitating injury, and as we see Fraser there on his, that's his opening ride. But the thing is that, and I noticed that with Josh, he was really paying attention to his technique, and he was landing right. Everything was on point, and sometimes it actually narrows your focus, and you've got to land everything square and your technique's right. So particularly when you got a knee injury.
It's like that thing in sport, and there's that famous, basketball game. Let's have a look at the replay first, though. Fraser Martin. Quick little whip kind of snap on the backhand, and you can see him just scanning up and down that wave, trying to find another opportunity, but good quick start. Here we go, Tane.
Yeah, well, Tane's usually a real wave magnet too. He's taking a little bit of time to get going in this heat, but he's got a really solid backhand, and serves the point breaks. He serves palmy a lot on the beachy. So, but obviously, he's been part of the snapper club since he was like 6 years of age. So he serves the point breaks. He knows them well.
he is on screen, moved into second.
Yeah, that was got him into second place. See, it's a good contrast here, like I'll give you an example of the Fraser Martin situation. Like, he had a slow start, then he got that wave, got that one turn in, got a 3.27, then quickly went out and did that kingy thing where you get 2 half rides. Now, it's sort of, those mid-3 ranges, it probably is that mid-range this morning, but he hasn't got the high point. He needs to get a wave that connects all the way to get in that 5+ range.
And I think that for Geordie as well, that energy and momentum's maybe got him into that position, but he's still looking for a similar thing. They're just waiting for those chunkier sections like we saw, particularly from Dane Henry. I feel like he's been the only guy that's been able to really break through that 5-point ceiling. And they just need something to stand up in front of them, and the timing and the patience also needs to be there. That's one thing I think about the point surfers, Rabs, is I love how they've got that patience. They're so accustomed to that downtime in between the sections. They're really nice to watch surf this type of wave.
Yeah, and it really is a different way of surfing and thinking, because you're looking for the waves that really, hug the bank, and you always kind of got that down the line vision. You're looking at the sections, and because you're surfing long waves, you know what a wave, you can look down the line, see a bit of a bump, go, I know what that's going to do when it hits the bank. And so your whole setup, you're setting up to really hit the pockets as they present themselves, and that's the down the line thinking of a point break surfer.
And you can really tell the difference, can't you, as well, that the poise in between the turns, that the minimal kind of body adjustments. Let's see here.
Here's Tane. He's got this wave from the air. You can see it had a bit of a wall to it, and it's sort of hugging the bank, but it hasn't come onto it yet. And he's trying to get over this section. He'll stick with it. Now it's hitting the bank a bit better. So
there's that patience too, that he's just waiting and waiting to strike there, and it kind of just didn't really offer him up.
No.
That critical section.
He was waiting to strike. He was just poised and just going, give me something to go vertical on. But no, that was a bit of a flat one, more of a lateral ride. Don't think it's going to feature in the top 2 as in the final count.
It does do well to move him into second position, though. Replaces, he only needs such a small score, and it goes in to 3.60 range, so it backs up that 4.5, and at just under 6 minutes, there's another vision and angle of it. Look at him waiting, trying to read these lumps and bumps, as you can see it warp into that bank grab.
Yeah, he's just, he's just joining the dots here. Obviously, the wave itself isn't offering much, but he's just capitalising on whatever presents itself. It was enough to get him a 3.5. Here's Fraser Martin. There's a more promising looking wave for Fraser.
Oh, look at the clean open face ahead of him. Nice big connection with the lip. He loves it too, the body language.
Yeah, no, that was a clean face. It had a really nice draw off the bottom, and a clean face. There was no chop on the face. It really allowed him to do his, get his repertoire going, and he felt it. And he had to nail that finishing move, and he certainly did. He's looking to eliminate a 3.23 to get off the bottom of the pack here, and he's certainly going to do that.
And talk us through this last final manoeuvre, Rabs.
Yeah, he sets it up. You can see it coming. He knows that it's there, and just hits it so beautifully. The timing was great. Got his board up above the lip line. Good backhand surfing.
Very good backhand surfing, and there you can see the body language and that excitement and the poise. He's feeling psyched, and at this point in the heat, he moves into first position with the best wave score so far, a 6.33 for that last backhand manoeuvre, and he's going to opt to paddle back out and get himself into another nice section, because I think he's probably just proven to himself that quick start, those couple of threes, they had so many more sections on them, but nothing worth the amount of juice that 6.33 had.
Well, you can see his thinking in those early ones was that, just get something on the board. He really got 2 half rides, and then he did the run around and then got himself in position. He had the patience, but 2, obviously with the priority, that wave came through. He was Johnny on the spot, Fraser on the spot, and he made it pay. That 6.33 has put him in the box lead. So him and Timmy Bain now have got 2 really solid scores. First waves, they're looking to better those 3-point range scores to really cut a bit of distance between them and Tane and Geordie.
Yeah, Tane and Geordie needing those similar scores too. They're 4.35, 4.68 for Geordie. Geordie sitting with second priority, just under 3.5 minutes on the clock, and first priority in that second position seat with Tim. You can see him on screen right there, just really scanning across the bank and looking for that right-shaped bit of lump of ocean.
Well, Tim knows he's still vulnerable. You know, he's carrying that 317. The door is well and truly open there for both Tane and Geordie. So Timmy, with a utilisation of priority here, could see him in a much stronger position. Is he caught behind this section? Yeah, so that is going to weigh. Or was that Geordie? I think that was Geordie Lackman.
That was Geordie, and
yeah.
that was looking like it had a bit of a steeper section. It may have been the angle that we were at, but geez, that looked a lot steeper than what I've seen come through this morning.
Yeah, and he just got caught behind that foam ball and couldn't get around that second part of it. And that was a shame, because that wave was really looking like it was reeling off down the bank nicely.
So situation will remain 2.5 minutes on the clock. Fraser charging through the lineup now after that 6.33 on the scoreboard. Point of difference from the other three competitors in the water. Tim needs to do some work to protect second, but here goes Tane.
Okay, here's Tane. He's going to make this one work for him. He gets over this section, thinks down the line, nice, and he's got caught up on that one. That could have been now. He needed a 4.35. That was it. That was it right there. So, but here's Timmy Bain. He's been waiting for this one. He's looking to better his 3.23 to kind of put it out of reach of the other guys. And I think he's improved his position, Jess.
Oh, now he's on. That's exciting surfing from Tim. And that was just an alive-looking wave.
Yeah, so even if Tane had made that last turn, he probably would have got the score, but then he'd need more again now.
Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, it's a small wave, but you notice how it's really hugging the bank. It's hitting the bank properly, so it's small, but there's these nice pockets for Fraser for Timmy to, go to town on. And now he's thinking down the line. There's a well-served wave.
He didn't get too far ahead of himself either, did he? And now he's got to wait for that score. He only needed a 3.94 to go into first.
Yeah, he's going to do that. He'll be in first place. He's locked up his progression.
There you go, locking in at the 1 minute mark, and he would be just absorbing that information right now. 6.17, second highest wave score, putting Fraser into second position with 45 seconds on the clock. Tane now needing a 5.11 and Geordie a 5.44, but Geordie with priority. And Fraser is going to have to play protection now in that second position. And there you go, just like that, Tim straight back into the lead with a really nice looking scoreline.
Well, you look at Geordie. Geordie got caught on that section. He was a nice looking wave. He was just too far back behind that foam ball. Tane just got caught up on that last vertical backhand move, and both those could have really been the difference.
10 seconds on the clock. You can see Geordie just there in the bottom of your screen, looking for the opportunity in the last 5 seconds. There's Fraser Martin with his second priority. He looks smooth. Ooh, just hits a bit of a wobble, but I think he's done enough to protect his second position at this point. And Tim Bain, nice heat from him. Left it right down to the last minute, but it was really, really solid surfing.
Yeah, coming into the last 3 or 4 minutes, he was patient with his priority. He picked the wave. It was a small one, but it was a runner. It hit the bank nicely. 617, solid progression.
Coming back after this, we'll be moving into heat number 9, round of 96 of the men's at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Stay with us.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we've got the round of 96 unfolding here in this major qualifying series event for the Australasian region. We've got Ed Hamady out there in the red, Nathan Cook in the blue, Tim Baines is out there in the white, and Ashton Pignut is out there in the green. Ronnie Blakey with Stace, and Stace, tough conditions again, mate, but you've got to get through these Dragon days to get those dreamy conditions in the later part of this window.
Absolutely, and I think that we will get that. And you know what, today there's a little more manageable, 5 extra minutes on the clock compared to round 1 yesterday, so we have seen the performances lift a little from yesterday, but it has been, still very tricky, and a few very sore legs out there from the crew that have committed to the runaround.
Well, just, enjoying the energy out there at the moment. Just while shoveling a bit of that Oakberry goodness into my face and just seeing how up for the challenge all these youngsters are in this round of 96, how prime they are, seeing how fit they're looking after putting in the hard work during that off-season.
Much like yourself, Ron.
Oh, mate, it's been full on, let me tell you. It was a big campaign over Christmas, and
you finish on top?
Hasn't finished yet. Hasn't finished.
It's been a long summer on the East Coast, hasn't it?
Oh, massive.
70th for your mother the other day.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yep, Saturday night. Full barn burner. She's still setting the pace. And, yep. I'm always saying good night first.
Calculated.
Have a good one. Enjoy the morning birds. And we'll catch you at the next one, the 80th. 21.5 minutes to go here, and no scores on the board just yet for our competitors. I don't know about you, Stace, but I just sort of sensed that there was a bit more order out there in the back half of that last heat. It just feels like conditions might just be falling into place in our favour, in the favour of the competitors.
Yeah, I think so. Swell's dropped a little bit, and the wind looks like it's dropped off a little bit as well. It's going to trend around to a bit more from the east and then a little bit of south in it maybe later this afternoon. So, yeah, it should be nice and clean in here. It's the top of the point at Kings Cliff.
Well, let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Tim Bain. Is down there on the beach. We'll throw to that in just a moment. At this stage, we've got Ed up and he's looking to lock in his first ride. This one's going nowhere. We'll get back down to that interview.
Hey guys, thanks Ronnie. Tim, you got it done. It was quite a late charge in the heat, but you found something. What were you seeing out there that the other guys couldn't get?
I was just kind of looking for the double ups, one that hit the bank a bit better. So a few of the ones going out to sea, so I just didn't want to get caught on them and then get caught in that rip.
And you're from Noosa, you've come down to the Tweed Coast. What's it like adjusting down to the waves down here?
It's good, I really like down here. It's good waves, but just that rip definitely makes it harder for the heats, yeah.
And could you hear what was going on in the water? I mean, there was a couple of good-looking scores, but you were able to kind of smash that 5-point ceiling and find a 6-1-7.
Yeah, no, I couldn't hear anything out there, so I was just kind of lost. I didn't really know what I needed. Then with like 2 minutes to go, I could just hear that I needed a score, so just got that last one on the buzzer. Pretty happy with it.
Well, it was a job well done, and of course you're from Noosa Board Riders as well. I'm sure you got plenty of family and friends and the guys from the Board Riders Club tuning in at home.
Yeah. Mate, just shout out to all the boys at home, mum and dad and my brother. Yeah.
Well, moving on through the next round, have a good rest of your relaxed day, and we'll look forward to watching you surf in the next round.
Great, thank you.
Cheers, Timmy.
Good on you, Jess. Yeah, he did well out there. Just a surfer from up there on the sunny coast. Getting it done.
Bit of a tongue twister there. I think we've got Tim Bain and Tim potentially, if we get the pronunciation wrong or right, Bainge?
Yeah, I believe so. Timmy Bainge out there at the moment, looking for his first ride at a classy goofy footer with some big calves. See what he can do. This is Ed Hamity, who's definitely one of those guys. You could tell he's done a lot of surfing and a lot of work on just getting himself primed for these qualifying events, looking super fit. As Ashton taps into one here on the inside, doesn't quite finish that one off the way he would have liked. But it's early stages here, 18 and a half minutes to go. And Tim that one just fading away in deep water, using his priority on that ride. So each of the surfers locking in scores now, and Ashton has taken the early lead here, but you know, nothing of substance on the board just yet for these competitors, as we see Nathan Cook up, and a strong goofy footer.
Yeah, originally from the Central Coast, but Cookie's been on the Gold Coast now for, oh geez, I'd have to say over 5 years. He's a fantastic surfer, and yeah, he's hasn't really had the breakthrough result in events like this, but he's definitely got the talent to do it. Nice turn there from Cookie, and then he's done well just to finish this wave. He's a big unit. He's every bit of 6'2" and probably 90 kegs, so he's done well to get to the end of a wave there. A bit soft out there this morning.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that you see in the lineup a lot around Duranbar, and he'd be really comfortable here on the Tweed Coast, feeling right at home, and yeah, we'll see how he fares.
Yeah, the
bigger guy looking for a bit more push, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, your family home's just around the corner, and I think he spends most of his time up around the Palm Beach way, and he's a baggage handler at the Gold Coast Airport, so if you ever get a ding in your board, Cookie's your man, hit him up, leave it in the suggestions box.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. I actually nearly broke his back the other week with a, I think it was a 52 kilo number, but that's all right. Thanks, Cookie. Cheers.
I'm sure he looked after it for you, Stace.
Yep, straight onto the ground, bottom of the barrel.
4.83 for Cookie on that last one. Also hanging on to a 2.007. He's taken the early lead here.
Was talking with Lennox and the boys. We were off air out there, and we actually had a little session the other day up the coast, and we were just talking about the importance of starts in your heats. And I don't want to be too critical of Eddie and I think Ashton, but they had waves that they could have probably milked 4 points out of, but their timing just wasn't quite there, and they just sort of misread the waves. And you don't want to hope that that would have an effect on the whole heat, but in conditions like this, it kind of does. It sets them back 5 or so minutes, whereas if they had been able to get like that Cookie score out of their waves, which I think they could have, they'd just be in a much different ballpark, whereas at the moment they're still looking to open up.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, they're essentially they're surfing a 15-minute heat now with nothing of substance that's really going to get them into that top two. And man, it's amazing just how much it feels like that time is just wiping off the clock for the competitors that are in the lineup. You know, it sort of ticks at a normal time, it seems, when you're on the beach watching or calling.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just radical, just the stress that these competitors are having to deal with, as well as, you know, trying to overcome their rivals out there at the moment. It's a big opportunity too in this, you know, this first stage of this qualifying series.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't want to be chasing the results. You want to be consistent across the board as Ed finds something. A couple little sections there. I mean, he's kicking out of that one, just hoping to get back out. But I think in these conditions, you just have to really juice these waves. You know, you want to leave nothing but the skin on these things, as we see now.
I reckon you've just got to eat the skin as well.
Oh, big time.
You got to finish it off.
Yeah. Throw it all in.
I think Benny Lawrenson was a good example of that earlier in the day. Just
great attitude, mongrel approach. Just get to the end of every wave, no matter what. And it matters. Once you commit to a wave out here, you might as well, because you're not going to get back to the spot that you were at on that wave. The sweep is just far too great. It's interesting to see, like watching it on the screen, you can't really tell, but when you take a walk outside here, there are two different peaks. And we saw Cameron McDougall earlier in the day get a wave a bit further down. Pretty good score. So, yeah, it's a hard one to pick when you are going to do that runaround. But, yeah, there's definitely a few options at play here, I'd say.
Well, there's a nice little cutty there from Surfer in green. I mean, the drone vision just does so much for a surfer. It just takes your focus off the performance, and you're just sitting there appreciating the angle and the perspective. Sort of takes the junkiness out of the conditions somewhat too. It just looks so clean as he cut across that wave. Well, Timmy goes down on that one. So again, he hasn't really been able to register a decent score just yet. He's going to have a lot of work to do in the final stages here.
If there wasn't enough variables in the ocean, why don't we just sprinkle in a little bit of backwash?
Yeah, this is a real test. These young surfers, they've reached this point in their careers where they're tackling a qualifying series event. So more than likely they've surfed a whole lot of, board riders obviously, but cadet events and then your pro juniors, those amateur contests before arriving here on the qualifying series. So, they would have competed in conditions of all sorts. But I don't know about you, but for me, in the lead up to a surf event, I just always have a picture of quality surf in my mind and thinking like that I'm going to see, the surfer who performs so brilliantly in those classy kind of waves step up and win. But you just have to be a realist sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not always perfectly offshore and sun out, just dreamy conditions. You got to really grind your way through some of these events.
Yep, definitely. And I think that one thing that probably a lot of young competitors might not take into consideration, even when they are dreaming up those perfect conditions, everyone can sort of surf. I think waves like Snapper for the Usher Cup and other waves around the world where we have these events, but these are the conditions where you really see who has got a completely well-rounded game. Their boards are intact, their fitness is up to scratch, and they can surf any wave at any time. So, yeah, everyone wants pumping waves, but I don't know if I'd want to draw Breno Dorrington at pumping Snapper.
Absolutely. Well, just under 12 minutes to go here. It's Nathan Cook out in front at the moment, the surfer from the Tweed Coast, and we'll see if he can hang on to that spot right after the break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Heat number 9 rolls on here in the round of 96. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and it's Nathan Cook still hanging on to that lead. 4.83, 2.07 are his best scores. Without priority there, he was forced to kind of kick out of that one. Probably could have stayed with it in the end, but that's a dangerous game to play. Ed Hamady had a really good look at that wave and didn't get into it. 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was a funny one.
We did say here earlier on too that it's hard for the surfers to get the update, which is pretty typical and common when there's that strong onshore wind. All those sound waves are just completely blown into the hinterland. So you got to be sharp. You got to be, I think, just very aware of who's got priority and paying attention to that, but also just focusing on your own performance and really just looking to get a couple of reasonable scores on the board. That kind of tactical play and adapting to the situation that might be unfolding out there. It can be dangerous if you're not getting that clear messaging from the onside announcer.
Yeah, it really comes down to being able to adjudicate your own waves accordingly. And it's a skill that not everyone possesses really well. You ask a lot of people, how'd you go on that last one? And they've got no idea. And it's important to know. And particularly in conditions like this, it sort of becomes more like a bit of a club round where you are just surfing blind. You don't actually know what situation's actually at. Which in some respects, I think some competitors enjoy that. It keeps the task really simple.
Most definitely. And mate, we were just chatting about, if you're a campaigner at this level, being a remarkable surfer in excellent conditions is obviously going to serve you really well if the waves are of that standard. However, it's on these days that you really have to sharpen your tools and be right on it, because if you can outperform people in conditions like this, that is kind of the key to getting yourself success consistently. And we're seeing that even at the elite level. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but right now we've got Ashton up, hanging on the second spot. Cookie's up again, wants to get rid of this 2.07. He just knows that it's going to give him a big advantage in transition, has the power to move a bit of water here. And even though he's capable of much more, this will help his situation and help push that heat score total up a little bit. Nice finish there. Just going through the motions. Not overcommitting to any of those turns, wanting to keep it smooth, flowing down the line. And he'll say goodbye to that 2.07. Here's a replay of Ed Hamady there. Didn't reconnect with the face. And we'll see what kind of work Cookie got done on this one on the replay.
Yeah, definitely, Ron. He's sort of, like you said, just nursing these turns to get through to the end. A better turn there. A little early to that section, but on a day like today, I don't think it's going to end up costing him the heat. I think the fact that he just got to the end of this wave and managed to link a few turns together is going to bode pretty well for Cookie. He's already got the strongest score of the heat, and with 7 minutes on the clock, he's going to lock in the best wave now. So he's in a really, really strong position as we see Eddie and Nathan. Will someone get the starter's gun? Let's go, boys.
Oh, it's on. The race back to the top of the point and then to the takeoff zone in the water. It is a bit of an Ironman event today, and these surfers are really working for their results. But I did want to touch on it. The ability of a successful campaigner is really hedging on what they can do in average conditions. And, looking at the elite level and what Jack Robinson has just done at the first venue. We've got an Australian on top of the ratings. It's a massive result and something that all these surfers are paying attention to.
Definitely.
But you'd think his chances of winning at Pipe are bolstered by quality waves, and you can see what kind of work he's done to get himself in a position where he can get a victory when the field is evened up in marginal conditions.
Jack's career has just been incredible. His ability to work on his weaknesses has been an absolute strength of his, and I can recall watching him in multiple events with waves look like this, and everyone watching just knows how phenomenal he is at North Point, out at the box, out at Sunset, Tahiti, Pipeline, all these waves, even as like a 16-year-old, is up there in the top tier. But he's managed to work on his surfing in conditions like this, and that's obviously boded well for him last week.
Sure did. Ashton just getting his opportunity here. He's after a 3.71. He's got a pretty nice little wave. Let go of some decent carves. Has a nice flow going. And the judges will really be having a close look at those moves and just sort of saying to themselves, was it critical? Was that section steep enough? He's bummed that he didn't get the finish. I mean, still decent surfing. But yeah, I think those perennial title threats, those campaigners, they've proven again that when the entire field has a great chance, they're still able to get that victory. Carissa Moore as well,
yep.
#1 in the world again. We're going to see it through this qualifying series leg too. It won't be the surfer who needs that magic day to show us their best. They'll be able to do it in all conditions. Decent ride for Ashton here, but I mean, you can tell that this is a Grom, maybe tackling his first few qualifying series events. He's done reasonably well with that wave, but he wants something steeper. He needs some critical sections.
Yeah, definitely. He will have enough time to get back out there and get one more wave, so we'll see how he goes. But yeah, like Jack Robinson's case of how he's developed himself as a professional surfer is an awesome case study. Like he was obviously excellent over in this lane of waves of consequence, and I would even say he was poor in waves like this.
He would say it.
It was his progression from the it's out of this world. But then you take someone like Ethan Ewing, who would absolutely turn this into minced meat. He'd just surf it so good as a junior and as a QS competitor, and now he's developed himself into be one of the best at Sunset, one of the best at J-Bay, one of the best at Bells. And so there is no right or wrong way to go about things. It's just as long as through your career you're focusing on your weaknesses as well as your strengths, you know, you will get spat out the other end a really well-rounded surfer. And I think those two Aussies at the moment, you know, should be really proud of themselves of where they're at right now. They've done amazing jobs.
I think too what happens is people get a little defensive initially, and I remember Jack like blocking out that feedback on his small wave surfing and saying, oh, you know, people focus on it. I feel like I'm there. But the truth of the matter, he wasn't. You know, he leaned into some really wise people, Matty Bemrose, Leandro Dora, Yago Dora's dad, and they got him on different equipment, and that had a huge impact. And it is
changed
the game.
It is incredible. It's and as long as you're open to it, I think that, you know, anyone's obviously with that level of you know, ability, you can get better at it, but you do have to focus on it. You can't just bury it.
Wasn't actually Jack's move onto the Sharp Eye something to do with the Stab surfboard reviews that you were doing?
Oh, gee, Ron. I guess you could say so.
You were riding a Sharp Eye out in the surf, and he thought it looked kind of cool, so you gave him a few waves on it.
He saw me bogging around on it, and he thought, you know what, that actually looks like a good board. I think that I need to do it a service. And Jack was at a time where I could see him trying a lot of different boards. He's riding some Channel Islands. He was riding a couple of Lee Stacey's, and you can tell when someone's sort of in that mindset. I don't think you'd just paddle up to anyone at any time and go, oh, here, try this board. But I thought that I had a good feeling that I thought that board would go pretty good for him, just of the feelings that I had from it. It was a little bit longer than what he would usually ride. And, I've got to be honest, that I didn't think it'd go as well as what it did. He actually took the board for the day, and
you never saw it again.
I actually never saw it again.
That's nice. Well, here we go. We've got some action out here. Tim is starting to really flare up. Tim Baines here. I mean, you can tell this guy's got some serious talent.
He kind of needs to get the score in one wave here.
He does. He's
yeah, it's a good call to paddle back out. Definitely not enough time to do the run around.
He only needs a 4.13. I mean, this heat is a
important wave for Eddie. If he wants to keep these youngsters at bay, he really needs to put another score up on the board, because the young fellas are nipping at his heels, and he'll probably have no idea where it's all at.
Yeah, this is looking good for Nathan Cook at the moment, just on the strength of those two mid-range fours that he's hanging on to.
Ashton
needs nothing to get himself into the top two here.
Finish here, and he's got it. I guess that was a finish.
And he's kind of reconnected with this wave. It's trying to give him more down the line. Oh, that's a couple of times now that he's slipped up, and he'll be frustrated with that. You can tell as he slaps the water there. I mean, did he do enough work? He's only after a 3, but the scale's been relatively low for the competitors as Eddie gets his opportunity here. The clock's winding down. This one's coming to a close. He's in second spot. Has he improved on that 2.33? As we see.
Cookie, nice.
Yep. Nice little drift on the tail there from Cookie. Gets that combo finish. But I think he'll be sweet either way. Whether he replaces the 4.6 with something greater or not. Just a solid unit. You can tell there's a lot of confidence sort of beaming off him at the moment as he makes his way in.
I'm glad you said that, Ron. I'm really glad you said that because Cookie's one of those guys. He's really, really hard on himself, overly critical. And I agree. I think he looks like he's in great form at the moment. So
it's kind of been cool for the competitors to have these board riders events that they've sort of had as a ramp up to this first QS event because they're high pressure.
Definitely.
Moments
I
where
think they're more pressure filled than this.
I think so. I think all the competitors sort of say that. You know, if you're losing out, you really are only sort of losing out for yourself. Whereas if you blow it for your team,
the whole town.
Oh, the whole whole town's just losing it at you. But no, Cookie looked sharp then, and the numbers coming through for him are pretty decent as he finishes off this one with a victory, it seems.
It looked like Eddie Hamady just improved on his score marginally. He increased by half a point, which pushed Ashton's requirement up.
Yeah.
And I just don't think there was that punctuation in the wave, and I think you can tell the inexperience there. He was looking down the line when down the line didn't matter. He had the section in front of him, and he really needed, you know, he's upset that he didn't finish that turn there. That turn there had no points in it. It was the turn before that he really needed to drop the boot in if he was any chance of getting that score. So some learnings there for young Ashton. And a bit of a victory lap there from Cookie Rondog.
In quality conditions, you can afford yourself a little bit of room to just let it breathe, a bit of patience. But out here today, if there's a steep section in front of you, you have to throw something big down. We'll take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back with more from the round of 96 in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
We are loving life here on the Tweed Coast once again and loving watching this next wave of surfers chase their dream on the qualifying series here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Around the 96, well and truly underway now. Heat 10 out there in the lineup. We've got Oscar Salt is in the red. Josh Van Nykirk is in the blue. Tim Chalmers in the white and Archie Curtis in the green. The surfers are doing a great job out there at the moment. They don't have a whole lot to work with. Kingscliff is providing us a little bit of protection from that pulsing energy and swell. A lot of the other venues in the area, beaches, are just looking a little bit too difficult to have 4 surfers out there in a lineup trying to scratch together a couple of decent scores. There's a good chance as that swell energy kind of moves away from the coast that things are going to clean up towards the back end of this window. But today, this is our best option.
Yeah, definitely.
And they're making pretty good work of it at the moment.
I've seen some videos from down the coast this morning. A couple of unsuccessful rock jumps at Lennox Head.
Oh,
and,
that's a great follow.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They'll be getting a lot of fresh content down there today, I reckon. But, yeah, this is... it's sort of right on the borderline of being able to run at Cabba, but not through the whole day, I wouldn't imagine. But as that swell sort of tapers off tomorrow and we get a few more favourable wind days, I reckon it'll be pretty fun down there.
Bring it on. So, Stace, great lineup here again. Some names that I'm pretty familiar with, but also, you know, with these events, you do kind of become aware of some people that just even in the last 6 months have taken their surfing to the next level. What do you know of these competitors?
Definitely. I know a fair bit about Archer, Oscar and Tim. I do know nothing about Josh Van Niekerk, so I'm excited to watch him surf. Yeah, there are a few names in this draw that I have not seen pop up, but that's what it's all about, Ron Dog.
Big time.
I'm ready to learn.
Mate, it's a beautiful thing, and, you know, example, Eddie Hamady, who just progressed through in second place, just through the QS events last year. You know, he sort of just came on the scene. He had some big performances, dropped some good numbers, and you're kind of like, whoa, I can see this guy actually, you know, putting it together and getting on a bit of a roll.
He ran past us when we were in Newcastle last year, and I didn't, obviously never met him. Eddie, tell me something I don't know about you. And I'm from Cabramatta or Penrith or something. I started surfing when I was 16, and I just went, what? Are you kidding me? This kid has like this most perfect technique, beautiful style, arch dog, and I'm just blown away.
Yeah.
His dad is a real student of the game, not a surfer, but sort of, I think he might have been an auto engineer or a plane engineer or something, smart fella, and he just sort of helped Eddie get into shape and get into form, and yeah, away we go. So Oscar Salt here up and riding. Nice turn here from Oscar. Oscar's got an interesting story. I think he's broken his back not only once but twice. Ron Dog.
No way.
Absolute mad dog.
Okay, so this kid is resilient and knows how to fight back from adversity. That's heavy.
Next level, yeah. So I'm stoked to see Os competing. He'll probably have a good crack at the juniors this year, but also the QS as well. And then Archers from M&M Board Riders. They recently took out the Usher Cup there at Snapper. As we've got a replay here of Oscar. Nice casual style. Jumped on Luke Short's boards a couple of years ago, and they've been looking real nice.
You know what's bizarre about that? There's another guy who rides Luke Short's boards, Oscar Berry. Almost has a kind of similar sort of style to Oscar Salt.
Definitely.
You know, you can tell that they're, you know, kind of compact and strong. And yeah, we'll see what kind of number he drops to kick things off here. But this is Josh Van Niekerk. We haven't seen too much of him, but almost a little bit of a kind of Cal Robson sort of style there as he reefed through that last carve. We'll see how the numbers drop for our competitors in that opening exchange. 18 minutes to go. Always fun making those style comparisons.
Yeah, it really is. Archer, I've always loved Archer surfing. He's a wiry young lad. He always rides boards a little bit longer, and he's not afraid to bang it up there. Loves packing big closeouts up at South Stratty, and he's a classic Grom. He's not really a Grom anymore though. These kids grow up so fast, Ron.
Oh mate, tell me about it.
Archer was a part of the program there at PBC with Ben Falvey and Phil Mack, and if he's not in grade 12, he must be 1 or 2 years out of school. I'm not too sure, but yeah.
Oh, that means he is right in the QS zone then. He's ready to make that jump.
He should be fit because Uncle Phil, he's not scared of a run, swim, paddle.
And Phil, yeah, you're talking about Phil McNamara, who obviously trained Mick Fanning and coached Mick Fanning through the early stages and right through his CT career as well. And yeah, he's an animal. I remember doing some training sessions with Phil. He just blew you out of the water. It was hectic.
Yep. Walks his talk. Great man, Phil. If you're watching, tuning in, good morning.
Look at this, 17 minutes to go, and it is a really positive start here for Archer Curtis. 4.77. You know, typically not a score that you're going to be proud of, but in these grindy conditions, is one that you're happy to settle on and build from. And that'll set Archer up nice heading into the back half of this heat.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested to see where they go with Oscar's wave. It's sort of hard to have good flow when you're surfing, I think, today. The conditions don't really bode for it. So when you see that in a ride, although there wasn't that one crazy big manoeuvre, he pieced the wave together so well. You know, that is obviously a big part of the criteria. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges put that score in.
Stace, no doubt you have surfed a lot of heats through your junior days. You've judged, you've coached. Do you ever get the jersey on anymore?
No, I actually, from a pretty young age, Ron Dog, I grew up with Mitch Cruz and Jack Freestone. So
oh, yeah.
I could sort of see the writing on the wall there.
A lot of third places.
So I actually...
that was so close to being a great finishing term, wasn't it?
Yeah. Did a lot of judging.
Yeah.
Watched a lot of heats, a lot of good heats. I was very fortunate enough to grow up in a great part of the world up there in Currumbin and have some great people around me. And yeah, so that's...
You do love it though, don't you?
I love it.
Yeah, and you do also have just a little bit of a backyard event that you guys run each year. I love always seeing the results of that.
Yeah, it's undoubtedly the greatest surf contest in the world, and yeah, we're actually coming up to our 10th year.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a mixture of athleticism and performance, and yeah, we look forward to it every year. The Beer Bash Battle there at Tugun, and right in front of Doug Warbrick's house there. It's at Currumbin, and he's a big fan. Comes down every year. One of his stable horses there, Morgan Sibilic, had a strong performance this year. So, yeah, Owen Wright's a former winner. Great event. Ron, we'll have to have you up one time.
Mate, I'd love to.
Get you in the trials.
Maybe. Mate, but of course it's all about the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro this week, and we've seen some strong performances already this morning. Vaughan, another one from Nathan Cook in that last heat.
Yeah, a really strong performance from Cookie. I just wanted to say, great story about Jack Robbo jumping on Stace's board and nicking it. If you've got a few sharp eyes in the car, Stace, I'll borrow one, mate. I'd love to. But, yeah, don't expect it back anytime soon either. Cookie, well done, brother. Pretty tough conditions out there, but you found a couple of sections to tee off on.
I was just happy to find a couple, get one straight away, do the run around, get another one. That's all you could really ask for out there. Struggling pretty hard, running up the beach.
Yeah. The boys were mentioning, mate, that you're a surfer who, when you feel a bit confident, it really brings out your best. Do you feel like you're tapping into that a bit?
Yeah, I do. I feel like I've been surfing pretty good this year. Sort of just focusing on, get my wave selection and get my wave count up was a lot in heats as well, because I've struggled with that in the past, sort of waiting for waves that aren't really coming, so yeah, trying to get a couple of scores on the board straight away helps a lot.
And what about work in the gym, mate? You're looking pretty fit. It's a mission out there, just paddling against the rip and doing beach runs and whatnot, but you feeling up to it?
Feeling up to it, but yeah, I could definitely be putting a little bit more work into the gym. Struggling a little bit hard out there, but yeah, got it done. I was happy.
Fantastic, mate. And just in regard to the QS, sort of what's your vision for this year?
Yeah, just want to make as many heats as I can. I'm sort of just taking it comp by comp. I know lots of the boys have points from last year that crossed over, so I had a bit of a shocker last year, so I'm just going to try my best in all my heats and, yeah, just heat by heat.
Yeah, mate. Well, look, as we were saying earlier, the average age of the rookies that qualified last year was about 45, so plenty of time to make your mark.
Yeah, heaps of time then. I'm all good.
Good on you, Cookie. Ripping, mate, and looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Back to you, boys.
On your Vaughno.
Your Vaughan.
Yeah, he looks sharp. And this is that stage of the contest, round of 96, where you're seeing people who haven't really broken through for that huge QS result yet. So
these are the best rounds.
Yeah, well, and they're also very careful not to, put out a call that's going to add pressure to them and create an expectation of their performance. They're well aware that they're a little green, and their surfing's going to ripen as they go through maybe this year's qualifying series run of events. But the big names are seated in that next round, and they're the ones with the experience. And surfers like Cookie, they're coming up against them in that next heat. So
yeah, definitely.
Pretty reserved, really.
Pretty reserved, but also, we'll get back to Cookie in a minute, a replay here at Tim Chalmers' wave. Speaking of stolen boards, could be on a bit of Jike Lindemann ex-equipment here. It's looking pretty nice under his feet. Or Dakota Walters, I can't quite tell. Either way, Timmy's looking real nice. He got another day off school today, local school teacher Timmy. And yeah, the more heats, the more days off school. So if the kids are tuning in the classroom, which there's no chance they would be at 20 past 9 on a Monday morning, they should be tucking right in. Go, Mr. Chalmers.
How good's that? Having a teacher that's just out there on the cue, grinding away, trying to get a big result. You love it. But
yeah,
he's back in fourth at the moment.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get a big look at this run around here and get a bit of a visual on that board. But he did great up at the Usher Cup, Timmy.
Yeah, ripping.
On fire. But yeah, back to Cookie, like you said, the boys, they don't want to put too much of a mocker on themselves. But I will say, it's awesome to hear someone say, I'm surfing good.
Yeah.
You know, just kind of, you know, it's hard to look down the barrel of the camera and give yourself a pat on the back. So I think someone like Cookie, he does sort of struggle with that confidence. So for him to kind of be able to feel comfortable to sort of say that as himself, particularly as Aussies, we love ripping the piss out of one another.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're ripping, you're ripping. And Cookie's ripping. I love the way he surfs.
No, it's a fantastic point. Just under 11 minutes to go here. Archie Curtis holding the lead at this stage of the game, but he's got his rivals breathing down his neck. We'll see if he can hang on right after this.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back. We've got 9 minutes remaining here in Heat 10, the round of 96, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, the first big QS event of this region. And we can't wait to see what unfolds this week. Expecting swell throughout the entire window. Expecting big performances as we get into these later rounds. The round of 64 has our big seeded names in there. Just waiting to see who can fight their way out of the round of 96. Oscar Sultan, second place at the moment. This wave during the break. And it didn't really play out for him the way he would have liked. But he's up again here with a better looking wall now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when those opportunities just pop up behind the wave that you're on. It's sort of the bank has a lot of that in it, this swell.
Oh.
That was a nice combo there.
Oh. I mean, he got the turns done before the wave doubled up and went all ugly there on the inside, but Oscar's looking to get rid of a 1.8. He should do that quite easily with that ride.
Yeah, definitely. It's, yeah, you kind of, like we mentioned earlier, you can't sit that far in. But we have seen a lot of surfers today, and that's where you've got to be super alert. Like, kicking out of a wave, there could often be a wave almost directly behind it. You don't even have to duck dive, you're kind of right there. But to sit there on the bank is almost impossible because you just get sucked to Fingal straight away. So this could be... Yeah, this is the wave that was underneath. Beautiful first turn. Comes through to the inside. Nice connection there. Combos it up again with this carve. Beautiful rotation, and that's all good. The damage was done.
There was nothing left on that wave.
Second run around for Osk. He'll be sucking in the big ones here.
Yeah, look at that. Even getting to the beach is a mission at the moment. Here we go. This is Archie Curtis. Live action. Using his priority for this one. And, he's just trying to link it together at the moment. Can he find the open face again? No, he doesn't. Does his best to get that board vert on the foam there, but can't reel it in.
That was a real telling wave there for Arch, because Oscar's obviously going to lock in another good score there. If Archie could have kept up with him, it would have left Josh and Timmy in a pretty tricky situation. But I reckon the door's still open here. No one really running away with it. That was a hard wave to surf.
Yeah, like that smooth flow that Archer has in his surfing. That one didn't come together for him, but not too bad. He got a 1.9, so it is enough just to keep him in the lead at the moment. Oscar's, I believe, got a score on the way as well, though.
He does. It might end up being the best wave of the heat, depending on how the judges liked it.
Such a fine line, isn't there, when you're surfing a long-running wave, a point-break wave in marginal conditions, because you want to bash those steeper sections, but you want to keep the flow. You don't want to lose speed or put yourself behind the section. We haven't really seen the kind of sections that have offered up enough juice for a big individual turn yet.
Totally, and we haven't seen like the board speed that would allow it either. Like,
Yep.
Everyone's sort of still managing their equipment, trying to generate speed and also get turns in. No one's really just popping up and flying down the line.
Great point. Surfing down the coast at the pass last week, and the waves were pretty fun. You didn't manufacture your speed at all. The wave was doing it all for you, and it's not the case here today. Although we're on a point, it's super broken up. It's a little flat in the transition of the wave. So really, it's all about how sharp your equipment is and your strength and torque, your ability to generate some of that speed yourself that determines how big your moves are going to be.
You ever messed around with your fins, Ron Dog? At your level, elite level?
My level, it's amazing how much of a difference it makes.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a complete game changer. I think once you start changing up your fins, it's something that you go to.
Something I never thought of until about 12 months ago.
Yep.
And even as like a once-a-week surfer, it is actually incredibly noticeable, the difference.
Amazing.
It's next level, and it's sort of surprising, I must say, to see how little the crew that I've been around, they don't really change their fins much.
No. You speak to someone in the know and they're all over it, as we see the replays here of Oscar Salt, who's leading this heat with a couple of mid-range fours at the moment. He got off to that quick start, much like Nathan Cook in the previous heat. That quick start's been very beneficial.
Nice wave there from Archer Curtis on the replay, and then another wave here from Oscar. He's got the style and flow on tap. His waves have just sort of lacked that steepness, and as we mentioned earlier, when he had the steepness, he's still sort of generating his speed. A nice turn here at the end of the wave, but what the judges really want to see to get that score up into the high good range is that quality of manoeuvre at the beginning of the wave, and obviously you need a bit to go your way to be able to even get that opportunity, but if you can, the judges will be pretty happy to write down a big score, I reckon.
Just over 3 minutes to go here. And Josh Van Niekerk is out there in the blue. He's in this heat. We said it at the start of the day. You know, in marginal conditions, more often than not, the surfer, even back in fourth place with no number on the board, is going to get an opportunity. And what we've seen so far today is that the surfer in fourth place is actually just chasing an average ride to get themselves into a qualifying position. Tim Chalmers has had some mistakes in this heat and some rare falls, yet he only needs a 3.81 to get himself up in a second spot with 2.5 minutes to go. So he's right in this.
Definitely. It's just up to him whether he can drop the head noise around, likely knowing that if he completed his rides that he was on, he'd probably be in second, maybe even first. He had a fall early on in this heat that could have set his whole day up so differently. So, but that's done. He's got to move on and try and dissect this next opportunity as it comes his way with, just on 2 minutes on the clock. Good thing is he's got priority. So if that, obvious choice comes up, he can swing and go and have no one get in his way.
Not referring to Tim at all, because we've seen him put in some big performances in those board riders events that have been unfolding in the earlier parts of the year. But not all great surfers have that mental capacity, that ability to wash off, a disappointing ride and recover. I think the real greats can let it go.
Yeah.
Can just wash it off and not damage themselves mentally in the later stages of heats. But I was never good at it. Just A bad surf generally is just a bad surf for me.
Yep. Start to finish.
Yeah.
Start poor, finish poor.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
Yep, exactly.
No, it's easy to say. I mean, you hear it a lot in football. You don't make mistakes, make them quick. But yeah, it doesn't make it any easier. As we have Josh up and riding here, important wave.
We'll see what his mental game is like, because he took a couple of falls in the earlier stages here and has less than a minute to turn it around.
That was rude that Archer even got into that wave. Well paddled.
Bang, nice hit in the pocket there. Just hangs on for the finish. Went searching for the open face again. I think, it has been about the multiple manoeuvres so far today, because there just hasn't been those high impact sections to juice a big number out of an individual turn. So Archer went looking for more, and as a result, he went down.
You reckon he made that turn?
No.
I don't think he did.
No, it's always dangerous to leave it in the hands of the judges to determine whether you
loved it.
You executed it or not.
2.63.
Yeah, enough to get himself
it's
up
not
into that
much,
second
but it
spot.
does make it different for now. The surfers chasing, they do need a bit more of a score there. I kind of didn't think he made that. But we are splitting hairs here, Ron.
We sure are. Just as the judges are as well. There we go, Red just making his way in here. It was a pretty solid performance from Oscar, I felt, from start to finish. A couple of mid-range fours is pretty decent out there today.
Yep, definitely. And he got a chance to show off his obviously his casual style and his ability to put a heat together, which, it's not a huge total, but it's enough to get the job done today.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We've got so much more action coming your way today. Don't go anywhere.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back. Live action at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 right here in Bundjalung country. We are into heat number 11, round of 96, and straight away, Tom Whitpain up and riding. Wayne Rowe Bartholomew joining me, and there we go, some action straight away, Rabs.
Yeah, nice early start there by Tommy.
I mean, the last couple of heats, it's been so hard to watch. Such good surfers, just not quite get the opportunity to really expose what they've been working on throughout this season so far. But let's have a look at the replay from Saxon Reba first up.
Yeah, Saxon on his backhand gets off to a flyer in this heat. Nice little connector there from section to section and finishes it up. Just a nice solid ride. You'd be happy to have that opener after watching those last couple of heats. Gosh, they were struggling.
Yeah, definitely a good way to open up for Saxon. I mean, so easily you can see, these guys are some of the best surfers in Australia and some of the best surfers from around the world when we talk about regional QS and Challenger Series qualifiers. And to see them with these conditions and still battling to break that glass ceiling of the 5, it just shows you how hard it is. So for Saxon to open up, let's wait for that score to lock in. It's going to really put him in a good stead against people like Vassar, Nick Vasicek, a veteran of the sport. Rabbit, you would have seen him surf so many times over the years.
Oh, Nick's pretty much the king of snapper when it gets to like 6 to 8 feet. He's incredible behind the rock. Amazing surfer.
And Mitch James as well. We saw him. He's one of the local favourites. He had a heat win yesterday when it was really tough, and his local knowledge coming into play as well as this tide starts to shift throughout the middle of the day.
Yeah, well, Mitch, he knows his place well. I mean, he said that he's not a fan of these conditions, but no one knows the break better than him.
And look at that, Saxon Reba straight up into the lip and straight off the mark, on the money with at least manoeuvre choices there for him. He's really created himself a really good early lead. That opening score, previous ride for Saxon, a 5.83. So scores to come for the last ride. Let's see how he adjusts. Looks like he's going to do the run around. Here's the replay for Mitch James, local teacher, Kingscliff board rider, member. Actually gets a section to open up on there too, Rab.
Yeah, he did. He's connecting the dots for sure on this little one. It's amazing what he's done.
Yeah, really having to work through that middle of the wave, but being able to put some scores on. Here's the replay from Saxon's.
Yeah, oh, wow.
So similar to his opening ride as well, I'd say around those 5s or 6 range. Maybe, oh, there you go, a little under, so 4.67. 2 waves on the board. And that's him just sprinting back up. While we wait to see the next exchange in the water here for Heat 11, we do have Vaughan with Oscar Salt. Vaughan.
Thank you, Jess. Yes, from one beautiful area on the east coast of New South Wales to another. Welcome to the Tweed Coast. Oscar Salt from Boomerang Beach, down there, Pacific Palms region. Mate, come up here and got a taste of it. Pretty tricky, though.
Yeah, it was real tricky out there. It was hard, especially the rips pulling that hard to the south. It's to the south, or the north, actually, yeah. But I was lucky to get a couple 4s, and yeah, it's enough to make a heat, so it's good.
Mate, is that part of your strategy when you paddle out? You know, obviously you want to get opportunities to get sort of high-end scores, but I mean, a couple of 4s, I heard Stace and Ronnie talking about it. If you can bank those, you're pretty much looking good to get through.
Yeah, especially today, I think, in these conditions, as long as you're getting 2 waves with at least 3 turns, I think you're going to be pretty sweet, unless someone's out the back getting bombs, getting 8s, and I think you're going to be all right. It's just to go to today. Hopefully tomorrow we'll clean up and a bit more surfing.
Mate, one of the trends we've seen emerging in this comp so far is that a lot of the guys who surfed through the junior event have also made it through heats in the opens now. Did you feel like you had a bit of an advantage getting to know the lineup a bit more?
A little bit. I had a bit of a shocker at Cabo the other day, but had a couple of free surfs out here before the Pro Junior and then just after when I got knocked out, and I feel all right out there and sort of where to line up and stuff, so just finding them's a problem. But yeah, once they're on them, it's sick.
Good on you, mate. Well, congrats for getting through. Looking forward to seeing you in that next round.
Thanks, Heath Vaughan.
Good on you, Oscar. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughan. And look at that straight off the bat. One of the biggest combinations we've seen so far, the goofy for Tom Whitpain. Rab, that was a beautiful ride for him. He's going to be feeling good after that. Let's have a look at Vass's replay.
Yeah, we've got a real battle of the goofy footers. 3 goofy footers up against Mitch James. And they're very solid goofy foot contenders out here. We've got a couple of good scores coming through, but maybe we're just seeing just that little bit of extra water coming onto the bank now with that incoming tide. I do feel it should improve and the waves will find the bank a bit better.
Look how he reads this one as well. Bugs, just such a silky, like you said, one of the best backhands in the world and the king of snapper in his element when it's on.
Oh, yeah.
When you compare it to this ride of Tom Whitpain, what are you seeing from Tom?
Oh, this is a great ride by Tom. Again, he's just hitting the pockets right here. That's a great move. And again, he comes off the bottom. Really good combo. And a third one. So he really, that's clearly his best ride.
I think they've just signalled to the rest of the heat and the pack and the judges that there's a change in rhythm right now in this heat number 11. Those goofy footers to be able to be so in the pocket and patient and attack when we've seen so many heats, miss those little opportunities that come through right at the start. They've really, really signalled the change in pace at the moment for heat number 11, and I'm interested to see how they lock in against Vass's opening ride, the 5:07. and Saxon's 5.83.
Yeah, well, Saxon's got 2 scores already. Tommy Whitpain got a 4.77. That's a decent score. And Nick Vasicek sitting there with that 5.07. I'm not sure if more scores to come. I do believe there is. Yeah, so Nick Vasser comes in with another 5.07 to back that up. So 2 good, quick back-to-back scores for Nick Vasicek. He's in the second place, 10.34 total. And, you know, they're all in this heat.
Yeah, you could almost say most of the other heats of this morning, if you've kicked off with the 5 and around that range that these 3 guys have, you're looking really good to make it through the heat. But I just feel like you said, with those goofy footers in the water, their backhands are so dialed in. They're going to be hard to beat if they can find those little double ups running. And it also signals to me there's that space as well in the judging scale. Like, it's great surfing to watch for these conditions, but no one's really blown it apart yet.
No, look, there's another really tricky part at the beginning of these heats, because the surfers paddle out way to the south and they position themselves, okay, they're jockeying for position, there's no priority at the start of the heat. But in actual fact, I noticed with these guys, they moved onto the bank. You've actually got to go with the current until you get onto the bank. And because if you're too deep, you're just missing the energy. And
we saw that mistake a lot yesterday, didn't we?
We did.
Have a look at the replay for Vassar, straight up and over. What a good-looking wave hitting the bank as well.
Yeah, this one's hitting it really well. So there's just been, you know, an improvement in wave conditions in this heat. The tide is moving in now, and I think we've got a high tide around 2-ish. I'll have to check that out, but it's early to mid-arvo. So we've got a fair bit of tide to come in. It's only just turned, you know, like an hour ago from low tide. So that's why we had pretty sketchy conditions early, right on that low tide.
Yeah, quite dredgy along that really shallow sandbank too. And, you know, the women's first round up later on this afternoon when we get to the end of this round, I would dare say just the last few heats of this round of 96 and the first few heats, the women are really going to be able to kind of capitalise on that tide and those conditions. It makes such a difference, and it's such a interesting part of competition surfing. It's an ever-changing playing field.
Yeah, I know. It's like you no matter where you go in the world, there's always that ebb of the tide, that super low tide part where it gets inconsistent, breaking off the bank. It happens all over the place, and you know, it's good if you can dodge that ebb of the tide heat.
At the moment, Saxon Reba out in the lead, 5.83 and a 4.67. Nick Vasicek, 5.27 and a 5.07 in his scoreline. Healthy looking second position at this point. You've got to be saying that he's looking for that opportunity to explode. Something really powerful and a critical bit of the lip and bit of the way for him to really showcase his surfing out here, because he knows Tommy Whitpain's already got that 4.77. He's only looking for the 5.57 to move into that second position and holding down priority. Mitchie James, the teacher from around this area, he's been around surfing and one of the local lifeguards up in this shire and north towards the Gold Coast for a long time too, Rad.
Yeah, he's a really great surfer. I mean, prior to Kingscliff, he's really been a club man for a long time. He's up against it right here. He needs like a 7.17 already to that first wave he got. Even though he joined the dots and kind of connected, he didn't really have the same quality of wave that the goofy footers had, and he only got a 3.17. So he's in a little bit of strife now. You're going to need a 5-point ride in the first half of this heat to kind of be in it, I feel.
Yeah, I don't even think I've seen the scoreline hit those 7s this morning yet.
No.
I mean, close to it. There would have been a couple of 7s being thrown around at Dane Henry's 6.83, like with the average of that. But yeah, no, I was interested, you know, Ronnie and Stace were saying on that walkout and changeover that it's kind of just really set the level and the playing field for somebody to come through and do something crazy and really get everybody kind of sitting a bit straighter in their chairs.
Yeah, that's right.
So Saxon Reba in the lead. Round of 96 here, second round for the men at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and While we wait for the next flurry of action to come through here in heat number 11, we'll take a quick break and be back with live action right after this.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Welcome back. Monday morning, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro live action here from Kingscliff. The QS 5000 in the Tweed Coast, and a big event for the Australia Oceania qualifying. Men's in the water at the moment, round of 96, heat 11. Myself, Jess Grimm, will join with 1978 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. 10 minutes to go, Bugs. A lump coming through, and Mitchy James with priority. He's going to have to really bring it to these goofy footers to kind of get that pocket surfing that we've seen get these guys up into that 5-point range.
Well, in this heat, you know, the scene was set pretty early. We've had some decent scores in the first half of the heat, and that's changed the whole landscape really, because it's no longer a case of just getting a 4-point ride as you saw in the last heat. A 4-point ride would get you through the heat. In this heat, it's a completely different landscape. So now Timmy knows that, you know, even though he needs a 717, he can do it in 2 bites. You know, if he gets himself like a 5 or even a high 4, he's well and truly back in the heat.
And as we move through the draw as well, when you're looking forward into the next round and the round of 64, and we start to talk about the money round, as we call it, these athletes will, you know, find their way into prize money if they can get through this round. It just gets harder and harder for them. Those names that are stacked and seeded all the way through. People like Mikey Madonna, Axel Kuroda, Sheldon Simkus, your very own Jagger, Caius King, defending champ. This is kind of like a warm-up to come up against those top seeds and see if you can take them down almost.
Oh, most definitely. It definitely gets harder as it goes along. You get a lot of the surfers coming back off the Challenger Series, spending a year on that international circuit. You know, it does unbelievable growth for their surfing. So they're going to be, you know, looking to get back on the horse and get back in that Challenger Series. So there's a lot of motivation there. And you guys like Reef Hazelwood, who have just been like so solid for so many years, he's in the next round. I mean, it's awesome. You know, the depth in Australian surfing is phenomenal, and you'll really see it in this round of 64 coming up.
And these guys as well, I mean, battling really points on the line, 5,000 points for the winner of this Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. The top 7 men and 1 wild card from this region, the Australia Oceanic, will get that chance to get a start in the Challenger Series season, and that just translates so easily. You know, if they've done the work and they've got those jersey reps, they could just end up on the CT within that 12-month qualifying season.
And that's the great thing that the World Surf League have done. You know, that you can cut through it like butter if you get on a tear, you know, you get a hot streak going. You can do it just Callum Robson style. You just come through, win a big QS 5000. Next minute you're in the Challenger Series. You break through that into the top 10. And now Callum is really solid in the CT.
There goes Mitch James. Flowy surfing, but he looked a little tentative on that middle turn, kind of. I think
he
waiting so long, huh?
He looked a bit safe. That second turn, I think he needed to see. And that's the thing about the goofy footers. Look, they can just whip it around. If they come square off the bottom, and they just whip it out of the top. It just looks that much more spectacular.
Oh, beautiful surfing there from current heat leader Saxon Reba.
Yeah, he's really playing a really smart game and not putting a foot wrong. Incredible surfing, great heat management, everything. It's just, you know, when you get in that flow, you have those heats where it all comes your way. But you know, he's doing the work on the wave.
Here's the replay of Mitchy James.
Yeah, there's a good-looking wave here by Mitch, and he's just surfing it pretty conservatively. He comes to this section here. This is nice here, and this move here, I reckon he need to put a bit more into it. Just sort of hit it without sort of bashing the lip, and you know, even sending a big rooster tail to really get the judges' attention. Whereas you see the dynamic here of Saxon, it's this kind of little combo right here. He stalls the board to get that pivot going, and then also the finish here just above the lip line, really solid, whipping it round. Expect another good score.
Yeah, nice combination from him. He did look really composed and just ready to build on that momentum that he's already found himself in his first 20 minutes of this heat. Mitch James, last score, his best wave so far, 5.17. Let's have a look at the replay for Tom Whitpain. Similar kind of approach, but a much smaller wave than last Saxon.
That's right. Well, you know, Mitch, as we said, if he can get himself a 5, he's going to get himself back in the heat. He probably left a, you know, he probably left a solid 6 or 6.5 on the table. But a 5.17 does get Mitchell James in the heat, and it's a launching pad as we go into the last 5 minutes of the heat. He's still in with a shot for sure.
Yeah, for sure he is, and the bulk of that score for him, like you said, that middle turn, really bringing that 5.17 to fruition, but just leaving that, you were almost waiting for him to go bang, just a nice big ending, and that could have turned into the best wave of the heat, but he's done what he needed to do at this point, but he's still in 4th position, looking for a 5.18, so a similar ride, a really big, bigger wave, nice big section ahead of him will put him back into the mix.
Yeah.
Tom's last wave, he's moved into 3rd.
Yeah, Tommy has moved into 3rd, and so he's still looking for, I think, a better quality wave, whereas Saxon Reba has improved. He's gone further ahead. That 5.7 just sits really well with that 5.83. He's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, he's looking just really composed, and I don't think he's really having to push that hard on his strides just yet. I feel like maybe he might be one of those surfers that really kind of paces their performance in these earlier rounds. He has that heat intelligence about him where, you know, those guys that just don't quite show all their cards too early.
Yeah, that's a good call. Building momentum as we go through the draw. He'll be showing his cards in the next round if he gets through this heat, because that round of 64, there's every single heat, there's 2 very strong seated surfers in it.
Here we go, Tom chasing 5.57. It's not going to be that way for him. So Nick Vasicek holding on to priority and 2nd position, just over 3 minutes on the clock. Here in round 96 for the men, Saxon Reba. Just confident and looking comfortable with those pair of 5s. Similar scores on the board and similarly composed backhand attacks for him. Let's see him really light up something like you said. Coming into that next round, he's going to have to show his full hand.
Yeah, and of course Nick, he's got that luxury of having that backup score already, that 5.07. So he sits out there with the priority. You know, it really sits well with him. He's looking to maybe get a better quality wave and get in that 6-point range and really make it clear that he's on his way through this heat.
And a steaming hot day up here as well, isn't it?
It's so humid.
It's so humid. Up at this part of the beautiful New South Wales North Coast, Tweed Shire. Here we go, recap. Heat number 11, current heat leader, Saxon Reba. Done the work on his backhand, Rabbit.
Yeah, he sure did. These sections here, he's really connected them well, and loving his finishing move. So confident. Back-to-back waves here. And this is his 5.7 to really capitalise on first place. Just, you know, just really solid surfing. Nothing outrageous. is certainly doing enough to win this heat.
And currently sitting in third position, you can see on the screen, it's Tom Whitpain. 4.77 and 3.8. He has some work to do, but he's been able to find this little runner.
Yeah.
Hit the bank so nicely, but Nick Vasicek, he's been looking solid as well.
Yeah, Nick is really in good form here in these smaller waves by his standards. And he's put together two, really solid rides early in the piece.
Just a little late to that last section, but that beautiful second last turn for him. As you go, truck straight back to live action. There he is, up and riding in the blue. Vasa.
Yeah.
Waiting for this thing.
Well, this will be his final effort. He'll get over this. Look at this, how thick this wave's got. He's loving this part of it. Oh, yeah, Nick.
How nice was his projection on that sharp eye sled? Just nice out and really parallel that lip to make sure he came out in front of it.
Oh, God, I thought he might have been tempted to pull into that thing. He loves a backhand barrel, but he just finished it off solid. I don't know if we caught the start of that one, Jess.
This is the replay from Mitch James last time, chasing a 5.18. So with 30 seconds on the clock, I think he's going to need a little bit more than that. It just didn't quite have that top to bottom critical section, and he moves into third, so a 3.70. Priority is with Mitch James with just over 10 seconds, and he's going to have to find himself something better because Saxon and Nick are looking really good to go through this.
Yeah, I think this one's been the die has been cast.
As you see, one last effort, but a little too late. It looks like for Mitch James. We'll see if this is deemed maybe right on the buzzer, but it's not going to be that 5.18 that he's chasing. So unofficially, Saxon and Nick, beautiful backhand attack from them. Solid surfing. Let's see what they can do going into the next round. And heat number 12 coming up right after this here. Live action from Kingscliff at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. In the beautiful part of the world right now, Kingscliff. What a view looking south of the contest area there, Wayne. Rabbit Bartholomew next to me. What a part of the country.
Well, you can see here, Kingscliff, it really pretty much faces the same angle as Kira. And then you go down the coast and there's the beaches that are exposed to the south swells.
And here he goes, straight off the bat, here in heat number 12, Sean Gunning. In the red, another goofy footer. You were saying you may have seen a bit of him surfing up around the Gold Coast area.
Yeah, Sean's a great young surfer. And he's got a solid backhand. He's Max Carney, another goofy footer. So the goofy footer's having a field day out here at the moment. Max, no stranger to the QS. He's done a lot of overseas events. and really good backhand surfer when he can really link it together. So Maxi Carney, he'd be happy with that opening ride. So the two Goofies opening their account.
There he goes again, I think, second wave.
This is a replay.
The replay of his opening ride.
It's only a small, fluffy wave. Yeah, probably not too special.
And there we go again. You can see the amount of swell hitting this part of the coast at the moment.
Yeah.
Bugs.
Yeah, and as that cyclone moved towards New Zealand, the swell did turn a bit more southeast. But yeah, you can just see the difference in the directions. So you get a lot of water moving up the coast and out of the river. Always trying to work out why the current is so strong at Kingscliff, but I think it's just this combination. You've got these outside reefs also that break up the swells. There's just a lot of factors at play here.
And beautiful kind of mountains and hinterland all around this area. It has a real rainforest vibe to it, doesn't it, the Tweed Coast area?
Oh, it sure does. I mean, these are all offsets of, the Mount Warning is the dominant feature on the Tweed hinterland, and it has such an effect from all the way from the Burrung Bar Range down to Byron all the way up to Bow Desert. It's Mount Warning's the dominant feature. I believe it has a lot to do with our microclimate.
And there's so many world-class waves around this area as well. It's so easy to see by these guys, guys like Max and Sean, similar kind of vibe of that last heat 11. As we see Riley Munro, just a quick up and down for him, but they've found on their backhand the ability just to pivot straight off the bottom, straight into the lip on what the rest of the natural footers have kind of struggled with. They've been able to post 5s and 4s really quite easily as a goofy footer.
Good point, and I think that's a really telling factor out here today, that the goofy footers, just as you said, they can just pivot off that bottom and they just get in that combination. They go top, bottom, snapping out the lip. And they can get a real rhythm going on their backhand. Whereas forehand, you're out in the flats, you're trying to get back onto the bank, you see a section, you jam it, but finding that rhythm on your forehand, it's nearly on your forehand, you're nearly thinking down the line a lot more. You're looking down the line, looking to connect the dots on the next section.
And how about the weather this morning as well? When you have a look at that bit of cloud and a little bit of weather out to sea. At the moment, we had a early little rain squall here, but looking pretty good for the week outlook, especially swell-wise, Bugs.
Yeah, well, that because the cyclone was so far out to sea, we're still going to have a bit of a wave train coming off that for days, and that's a feature of surfing up here. Those lows when they're way out to sea, they just they're sending sets in from 1,000 kilometres away, and they just go for days.
Here we go, Finn Hill.
Yeah, Finn's on his forehand.
Yeah, trying to get to work through this inside section, isn't he? Just really working it.
Yeah, he's got to go on now. If he can finish this wave, it'll be a nice one for him. Yeah. It's a good opener for Finn, and let's see, he must be a fair way up the beach on that one, but he's electing to paddle back. Maybe.
He must be such a far way north of the contest site too, all the way down. It's incredible when you see how far they move on those little runners that just hug that inside bit of the sandbank, and he's going to have a good run ahead of him.
Yeah, well, at least he's made that wave pay, so you think that will be a keeper for him, and it'll go into his top two at the end of the heat.
Well, I wait to see where that score locks in for Finn Hill. 18 minutes on the clock here in heat number 12, and we'll cross down to Saxon Rebar, winner of heat number 11.
Thanks, Jess. That's right. Saxon, you can roll the leads up, mate. You just beat Nick Vasicek on a right-hand point.
Yeah, pretty happy with that. He's pretty deadly on his backhand, so that feels good.
You mentioned the conditions have changed a lot from the junior to the QS. Talk to us about the level of competition as well.
Yeah, it's a lot different. It's a lot of older guys, so I feel like the young one, whereas in the junior, I feel like the old one, so a bit of a different change.
I was talking to Riley Munro yesterday. He mentioned that he felt he had less expectation in this event because of that reason. Do you feel that same sort of emotion?
Yeah, a little bit. Just try and surf and not focus too much, just enjoy it, I guess.
Hang on a minute, let me guess. Just heat by heat?
Heat by heat, yeah, that's probably better.
Who would have known? Plenty of support back at home, mate, at North Stain. Did you want to shout out?
Oh yeah, thank you for everyone watching, and that's the pop, but thank you. Claws, sa.
Thanks, Stace. Saxon. Yeah, he was one of those North Stain locals, little Groms, smashed at every kind of club contest, and then all of a sudden, you know, he's like king of the kids, and he's this big, goofy footer, powerful man in the lineup.
He surfed great in that last heat, and he really managed the heat management was just awesome. He had waves to spare.
I like how he said too, he felt like, you know, kind of that old saying of the big fish in a small pond, and then he's come across into the QS 5000s and above, and now he's just like, oh, he's a young guy again. It's a whole different kind of lease on life.
But amazingly, he said you could clearly see he's not intimidated by the moment. He's just taking it on as he goes, and look, he's won his heat. He's through to the round of 64. That's awesome.
And I've seen some, like for him, like he said, not intimidated by having that level of competition. There's some incredible jewels that go down, even in the North Stain Border Riders club comps, you know. Saxon will battle people like George Pitter coming up later on in the draw, and those big, they're kind of heavy hitters now around that area, and they just go wave for wave, and they're two particular surfers, along with Axelrose Carota in that area, that really have pushed each other's performance.
Oh, gee, yeah. And here we see Sean Gunning is a better looking wave for Sean. Goes down. So that is a telling misstep there by Sean Gunning. The judges are looking for that big stuff. I mean, they'll reward it too. And here's Maxi Carney. Max started out with just a stock standard solid 5-point ride, and now he's looking to back it up. So again, good heat management by Maxi.
I love the goofy footers approach to this. I have to agree with you, Bugs. Like, it's so easy as that natural footer to get so far beyond that little pocket, and then in waves like this, it's just so easy to miss. Let's have a look from this angle, straight into it.
Yeah. And Max knows exactly what he's doing. He knows how to, get those 5s and 6s just dialed in. And you're right, because a lot of the times with the natural footers, unless there's a really vertical pocket there, they're surfing quite laterally. And we saw Finn Hill in his first wave. He only got a 4-point ride for that one. It was so. Wow! Look at this thing! Bang!
He almost had it, didn't he? He was holding my breath.
Oh, it was 80%. He made 80% of that one. So those double-ups are starting to dredge. We saw Nick Vasicek with one earlier. And Finn Hill, he'll be bummed that he didn't make that. That would have been a big scorer.
Have a look at the replay here. Look, a little bit hung up in that first turn.
Oh, no, there's Riley, sorry.
How about this double-up section?
This is unbelievable. Look, that's an overhead section. And, like, he's still with it, and he's making it. Oh, right, the young guy just got bumped at the last section. So that was an incredible opportunity for Riley, but, it was a pretty tough section to handle.
Really tough. He's only chasing that 3.48. So safe to say, biggest section we've seen over the last few hours. And like you said, overhead, double up, and he didn't make it. Only kind of had that set-up manoeuvre, but he still moved himself into third position. So 2.77 and a 2.63. He's looking for that 3.48.
That would have so solidly been about a 5.5 if he'd just been able to surf his way out of that one. And how cruel is that? I mean, he made about solidly 80-90% of that, and it just bumped him the last bit. And I was making that point before about Finn Hill, like that long ride he got, and here he is again. He only got a 4-point ride for that one, and it's they're not scoring the lateral surfing. You've got to go vertical, like the goofy footers in the pocket.
Yeah, and you saw him there, stylish opening carve, a little bit of a drop wallet, but he's only looking for the 2.25. He's got that 0.5 throwaway. He's going to have to really find those bigger, chunkier sections and just go vertical, go up towards that 12 o'clock mark if he wants to bring it against the goofy footers.
Yeah, I mean, I have to think, I thought he was going to get more than a 4, but yeah, they're really just going, the goofy footers are kind of swaying the whole situation their way, I feel.
And at the moment, it is Max Kearney. Or just over 12 minutes left in heat number 12. He's sitting there nicely with the 5-point ride. He's got to get rid of that 3.43 at some point because Finn, 4-point ride and the 2.27, pretty close behind him, as is Sean, 4.17 and the 2.07, but with first priority in that red jersey. There he is on screen. Young man Sean Gunning, I believe representing Spain, but from up around this area as well. So surfs a lot of those right-hand point breaks that it's so famous for up on this Tweed part of the coast. And Riley Munro was one of the standouts in the battles of those Ironman style rounds yesterday, that early round, and he's found himself with some work to do. That 3.51 requirement, another kind of quiet first half of this heat score-wise, and that ceiling still just sitting there. I'm getting that feeling that it's just sitting on top of the competitors, that no one's been able to kind of find or tap into what it's going to take to find that 7-point plus ride.
No, that's been elusive. The last heat we saw, I believe, pretty good combo there into the 11-point range total combined scores. But no, I mean, the excellent scores and even the high good scores are very hard to come by.
So while we wait for the next set and bit of energy to roll on through and give these guys a little bit to work with, we're going to cut to a quick break here. Plenty more live action coming up for heat number 12 at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
A very good Monday morning to you. Welcome to live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, Bundjalung country. Beautiful part of New South Wales North Coast, Kingscliff Beach. We are day number 2, straight into where we left off yesterday, round of 96 of the men, heat 12 in the water, and that man on your screen, Max Kearney in the lead, a 5-point ride and 3.43. And myself, Jess Grimwood, joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, we are really still waiting for that standout performance. We were just speaking about it off air. There's been those competitions that you turn up to, and those early rounds, it's literally go for broke every single heat. And at the moment, the door is wide open for somebody to step up and bring something different to the table and break that 5-point, 6-point ceiling.
Well, I think there's a combination of factors here. I think the venue is dictating terms. There's amazingly strong current at Kingscliff. You make one misstep on a wave, you've lost 7 minutes. You're down the beach, you don't have a score, you've got to do the run around, you've got to start all over again. The safety factor comes in because they're basically looking for 2 5s. That makes the surfing so much more conservative. The only way you can break that ceiling is, we saw it in the last heat when 2 guys or 1 or 2 guys get off to a flying start. They get those 2 5s in the first half of the heat, then they can sit there. And we saw Nick Vasicek being very patient. Saxon, they lifted as the heat went on, and they were able to go, sort of cut loose a little bit more, knowing they had the 2 scores in the ledger.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think if you're sitting on the beach all morning and, as a coach or as part of the support crew of these athletes, you'd be looking at the stats of the last 2 heats. But here we go, current heat leader. Max Kearney up and over the roof of that first one. Nice little dial up in the pocket there. Not super critical. He thinks he's, just pushed a little too hard on that front foot.
Yeah, Max wouldn't be happy with it. And see, that's exactly what I was talking about, because now that's a the full rotation of the cycle is like a little mistake there. And Max, instead of getting that 5, he's going to bring himself right back. And so that's a throwaway score. And it's going to take a lot of the time up. And he's paddling back out, but he's sort of halfway down the current. So he'd be looking for an opportunistic wide one. We see Finn Hill now deciding to paddle back out. Obviously on the screen we don't know exactly how far down the coast, but Max was looking, this was going to be in that 5-point range for sure. It was heading that way.
Yeah, and as it just doubled up there, it looks like kind of just slipped off that front foot, pushing so hard on the backhand. I like this from Finn Hill though, smooth. Yeah,
smooth, and he's found a wave that really has hugged the bank nicely, and it just didn't get a connection way deep, and it'll be okay.
Yeah, looking like he's going to possibly improve that scoreline for himself. I like that he stayed in the pocket too. I know we were kind of crucifying the natural footers a little bit just before, but it's so easy to be drawn down the line here, this style of beach break that kind of resembles that point, that long running right-hand point, and he was able just to feel like settle it down a little and stay right nice and close to that little power source.
Yeah, I think it's more the fact that with the goofies anyways, you know, that they're looking for a certain kind of wave. They are really looking for the waves that hug the bank. The natural footers, if you can see a wide bank and you always got that one eye down the line, you are looking to get way down the line and get a huge finishing turn. That's going to work in their favour. But the goofies, they've been watching this. They're looking for those waves that just hug the bank because they can just go top to bottom, and then whip that last turn. And it seems to be the formula.
It seems to be working for the goofy footers. And I mean, thinking about all of the historic battles you've had in your career coming up against the goofy footer on a point break like this, are you thinking the same kind of things that you're just relaying here in this kind of analysis of the heat? Are you just thinking, oh, they're just going to go top to bottom, they're looking for something a little bit different to what you were?
Yeah, well, you know, on a point break, I would definitely be thinking that. I'd be thinking, looking as I take off and seeing a section, a bowl down the line, kind of knowing what that's going to do when it hits the bank and setting my hole right up around it. So definitely down the line point break thinking for me. Whereas a goofy, yeah, I mean, if they're surfing laterally down the line, they're not scoring points.
Yeah, it's look at this set rolling on through right now. Actually, I think we're going to have the same situation that we saw yesterday. I felt like it was a little bit bigger yesterday, and a lot of those guys got caught out just punching that treadmill current, and off that little edge of the sandbank is so easy. Here goes Finn. Yeah,
we just saw a couple of lost priorities in that situation. This is a better looking way for Finn. Can you get around this section? So not the length of ride.
No, it's still 2 turns, I think. Probably similar to his scoreline as well, like nothing super critical, but a much bigger wave. So 4 minutes on the clock. He only needs 4.44 to take the lead. With priority situation, Max in the green, holding down the lead as well. Just a 5 and a 3.43. Sean sitting with that second priority, so he lost priority in that last paddle, and he only needs a 3.53 to move up into Finn's position, or 3.93 now. Finn improving his situation. Riley similar, 5.33.
Yeah, I think Riley might have lost, got it pegged down in the priority in that last lot there, because there was a couple of paddles for a wave, and they were paddling quite hard for it.
Here's the replay of last Finn Hill improving his situation in second position.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a phone climb to finish there, but that first turn was a nice carve.
And that does push the requirement ever so slightly up for Sean and Riley, just needing that 3.93 and a 5.33. Here we go. Will this one hit the bank? Up and riding, Sean Gunning.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's got a bit of a double up in front of it. You can see that ridge in front of the wave, and this section here now it's lining up for him. Nice backhand turn there. He caught a rail on the way back down, so he'd probably get a completion, because he looked like he was going into the next turn, but the trouble started as he was coming down. He definitely caught a rail. I don't know if how they'll judge that.
It was lining up to look like a really nice turn. The 3.93. It's a good backhand turn. I feel like for me that's going to definitely replace his 2.07 and put the pressure on Finn. You can see that head just going back and forth. Finn battling nature right now to get himself back into an opportunity. Here's the replay of Sean's.
Yeah. So this first section, not much of a score going on there. And he cuts it back again, slow, nothing really in the curve. Now the beautiful turn, and then see, oh, he just caught it. He's up again though. No, he's up and out. So he's having a bit of difficulty getting that second one. Here's young Riley. Riley was he was a standout yesterday. Oh, he's gone down on that one.
Really having to kind of create something on that as well. It was so flat. There was no real critical section for him, but here goes the heat leader.
Yeah, Max, he'll be bang. Oh, he's down. So this heat's really. Is it nerves at play here? I mean, they're all going down. I mean, but they're trying to push it. They're trying to squeeze a lot of turns into a very short space, and it's not easy to do.
And with just under 1.5 minutes on the clock, Sean's last score, a 2.33, so shy by quite a bit of that 3.93 requirement. He really needed something bigger.
And the other thing here, they're pretty much all out of the lineup. I mean, no one's going to be in that absolute takeoff zone. They've all had a ride, so they're all, and there's no use doing the runaround. So they're at different places. We can't quite pick them up on the screen, but they're not in the traditional takeoff zone. So now they're looking for an opportunity to come wide.
They need that go for broke kind of, maybe a mystical left or something out of the ordinary for this heat, and a bigger, chunkier section just to really light up. One turn is going to see them. 3.93, or I mean a 5.33 is probably pushing it. Here's the mystical left.
Oh, you called it, Jess. You called it. It's amazing. And it is Sean Gunning. He's on a Miami left here.
Oh.
That's probably the best left we've seen ridden.
Yeah, definitely today. I love his style. I don't know how that's going to factor in. We haven't even seen any in the comparisons of the scale of this round today, but with 10 seconds on the clock, I mean, he's done all that he could.
It's got to be close. A 3.93, was it enough? It wasn't bad. He had there was a really nice cutting in there. He finished it off well. How are they digging the lefts?
I don't know. I think looking down into that angle as well would be tough for him to pull that 3.93 out of it. But we're going to have to wait and see how the scores lock on in for him. Let's have a look at the replay. Is there a 3.93 in this? Some clues and inklings are saying perhaps yes. Look at this last turn.
I like it. I like that last turn. I like that cutback.
Yep. Something different, a point of difference. Waiting very patiently for that score there. What a nervous time as well. One of the worst times of the heat. Not being able to hear the position.
Maybe not. I don't know.
We'll have to wait to see and confirm. Body language is not telling us too much here at all either, Bugs, but while we wait for the official results to come on in, we will be back with live action. Heat number 13 in the water, round of 96 of the men, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro heat number 13 of the round of 96 here at the QS 5000. Stacey Galbraith alongside Jess Grimwood. Jess, the wind is swinging. I don't know what that means, but I think it's starting to look a little bit cleaner out here at Kingscliff. We've seen some pretty skits heats the last couple of days. Lots of running, lots of paddling, a little bit of surfing, but it all works.
I feel like the goofy footers have really done well to make it look fun at the moment.
Lukey Hamilton up and riding here. The big fella from Merriweather. He's done well to finish that wave. Jess Grimwood has morphed into Ronnie Blakey.
Oh, she's good.
Musical chairs. Connor Lyons.
Oh. Really strong on the replay here, Connor Lyons. Love it.
Seamless, Ron.
Oh, just staunch. Solid finish. And he'll make his way around. So, big number to kick things off. We've seen those surfers that have been able to break that 5-point barrier, which is kind of indicative of the conditions. Those people who've broken through with the sixes are through to the next round, basically.
That's right. Yeah.
You don't want to get ahead of yourself, but we're feeling like he's got a fantastic shot here.
I think so. It's his to lose now, for sure. Just judging by heats gone by. Then again, though, this heat is stacked to the brim. He's got Luke Hamilton, Coda Kilhorn, and none other than Nicholas the Squiz Squires chasing him down.
Yeah, it's a good lineup. Let's see what Coda can get done here as we go to that replay. Bang!
Nice sequence of turns there. He's just sort of misread the inside here. I think he was trying to get two when he probably should have just done one. But hey, that's easy to say from the booth, Ron.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you could tell at the start of that ride that he was pacing himself beautifully, getting away from the wall a little bit so he could really size up those steeper turns. But yeah, he did get a little bit greedy on the inside there, just trying to
at the trough
whip together a little combo. It didn't come off, but he's on the board, 3.5. Nicholas Squires, blue collar shredder. Let's see what he can do. He's got priority out there now.
Yep, and I'm expecting big things from the Squizzy. You talk about guys that can get 12 points in any condition, and we've been talking about that sort of the magic number to get through a heat today, and I think that Squiz is definitely one of those guys. Reads the lineup really well. He's surfed 8 million heats on the QS, and yeah, definitely knows how to pick apart a lineup like this, that's for sure.
We'll see what he can do in just a moment. Right now, though, let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Vorno.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Max Carney here, and mate, you know, coming from Tugun, that cyclone swell, sometimes they deliver just crystalline orbs that just drain down those banks and you just get nothing but the vish. And then sometimes you just turn up and it's a little bit difficult. How'd you go out there?
Yeah, Vorno, it's definitely not like the cyclone swell we had the last couple of days, but I managed to get a couple of good ones, and yeah, it just got one at the start of the heat, and then sort of we all, lost rhythm a bit. Once you get a wave, you've got to do the run around. It's a lot of sweep and current there, but yeah, managed to get a couple. It was good.
I heard Ronnie and Stace talking earlier about sort of having it in your strategy to sort of bank mid-range scores and not sort of like get too greedy for the big ones. Is that what you took out there?
Yeah, I mean, like that first wave that came through, I was kind of just like in the sweet spot for it, and just kind of, it ran off really well and kind of just had a bit of cup on it and just went, top to bottom. And then, I knew that was going to be an okay score, and then just needed to try to find another one like that. But I was just struggling, from there, and I fell on one, and turned down the line there. And yeah, it's just, it was hard basically, yeah. But it would have been nice to get like a mid-range 5 or a 6,
Does it creep into your brain a bit when you fall? Because, I mean, that's real hard to get back up against that rip.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it got to me, but I was like, but, it would have been, it's not barreling, mate, unfortunately, we've had the last couple of days, but, yeah, happy to move through.
Mate, got the job done, and, surely, or hopefully, we see some better conditions in the week ahead.
Yeah, fingers crossed, Vorny, yeah. I think, yesterday was a bloody challenge. It was howling northerly, and, today's a little bit got that easterly feather on it, but yeah, fingers crossed for good week ahead.
Good on you, mate. Max Carney, boys, he's into the next round.
Did a great job out there, didn't he? Finishing off his waves well, and as we heard him say, it's not easy. There's some challenges out there at the moment, but this next crop of aspiring young pros, Stace, they're getting the job done.
Yeah, getting the job done. Max tradesman-like. He knows what he's doing. He can sniff out a left rip bowl amongst a right point, and he also knows how to tag a right till the absolute end of the earth. So, yeah, Max, you'll be feeling good coming in the next couple of days, I reckon.
Most definitely. A big thank you to the Tweed Shire Council for getting behind this event. And a big thank you to you, Stace, for hosting us in what is really not quite your zone, but it's on the fringes.
Zone. Yeah. I think Gold Coasters as a whole have a sort of a terrible, thing where they kind of think the whole zone is their zone, but it's not. This isn't our zone. This is this is Dean Turbo Bevan country. It's Michael Marguson country. It's
Blue Jersey country.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
That's right. It's Lungi Slab country. It's a beautiful part of the world, and it's certainly not my neck of the woods, but it is a great part of town to hang out in for sure. So grateful to be down here.
Beautiful zone. Definitely want to acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians of this area. You mentioned the Slab family from just a little further north. But, they do a great job of just keeping that culture, Indigenous culture, alive and keeping everyone engaged in it. It's such a beautiful area, man. You could see just what drew people here forever. Yep. Abundant in food, but just abundant natural beauty. Yeah. I love the hinterland here. Out towards Wollumben, and it's just so pretty.
It is, yeah. If you get the chance near 20s there's a new park for kids, and Lungi's father Kyle and Auntie Christine did a fantastic job of piecing some stories throughout the park there about the Indigenous seasons, and it's a great read. So if you've got young kids, or if you're a 20-year-old that just loves swinging on a swing, get down there and go and check it out.
I might try and find some time this afternoon. 16 minutes to go here. Connor Lyons kicked off with a beauty, a 6.17. I mean, if you blow it from here, Connor, you've had an absolute shocker. That's a great way to kick off your campaign here on day 2 of the window.
Definitely. What we got on this one here is this Lukey Hamilton, the big fella from Merewether. Great part of the world, Merewether. Had a horrible time down there last weekend for the ABB.
I bet you did.
Yeah, didn't see anyone. Stayed inside my room for 3 days straight. But, Lukey's done well to get 2 waves on the board there.
Yeah, a couple of mid-range 4s. I mean, that's, again, there's a couple of different ways you can play it, obviously. You get 2 excellent numbers, but playing the percentages game, a couple of high to mid-range 4s has generally been enough for a top 2 finish in these earlier heats.
Yeah, particularly with this much time on the clock, he's kind of built himself a great platform now to be able to... Look, I would love to say better his total, but more importantly, he can kind of now just play that priority card, do the run around, get back out the back, and more or less, play that strategy game, just monitoring the other surfers and seeing where they're at. It has been hard to hear position out there, but if he can hear his position on the run around now and hear that Nick Squires hasn't stood up, hear that Coda Kilhorn's got a 3.5, he can kind of eye those guys off and go, well, you know what, if I take the next best wave off them, I should be fine. Even if I can't hear the situation, they've still kind of got to get going here. Connor's obviously the danger man, but at this point in the heat, Luke's in a great position.
The big goal for all these competitors is, obviously bag some really solid results through this regional QS leg, give yourself the best chance at a top 10 finish and a run at the Challenger Series. But, there's been some talk that Australia's and New Zealand as a region, has so many talented surfers that maybe 10 spots isn't quite enough. But you've got your finger on the pulse with this stuff, Stace. The Challenger Series, obviously the top 10 on the men's side progressed to the championship tour. But then the next 10 from 11 through 20, those individuals are automatically on the Challenger Series already this year. Is that right?
That's right. So Jacob Wilcox, Morgan Sibilic, Dylan Moffat, and I believe Kalani Ball, they don't have to do the regional series to qualify for the Challengers. They're already on.
So I think it's a good thing for them. They deserve to be there, and they can spend this time now, you know, getting their equipment dialed, training, surfing different ways, maybe even going to the spots where the challengers are, just to get some time and some reps there, so that when those comps come into town, you know, they're feeling fresh and ready to go. Because doing this whole leg in a row, as sort of segmented as it is now, if you started your year, you know, here, and then finished it, I believe, at Haleiwa on the Challenger.
Yeah, I don't think that's confirmed, but yeah,
it's a big year on the tools.
A huge year. But also those spots for those surfers that do finish just outside that top 10, they're not taken away from your region either. So Australasia is going to have a pretty good squad.
Definitely.
Chasing down the Challenger Series this year, you'd think, as we see Nicholas Squires using his priority. You can see the power on show, even in that transition turn. And there is a beefy combo.
Fantastic. And I think, you know, obviously Coda just checking him out there on the inside, but obviously giving way. Yeah, look, Nick's going that wave every day of the year, so I really don't think it's even worth this chance here, because Kingston, he's gone now, he's off the spot. Beautiful first turn there from Nick Squires, and gets it up there for a second. You could tell he kind of wanted to chase it down the line, but that's just Nick's experience. He probably knew that the money was all there and a big closeout finish, and he's going to be well rewarded for that.
Even though he is in the jersey and it was a good call priority-wise, I'd say if these guys weren't competing at the moment, and they weren't wearing jerseys, the same thing would have happened in that situation. Coda would have got burnt by the big dog. But he absolutely, you know, pieced together that wave beautifully. Really, that first turn, it was a setup for the final manoeuvre, but he did it with enough authority that there's some points in it, and it was seamless. 6.1. He's right in it. He needs, well, nothing to even get himself up into the lead here.
Totally. So this is where Luke Hamilton really needs to keep an eye out for hearing that score, because now it sets up his heat a whole lot differently. He's sort of sitting in this position of a bit of control.
Oh, yeah.
But now that control shifted to Connor and Nick with 11 on the clock. They're only chasing really small scores now. So it's up to Luke to turn the heat up a bit if he wants to stay in a progressing position.
He is in he's built the foundations. He's been building house. That house is made of straw. And
Nick Squires is coming around the corner.
Nick Squires is the wolf, and Connor Lyons is also a wolf. He's got a 6.17, and they're just huffing and puffing. They're getting ready to just blow Luke Hamilton out of the water here.
Yeah. Squiz is a really reserved character on land, but in heat, I wouldn't want to draw him. He'd be huffing and puffing.
Also, too, this is a guy who's, you know, as you said, he's a bit of a QS journeyman. He surfed a lot of heats. I loved when he decided to go over and do the pipe event a few years back, pre-COVID, and he just turned up and started just chucking himself into some big pits, and he kind of caught the eye of the commentary team there. They dragged him in, and he ended up being on the panel for a second, and they just wanted to learn a bit more about him.
Totally.
So, you know, that says a lot about just how many class surfers who you see on the QS, just given the opportunity in world-class waves, can really turn it on.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really inspiring to see guys from Australia. Obviously, Nick comes from a very wave-rich region, plenty of tubes where he's from. But nevertheless, to go over to Hawaii and just look that comfortable, it's not an easy thing to do. And so, you know, anyone that can get over there and make their mark, you know, it is the proving ground. And he certainly did that, you know, really well that year he went over there.
9.5 minutes to go. Luke Hamilton holding on to just a narrow lead at this stage of the game. You're watching the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the show. This QS 5000, a qualifying series event here for the Australasian region. We're at Kingscliff on the Tweed Coast. This is a mobile event. We're able to tap into the best conditions. You can see out on the horizon, bit of storm activity, plenty of energy, and we've picked this cosy little corner here at Kingscliff to give these competitors the best opportunity to lock in a couple of excellent rides. And, well, not even that, just a couple of semi-decent numbers. We'll see you on into the next round at this stage. But there's always sort of that chance that someone's going to go out there and just absolutely kick the door off its hinges with a couple of big numbers. We've got Luke Hamilton holding on to a shaky lead here at the moment because Connor Lyons and Nicholas Squires both are holding on to really solid numbers, just considering the conditions here.
Exciting heat on our hands here, Rondog. As this clock counts down, it's starting to look like maybe a two-wave heat for Connor and Nick. Connor has priority. And this is a situation where you really find out what you're made of. You're in the box seat. You've got priority. You've got the best wave of the heat. Good chance he knows that. Nick Squire's up and riding. Yeah. Squizzer has third prio, so he's in a little bit of a different situation where he can kind of hunt around and look to try and put a bit of pressure on Connor and Luke. He only needs my maths isn't that strong, 2.93.
Yeah, he's chasing nothing.
Not much for the lead. So, or 3.07, something along those lines. Connor, there we go. Oh, he needs to finish his second turn.
Oh, he just got absolutely clamped on the end section there. Really, really hard on a dumpy section like that if you don't have a lot of speed to really project off the lip.
Yeah,
get
definitely.
out in front of it. He just ate it.
Interesting scores to come in. Connor and Nick have more or less got the same score here. They're both going to overtake Luke Hamilton, guaranteed. It's whether or not the judges like that one big turn of Connor or the grovelling from Nick. I kind of like the one turn of Connor, so I'm thinking that he's probably going to take the lead here. Squizzer in second, and it'll be Luke Hamilton who's actually chasing a score after leading for 20 minutes of this whole heat.
Yep. As we kind of mentioned, it's like leading at 1500 until you got 50 metres to go and you've got nothing left.
Kieran Perkins, you've got to do it.
Yeah. So we're seeing these guys start to sprint now towards the finish line. Connor Lyons 3.9, that gets him in front. Nicholas Squires 3.77. So you were right. The big individual term was rewarded over the grovel. But it's Luke Hamilton now just after that solid number, 5.21 to get up in a second. Coda's got more work to do than that, 6.37 required for him. It's definitely a little bit more ironed out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking fun. This sort of wave here looked fun to surf. Squizzer did well. It's a big unit. His equipment's looking good under his feet. I think he's pretty much a career man on, is it the Dylan Parisi surfboards? Looking good there, getting the big fella going.
You can feel the ground shaking.
Casual run around.
He just has a lot of confidence, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And you can tell that, for him, he's done enough rounds on the QS. He's been here. He's experienced it. He's had good results. He's missed out. It's probably a little bit like, you know what, early rounds.
Yeah.
Sour fair. Obviously wants to win, but at the same time, like some of these younger guys that, they wouldn't have slept last night. They're singing, hey, this is the first big QS 5000 of the year. He's been doing it for a decade, Nick Squires, so very comfortable in the jersey, and I think you can see that. Just a joy to be here
Knows
with you,
who
mate.
he is. Yeah, you too, Rondog.
Thank you.
I know you didn't sleep much last night.
I actually had the best sleep I've had in ages, considering I got about 2 hours sleep the night before Mum's 70th.
Yeah. Oh, how good.
Yeah,
You
that's magic.
bet at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, seriously.
But no, shout out to the crew that have wrangled you guys down here. Fantastic to have you here, as well as the broadcast. It's been looking amazing, if I don't say so myself.
You know who I caught up with yesterday? Tweed Coast local.
Can I have a hint?
Australian sporting great.
Oh, geez.
And not a surfer.
Oh, clubby or?
Really fit still.
Oh.
Absolute legend.
Oh, now I feel rude not getting it. Human.
Really underground human these days.
Oh, okay.
But definitely an Australian sporting icon.
Oh, Plugger. Yes, I got it. You're kidding me.
Yeah. Yeah, he watched me have a beer. He's that healthy.
Really?
Yeah.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Like when he kicked his 1,000 and Buddy Franklin kicked his, the crew just stormed the ground.
Oh,
that
amazing.
is the craziest thing.
And it was really cool because, you know, he would never bring it up himself, but just chatting to him about what it was like, because the vision just kept coming up. Have a look at this ride for Coda, making a big charge here.
Oh,
he's that
done
guy.
the same thing again.
Oh, there's a nice flowing finishing turn, but has he done enough? 6.37 is what he's after. And this might be the start of that late charge, that late sprint to the finish line here for Coda. Waiting on the number to come through. Pick this one off down the line and have a look at this thing. Just stand up, doubles up on the bank. Did he do the work here, Stace?
I really, really think, and you know, I don't mean to be
What a
critical of
wave.
Mum and Dad are watching at home, but he needed to jam that section there.
Yeah.
That's the end of the wave. And the judges they don't want to see a finish on a foam climb. I truly believe he was on his way to the score here. His board looks really good under his feet. These turns were nice, good setup work. This one's a little better. And then the money turn is just like 1 foot in front of where he did that turn. And I reckon he would have got the score. It's just sort of, he's left a little bit of meat on the bone there, I reckon.
Yeah.
Oh, launch one.
Oh, here he is. The rear left, he's got the section. Oh, he tried to force it. Again, that wave just did not ramp up enough for him. 30 seconds to go. And he needed something special out of this one. He was after a 6.37. That last ride is yet to drop for Coda, the previous one.
It's good surfing.
So a couple of numbers on the way
It's
here.
going to be a good score. I just don't know if it's going to be completely enough. Connor Lyons would have to be thinking that.
You got to think back to what we saw from Nicholas Squires on the 6.1. That was a big carve, a great end section turn. He's up again, live action. Nick Squires, and what about the rebound? Has he got? Yeah, I was going to say, has he got that solid stance to ride out of that impacting water on the end of this one? He does. That was a really explosive combo to finish.
Fantastic work from the broadcast there.
Oh, mate.
Simultaneous surfing.
Love that.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Screen on screen action. A couple of waves and the big exchange at the end there. So, look, it doesn't even really feel like it's going to matter here. Coda got a 4.43 for the right. The left's not going to be as good as that, so I can't see it really playing into the heat too much.
No.
But Nick Squires is going to drop another bomb score here.
Yeah, Nick Squires is going to the lead.
I think it's going to be the biggest heat score of the morning, for sure. Nick Squires about to put up a really solid number.
Yeah, that's a bummer there for Coda. He'll go back and watch that. I'm sure he'll dissect it. Probably on mute, cut out my noise, but yeah, it's a veteran effort there from Nick Squires and Connor Lyons.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to roll through here. But they're expecting that Nick Squires is probably going to grab himself the lead. Just had so much speed for the end section on that last ride. And I think even if he just finished with the big hit on the oncoming left, that would have been enough. But then he managed to kind of cut back, get a huge rebound in as well. And the number is in, 6.6. Rockets into the lead, a healthy heat score for Nick Squires, the veteran, 12.7. And it is going to be Connor Lyons hanging on to that second position and progressing through to the next round. We'll take a quick break here. More action coming your way with a stacked lineup in this next heat. Don't miss it.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Laura Ann over there just really sharing the wisdom.
Oh, speaking of wisdom,
Here we
I
go.
don't think you could have a better person in the lineup.
Whoa. Well, we said it was a stacked heat. Big names. Josh Kerr is back in the jersey, wearing blue. Former CT standout up against Darcy Crump from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. He's in the red. Darcy Phillips is out there in the white. And Matt Boyle in the green. Should be a really good one, but I mean, onshore conditions and really tricky. The ramps have been hard to come by, but if anyone's going to find it, it'll be Kersey.
I can recall Kersey mincing Kelly Slater at Snapper Rocks in similar conditions a few years ago, and I think he'd be probably the worst person to draw in a heat out here. A, because his wave knowledge is just on another planet, and B, he's got the ability to mix it up with any kind of manoeuvre, whether it be carving, aerial, tubes, the whole lot. So as we see Kersey here on his first attempt in and out, just sniffing. It's dangerous when you see Kersey sniffing, because eventually he will find his chance.
Yeah, he's also just, you know, really committed to the 20s these days. The getting off tour just gave him the opportunity to start experimenting with equipment, riding those album 20s now, and they're just looking so good under his feet. And you just know that he wasn't going to change it up when he pulled the jersey on.
No, why would you? Good surfing's good surfing. It's good to see him out here. And Kersey spent a lot of time in this area, probably about 300 metres further south than this particular spot, but nevertheless.
Here goes Darcy Phillips now.
Oh,
the old reverse.
Phillips, make that.
Shane Wenner at your heart out.
Oh, of course. That was sick. The Brewery Surf School.
Yeah, solid stuff there.
That was
Don't mind
sick.
it.
How psycho is that pit that Werner gets in campaign 1?
Oh, yeah. Here goes Josh again. So didn't get much out of his first couple of rides.
He's seen Darcy do a reverse.
Oh, big grab rail float. Re-entry there to finish that one off for Kersey, whose daughter Sierra's just been on an absolute tear. Just her performance evolving beautifully. Another victory for her in the Pro Junior event here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Darcy Crump up at the moment. Love this guy's style. I've enjoyed plenty of surfs with him on the Northern Beaches. Just always has that silky smooth approach.
Oh, that was sick. Really wasn't much going on prior to that.
Here's Kersey.
I think has gotten really, really strong and consistent. It's a big, beautiful opening frontside wrap. We've got Sierra there helping him out on the runaround.
Oh, I love it.
Might need a bit more than water by the end of it. No, just kidding. Josh is, he hasn't stopped. He's probably surfed more off tour than what he has on. He's go-go gadget.
Absolutely loving it. Vaughan, Josh Kerr looking sharp on the 20s, but a great performance there from Nick Squires.
That's right, Ron. If there's one thing you can count on when Nick Squires pulls on a Rashi, it's that if a section looms up, he's going to punch the puck a donut out of the thing. Mate, you must be pretty frothing on a couple of those sections you got.
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of my game plan to wait for those sets, and a lot of the wider ones are better. The only hard thing is there's not many of them, so you're out there in the middle of nowhere kind of thinking there might not be anything, but I wasn't really nervous that heat, which was nice. Yesterday I had a bit of jelly legs and kind of wasn't settled, but just then I felt really settled. So I knew as soon as I got a wave, I was going to be okay.
Mate, it's so great to see you in the Rashi. I mean, we know that you've been on the QS for a while and you always look so confident. Like, you really do attack these sections. What's your plan for this year?
Yeah, look, I competed for about 12 years. I've had 2 years off. I hung up the boots in 2020 and life's been pretty hectic recently, so it was a good excuse to have a holiday up on the Goldie, and there was a cyclone, so I got a couple of good waves and bring the family up and just chill out. I'll probably I'll give this event a big run. Hopefully I'll get into Burleigh and then Boomerang Beach, and I'll just assess things. Like, I'm working full time and running the surf school back home, so pretty busy, but if there's another chance to do another little holiday and a competition, I'll definitely jump on it.
No place better to have a holiday than the Tweed Coast, mate.
Yeah, how good is it? It's warm water. The sun's almost too hot, but it's nice. It's nice to check out for a little bit and just hang out with the family and have a few surfs. And you know, we've got a 20-month-old and he's loving the water, so get him in the water and hang around. It's pretty nice.
And you got your 20-month-old to thank, obviously, for your fitness as the big run up the beach.
Yeah, that was tough. I won't be looking for a run around anytime soon. My other job, I've been doing a lot more weights and not much cardio, and yeah, it was all right. I went hard pretty strong. As soon as I got to the water's edge, I was like, wow, I'm pretty buffed.
Nah, good on you, mate. A strong performance there, and I look forward to seeing you the next one.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Legend.
Good on you, Squids.
Thank you.
On you, boys.
Yeah, that was solid stuff. And, you know, a bit of an indicator there of what's so great about this regional QS is that some of those surfers who were at it for a long time, you know, you're not committing to a big international schedule. You can compete here in your backyard. You can take some time off work if you've got a full-time job and get it done. Darcy Crump, he's loving his time here on the Tweed Coast. Good wave there. He's taken the early lead.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Nice, strong punctuation there towards the end of that ride. The judges are definitely going to like that one. But, yeah, cracking interview there from Squizzer. And like you said, come up, have a holiday, surf a few heats. He had his young fellow in the draw in junior and in these heats here yesterday. So I know he'll be enjoying his time up here on all fronts.
No doubt. Yeah, I'm enjoying my time. I'm actually staying down at the North Star Holiday Resort, which is right behind this event, and it's just dreamy down there, man. I do love that about the Tweed Coast is when you're coming through all these little village towns, coastal village towns, you know, they've all got that bridge. Yesterday afternoon was an absolute face melter. It was so hot, and just driving down through Pottsville, Hastings, you know, just everyone just enjoying the river and jumping off the bridge.
Yeah, it's sort of like, you know, the institution down here is high tide at the creek.
Exactly.
It's everyone builds their day around high tide at the creek and when they finish work and what time they get up and whatnot, because the tides down here, you know, the water crystal clear blue, and yeah, it's a great spot to hang out.
Absolutely dreamy.
You've been hitting the slide at the holiday park in the pool?
Oh, mate, yeah. Well, it's been pretty crowded, I won't lie. But, yeah, I've taken the wristband off today, but I'll be back down there this afternoon. Yeah. 16 minutes to go here. Darcy Crump, he's got that, you know, that really promising heat score total already. He's eclipsed that 10-point mark, combined two-wave score, and that, we're kind of banging on about it, but that has been sort of like a qualifying number for surfers. So he's kind of got the job done somewhat. He'll want to play the back half of this heat wisely. Josh Kerr's in a great position here. He had a 6 on his last ride, and it's a 4.44. And obviously that will take him above that 10-point total. And we're kind of really just waiting for Darcy Phillips and Matt Boyle to do something.
Yeah, I mean, Darcy's got a wave on the board there, but it really, other than the reverse, wasn't quite there. And then Matty Boyle, quick in and out. So, you know, still plenty of time on the clock. But as we mentioned earlier, you do want to get going. You don't want to leave your run too long.
No, it's you know, I think the pace has been set so early here that they're actually pretty reasonable number requirements for Matt Boyle and Darcy Phillips, because they haven't done too much. Whereas in previous battles, you know, about this point in the heat, surfers have still been able to get themselves into the top 2 with just a 2-point ride. So even that pressure is starting to sort of intensify and bubble and boil for Matt Boyle and Darcy Phillips here.
See young Macklin Flynn getting ready there for his heat coming up next. He's come all the way from West Australia.
Love
Staying at the Henry residence just around the corner here. But yeah, boiling over.
He's in the zone, isn't he,
You could say, Ron.
Here we go. Josh Kerr up again. Just, you know what, on days like today, the equipment edge is being given to Josh Kerr here. Just how quick this little 20, this flat template moves across these dead sections. Oh my goodness. Oh, Josh. Absolute medial nightmare. He's okay. But just the backwash, just cruel timing there. Knocking him off. But Kersey's trying to get rid of that too. Just, you know, it's going to grow the requirement significantly when he does lock in something better than that 2-point ride.
Yeah, lovely small wave surfing here, like you said. That little board is lot of the surface today trying to generate their speed. Kersey's just got it on tap. Oh my. Oh, gee whiz. I think...
you hate to see it.
Yeah, you really... Darcy behind. Nice opening first turn there. We really want to get down this double up. Unfortunately coming unstuck, but look, to be fair, even if he made that ride, I don't think it really would have gone much above the 3.33 that he's already got, which, at this stage in the heat, Darcy's not looking for another 3. He needs to jump up into that 5 range if he wants to have a chance as this one counts down.
So, as we mentioned, if Josh is able just to dump that 2, it's going to make life really difficult for Darcy Phillips and Matt Boyle. And he has done it, 3.6 on the last wave. That means the requirement for Phillips is a 6.27. That's just to get the second. And Matty Boyle, who's out there with priority, actually, he's still in the blocks.
Here we go, Matty Boyle.
Needs to make this one count, has to. It's a good-looking wall. So his patience has been rewarded there, but what's this thing going to do through the inside? It's all stepped out and ugly, loses a bit of speed, recovers well though, and a big finish. Wow. And that couldn't have come at a better time. That was perfect timing. He's got still 10 minutes on the clock, probably just under by the time he gets back out there.
Yeah, I reckon about 2 minutes for him to get back out the back, plenty of time.
Feeling like, this is going to be one of those close finishes here.
Well, 3 of our surfers here are going to have a score in that sort of mid 5 to 6 range, which is going to make it really exciting. This is where he got all the money. Nice turn out of the top there, well negotiated with the backwash, and a big critical finish. The judges are going to like that.
Yeah, I mean, he really saved this ride with this turn, because even though he did a lot of moves on that outside, the best manoeuvre was that final one.
Definitely, yeah. It's sometimes the wave does the work, sometimes the surfer does the work. On that occasion, it was a mix of both, but I'd say the wave definitely gave him the opportunity to get some real scoring points on the board. And the judges love that. They don't, if they see someone grovelling around versus a surfer who's just sort of matching the power of the wave, they're always going to go with the bigger section. So that's, as we see there in the score, 5.5 for Matty Boyle.
He's in it. Matty Boyle is in the pool. He's taking a big dive off the blocks. He's got to chase down Josh Kerstill, and you just got to keep in mind that Josh has a bit of an edge on him with that best number, and he's only looking to improve on a 3.6. So the requirement at the moment for Matt, 4.11. Darcy Phillips not out of it just yet, but hasn't really kind of given us anything to get excited about just yet. It's in him. It's certainly in him. 10.5 minutes to go, and we're going to take a quick break here from the round of 96. Heat 14 will continue right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Thanks for being with us for this QS 5000. We also had a Pro Junior over the weekend, Stace and Sierra Kerr victorious in the women's division. And
Lennox Shell.
Big Len.
Big Leno.
The big goofy footer getting it done and getting himself an important confidence boosting victory prior to getting into this QS. But that's, a great stop on the calendar. Good way to kick things off. Well, what is a solid run of events for these campaigners. It's been a good start to this heat for Darcy Crump. He's led from the opening stages here. And I mean, any time you're coming up against a surfer who's competed on the championship tour and had huge results there, you know, it's going to play into your mindset a little bit. I think it'd be fair to say that all the competitors in this heat probably saw that Josh was in there and thought, okay, well, you know, I guess it's a battle for second spot. Let's see if Josh can get himself the lead here. But Darcy Crump's been strong, hasn't he?
Yeah, really strong. Started really well. Got a quick backup, and now he's sort of in that time in the heat where it's probably time to keep pushing on and try and put a bit more of daylight between you and second, which is Kersey. You don't really want Kersey chasing down a 4 for too long. It's only a matter of time before he gets it. And then, yeah, Matty Boyle, he's in the game now too.
Just having a chat to, you know, competitors in the past. You know, this is a heat that Matt Boyle, Darcy Phillips and Darcy Crump will never forget, getting the opportunity to surf against Josh Kerr.
Definitely. Yep.
It's like a kind of a memorable moment. The great thing about these regional QSs.
If they get him, they'll, you know, definitely be, well, they might be talking about it, or their mates definitely will be talking about it.
Oh, they'll be talking about it, for sure. I remember Jake Patterson saying to Kelly Slater, the year that Jake won the Pipe Masters, he beat Kelly, I think, in the semis.
Yep.
And Jake said something to Kelly Slater about it, and Kelly said, oh, I don't remember that. I said, I do remember, however, the 15 times that I did beat you at the Pipe Masters. But, you know, you get a win over a more fancied rival, especially someone, you know, as accomplished as Josh. You're not going to forget it.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, and Darcy actually surfed a few heats against Kersey over the years. Darcy would come down from North Stratty and surf a few board riders heats at Snapper just to get a bit of extra time in a rashie. And, yeah, Kersey, like, with Snapper, you know, they have these, like most clubs.
Oh, here we go. Wow, what a combo there from Josh Kerr. And we've seen a lot of waves where surfers have managed a lot more turns on the rides, but Nicholas Squires in the last heat, Josh Kerr right there. I mean, it is quality over quantity, and expecting that will be the number to get him into the lead.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, like I mentioned, Darcy and Josh, they would have had a few club round heats together over the years. Not a bad turn there from Darcy. Just got a little hung up, which put him behind for this one, and unfortunately unstuck. However, Kersey behind. Gee, he can find him. Beautiful first turn here. Lovely snap out of the top, and then, yeah, no worries here. Big finish. Full commitment to that end section. Sort of, you know, similar to the finish of Matt Boyle's wave, but whereas, you know, Boyley just sort of riding the lip, Kersey actually punctuating and driving his tail through the lip there. So I'd have to imagine that's going to be a pretty solid score, and it'll see him into the lead.
Darcy Crump with a good looking section here. Smooth turn out of the top. This wave standing up nicely. Whips it again. Needs to find that big money turn. It's just been a nice sequence of smooth manoeuvres so far, as this one looks to stand up again on the inside. Plants a couple of solid hits on it. Just really piecing this ride together nicely. Checks the watch. 5 minutes to go. He was looking to improve on a 4.67, but the number in for Josh Kerr. We expected it to be a pretty large one, 7.5.
There you go. Pretty easy one for the judges to write down. I reckon they would have been pretty excited to see that wave and to give them an opportunity to, you know, finally break into that high good range in the scale. 7.5. It's made the task hard for everyone else here.
You think, you know, someone like Josh, final at the Pipe Masters, had big results, had, you know, perfect rides at the CT level, coming back to a QS, you know, what's his motivation? How's his appetite for competition? And one of the big indicators for me is how tight you do the knotter on your jersey. And, you know, if you're not too phased about the contest and you're just in it for fun, you're not getting someone to tie your jersey back for you. Kersey is really... Oh,
double knot?
Yeah, tight knot. He doesn't want anything holding him back on these waves, and as a result, you know, that motivation's on show. 7.5 and a 6. Darcy Crump needs a 7.73 to get back into the lead. Matty Boyle and Darcy Phillips are scrambling for opportunity out there now.
Yeah, Josh and Sierra had a fantastic run at the ABB surfing for Snapper, and I mean, above it all, must be pretty cool to surf heats with your daughter like that. That's pretty rad. Rad dad right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been really fun just watching Sierra apply herself to the surfing, because there's so many avenues she could have taken sporting-wise. She's just a talented athlete. She's just very good hand-eye coordination. She played sevens rugby over in California and
Really?
was representative. She's an unbelievable golfer. She's an accomplished skateboarder, vert ramps, bowls, anything. So there's really kind of nothing that she can't do if she applies herself to it. But since she's really set her sights on this surfing dream, she's just gone to a crazy level.
Definitely. Yeah, performances in Indonesia at the Stab High event over there were groundbreaking. And, you know, I think that, you know, anyone watching can sort of see right before our very own eyes what that next crop of women are capable of doing. And, you know, I think we all look forward to seeing that on the CT very soon.
Yeah, just lucky that she's representing Australia.
Yeah, pretty happy about that.
She, mum's obviously from California. Nicole, she's out here as well at the moment. But, yeah, it's a big plus for Oz, because, you know, we need to ensure that that next wave of talent following the surfers that have been dominating at the top level for so long now, Sally Fitzgibbons, Tyler Wright, Steph Gilmore, that, you know, that there's a plan in place to have some surfers ready to step up when they opt out.
Definitely. And obviously Sierra's really well travelled, spends a lot of time in California and in Australia. And I think, you know, it's great to have her representing Australia, but it's also good just to have her on the Gold Coast and surfing and have young girls around the neighbourhood. I'm sure Sierra doesn't see herself as that sort of role model yet, but she definitely is, even though she's only really young. You know, to have her out at Snapper and D-Bar and surfing the waves when it gets a bit bigger, and she's giving young girls like the opportunity to see, like, hey, it is possible. Age is just a number, and she's behind the rock. She's up at South Stratty. She's doing step-offs with Dad, big airs in comps. Like, she's doing it all. So, yeah, it's great to see.
That exposure to greatness and just something to aspire to is massive. But there is so much for this next generation of Australian surfers to get excited about at the moment, because it just feels like there's a bit of a power shift happening at this stage. We've got Jack Robbo on top of the ratings. We've got Matt Boyle up at the moment. He's after a 5.45 out of this one. Well, does well. You can see this wave's been trying to trip him up throughout.
Boyley.
Didn't he do a great job of just ironing out the creases in that wave?
Absolutely. Read it well. Das behind.
Less than a minute to go here. But, yeah, Jack Robinson on top of the ratings for the men. Jarvis Earl. He's a world champion at the moment, the world junior champ, and that was such an exciting event to watch. The world junior
firing waves
championships were in pumping surf. Sierra did really well, didn't get the victory ultimately, but you know, Australia was well represented at the world juniors, and that is a really good sort of indicator of what we can expect to see on the CT in years to come, as Josh is up again, standing on the tail, looking for a ramp. Just finds a step.
Captain fun. I was stoked to see Kersey's knees still work after that earlier backwash explosion.
Yeah. That was a absolute sort of shocker.
What do you reckon about this Boyley ride? 5.45 is a requirement.
I know.
I reckon it's better than his 5.5.
It's going to be really close. Darcy would be nervous at the moment, because Darcy had a real great opportunity. Darcy Crump, really tight. To drop an excellent score, but he had a 5.17. Just kind of cruised his way through. And we're waiting on the number to come through here. Josh Kerr with the win. But let's see where Matty Boyle goes with this last ride.
Scores to come.
5.45 is what he's after.
Nervous times for Darcy Crump. Also nervous times for Matt Boyle. It's one of those things. I'd love to know what he's thinking.
Sierra just greeting her dad down there at the water's edge. It's got to feel good. A 7.5 and a 6-point ride for Josh. Dominant on that 20. His brother-in-law's down here. The whole fam's in town.
Epic.
Let's have a look at these rides from Josh Kerr here. Just never lost his cool either, did he? He kind of believed that if he could get the waves, he would get the win.
Definitely, yeah. Looked really locked in on his board, flying down the line. Definitely the most... Oh, that would have been sick if he made that.
That was his
really
first
strong
ride.
wave here.
It's when he kept the board in the water that he started to really turn in his best numbers. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Jess Grimwood and Bugs will step in for the call.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
And welcome on back. A very good Monday of surfing ahead of us. Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 here in Bunjalung Land, Kingscliff Beach. We are poised and ready. Heat number 15 is kicked off. Myself, Jess Grimwood, in the booth with 1978 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Look at that weather out there, Bugs.
Yeah, it's been a lot of squally action out to sea. It hasn't really hit us, so we had a couple of little showers this morning, but I think it could do with a shower. It's so humid out there.
Yeah, and it's almost kind of collapsed off a little bit. I feel like it was pretty bumpy and a little bit confused this morning when we first turned up at the competition side, and now we're just seeing a little bit more smoothness. There's Brent Savage, replay for his first wave.
Yeah, well, Brent was a standout yesterday. He had a really strong heat. Knows this wave well. Oh, great. Wow. Oh, wow, what a snap. Really huge rooster tails. This is a pretty outstanding opening ride.
That was a beautiful ride, and what a way for him to open up. He was speaking so much about the fact that he works for, a family-owned real estate business. Oh, hold the phone, here comes Macklin Flynn.
Yeah, you're right about the conditions, though. They have improved. There's tide coming in. The wind's backed off. It's smooth faces. We should be seeing some pretty good scores going down. Oh, another great snap there by Macklin. And he's going to finish this one up as well. Oh, wow. Oh, that was awesome. Big run around for Macklin Finn, but he'd be happy with that opener.
Yeah, beautiful little exchange there to open up heat number 15, and it seems as though the waves are maybe about to turn on here at Kingscliff, and while we wait for those scores to drop in to the system, Josh Kerr, I believe, on the sideline with Vaughan.
Thanks, Jess. Yes, Kersey, two of the best scoring waves of this event so far, but also one of the best wipeouts, mate.
What was that, the chopper? Oh, the backwash, yeah. I saw it coming. I'm like, I'm just going to try and connect and, ollie off it. I tried my best to make it. I don't know what it looked like, but I felt like I just got engulfed by everything. But, yeah, I knew it was coming. I just was hoping to, go with it.
Yeah, I think Ronnie called it a medial nightmare. The footage was pretty scary. But, yeah, mate, finding a couple of good ones. And the 20, it just looked perfect for out there, really.
Oh, the 20's perfect for everything, mate. I can't get off them. But, yeah, I'm just stoked to throw the Rashi on in front of my family. And that my mum came down. Obviously, Sierra and Nikki are here. And everyone in the States watching online. And I'm just stoked to be able to do it. And yeah, lead by example with my daughter, and normally I'm surfing. I hate sitting on the beach watching her surf or watching heats. It's so nerve-wracking, so at least now they get to do it with me. But yeah, it's just, we always talked about how we wanted to do an event together, and these days I'm a really competitive person. All my friends know that, but normally I do that with like golf and cards and pickleball and that at the moment. But to put a rashie back on and do it surfing, it feels good.
Mate, Ronnie was mentioning you can tell a surfer's motivation by how tight their rashie knot is. Just give us a quick look at this thing. That looks pretty tight to me. Yeah, I think the only way you could get it tighter is if you pulled it through the front, did the Miami knot as a little mid-drift. But, yeah, what is your motivation for going in these events? Just a bit of fun, or you got one eye on the queue and the Challenger Series?
No eye on nothing. Just like I said, just to be able to do an event with my daughter. We kind of talked about for a while, and this is in my old stomping grounds. I went to Kingy High School, and I'm like, used to come down to this beach on Wednesday sport afternoons, walking down from school. So, it's good just to be able to play around and have some fun. And yeah, then I knew there'd be some talking going on up there, especially if Stace and Ronnie but I have to put the knot on. Sierra can't do it for me. I do it for her, but I have to put it on before I put it on. So yeah, it's tight. It is very tight.
That's awesome, mate. Well, welcome home. Welcome back to the Tweed Coast, and a great performance there. Really hope you go deep in the draw. It's so fun watching you surf.
Thanks. Yeah, hopefully you get some fun waves. It'll be good.
On your Kersey. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughan. How good. Imagine the American contingency of the Kerr family, Super Bowl on one screen, Bugs and Josh and Sierra will be surfing, at some point, maybe later today as well. So big day sports for them.
What a classic. What a great interview. Kersey is such a character, and, surfing the best he's ever surfed, I reckon. He's incredible.
Here's the replay here of Macklin's last wave. He's just found such a nice, bigger, chunkier section to work with. He kind of skips that section there.
Yeah.
And, finds this end bit, Bugs.
Yeah, and he finishes it really well. He only got a 4.93 for that, and I guess the scale's changed a bit because this morning that would have definitely been a higher score. But there's a few more scoring opportunities out there now. Brent Savage only got a 5, so that's the scale they've set. There was just they were around about the same kind of scores.
And Josh Kerr has been the standout, of course, across the event this morning. That 7.5 and the 6, and like you said, great post-heat interview to hear why he's coming back into the draw. Just that motivation, leading, for example, in front of his daughter. Imagine some of these young guys growing up would have watched Kersey on videos over and over and over again, and he would be a hero. This is Kersey's 7.5 from that previous heat. The difference here, Bugs.
Yeah, just that I saw that one live, and he was just so technically sound. He loves those 20s. As he said, 20s are good for everything.
Here we go. Lennox Chell.
Yeah, well, Lennox had a big weekend here, didn't he? In the Pro Junior.
Yeah, taking the win just, 2 days ago or 3 days ago?
Yep.
You can see he's looking confident. Oh, just winds up that backhand too. Great looking approach to that first wave. Here is Darcy Littlechild.
Yeah, Darcy's a powerful surfer as well, so this is a tough heat for sure. Oh, wow, he just sort of didn't. He'll look for a finish here, though. A little bit of a safety call at the end, but don't know if it will reach the heights of Brandt and Macklin, but he's going to come in and do the run around, that's for sure.
You can see as well how far we are from that little beach marshal area and the flags. I know Eddie Hamerty, I was having a chat to him. He got through in the previous heat, and he was saying you end up so far down past the flags. Here's the replay though. Lennox.
Yeah, this wave here is just that was a great hit there. And he brings it around. He sticks with this one. Lennox he's had such a good backhand for such a long time, and his money turns really is that 12 o'clock, and then just jams it around, keeps the flow going.
And here's Darcy Littlechild's replay as well, so he's got a score to come for this wave.
Yeah, this turn here is pretty solid. That's nice. He sort of bogs a little bit, sort of loses his speed. Finishes here. I think he could have put a bit more into that last finishing turn, or flared it a bit more.
An opening scores in for Lennox Chell, 6.17 for that backhand attack. Brent Savage with priority with that 5-point ride in second position. Flynn, I believe from WA, 4.93 on the board, and Darcy's last wave we just saw, the first opening ride for him, 3.33. So scale has been set, like we said. Josh blowing that lid off those 5s and 6s and finding that range of 7.5 ride to take out that last heat. So these guys, I feel like seems so much easier for the athletes to be able to follow suit. As soon as somebody's cracked it, it's a lot easier to see what they need to do, and I feel like this is a perfect example of it, Lennox Chell being able to tap into that.
Yeah, well, it's a real contrast too, that what we spoke about in some of the early heats, the backhand versus the forehand. You know, even though the guys were getting some pretty big rooster tails on the forehand, I mean, the judges just love that backhand vertical snap. And they're rewarding it with, you know, a solid point and point plus extra.
It's just so pleasing to the eye to watch, isn't it, as well? And I mean, Lennox, he's had so many heats already under his belt this year. We saw him compete for Avoca Board Riders last week at the Board Riders Battle, and he's such a happy guy around the contest, and it seems that he just really thrives off this kind of competitive environment. Have you seen much of him surf up these point breaks around the Goldie and around this Tweed area?
Oh, well, in junior events in the past, he's come up and, you know, I mean, he's been like a child star. You know, Lennox Chell's been a star for like 6-7 years now, and you know, he's surfing. His trophy cabinet must look amazing. Like, he basically, I think there was a period there in the juniors where he won everything every year, and now he's transferring that into the open and you know, the professional ranks.
And thinking about, there he is on screen right there. I mean, growing up on the Central Coast and at Avoca, he'd be following in the footsteps pretty tightly behind people like Ace Buchan. That backhand coming into play. Can you see any similarities in their approach to competition surfing? You would have watched Ace over his whole career.
Yeah. Well, Ace, you know, I used to run these rabbit camps down at Brokenhead, and Ace and Glenn Hall and all those kids came to those ones. And I followed Ace's career right from the word go since he was 14, and he definitely would have been a mentor figure for Lennox. Absolutely.
And I mean, Avoca Board Riders particularly, we can talk about them for a second because they're young guns out in the league with that 6.17. They've got this new vibe about them as well, that importance of Australian grassroots surfing and having that whole club behind you. I mean, you're such a big part of the clubs up here, Bugs, but what would that feel like for Lenny, just representing, even on this individual QS level, the rest of those guys and girls at Avoca?
Oh, look, club surfing, it's such an institution in Australia, and, you know, the club support, we saw it at the ABB last weekend. You know, it's absolutely amazing. And, you know, yeah, the whole club, the whole stay home. See, a lot of the crew, they're stay home surfers, and you get the ones that, you know, they grow a foot taller when they put the rashie on representing their club, but they really get behind the club surfers that get out on the road and get out on the tour and travel, and they've got a huge following all the way around the world.
So just over 12 minutes on the clock. You can see in the lineup right there, Lennox just putting in the arm work to get himself back in front of that takeoff positioning right there. When you look at those lines that they're trying to line up with, Bugs, where are you seeing Lennox trying to move to, perhaps way further south of that surf club?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, the tide coming in, those outside wide roving sort of sweeping waves are not so prevalent. The waves are going to hit the bank more, so it's more along the traditional point break style. And, you know, Lennox is just sort of moving along, trying to find, as we spoke earlier, the goofy footers. They're looking for the ones that really wrap onto the bank. And it allows them to just do that bottom turn, that deep backhand bottom turn, and just vertical. And no one does it better than Lennox Chell.
What a beautiful lineup too. I really do feel like it's just kind of cleaning up a little bit with that tide, and you can see the amount of swell out in the ocean pumping on through up and down the coast today, and we're lucky to have this little nook right here in Kingscliff where the guys can battle it out in this round of 96. The guy holding down priority at the moment in second position, Brent, he was saying, oh, let's get back to that. Flynn up and riding.
Yeah.
Setting this thing up on the inside, looking for the opportunity. Stands up in front of him, lay back jam. Nice style from the young guy. And again, composed surfing.
Oh, yeah, I really like that wave. So, Macklin Finn. Just a nice layback Lenny, and then just finishes it off with a power move.
So composed and so just looking relaxed out there. What a lot of the other guys have been saying is a really risky part of the area to surf in. Look at this. Sets up this first turn, Bugs.
Yeah, you can see he's looking down the line. He sees the pocket coming up. Oh, that's a great drop wallet, and then he finishes it off here. The timing of this is excellent. The speed and timing, it was the essence of that whole ride. The second part was all set up, and then he came from behind the pocket and did two great moves.
Beautiful surfing for Macklin. There it is, 4.83 to 4.93. Take him straight to the lead here in heat number 15. Stick with us. Live action coming right after this break for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event. 8.5 minutes on the clock here in heat number 15, and there are some good looking scores waiting to lock in for the guys at the moment in the water. Macklin Flynn in the lead, a 4.93 and a 4.83. Brent Savage, 5-point ride, and in that short break, backed it up with that 4.63. Lennox Chell now sitting in third position. Here's the replay of Lars and Brent.
Yeah, well, Brendan, he needed to get it back up here because Lennox Chell with that 617 looming large, and this is a good ride again by the local surfer. This wave is sort of tapering off a bit, but I'm loving that snap. He's getting massive rooster tails. You know, kind of some... Wow, this Lennox now. There's a bigger wave too. Look at this. He'll do the foam climb. Oh. He goes down, but that's very uncharacteristic. I was thinking, oh, here we go. This could be a 7.
Yeah, that was really lining up to be something big for him, wasn't it? Uncharacteristic, got a little bit of a wobble on the back end, but Brent, I feel like that extra time off work this week is going to be, at the moment, paying well. He had to adjust a few real estate appointments, and I think he was a little just reliving those runarounds yesterday, saying, you know, if I can just stick it out there in the lineup and paddle against the Kingy current, I might actually be able to get a couple of ways off these guys.
Yeah, well, it paid off yesterday really well, and he's in the right part of that 50% right now. But the Lennox Chell factor is looming because he's got that 617. So that means that, you know, he only needs, well, he was well on his way to taking the lead on that last wave. Not sure if the scores come through for that one, but
yeah, that was really looking like it was going to stand up, be one of those nice, chunky, kind of double up clean faces that we've seen run through that inside and allow these guys to get above those 5s and 6s. 6.5 minutes on the clock. Lennox Chell sitting in third position, looking for a 3.46, and that man on your screen right there, Darcy Littlechild, holds down first priority. Opened his account with a 3.33. Now looking for, well, it's going to have to be the best way with the heat. A 6.30 required for Darcy to move into progression, and we're nearing the end of the men's round of 96 heat too. So, I mean, you'd love to just get the work done if you're in one of these last heats and you have the rest of the day off.
Yeah, that's pretty civilised. Just the one heat for the day, and one heat at Kingscliff for the day is enough. I mean, it's a workout. But yeah, we've only got 2 heats left. This heat, one more heat in this round of 96 for the men. Then we move directly into the women's round 1.
you're going to see a lot of the top seeds just come into play straight away. When we talk about the Australia Oceanic regional qualifying area, those women's heats in that round of 64 are so jam-packed. There's, you know, some of the biggest surfing names that have been for women's competition over the last 10 years across the world that have done so many events, so much experience under the belt, are going to come up against those young guns and those Sierra Kerrs and those up-and-coming junior women that are really, really looking to take it to what we call the veterans, I guess, of the QS.
Yeah, I think the women's rounders are going to be amazing. And Lennox, he's just got a smaller wave here, but he knows he doesn't need a monster score. If this wave's got anything left in it, he's battling with it. He'll get a little bit more into it. Now, he didn't need a heck of a lot.
3.46, safe to say. I mean, that first turn, second turn, looks so strong. And I think I was talking about a little earlier, Eddie Hamilton was saying that once they get past these purple flags near the beach marshal, he said the rip just charges you down. Have a look at the replay here. He needs 3.46.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this picks it up. I think this picks it up towards the end of the ride, Jess, so we didn't see the money points because it doesn't really finish like dynamically here.
Yeah,
but he's got it. He's got it. He's got a 4.13. He goes straight to first place.
And what do you call it? The Lennox Chell factor. Straight into play right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, he was on his way on that previous wave and he had the fall. That 6.17 is the difference because the other guys, you know, they just haven't broken out of that 5-point range. I thought that perhaps a couple of those rides might have been a little bit more than 5, but they've just sort of held them back. That's the scale. Lennox has got that 6.17. That's why he's able to go into the lead with a 4.
And he's looking like he's opting just to push on back out to lineup as we see. Quick recap of heat number 15 in the water. This is Brent Savage. Held the lead for a little while. Beautiful forehand surfing for him, Bugs.
Really is. I mean, they're massive rooster tails coming off that board.
And Macklin Flynn.
Yeah, this wave here, this is the wave that I thought might have got a bit more for him because it's a good size wave. That's a good turn here. And then he brings it around. It goes onto this inside bank. Look how square it gets. Loving that turn. And then he finishes it so well. Like, that's a dynamic turn there. Yeah, I feel he's a touch unlucky not to get a higher score.
And the replay at the moment, the Chell factor.
Yeah, there's this backhand. I feel that the backhanders have been very strong today. And this is one of the strongest surfers on the regional tour right now on this backhand. This wave here, Macklin, it just 2 moves, beautiful layback, and then the timing on this is just exquisite, like loving it. He's just staying ahead of the lip. Brent Savage, he's in third now, Jess.
Oh, silky smooth as well. I feel like they've done well to really tap into those better waves in this heat. They've found those ones that run, but here he goes again.
Yeah, they're all having a bit of a crack, aren't they?
Yeah, this guy's style's so nice. His timing, you can see the eagerness too. He's just wishing that section upon him. He only needs 5.38 to push himself into first position, and he's going to want to be doing something of the sorts because Brent's holding priority and Darcy's second priority with 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, time's the factor right now. Depends on where they are in the lineup. Is there one more set? We know that Macklin's a fair way down the beach, but he's sitting in second place. You'd rather be in second place with 80 seconds left on the clock.
And you can see right there, holding priority, Brent Savage in the white jersey, Darcy just under him, so maybe hoping to pick off one of those double up inside sections in this last minute of this heat and give themselves a chance. Brent looking for the 4.76, and he's surfing the smoothness of his rail. It looks really buttery to me at the moment.
Oh, he's surfing really well. He looks sharp. He looks like he's in good form.
Yeah, it's funny because he was saying, you know, it's been so long for him. He's had such a great junior career, you know, 10 plus years ago, and he's got 2 little girls now, I believe, and a family, and he has a career. And so to put the jersey back on and be able to perform like this, you know, at your home break is a pretty big ask, but he's looking quite good. Here he goes. Mac.
One of those insiders, he catches the rail there, so that's not going to, as I was saying that, at least he's on the right side of the ledger. He's on the advancement. So,
Just under 30 seconds.
yeah, it doesn't look like a lot there. Now, with this wind backing off, it's so glassy, the face, you can't see the waves coming.
Mac just really putting his energy and momentum hopefully into his corner. He's just nervously looking. 10 seconds on the clock. Will Brennan Darcy get the opportunity to overtake? And thinkers are nervous. Last 5 seconds. Darcy up. This is it.
Oh, look at this section. He's too far behind it. No, it's a last gasp effort, but Darcy was kind of, you know, didn't really get going in that heat.
And it looks like Lennox Chell unofficially 6.17 and a 4.13. It's going to be moving on through to the next round, and great heat for him. Nice little round of 96 win. While we wait to see the official results of heat number 15, heat number 16 is in the water, and we'll be back with live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event, up and riding and straight into action here at Kingscliff. It is Dakota Walters, Byron Bay local now, and he's been almost untouchable lately, Bugs.
Yeah, he's been in incredible form. Probably, you know, the form surfer in the last few weeks, right through the ABB. I mean, he was phenomenal. And he's just incredible. He's got so many moves, and you know, obviously he's got an amazing air game. You know, I don't even think we've seen anyone do that. But that's the thing about the high tide. You can get over that gutter.
Here we go, the replay of the first wave for Arch Whiteman in the break. 2.33, so just a little stuck behind there, but wave for Zeb Stokes on the board as well.
Yeah, Zeb's a really impressive young surfer from the Sunshine Coast. He's got a lot of game, and he's always got really good wave choice as well.
Yeah, nice looking runner. He's been able to identify, even yesterday, in the treacherous conditions, the better ones. Here's the replay from Dakota.
Yeah, Dakota just surfing kind of within himself, but look how loose he is. He's got so many options. He had his leg rope caught on him there. He just flicked it off. Just incredible versatility in his surfing. Look at that. Wow. This is going to be a really good score to start with. But he even then gets over this little lump here that people have had trouble with, goes on his back end, snaps it there, and then right onto the shore break. I don't even know if we've even seen a step off in the whole tournament. He steps off, and well, he's not exactly sprinting up the beach, but he's going to have a great score to open his account, and there's still 21 minutes in the...
Oh, how's that opening turn for Ty Richardson?
Oh, yeah,
wow. Ty. Looking really compressed.
Yeah, this is a really amazing heat. 4 really good surfers.
What a nice way to start off the exchange there in the first 5 minutes. I'm interested to see that score from Ty particularly. I think it was really, it was fast surfing. He only had 2 sections, but he really capitalised on it. And there you go, Dakota's waves in already. 6 and a 5.5.
How's that? Within 4 minutes, you know, he's got a score that would get you through every other heat.
There's this feeling about Dakota when I watch him. I wonder if you feel the same, Bugs. Is he doesn't look like he's planning anything at all. He literally looks like he's just reacting turn by turn, and there's no kind of future thought down the line. He's just a totally in the moment kind of tuned in guy.
Tuned in with the ocean. He's tuned in with the wave. Yeah, I think you're spot on with that call, Jess.
Yeah, and you can't. It's hard to predict. I've watched him so much, and of course, I mean, he was the winning factor in the Byron Bay Club.
Oh, yeah.
You know, last weekend and taking their, you know, #1 Board Riders Club in Australia title. He just had this thing about him. It was almost like that. It's that. There's a word for it, like an aura or like a gravitas about him, where he didn't really even know what he was doing. He was literally just so present. He could just throw down anything. You never knew what to expect.
It was so amazing to watch, and you just knew every time he was going to do something special. You just didn't know what it was going to be.
Oh, there goes Arch.
Yeah,
nicer looking wave.
Yeah, he's on his backhand, so he's the only backhand surfer in this one. And he's linked this one nicely.
Oh, beautiful unison right there. There's live action. 2 waves going down. Zeb Stokes, I think, a little further to the south of the lineup, because you can see pretty big spread in between them, and I think that might be Arch punching out right behind him, still in the water. Have a look at the replay.
Yeah, here's a replay. Zeb Stokes, and he just manages. Oh, no, I don't think he surfed out of that. I think they were pinging for that. But this wave, Arch Whiteman, he had to come from behind the section. Kind of had a couple of good moments in this. That was a nice turn there. Probably not as critical as the Lennox Chell turns. This turn here is a bit of a money turn, though.
Yeah, a bit of a powerful kind of push of the water, wasn't it?
But you're mentioning the Ty Richardson score. That's a 6.6. That's the high point of this heat so far. So that's a huge score to have in your leisure, you know, in that first 6-7 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, you can see he's still in the lineup. So if you think about, I mean, the 2 turns that earns him that 6.6 in comparison to Dakota's 6-point ride and how much ground he had to cover and how many turns he had to do to get that. It really does play into that hand of the critical nature of just finding those little pockets. You've been speaking about it all morning, Bugs, and also that idea and the mentality of a lot of the surfers early this morning not willing to risk ending up all the way down the end of the contest side without, you know, a critical section ahead of them.
Yeah, and I think that we're seeing more risk now, because this morning that Kingscliff current was just such a factor that you couldn't afford to go all the way down, you know, way north of the contest area without a score and then have to do it all again. And you know, you're putting yourself so far behind the 8 ball that, you know, that would take a good 7 minutes to get yourself back in the position to do it all again. So the safety move on just trying to get 2 5s was paramount. Now that tide's come in, the waves are hitting the bank in a much more regular fashion. That easterly's backed off. A lot of the current is also generated by that strong east and northeast yesterday. And having backed off that, it seems paddleable now. You can paddle back.
There's Dakota calling for heat update and possibly to hear some scores and his situation while we wait to see the next exchange of action between these 4 gentlemen. Stacey Galbraith on the sidelines with Lennox Chell.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Jess. Leno, you're on fire, mate.
Oh yeah, it's always hard starting again after the win the other day. I was a bit nervous out there. It's real tricky conditions with that sweep and not a lot of good ones, but they're definitely out there. It's just real tricky to find them. So I was stoked to just sort of get those 2 scores. Nothing amazing, but it's just always nice to start again.
Yeah, we'll take it. We wind back the clock a day or two. You win the Pro Junior. Wind the clock back a few more days to that. I saw you huffing and puffing at D-Bar, having the worst time of your life. How hard is that mental game just to keep it together for these big heats?
Oh, it's really tricky because, I did a session with you the other day and I had an absolute shocker and my confidence was pretty down. And then I remember just in that Pro Junior, I was just thinking to myself, I'm just slowly building here. I haven't connected yet, and I ended up sort of peaking in the final, and which is where you want to. And then having to start again today, it's so tricky after winning an event and then back in the first or second round of a QS Lifestyle. And these are the ones that I want to do good in. So to get the heat win and get the ball rolling again just feels really good.
Absolutely. You've got a great team of crew that you're travelling with, Byron and Finn. The Dork Diaries is blowing up, mate. Where can we watch these?
Dork Diaries, they're on my Instagram at the moment. I think we're thinking of making a YouTube for them, but we've been having some good feedback. So, we're having a blast making them. So, I hope everyone keeps enjoying them.
Don't forget the #1 rule with vlogs. It's quantity over quality. Great job, Lennox.
Thanks very much, Stace. I love the insight into that, Bugs. Having to go from the #1 in the juniors, like you said, all the way back to first or second round in the QS at this level, that mental game.
Yeah, it was a really good insight, wasn't it? Like Lennox said, it's so tricky out there, but mentally having to get up, and this is the level that now he wants to step into and get a big result. So, that was quite an adjustment to go from junior to pro.
And the Dork Diaries, I might have to check that out as well. I don't think I've seen any of that pack's content yet.
No, that sounds really interesting.
14.5 minutes on the clock. Dakota, still the man in the hot seat. 6-point ride and a 5.50. There he is. Beautiful scores.
How effortless was that to get a 6 and a 5.5 in the first 5 minutes of a 25-minute heat? That people are using the entire 25 minutes just to get 2 waves, and Dakota just zips into 2 very much keeper scores.
He's really got that X factor, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He said in that in one of the ABB interviews that he did that he really doesn't actually know what's happening right now, and whoever everyone's praying to, can they just keep doing it, because it just feels like he's just, I don't know, he's just there and it's just happening to him.
Absolutely. But, he knows how to win. I've seen him win a lot of, like Pro Junior events and smaller QS events. Dakota really, you put him in a final, he knows how to win.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's his approach to being around the contest side and the, comp facade that he wants to put off, but actually, like you said, like he's got the background knowledge and that heat intelligence to just put it all together, and just, he must have such a good preheat routine to get himself into that zone.
Well, look, he just took a couple of years off. Dakota had a really he didn't compete for, I think, a solid 2 years, just didn't compete, just went surfing. And I think that was his preparation. His surfing is reached amazing proportions.
And 13 minutes on the clock, he is out in the lead. Look at the beautiful bit of glass off that's starting to happen here as we move towards the middle of the day competition, and it is the last heat of round of 96 of men. So 2 guys waiting to book their spot into the next round, the top seeded round for the men's action here at the QS 5000, and their chance at the 5,000 points. Safe to say too, if you're able to take out the 5,000 points at the end of the competition, you'd be looking pretty good at a Challenger Series spot. I had a look at the top 5 event scores of a lot of those guys and the top of the ratings, and they're sitting up there with 3,000 wins and then, a couple of 1,500, so 5,000. That's going to put you in pretty good stead.
Oh, you win a 5,000, you're on track. So you're heading towards the Challenger Series, that's for sure.
I like that you keep, we've spoken a little bit about Bugs, Callum Robson. I really enjoyed his performance, and he's a perfect product of this new format, and being able to even just pick him on, your fantasy surfer leagues. I just love that he's still got such an unknown factor to the rest of the world, and being an Australian, having the benefit of watching him go through this format, what these guys are capable of.
Yeah, and then he just grew from that. I mean, Callum just went on to the Challenge Series, he cut through it like butter. Then he was on the first year of his rookie year. He made the cut easily, and I think he just got 9th at Pipe, so that's a keeper as far as making that mid-year cut. So he's really starting to feel the groove of belonging, and it's an amazing story. It's an inspiration to these guys.
Such an inspiration for these young guys. Imagine somebody too, we can imagine like Dakota Walters bringing that spontaneous nature and style of his surfing to the tour. He's kind of got that like Dane Reynolds-esque thing about his performance where you just really have no idea what's about to happen when he takes off.
Which is really exciting.
I'd love to see that up on Challenger Series and the tour, so let's see if he can hold on to the lead at the moment.
Well, it started out a real flurry in this heat. We're all 4 competitors getting solid waves, and here we see Dakota now using his priority.
There's that intelligence. He had priority over Arch right there, and he knew it too and held on to it, Bugs. Arch taking off in that 4th position.
That was a very weird decision by Arch to take that wave.
I'd have to say he just mustn't have seen Dakota so deep and flying down line from way on the inside right there, because Dakota clearly in priority over him.
This is definitely going to hurt Arch. I mean, that clearly hindered the scoring potential.
The moment of heartbreak too when Arch realises what's just happened. I feel like at the very start of that replay as well, you see Dakota glance quickly at the priority and double check, and then Arch comes from that little transition turns and realise that Dakota's right behind him.
Oh, I mean, Dakota all day long had priority then. He was just sitting out there. He hadn't motioned towards any wave. There was no question about who priority lay with, but I don't think Arch thought that wave, maybe he thought that wave wasn't doable for Dakota, that he might pass it up. That's the only thing I can think of. But it's just a mistake.
Heartbreak mistake for Arch. It's going to be a real battle for him to get himself back into the mix. 6.6 to advance. Now Zeb Stokes still sitting in that 3rd position, 3.38 to overtake Ty Richardson, holding down first priority. Just a 6.6 on the board for Ty.
Yeah, but it's so well for him because he's got priority, he's got 9 minutes, he's got the high score of the heat so far, the 6.6. Whatever he adds to that second score is going to make the Zeb Stokes equation that much harder, because Zeb, he hasn't even broken into the 4s yet. He's had a couple of good moments, but he hasn't put a whole wave together.
Yeah, he kind of almost found that good one at the start, and he just has to find that reeling opportunity if he wants to overtake Ty. Unfortunately for Arch, priority interference for him, but at the moment Dakota Walters in the lead of heat number 16. Live action coming up with us after the break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Yes, we've got a whole change up coming up.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 here on Bundjalung Country, Kingscliff Beach, and plenty of action happening. 7 minutes left on the clock. We've already had a priority interference for Arch Whiteman, so he's going to be needing a single score of 6.6. Zeb Stokes looking for 3.38, holding down priority in 2nd position in good steeds as well. Ty Richardson, 6.6 right on the board, and the man we've been talking about so much over the last week, standing out in competition at the moment, Dakota Walters holds on to the lead, Bugs.
Yeah, Dakota's looking really solid, and here we go again.
I think this might have happened in the break, but just kind of buries and bogs that relatively sharp up. Here goes Ty.
Yeah, Ty, look at this wave. This is a good-looking wave. He's been very patient, using his priority very, very well.
Oh. Beautiful looking wave choice as well. Look at him. Clicking and collecting.
Well, that's going to put Arch Whiteman out. because as soon as he gets to the double digits on a combined score, Arch won't be able to get there. He'll be far beyond reach. But Zeb Stokes also is now really in a tough position here, because this is going to be a good score for Ty Richardson.
Yeah, exceptional wave choice for him as well. 2 waves ridden, and this being second. What quality for him. Great surfing. Here's live action. Oh, Zeb Stokes.
Not happening for Zeb today. He hasn't quite put a wave together. Look, he's just really paddling hard. He knows he's in a bit of strife here. He's a fighter though. He'll fight all the way to the end. And here's Arch Whiteman. There's not much he's going to be able to do about this situation, because Ty Richardson is definitely going to get more than a 4-point ride, or he needs a 3.4 to put this beyond the reach.
Scores waiting to lock in for Ty. Priority is with Dakota, but as you said, Bugs, that situation's presumably going to change in the next 10 seconds. So the 5-minute mark is upon them, and the situation, I mean, look, they're having a good think about it. You can see.
Oh, he's going to take the lead. I'd say Ty Richardson will be in the lead after that wave. That 6.6 just sits so well in his scoring ledger. And
savvy heat surfing for him, huh? Like 2 waves ridden, and he's been on the 2 best waves.
Well, Tyree's, yeah, he's got a 5.77. Look at that. He's in first place. This is a big win for Ty Richardson if he holds out Dakota Walters. Zeb Stokes now, he needs an 8.27 to move into second place.
Yep, and Arch, like you said, the double digits requirement now with that priority interference is just going to have to, you know, maybe try and soak up the experience and use it moving through the rest of this regional QS.
Yeah, it'll be a regroup for Arch, and always lessons to be learned at this level. You know, the priority system, you know, you've got to look inside to make sure, especially when you're sitting on 4th priority. You know, all 3 of them have got a higher priority than you.
Zeb Stokes, though, still in striking distance, but this man right here, 2 waves surfed throughout this heat so far, the final heat of round of 96, and they have been absolute keepers in the bank. The 6.6 and that 5.77, the biggest waves that we've seen come through, the cleanest, most rippable faces, and he has gone to work on every little section that's been offered up ahead of him, and he seems like he's sticky to his own plan as well. You know, Dakota had that flurry of a start, and Ty's just being able to go about his own business out there.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Ty is wave selection has been key. He's always been a wave magnet, Ty, ever since, you know, the little Grom days. He's always amazed me. He's got this uncanny ability to be absolutely in the right place to get the ones that hit the bank and wrap onto the bank perfectly.
And look at the glassy conditions and the sun breaking through here. Beautiful day at Kingscliff with just under 3 minutes on the clock. Priority is with Dakota sitting in second position. So Zeb, 8.27. We haven't seen we haven't even seen any of those waves go up into that range yet today. No. I have not seen, you know, an 8+ ride go through. The closest we came to it, I think, was that Josh Kerr 7.50, and even then he surfed that wave to the max, Bugs. An 8.27 in conditions like this, it's going to be something pretty incredible.
Well, look, it's day 2 of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we have not seen an excellent score.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? We've seen so many tactical manoeuvres and all this kind of Ironman style to the series of running around and the paddle battles, and we're kind of waiting for the rest of the explosion of talent to come through, and maybe moving into that next round as we see those top seeds come into play as well. And the conditions too. I mean, you're as tapped into the conditions as anyone else around here. This afternoon, going into the women's division, round of 64, heat number 1, what are we looking at? That tide still pushing through?
Yeah, I think, you know, look, it's favourable conditions for the women's round. The high tide is definitely a little kinder on this bank. The current slows just a tad, but the waves come onto the bank. They're much more readable. They're going to be hitting that same line all the time. So, you know, you don't have to take such a roving commission where you're moving around the lineup. I think the women will be able to look at this. Their coaches will be able to sort of set them in the right direction. And, you know, it's still going to have to be mistake-free surfing as far as your heat management. You know, you still will get dragged down the beach if you miss waves or get out of position.
We're just under a minute on the clock. Zeb Stokes has some work to do. You can see him sitting very close there to Dakota. Those guys just battling against that current, and he's looking for the best score that we've seen all through today if he wants to take it. But I'm pretty sure Dakota's going to sit right on top of him with that first priority.
Well, Dakota's allowed him to take a slightly inside positioning because that really puts Dakota in a complete control of the situation. He's got priority, Dakota Walters. Zeb's got third priority. With 23 seconds left, it's checkmate.
Yeah, it's not looking good. He's going to get any kind of distance. I like how you talk about that control that he has, and exactly what you were speaking about earlier. He's just got that streak of heat smarts about him that he maybe alludes to not having as well. It might be part of his charm, but it looks like he's done enough here and he's held off Zeb Stokes, and there is the guy that's taken it out. Final heat of round of 96. Ty Richardson, great performance from him. 2 incredible waves in these conditions, and fortunately for Zeb and Arch, they'll take this one as a learning experience. So, round of 64, heat number 1 of the women's action coming up here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Plenty more surfing and live action to come from this QS 5000 this afternoon. There's some great sportsmanship too from the guys, Ty and Zeb. But whole afternoon ahead of us. The women's coming up very shortly.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves, international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Game on. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we've now got the opening heat of the round of 64 for the women out there here at Kingscliff. And it is a beautiful day. Weather's starting to heat up a little bit, and so are the performances. Some solid numbers dropped by the men in those last few heats in the round of 96. But as I mentioned, we're going to see the women out there now, and we've got some great surfers in this first heat. Paige Harrop of New Zealand, she's out there in the red. Oh, and this is Ava Argyros, and she is going to get things started on the back end there. 2.83 for her. And also looking forward to seeing Jasmine Sampson, who's up at the moment in the blue jersey, working this one over. As you can see, conditions have improved out of sight compared to this morning. This ocean's starting to settle down a little bit. Fresh swell, plenty of energy. And the fourth surfer out there in this opening heat of the round of 64 for the women is Ruby Berry. Ronnie alongside Stace to call these next couple of heats for you. And Stace, just we've seen just a cleaner face for the competitors in the last couple of hours, and as a result, some great flowing surfing and some fantastic combinations.
Yeah, definitely the tide filling in, the wind backing off, and a great wave here for Pedro to start. She'll be stoked with that. There's a good opening combo there. And then behind her, this looks like Jasmine behind. Nice drone shot there. You can see these waves reeling down the bank, and if you're lucky, you will get these little double ups. They have been tricky to find, but if you can get a hold of one like Paige's wave, you're going to be pretty stoked, I reckon.
Well, Paige has so much competitive experience at the elite level as well, where she's had massive results and been one of those surfers that's been forced off the tour and then had to re-qualify, which she's done a couple of times. So that's definitely got to be the goal for her again. Mow through these QS events, get yourself on the Challenger Series and have a good run at it this season.
Yeah, definitely. I was down on the Broadwalk this morning. Strong contingent of Kiwis over here. Billy Stammen, Paige Harrop, Ricardo Christie throwing his name back in the ring. So I'm excited to see Big Rip fire up again. And yeah, a host of others that have come over for these events. And yeah, thinking of everyone over that way, actually, they've had a couple of big weather events back to back. So everyone on the North Island, I think, has been running for shelter. So hopefully that's the worst of it's past and can get back to maybe even finding some waves on the back end of that cyclone.
Oh, their attention will be shifted a little bit for this heat, for sure. Paige has opened up nicely, 5.33, excuse me. And she's going to set the pace in the early stages here against her rivals. Well, this has worked out pretty well for the women. They would have got a good opportunity to kind of identify those judging trends out there this morning and just see what kind of numbers have typically been seeing surfers through to that next round.
Yeah, definitely, and just picking up little telltale signs about, you know, where the bank is. And you know, it's always nice being like later in the day. I think you get to watch a few heats, and you know, being that first heat, particularly in conditions like this, can be really, really tricky. So yeah, like you said, they would have got to watch a few and get a few markers, and even, you know, time the runarounds and things like that. Ava, oh, lovely turn out of the top there. Relaxed style off the bottom, and combos it up with another one. If she gets a third, oh,
she's on her way.
Local girl Ava, she'd know this place like the back of her hand. It's, yeah, strong surfing there from Ava.
Yeah, I like it. We were touching on it earlier on, that the modern approach is a wider stance. You know, often kind of that wider stance is hidden by a bit of a drop knee on the back leg, kinked in back knee, and it's just nice to see someone who sort of has a narrower stance, and just stylistically it's a different aesthetic. It's cool. I like it.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it as well, and like you said, it's sometimes, you know, sort of highlighted there. The centre of gravity is just a little bit higher on the wave, so if there is any turbulence, it's more likely to knock you off, as we saw there from Ava. So definitely something she would probably want to look to clean up on her last wave. When she's in transition with her manoeuvres coming off the bottom and turning out of the lip, it does have a beautiful aesthetic when you've got that sort of narrow stance and a bit of a knock knee. So yeah, lots to like about that last wave of Ava.
Looking forward to seeing more as we move into the back half of this heat. Some movement on the outside here, but let's quickly catch up with Ty Richardson down there on the beach with Jess.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thanks, Stace. Ty, 2 waves only ridden in that heat, and they were 2 of the best scorers. What were you seeing out there?
I was seeing really difficult conditions, but I just tried to stay selective and pick the 2 best waves that came through.
And you're up from this part of the coast. I mean, you're up around the Goldie and Palm Beach. Do you get to come down to the Tweed Shire and be able to surf these waves very much?
I don't surf out here too much. Like, I don't know, why would I surf out here when I could go surf Snapper? But I surf down Cabba waves a lot, and yeah, I'm having really a lot of fun out here, but it's tricky conditions.
And you're having a good push at the QS. I mean, this has got to feel good moving into tomorrow and getting the rest of the afternoon off.
Yeah, just go hydrate, get into some water, maybe some food, and then kick back for the rest of the day.
And you got your family on the beach. I saw you guys just getting some snaps. They must be so proud of you to be performing at that level and beating somebody like Dakota as well. Must be a good feeling.
Yeah, when you got someone like that in your heat, I just really take the pressure off myself and focus on what I can control.
Beautiful. Any words to everybody tuning on in? I know you've probably got family and friends watching from just up the coast as well.
Yeah, thanks everyone watching and supporting. Cheers.
Thanks, guys. Ty Richardson.
Yeah, Ty Richardson getting the job done in that last heat, and as Jess pointed out, getting a big win over some really fancied rivals in that last one. So he'll be full of it as he moves through to the next round. Just the confidence will be absolutely supercharged. But have a look at this one for Paige Harrop. Open with a 5.33. And now this.
Phenomenal to get around that section and then just gave it what for. That was a sick turn. It's going to be a great score.
She's not fading away, is she, Paige?
No, not at all.
Knocked off the tour and last year didn't make it through and get herself the big shot at the Challenger Series events. But man, it's just, you can see that the fire is there and a real desire to get back to the top.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that it'd have to be driven by the Olympics. And she's out of contention to qualify for the Olympics this year via the World Tour, but she can still most definitely do it through the ISA channel. And that's how Billy Stammen got in last year for New Zealand, and the year before, sorry, to get to the Tokyo Games. So I think that'd have to be right up there with one of her big motivations. You know, to represent your country, especially a country like New Zealand, super passionate about their athletes. I'd have to think that as well as getting back on the tour. I definitely think that's something that she'd be thinking about.
Hitting the run around now. So a couple of 5-point rides for Paige Harrop to kick things off. 15 minutes to go. And she is in a great position. Ava, on the other hand, she's got the highest single score of this heat so far, 6.33. So in a great spot to make a strike at the lead on her next ride. A little bit of work to do here for Jasmine and Ruby, who are still seeking out a score with any real substance to it. But looking forward to some exciting heats coming up. Nixie Ryan, who's been a star performer in the regional QS events here in Australia for a couple of years now. She's up in the next heat. That'll be fun to watch. Great lineup, in fact, across the entire opening round here for the women. So get set for a huge afternoon as we see them hit the lineup here at Kingscliff.
Yeah, and as that wind swinging around a bit more from the east and then to the maybe hopefully a little bit of south in it by the day ends, yeah, conditions are just going to get better and better, I reckon. A bit more offerings of those double ups that are a bit more easy to identify. I think this morning with the wind coming straight out of the east and with a bit of north in it as well was like pretty tricky to see where the waves were actually breaking. Whereas once it gets a bit more groomed up, it should be pretty clear cut what the set waves look like, what the bad waves look like, and then hopefully the competitors will be able to pick apart and put themselves sort of like what Ty Richo did on that last heat, just the two best waves, and certainly got the job done there.
13.5 minutes to go, and really fun talking about just the rapid evolution of the performance of our female athletes all around the world. It's just really shaping up beautifully. The women's side of the sport has never been in a better place. Equal prize money, great opportunities to compete alongside the men at different venues on the qualifying series, the Challenger Series, and on the CT. But just how strong were the women at Pipe this year too?
Yeah, incredible.
There's no holding back.
Not at all. And even some of the waves, that maybe didn't get huge scores, there was still a crazy ability shown. I can think of a few ways Molly Picklum got in her free surfs and in her heats where the technique of her drop on the backhand, flawless. A pipeline, it can look like a pretty rideable wave, but I can assure you it's not. It's incredible how well they're doing out there, and can't wait for the years to come. The performances are crazy.
Yeah, it's mad. And, we're also focusing a lot on, obviously, Australia's chances of getting more athletes and New Zealand's as well, being that this is the Australasian qualifying run of events kicking off here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. But, there's a lot of different avenues that surfers take, and even those that focus on that sort of free surfing route generally come through this system as well.
Definitely.
That decision sort of tends to be made a little later than your first couple of amateur events. So it's kind of fun earmarking those individuals, and when you think about just the year that Australia has had, and where we're at the moment, just after the first CT event of the season, we're in a pretty good place.
Definitely, yeah. Surfing in Australia is in an amazing place, and there's plenty to cheer for, plenty of young talent coming through, and it's like fitting right in. You know, Molly Picklin looks like she belongs, and on the men's side, obviously Robbo and Ethan doing fantastically. So yeah, we're cruising.
Tyler Wright back at the top of the ratings, and the other thing is, this year Noah Dean, Nosvid, his movie awarded the best movie of the year by Stab Magazine, and that was a peer vote.
Yeah, good one to win that one.
And also Carl Walsh just getting edit of the year. So, you know, doing pretty well in those other avenues as well. But it does, as I mentioned before, it kind of does start here. So,
well, to your point, Carl Walsh, he had a crack at the Dewey Junior Series. Yeah, like you say, they all come through this program at some point. It's a good developing ground.
Certainly is. 10.5 minutes to go here. Paige Harrop out in front at the moment, but in second place. Ava's chasing her down. She's got priority. We'll see if she can find the lead in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back. Just under 10 minutes remaining here in this opening heat of the round of 64. The women are out there and dropping good numbers already. Paige Harrop and Ava Aguirros. And she has a 6.33. It's the highest number of this heat so far, and only needs a 4-point ride to get herself up into the lead. Ruby Berry, Jasmine Sampson, they've got some work to do out here. But yeah, we've been having a bit of fun just talking about where Australian surfing is at the moment. And it'd be remiss to leave the Kiwis out as well, seeing as though they're part of this region. They've got some real performers competing here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. But, you know, surfing is, you know, it's not just about those who are out there on the boards. It's sort of like a healthy surfing industry, you know, has opportunity for a lot of people. And, you know, we were talking before the break about Noah Dean and Kale Walsh and the success they had in the Stab Magazine peer poll, but also their filmers. Mikey doing an unbelievable job. Tom Geno and Wade Carroll, like they're young filmmakers who are also helping these surfers, but
definitely,
you know, it's their job as well. So it's awesome to see them celebrated.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, for the first time in a long time, we've seen a phenomenal movie part from Katie Simmers, you know, in the women's side, and that's the same thing. Yeah, it's going to create the same opportunities and take people on the road and have a good time. And speaking to some of the Victorian crew yesterday, as much as they're up here happy to compete, and Victoria's a beautiful place, they're really keen just to get on the road. And surfing offers that opportunity, you know, take your mate,
that's the best
take
part
your camera.
of it.
It is, it's the best part of it. Heats go for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. You've got the whole rest of the event to enjoy the towns and then places that you go.
Just on those other avenues that people can take. You know, Bond University have had people come and work on the broadcasts behind the scenes before, but those filmers that I mentioned who worked with the surfers getting those big awards, they've worked on these events as well. So it kind of was their pathway to forging those relationships and finding you know, a gig in the sport.
Mikey Malley used to be a receptionist at Surfing Queensland.
Yes.
Fun fact for trivia night.
It is a fun fact. The other thing about Mikey Malalou is he absolutely rips.
He rips. He
He's
absolutely
such a good surfer.
rips.
I always just was baffled. That
Kiwi?
Yeah, that he wasn't in there. I know he's a bit like Russell Crowe, isn't he? Kiwi born, but we claim him. Crowded house.
That's right, crowded house. Yep.
Yeah, we'll
Can't take
him.
split ends though. Well, I'm a Kiwi too, Ron. So stop taking all of them.
I thought you were Greek.
I am. I'm a Greek Kiwi. Getting right behind Ava Agiros in this one.
Yeah, perfect. We'll claim you.
Yeah, a bit of a bitzer.
I love it.
Yeah, no.
That's the beautiful thing about this place.
That's right.
Yeah.
When I first moved here, moved to Murwillumbah. So just over the hill here, so back on the highway. Beautiful part of the Northern Rivers.
Beautiful.
And, yeah, it's a great part of the world. I'm stoked I didn't go anywhere else.
St. Pat's?
No, I went to, there's a year 1 in school, year 1 and 2 there.
Okay.
I think there's a St. Michael's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Can't remember.
Michael's, yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, can't remember.
Yeah. Memorable years.
Memorable times.
Just under 6 minutes remaining here, and not a whole lot has changed since that opening 10 minutes where Paige Harrop just basically put the foot down and asserted her authority and veteran status over these youngsters.
Definitely, and similar scores that we're sort of seeing from the men's division filter over onto the women's about sort of what would be a number that you would probably like to get and think that you're probably safe. It's looking like it'll be around that 10-point mark, just given the opportunities that the swell has cleaned up, but you know, to get 2 or 3 really good chances in a heat looks sort of unlikely. You're sort of seeing that here with Ava's heat, and then, you know, Ruby and Jasmine haven't really had that opportunity yet to truly showcase what they're capable of. So, you know, I know they'll be putting their heads down and trying to get against that sweep with 5 minutes to go.
That two-wave total kind of average, we've seen it sort of coming up as the waves have improved. It was kind of around 10 points. Feels like the winners are typically getting to 12 now.
Yep.
And kind of hanging around that for a top 2 finish and a progression through to the next round. We'll see what unfolds here, but you know, I think if you're not getting into the 4s, you want to get back out there and get that back up pretty quickly.
Yeah, totally. It's a really sort of frustrating position to be in if you're Ruby, saying this heat right here. She's in third priority, in third position, and she's got the surfer in first priority, but in second position, sitting down the line from her. So it's just a positioning thing here. You've almost got to let that surfer, like she's doing now, go past you so that you can't even get an opportunity at a wave, because otherwise there's no chance. If you go the wave, you're going to get blocked 100% of the time. So yeah, I really like what she's done here now to move down, sort of to be at the bottom of the point. Maybe she might get lucky and sneak away, and a wave might form up further down that only she's in position for.
Time ticking by here. Let's have a look at a replay of Paige Harrop and how she got herself this lead. 2 5-point rides. Just that there's a patience in her approach. Pretty measured at this point. She's just really cruising. Ava, she's got probably the 2 best turns this heat so far. This one just went a little bit funky down the line.
That opening combo was amazing. And then Paige here, just one really strong turn, but definitely worth the 5 points that she was awarded. Putting all of her money into this turn. Well, bang. Thanks for coming.
Looks sharp, Paige. You can tell that there's still a lot of work going into her pre-seasons. Just, you know, looking, I think, just a little bit more limber. Just a little bit more flexibility in her stance. Just seems coiled and ready to let go of some big turns. At the moment, though, she's sitting pretty. I mean, she is out there holding on to a pretty decent lead. And it's Ava that's kind of got to be careful, because she's in a great position to really lock up second spot, even take the win here. But if you're hanging on to a 2.83, you're really letting the door open.
Totally. I see Ruby just looking at a wave there. I like that. She's trying that. You know, there are these little teepees that kind of form up and go away from the top of the point there. And that's pretty much her only option at this point. There's no point really getting up the top and trying to fight first and second priority for a wave. It's just not going to happen. So she needs a bit of luck down the end there.
Little subtle tactical move too, being in third priority, letting those 2 surfers ahead of her in the order just move up the point and just keeping a healthy amount of space. I think Ava actually has kind of picked up on that space.
Yeah.
And she's looking to close it down a little bit now with 2 minutes to go.
Totally. And to be fair, you know, on the flip side of that, Paige could do the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
she's got a really strong total here. She's got second priority over, the other two surfers apart from Ava. So it's one of those things where when first and second have got first and second priority, you definitely see the old wink, wink, nudge, nudge go on, and yeah, I'll take care of this surfer and you go and sit on that one, and that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Well, let's see if Ruby can just keep her nerve here. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. She does need a pretty decent score. 6.79. Jasmine Sampson is after a similar number. Look at him, just, it's relentless, that current. You get no reprieve. There's no breathing space. You just got to keep fighting it. I mean, these competitors obviously surf every day, if not a couple of times a day. So it's automatic. It's not something that their paddle fitness is right up there. But in a heat situation, it's the breathing can sometimes
the Rashi constricts a little bit.
It does,
yeah. I would say though it's automatic to a certain level. I don't know that you go out in a heat and have that same intensity as a free surf, and you kind of don't want to either. That's not what surfing's all about. But there is a certain point where you do need to train for this kind of scenario, which can happen. You know, this venue was on the map, and those that live sort of nearby this way, we all know you might only stand up twice.
Well, when Vaughan and I were growing up just down the coast, South Golden Beach, New Brighton area, and those really strong, big, southerly swirls, we'd walk pretty much to Brunswick Head's north wall, and then you'd surf back, because that's how much we hated fighting a rip.
Yep.
You just you get that one big walk in at the start, and without the wet boardies too, you save yourself a lot of chafe. Here we go. Just, only 5 seconds to go. Ava, though, she was really looking just to consolidate on that second spot. Is Ruby going to get up in time, or she just gets slammed? Late takeoff. And she's going to get bumped out of the draw here, but Paige Harrop, just a vintage performance.
Classy.
Just solid, you know, really didn't push it too hard. Stayed in the pocket of her waves. Didn't surf out of her skin, didn't have to. Put the pressure on early, and then really just looked to maintain control by staying at the top end of the priority order.
Yeah. As we see the scores there, Paige Harrop in first. Great single wave score there from Ava, getting through in second with a 6.33 and a 2.83. Unfortunately, Ruby and Jasmine eliminated from competition.
We're going to take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. The round of 64 will continue in just a moment.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Here we go, Heat 2, the round of 64 at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, currently unfolding here at Kingscliff. Thanks for having us, Kingscliff. What a beautiful zone, great restaurants, beautiful white sand beaches, and a little bit of protection from what is a throbbing swell event. And we are going to see things clean up as we move through the event window. But right now, heat number 2, Nixie Ryan, just a proven winner on the qualifying series. Out there in the red, the surfer from Lennox Head. Angela Ball is out there in the blue. Talia Henderson in the white, and Taylor Green is out there in the green. How fitting.
Very fitting.
But this will be fun. Nixie Ryan, just, I said it before, she's just had so many big QS wins. And the funny thing about these regional QSs is you're basically going up against the same field at a QS 1000 as you would be at a 5000.
Yeah.
So she can do it. She just has to get it done in one of these bigger events to give herself a shot at the Challenger Series.
Yeah, definitely. She's one of the surfers that will have some points carry over from last year. This is the first event of 2023, but our region has been, luckily enough, had a ton of events. So she, I believe, won the most recent event at the Waveboard at the end of the year. So she'll carry that 1,000 points into this year, and it'll add to her total quite nicely.
Yeah, she's in a good position. Actually, lived in the same street as her old man, Craig, when I was a Grom. He was a classic dude, good surfer. Always used to give us rides down to certain breaks when the swell was on in his combi.
Bulldogs,
yep.
Dozers.
Yep, but yeah, they're based in Lennox now. What a awesome little region for Nixie to kind of hone her skills. She's got a mean forehand, but just has big turns.
Yep.
You know, that's really her big strength. She'll be looking to find some of those bigger sections out here today. So let's see how she fares.
Definitely, as you can see there, she's trying to take that inside position by kind of paddling out and around. A classic point break surfer. She grew up surfing at Lennox, which obviously has I wouldn't say the current's as bad as this, but it's definitely pretty strong. Conversely, Angela Ball, where she grew up surfing 50-foot waves on the reefs in Torquay, it just blows my mind that there's just no current.
No.
Zero.
Yeah, it's mellow. I don't know what it is about that zone, but you can do a lot of duck diving there, though.
A lot of duck diving.
And the white water's deceivingly kind of powerful.
Angry.
The waves just kind of seem to sort of tumble in. You do these sort of complacent duck dives and just get rolled. Just wrestle the crocodile right through to the inside.
Down into the valley. Thanks for coming.
So yeah, no waves ridden just yet, but look at them just holding position, and we know priority's neutral in these earlier stages. It looks like Nixie's just gone, you know what, go for it. You guys battle for that inside position, and I'll swoop on whatever's left behind.
Yeah, and I think that's not such a bad strategy. Someone of Nixie's calibre, you just have to kind of get surfing in these conditions. We've seen a lot of the men the last couple of days sort of perhaps, try and look for a wave that might not actually be there. Do a couple runarounds, ride a few waves. Generally speaking, should be sweet.
Yeah, I hate the thought of just wearing myself out to hold position.
Yeah.
And then just like when you finally get a wave, you're scrambling into it, you're semi-puffed because you've been in a paddle battle with someone for the first 5 minutes of the heat.
A stranger that you're sort of having an imaginary war with.
Oh, yeah. How annoying's that?
So
doing
annoying.
a free surf, having a paddle battle.
Oh, it's my favourite thing to do, and lose the paddle battle.
Oh, it's never ending at Snapper.
Yeah.
But, let's see what unfolds here. Again, we relish the opportunity to watch these earlier heats unfold because you're seeing some people step up to this level of competition for the first time. Certainly familiar with a lot of competitors in the women's draw, but there's some new names popping up too, which is great to see.
Yeah, definitely, and it's cool they get this opportunity, and that you saw the drone shot from out around the back beaches there. It's still 100 foot around the corner, so we're lucky that we got this little moment around here at Kingscliff, albeit with a bit of current. All these competitors, particularly if it's one of their first events, they're going to get their chance.
Yeah, and flying the drones, doing a great job down there. I just love that vision. Working for Surf Lifesaving too. We saw Jason Childs down there.
Oh, really?
Surf photographer icon.
Yeah.
He had cover shots galore back in the day, in the Glory print era.
Yeah, what an era.
But there's still a couple of mags kicking.
Got my recent Surfing World the other day.
Oh, mate. Sean Doherty, John Frank doing a fantastic job.
Sean managed to get 2 covers out of that photo?
Yes. What a photo it is.
What a photo.
But, yeah, this has been a slow start to this one, Stace.
It has been.
You know what, though? Slow starts generally turn into exciting finishes. So,
yeah, well, eventually they'll have to get going, Ron.
Yeah, and then it'll be a scramble to get two quality waves out of this lineup.
Yeah, here we go. The surfers have spotted something out the back here.
Look at the hustle going on here. Look, a lot of kind of heads on a swivel.
Yep.
For those competitors sitting at the top of the point, but it's Nixie Ryan down the line who just put some space between herself and those surfers on the inside, finding this first ride, trying to get some open face, begging for a section. Wow! She threw everything at it. Man, if she pulled that off, it would have been worth chasing down that bit of open face there. She got the fins free for a moment, but there was some ribs in the wave, and I just think she lost it a little bit. Taylor Green lays it on rail, and she bogs down and is incomplete as well. So still no major score on the board.
Yeah, she did really well to kind of get this wave from the pack, because she was third in line, so her positioning was great. It's just that wave just had like a little extra rib in the lip. Excellent turn. She's probably going to be kicking herself that she didn't ride out of that one. I mean, she would have set herself up for a pretty cruisy heat after that if she had been able to make that.
100%. 16 minutes to go, and Vaughan, great to have one of the big names in the draw, victorious in the first heat of the round of 64. Paige Harrop on fire.
That's right, Ron. And, you know, there's a lot of talk at the moment on the back of Katie Simmers and Sierra Kerr about this generational shift happening, but a cool head and experience trumps and Cropex grommet froth every day of the week. And Paige, you just put it together beautifully out there. It looked very relaxed.
Oh, thank you. I don't know about trumping it every day of the week, but I kind of did then. So, yeah, happy to get the win.
How tricky is it out there? It looks like the water's filled in a bit. It was actually your heat seemed to have a couple of good opportunities compared to a lot of the waves we've seen this morning.
Yeah, compared to my free surf this morning, it's cleaned up so much. And I got like one wave this morning and just paddled for 40 minutes. So that was actually kind of fun. And yeah, the faces are super clean. And if you can get in the right spot, it is really good out there.
Ronnie made the point that you just looked so powerful and confident out there. You know, such an experienced head. What's your plan for this year on the QS?
Yeah, I've actually I've been trying to get a little bit more powerful and going to the gym a bit more, and yeah, I am feeling it in my surfing, so I'm happy. And I don't know, this year just not too many expectations, and you know, the usual, just trying to have fun out there, heat by heat.
It's great there. I mean, you hear that a lot now. Enjoy the journey, not just the results, and that seems to bring out your best surfing.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm not sure how much more I've got of my journey, so make the most of it.
Well, it's awesome to see you surfing. A great wave in particular out there, that beautiful big backside nooner, and can't wait to see you in the next round.
Cool, thank you. And hi to everyone at home, and hope you're all safe from that cyclone.
Thank you very much, Paige. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we share the sentiment. Big shout out to our mates over the road.
Over the Dutch.
Over the Dutch. And yeah, thinking of you guys and Paige Harrop, an inspired performance in the opening heat of the round of 64. And yeah, you can tell that she's not given up on that dream just yet, which is great to see. And you know what? It's a good test too for the youngsters. It's like, you know, if you want to get there, if you want to get on the Challenger Series even, you're going to have to overcome some people who have been to the elite level before. Yep. And it's awesome to see. So during the interview, you didn't miss a whole lot. Just low numbers at the moment. Nixie Ryan, she was on her way to banking a keeper score. I love the aggression. In hindsight, probably didn't even really need that much. But it might have had, you know, the conditions themselves or what was happening with the face of that wave might have had a bit to do with the fall.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a tricky one, you know, with someone of Nixie's calibre, you know, coming into this heat. She's definitely the more experienced one. She's got some runs on the board. But it's one of those things, she might be working on something that, you know, involves a big risky start. It might not pertain to this exactly heat, but just generally with her heat surfing, maybe she wants to come out and start a bit stronger. And she definitely swung for the fences. But it is one of those things where, like you said, did she really need to do it? You know, from here, definitely not. She didn't. But there could be some layers at play there where she is trying to, you know, unlock some, you know, bigger starts. And I back it if it is, because that's what you need to do on the Changers and the CT. There's no warming up into your heats. Like talking to the Grommets yesterday, they all say, I want to get 2 on the board and try some airs. Good luck doing that anywhere near someone on the tour. They'll just gobble you up. You'll be comboed before you know it. And it's the same with the women. Like the women's tour is so strong. The talent is crazy. And, you know, for Nixie to come out swinging that hard, good on her.
Yeah, I like it. You bring up a fantastic point, because the days of kind of, you know, building house and whatnot are kind of gone. The best in the world, those challenging for event wins and getting themselves into title contention or getting themselves onto the Challenger Series, they're on the attack. You know, they surf with their foot to the floor, and that's why, you know, often when we're calling the heats at the top, you're sort of saying, here's someone who does their best surfing with a jersey on. Whereas sometimes when you're watching heat surfing, it's a reserved effort.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of dropped maybe 20%
Definitely.
at times.
Yeah. And we saw that a lot yesterday with crew chasing really small scores. You could just tell they were just looking for a 3 and surfing to a 3. And, yeah, that'll get you through that heat and everything, but it won't get you anywhere near the finals.
Yeah, no. I hear people all at times say, Medina, he never drops any, like, you know, free surfing edits, piecing it together. And it's like, why would he? He's doing his best surfing with a rashie on.
It's like Chipper Wilson never puts a rashie on. They're just two completely different beasts, and they do two completely different things. Why on earth would Gabriel do that? It's just not his MO. He's putting all his energy into winning world titles, and can't fault him so far.
And they do have big free surfing moments, but putting the focus into creating edits is just, it's not a thing. It's you know, it's the same with Carissa Moore. It's generally her warm-up sessions could probably be cut into an edit.
Totally.
Sierra Kerr, she's one of those surfers who I think surfs with her foot to the floor. You know, she's certainly capable of throwing huge turns and banking keeper clips, but she'll go out there and try and do it with the jersey on as well. Just on 10.5 minutes to go. Not a lot happening out there at the moment. This heat is still anyone's. Who's going to get it? We'll see after the break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
G'day folks, hope you're enjoying the show. We certainly are. Ronnie here with Stace, and we're into the second heat of the round of 64. And as we said when we went to break, no one's really capitalised on anything out there at the moment. It is difficult, shifty conditions, just a shocking current to fight against. But yeah, no one's really kind of made a statement in this heat just yet. Angela Ball doing her best to put up something substantial. Not sure what she was able to achieve at the start of that ride, but this really is anyone's. 8.5 minutes to go. It's basically going to be an 8-minute heat.
It's 15 foot too small for Angela Ball. She came down here with a quiver of 7.0s and was ready to rumble.
Yeah, there was plenty of swell around, but yeah, just with those onshore winds that were blasting yesterday and through the morning, it just everywhere else just kind of looked like an absolute mess. But it'll change. It'll settle down, and the winds will become more favourable. We're gonna get some good waves this week for sure. And that's what all these surfers are really trying to do today is stay alive in this draw and get that opportunity. But the high scoring ride in this heat, 2.17, belongs to Nixie Ryan. And she was just a couple of inches away from riding out of potentially a 6-point ride, you'd think. But she's going to have to regroup after the fall and really look to bounce back in a big way here. Here we go. We've Got Talia Henderson trying to find some space out here at the moment. Puts in the big paddle, but as you can see, just a little too far out behind the wave.
Yeah, there was a wave that came through just when we came back from the break that looked like it landed on Nixie and Taylor Green's head, which is unfortunate. It's yeah, it can be tricky to find. Was it a gem? It was a drone gem, so I'm going to say yes. No, every wave can look like a 10 from the drone angle, but yeah, for what we've had so far in this heat, I dare say that if one of them was in position, they would have swung for sure.
Well, Nixie's out there with second priority, but she's in a good position. It looks like just sitting so deep on the point here to really get herself into a jam and then have plenty of room to throw down some good turns. But
totally.
You know, we talked about the fact that all these surfers are conditioned, and you mentioned Nixie being from a point break that, you know, does have a pretty decent surge on it at times, that, you know, should just be feeling pretty comfortable out there holding that position, you'd think, on the inside at the moment, as we see Taylor Green just finishing off one as it just fades away into deep water there.
She might go to the lead with that wave.
Yeah, it's not going to take a lot. Only needed a 0.57 to get herself into second, and she actually gets herself a 2.7, and that sees her up in a first. So let's see what unfolds here. This is an interesting heat score-wise. It's probably the lowest we've seen all day.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, and we had that massive moment from Nixie that we keep kind of referring back to, and obviously the you know, incomplete there, but it now presents another challenge for her. How to get yourself out of this pickle with, you know, 5 on the clock, and I think that's why everyone chucks the jersey on. You don't know what position you're going to end up in. You obviously want to go out and get 2 8s as soon as you stand up, but that's not always the way it goes. As we see Nixie up here, this wave's got a lot of energy and it's got a good wedge. Nice first turn. Strong carving second turn.
Leaning into it, couple of moves. You could tell there's still some bump on the face, but that was pretty solid considering the time's winding down, and if you fall, you're putting yourself at the back end of priority, and she's gotten the job done. Easily the best wave of this heat so far.
Yeah, definitely. Nice bottom turn there. Unfortunately, just the lip kind of disappeared on her. Second turn's a little better, and yeah, managed to finish this one off. So not a bad wave there from Nixie Ryan. That'll feel a bit better after that bobble at the start, and she'll comfortably take the lead now and be, you know, from what we've seen in this heat, be in a fairly secure position with 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Well, there it is, 5.17. Nixie back out in front. Taylor Green after a 4.65. Angela Ball and Talia Henderson, they're not out of this. They don't need a whole lot, and priority is on their side. So let's see what unfolds here as Nixie makes her way back out. I thought that was, you know, really well composed, that ride. It would have been easy to kind of force it, thinking that you're running out of time, but, you know, the wave didn't need to be oversurfed. She did well.
Not at all. Yeah, she did really well there, and I guess that's kind of where she can drop a gear back and go, well, you know what, there's less time remaining. Do I need to go out of my body on this one? Definitely not. And that's where she can kind of play that card, and she's obviously got the talent. You can milk a 5-point ride out of not a whole lot of a wave. So, yeah, not the start she was looking for, but definitely a nice way to close this one out, and she'll be hoping that she can get, you know, one more chance.
Stace, how much heat drill surfing would these competitors have been doing in the lead up to these big qualifying series events?
I would imagine a fair bit, yeah, for sure. I know Nixie's got some great support in her area. I don't know who she's coaching with at the moment, but, you know, heaps of crew down there, even just jumping in the water with, like, Woody, Mello, Stewie, Mikey, Madonna, like, there's, you know, I could go on. There's so many good surfers in that region that even if you're not doing heat drills specifically, you're surfing with that high-level talent that you're getting exposed to. It's, you know, a great part of the world. But, you know, for the rest of the gang, you know, Angela Ball being from the Torquay region, obviously there's more coaches and surfers down there, so there's plenty of support if you're looking for it. So I'm not too sure, but I'd like to think a fair few, because it's really hard to replicate your heats, and even mock heats. Still not the same thing.
Don't feel that pressure. I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, Phil down at school, you know, he used to bring the rashies from the Quickie Pro.
Yeah, right.
And it was tripping. Like, he'd come down with the rashies that, like, Parko would just win in. you know, and we're like, oh, he wore that in his semi, you know, like the white one with the logo all over it, and we're like, holy smokes, like, and he'd be there with like priority flags and stuff, and
wow.
Yeah, so you can replicate it if you have someone as committed as Phil, but there's sort of only one Phil, I think. I haven't seen anyone take it to that level. Saw Martin Dunn earlier, he was looking after Ruby Berry and a few other of the girls, and yeah, Martin's another one that's on that same level of sort of almost madman wizardry, I'd call it. But yeah, it is really hard to replicate your heats. It's more, I think, what you can get up to is keeping your fitness really high. I know a lot of these surfers are in the gym, which is fantastic, but I would say on a day like today, having that kind of clubby fitness would go a long way as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I like it. I like the idea of surfers trying to do simulated heat drills, but there's nothing like the real thing, and this being the first major qualifying series event of this regional leg, it's you know, the pressure is on in these early stages. It's, you know, it's taken its toll on the competitors in this heat, it seems, because it's been a real low-scoring affair. Nixie Ryan with the best of it at the moment.
Yeah, just haven't been able to identify the quality waves in this one, so definitely a lot to reflect on, and we speak a lot about Gabriel Medina not doing more than what he needs to do, and competitively he's the same. One thing that we see a lot of in this region is a lot of the juniors surfing up into the QS, and you know, Gabriel rarely does that. If there's a challenger in Brazil, he'll do it, but he won't compete more than he needs to. He puts all his eggs into the basket that he is trying to be in, and I think that's, you know, have they been training doing mock heats? Probably. But I think competing too much can be a bit of an issue too, particularly with these younger surfers. So, yeah, it's a really interesting one to make sure that your surfing's progressing first and foremost, not so much your heat strategy at this point in your career.
Oh, here we go. Taylor Green making a move. She wants to get rid of a 1.07 to increase the requirement for Angela Ball and Talia Henderson. She might have done it with this one. Rolling through to the inside. Any extras she can add at this point are going to work in her favour. 15 seconds to go. Will she hang on to that second position? Well, Talia's had the priority on the outside, but you know, maybe looking for that ride that's just not coming, instead of getting scrappy and moving to the inside and trying to turn this heat with an insider. Scores rolling on in for that last wave. Really going to help Taylor Green's chances, and she's going to hang on to second spot. Nixie Ryan's going to get the win and power on through to the next round. Commiserations there to Angela Ball and Talia Henderson. Nixie making her way in now. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the round of 64 here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event for the World Surf League. Big event here for the Australia Oceanic qualifying region. We are poised and positioned nicely at Kingscliff Beach today, and into heat number 3, round of 64 of the women's division. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Straight into it, Maddie Phillips up and riding on this one. Nice little first section, just kind of trying to negotiate and reline that nose to pick up that inside section, but she only kind of gets one little turn. Here's the replay from first of Philippa, or perhaps actually live action. Sorry, my mistake. Live action from Philippa Anderson. Nice big looking wave, big face up ahead of her. Can she capitalise on this opportunity here? She's travelled a long way down the line by standards of lineup, and of course we well know about this Kingy sweep. Look at this big section ahead of her. She hasn't critically hit anything until that very last section, and unfortunately can't bank that last bit, Rabbit.
No, I thought she was really setting up for something big there, and you're right, she served it very conservative. You know, this is kind of nearly going back to those earlier men's heats where, you know, they would have seen that last heat and just seen how much of a struggle it was.
This is the opening ride. Replay here for the Sunny Coast local, Maddie Phillips. Gets a nice little slash on the backhand there, but you can see she's just trying to track with it, looking for this thing to double up on the inside, and she just doesn't get the next opportunity. Here's the replay from Philippa.
Yeah, it's a good looking wave, Jess, and she's got the wall, she's looking down the line, but as you were saying, is very conservative in her surfing. She just sort of goes under the lip, like here, under the lip, so not a lot of points on offer there. Nice cut back, sort of a two-stage cutty, and then she goes over this double up. Now it's going to get pretty serious. She goes up nice and early, but maybe she should have just waited and just done the one big one instead of trying to do two, you know, the 1-2 combo.
Here's the replay from Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, Sierra.
Similar kind of setup approach too to Philippa. Much smaller wave and not as much opportunity, but I think you're spot on. I think Philippa was kind of caught behind on that last critical section. She really could have banked those scores, and she kind of was trying to set it up and drive her speed into the last bit, but wasn't able to capitalise on that. So 4.17 locked in for first Philippa.
Yeah, I mean, that would be...
That's a 6 or more, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, she definitely left a 6 on the table. But she's doing the run around, and, you know, in the last heat, there was a massive struggle on the last heat to catch waves and to actually get a little wave count up. So they've definitely come out of the blocks a bit quicker here. Sierra gets that 5.17. She got a couple of nice cutbacks in that one. Surf within herself, but still 5.17, you'd be happy with that right now.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, you know, it's so different to be watching and analysing the conditions from the beach, but for the women's round of 64, those first few heats really do give you the most insight. I mean, they're your round and your division, and you can see how hard it is to dial this in. I mean, the guys have had that, you know, 2 rounds to really try and pick the eyes out of the situation. Yeah. And it's the first time for the women in the Kingy lineup. But I mean, for Philippa, she's such an experienced competitor. She's been around the QS for so many years, and she's had all of these clutch performances to see her really be on that kind of almost qualification every single time.
Oh, she's gone so close, and I think she just needs to open up in her surfing a bit more. I mean, I think she just played a safe game on that one. She wanted to get a score. You look at the last heat, 2 of the girls in the last heat got 1s, a total of 1 point something. They didn't want to make that mistake, so I think she just took the safety route, gets a score on the board, and then she might cut loose a bit more on the next one.
Yeah, she's got the surfing. She's also got that progressive game as well. You know, she's what we would consider one of the more experienced surfers in the draw, up against one of the new kind of had a lot of hype and up-and-coming Groms and hotshot Sierra Kerr. And Sierra has been one of those female surfers that's been pushing the limits of women's progressive surfing as well for so many years. I think it's almost beyond the point now where we're saying, oh, you know, it's so interesting, girls are starting to do it. It's Sierra and Molly and that whole generation are well beyond that initial conversation of it, and they're starting to push the performance way further.
No, they sure are. It's really exciting to see. I mean, that Gen Next of women's professional surfing is right on the cusp. And you know, we're seeing some new names and rookies in the CT, and there's another wave coming behind that.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent, I think, coming out now. There's a lot of programs around women's surfing, particularly in board riders, that's helping to push that, previously kind of left untouched talent to those suburbs. People like Layla Rich, she's, I believe, like a Bondi girl, and they've got so many women in their club pushing to make sure they get those reps in the jersey at a club level and to push into these things. Layla's had so many events under her belt, and now she's finding herself looking for that QS 5000 result, whether or not it be the final or just a really good heat result to push her confidence a bit further and take it to people like Philippa.
Yeah, look, it is all about building confidence, isn't it? No doubt. Getting through a heat of this calibre would do wonders. The seeded surfers coming into this round are going to be pretty much world class.
You could see the difference as well. I know with that opening heat of the women's round, Paige Harrop, she's currently #1 on the Australia Oceanic ratings, and she had a 5,000 win in NIAS for this qualifying season, and that's put her right at the top. And she's similar vintage to Philippa. They've had years and years and years of heats like this where they've just got to work it out for themselves, and they grind it out in all these different types of conditions. And how much does that come into play? You've had so many heats under your belt across your lifetime. Do those nerves and the experience ever overcome those nerves of putting on the jersey and getting out in one of these opening round heats?
Oh, well, you've got to. You've got to learn to do some of your best surfing in the jersey. That's being a professional surfer, and and the nerves definitely, you lock up, you tighten up. You're not going to do your good free surfing. So, there's a place for nerves. I think nerves are good. If you're too relaxed with no nerves, sometimes you might take it too easy out there in your heat management.
What about those surfers that thrive off? I feel like there's certain surfers, and they're rare, but the ones that do go out into competition and into pressure situations, they surf outside of themselves in a heat situation. Did you feel like that competing at your level, or were there those competitors that you always knew would surf beyond their free surfing capabilities in a jersey?
Yeah, for sure. And it's such a good kind of weapon to have, that you're able to extend and go beyond what you do in normal surfing when you've got the jersey on. That's a massive advantage to have in any professional sport. It's just a matter of really being able to expand your comfort zone. I feel like you see it with surfers that go out onto the Challenger Series and they come back to this level, like they're coming back to a comfort zone that they're very well adapted to. They're using all that experience of surfing with the big names internationally.
And using her experience, we'll take a quick moment. Vorno, you're with Nixie Ryan, winner of heat #2 of the ladies.
That's right, Jess, and far out in many ways is super frustrating. It was like a carrot on a stick. The harder you paddle to get into position, the further away it got. But doing enough there, Nixie, to get the win.
Yeah, it was such a hard heat. I think all the girls and I paddled till 15 minutes to go, but got one and I fell off, which sucked. But yeah, it was stoked to get through that one.
How hard is it to sort of readjust your strategy mid-heat, because you're obviously out there, you're looking for the best possible ways, but when no one's had a score and you're sort of more than halfway, tell us about sort of readjusting and what you have to change to get the win.
Well, I was watching and I saw all the girls getting sixes and stuff, and I was like, oh, it looks so fun, but I don't know, just halfway through the heat, I sort of just said to myself, just catch one and finish it on your feet, and you'll get at least a 3 or a 4. Because not much of the girls had scores, so yeah, it was just good to get one and finish it.
That's super clever, yeah. Look, I noticed you're wearing a Ball and All podcast hat. You're from Lennox Head, the Ball and All, the local guys, Woody, Barnesy, Condo. Anything you want to shout out to them?
Yeah, shout out to the Ball and All. Thanks for all your support for the community and, being such sick humans. Thanks.
And apparently they've got a new lavender hat for you as well.
Yeah, that one looks sick.
Well, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you the next round, Nix.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vorno. Nixie, she's another great example of one of the big fish in the Pro Junior pond when she was coming through the ranks, and now she's one of the older girls. There's all these young 14, 15-year-old girls coming up, and Nixie's been around for a few years now, and she's had plenty of experience under her belt. Rabbi, I know you probably would have watched her on these right-hand point breaks up here as well, and she's had some really good wins, and I think she's looking for that real breakthrough performance for her.
I'm a huge fan of Nixie surfing. I think she's a phenomenal talent. And it's kind of amazed me that she hasn't, gone a bit further and broken into the higher ranks.
I had a little chat with those girls yesterday afternoon just in the caravan park, and what I found interesting as well, a lot of, they're around 18, 19, 20 years old now, and they're backing themselves, double backing themselves with degrees. I think they're all enrolled in the same degree, like an exercise science, which I actually think Maddie Phillips in this heat from the sunny coast in the green, she's also enrolled in that exercise sports science degree. So they got that knowledge, and they're gaining that kind of base and foundation of understanding of what it takes to perform at this level of sport, as well as being an athlete and competing. I feel like it's so interesting with the ladies that they're all doing that same thing.
Yeah, and it's certainly a good backup to have as well, so that you got some qualifications behind you. You understand the science of what you're doing in a sports specific sense, and then post career, you take it as far as you can, but there might be something there that a career opportunity arises a bit later on.
Yeah, especially with the sport and surfing going the way it's going at the moment, where all eyes on Olympics, and it's such a professional platform now. It's easy to imagine, these ladies walking back in as, top performance coaches or sports science assistants or analysts or something for the teams.
Well, that's right, because, the Sierra Kerr generation and some of those young ladies coming out of Hawaii, they are going to, again, inspire yet another generation, even a bigger generation of another demographic. And so all these, the sports science and the coaching, and it's going to be, career opportunities all the way around. I mean, women's surfing's on the move.
Definitely on the move, but 10.5 minutes on the clock. Philippa Anderson in the lead at the moment. Heat number 3 in the water. Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro back with more action after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active, and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, Bundjalung country here, QS 5000 for the World Surf League. Currently in the water, round 64 of the women's first round here for the Australia Oceanic regional qualifier, and that is on screen on the right-hand corner. Philippa Anderson currently leading with a 4.17 and a 1.5. Sierra Kerr sitting in second position with a 5.17. Maddie Phillips has a 2-point ride, and Layla just a 1.73, so tricky conditions for the ladies to adjust to coming into the opening round of competition for them, but huge big points on the line. And of course a chance to collect 5,000 and go towards that Challenger Series. Here's what happened in the break. Philippa Anderson up and riding, nice little slash high and tight in the pocket, and does the 2-turn combo. I feel like definitely improving and learning from the first wave that she had under her belt. There's the replay of the end of Sierra Kerr's. See if there's a score to come in. Look at that. Dad in the trenches with her. How good is that?
So
Bugs,
good.
Josh. I saw him in the draw as Joel Kerr, I think, but just giving her a little bit of inspiration and a bit more motivation.
Oh, he does this all the time. I mean, he's just so there, and gives it the hydration and a few little words of encouragement. They're a formidable team, and as Josh said earlier, it's great. They talked about doing an event together, and it's this event. It's cool. He's not looking to qualify. He just wants to do a cool thing with his daughter.
It's so cool. He is pretty much the epitome of dad goals too. I mean, I saw them surf against each other, or for the same team, sorry, but they had this little rivalry going at the board riders battle where they were challenging each other to see who could score the best. And I'm pretty sure Josh might have gone out and got a 7.5, and Sierra went out behind him and got an 8.
Yeah.
And it was just their inner rivalry, like the pushing of each other's performance in such a good way. It's definitely dad goals there.
Oh, they were amazing as a little 1-2 combo in the ABB, and they're going to be a formidable team moving forward. They've got a great chemistry working, and as you said, they push each other and challenge each other. It's pretty playful, but there's that little competitive edge.
What would it take to get you to don the jersey again against Jagger? A similar rivalry, perhaps? Do you reckon you ever would?
No.
Never.
that ain't going to happen.
No.
No, I'm happy just to do a little bit of surfing, and don't really want to compete anymore.
Yep.
But I'll certainly take him on the tennis court.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. With just over 6 minutes on the clock, there she is on screen again. Philippa Anderson holding priority, 4.17 and 5.93 in scoreline. And while we wait for the next exchange from the ladies in the lineup, Vaughan, you've locked into the Oakberry caravan.
That's right, Jess. Oakberry, not just supporters of the Australian surfing institution, but also, and more importantly, purveyors of the best acai bowls in the world. And I'm here with Jade and Livia, and these two amazing women have been loading everyone up on the sustenance. Tell us what makes Oakberry acai bowls so good, Jade.
In my personal opinion, I think that the actual acai is the best I've ever had. And there's just so many toppings, so many things you can add, and I just think it really just separates it from all the other acai bowls.
It really does. I mean, have a go at this thing, guys. That is just pure health there. What's in there?
Honey oats, acai, chia seeds, our very healthy peanut butter, coconut flakes, strawberry, everything.
Wow, that's so good. And Liv, I noticed that we also have options for everyone regardless of your dietary requirements.
We have so many toppings, gluten-free or dairy-free as well, so it's for everyone.
And can I just ask you guys, who's been the biggest Oakberry acai bowl glutton at this event so far? Like, do any of the surfers made a real mess of things with their acai bowls?
Oh, only the 3 young kids that work in the WSL tent have had about 10 today. And I did serve, what's his name, Josh Kerr, and I was very embarrassed because I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, Josh Kerr doesn't even eat with a spoon. He just gets the bowl and just digs his mouth in and rips it. But guys, I'm going to rip into this beautiful Oakberry acai bowl. Thanks so much for putting on the comp.
Thanks, Vaughan and Oakberry. I know those guys are on tour as well. The caravan goes down to Bells and goes across to WA, and yeah, the ladies in there, they know their acai too, Rabs.
Oh, they sure do, and it's the best, and the toppings are incredible, and oh yeah, it's good stuff.
I was thinking maybe they'd cut a hole in the bottom of that caravan and Vaughan was just standing on the ground there, but
yeah, Vaughan gets in amongst it.
He does, doesn't he?
That was a great profile.
He loves it, always in the trenches and always just really, really letting people and letting their character shine through. I think he's really good at that with those interviews.
Well, we've got a really similar situation to the last seed. The seeded surfers, dominating. It's been very quiet over the last few. Philippa Anderson does get 5.93 to add to her total to take her into first place, so that's pretty solid. But for Madison and Layla, I mean, they're languishing. There's 2 and a 1.
I know, and they just be wishing for that opportunity just to do something and to show their surfing and what they've been working on at home. Here we go. Looks like Philsy again up and riding. Nice looking wave ahead of her too. Oh, almost goes down, pulls it back under her. Nice dynamic manoeuvre for her. Look, she's chasing this inside. He's identified it. Little wraparound rebound. And again, waiting for her to stand up on the inside. She's looking a lot more comfortable and freer now that she's in that leading position. Does she get another chance? No, but work done on the outside for her. Quite a dynamic, kind of lost control in the slide, Bugs, but...
It was a nice recovery. And, you know, she went on to... I don't know if she's going to better her score. That 4.17 probably does. It really depends how they judge that there, whether it was a completed manoeuvre. It was a nice recovery, though. You've got to give her points for that. And then this way sort of flattens out. It's a series of little roundhouse cutties. Not much, no more pocket to play with. I'm not sure if she'll improve on her score, but that first move is... It'll be interesting to see how they do judge that. And
yeah, really important point for the rest of the women competing as well, because this is, you know, the opening heats for this new division, that the scale's being set and nobody really knows what they're going to lock in as. There it is, a 6.27 at 2 minutes remaining for last Philippa Anderson, so being rewarded for the commitment to risk.
Yep.
In that first section, bigger, nicer wave of the set. She's been able to put herself on those good quality waves in the lineup. She's been, bar Sierra's 5.17, the only one that's been able to find them and stay in position for them.
And when you think about the scale of things and you think about Sierra's 5.17, yeah, that Philippa's wave was definitely better than that. And you know, I just didn't know how they were going to judge that first manoeuvre. But yeah, they rewarded it. They rewarded the risk taking.
So now Maddie Phillips in that third position looking for the 3.95. Here you see Sierra. She's trying to pick up another wave to replace that 1 point ride and make it just a little bit harder for Madison and Layla. Layla needing the 4.45, I believe, as she's holding down first priority with 1 minute to go. I would be thinking that this requirement's going to increase. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, it just goes under her along the bank.
Yeah, it's very unusual for Sierra to be holding a 1. She'll get a bit desperate here and turn around, and there's a bit of a double up on that one. So that one, wow, it's reeling off pretty good.
Look at it hit the inside there. I reckon you might even see her go to the air, go for that progressive part of her repertoire too. I mean, trying to snavel one of those little pockets under priority at this 30 seconds left.
Yeah, she's going to go this wave. She knows she just needs something to bang. That improves on her 1. That makes the Layla and Madison are going to need, they're going to need 4s and 5s now.
Yeah, one big critical manoeuvre on the end of that section there. 10 seconds to go. Let's see if she overtakes Philippa for the lead as well. I mean, she'd need a 7.03. I don't know if that
don't see that
is in that. 5.87, so consolidates second place, Bugs.
Wow, what a classy last minute, last second, her best ride. One big manoeuvre, it just goes to show. You go big, the judges love it. Philippa went big, sort of had to recover. A clean manoeuvre by Sierra, nail second place.
And with that, we'll take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Coming back up is heat number 4, round of 64 of the women QS 5000 event. See you soon.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Good Monday afternoon. Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Live action here from Kingscliff, and ominous looking little bit of weather to the south. At the moment on the Tweed Coast, myself, Jess Grimwell, joined Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Look at that afternoon rolling on into the contest site. Bugs.
Well, yeah, that's looking pretty wild with that easterly wind. You wonder if it's not coming our way. It has been skirting us and staying on the horizon. There's been a lot of squalls out to sea. Not one of them has hit us yet. That does look a little ominous.
Yeah, maybe some weather on the cards for this afternoon, but at the moment, round of 64, heat number 4 of the women in the water. Kobe Enright in the red jersey, Rhea Campbell in the blue, Lillian Young in the white, and Bonnie Hills in the green. So some very experienced competitors amongst these 4 women, particularly the seated surfers and Kobe Enright. I've seen her since she was such a young surfer and a young grommet, coming up around this end of the coast and travelling to all the QSs, and I've seen some really great performances from her, but I know she's chasing that Challenger Series and, potentially Championship Tour berth.
It really is, she's been chasing that for a while and would love to see, she'd love to see it happen. She's had different times when there's been little purple patches where winning sequences have come into play.
There's some beautiful drone footage right there too of pristine waters up here. Some of the crew had their little lunchtime swims even. Bugs, and they were saying that the beach showers are colder than the ocean up here. That's how hot it is at the moment on the Tweed Coast.
Yeah, well, that's why we just had a cyclone go past us. I mean, the water temperature is right up there in that cyclonic range where you can imagine how much warmer the water is north of us. And we still might see more cyclonic activity. It's only mid-March, where it's the peak of the season.
Have you got a spot up here locally, a little secret spot that you like to go to in those big, super crowded swells that hit this part of the coast?
Well, I mean, they're such big swells that there's really no escape. I mean, I guess the inside Greenmount, but I mean, it's not a secret.
Secret spot.
It's hardly a secret.
Inside Greenmount secret spot. It's incredible to that you can be so close to that part of the surfing industry and, to Snapper and that part of the Gold Coast, but you just come 10 minutes or 20 minutes south and then you hit this. It's almost like you go into another world, laid back, kind of coastal country vibe, and everything changes down here. I mean, it's still busy, but it's nothing like up the coast.
Oh gosh, it's nothing like up the coast. I mean, Kingscliff's just tucked away nicely down here, and the Tweed Coast in itself, especially when it comes down to late autumn into the winter, you get those beautiful southwest mornings. There's so many little opportunities down here. The beaches are awesome, and it just it turns on.
And so many nooks and crannies, like those little back beaches that are peppered all the way up and down the Tweed Coast. I always used to love coming up here as a grommet with my dad, and somewhere to be onshore and you could just literally walk across that headland and surf the other side and be perfect offshore.
That's right. That's the beauty of it. And it handles all winds, There's little corners, there's back beaches. It handles a westerly, southwesterly. This handles the southeaster easily. It's offshore in the southeast.
Let's see if the ladies can pick themselves up the opportunity. I'm sure they would have been watching closely at those first 3 heats of this afternoon for their division and just seeing perhaps where people like Philippa and Nixie and Paige have picked up those scoring rides and trying to identify how not to get stuck in that raging rip current that's kept so many waves unridden in the contest site.
Yeah, well, that wave there just caught them all inside and it just broke a bit further out. It just peaked up in one big peak and none of them were in position to get it. I don't know if it had an inside section at all anyway. It might have just unloaded and been done with it. So
look at this beautiful drone shot as well of up. You can see the little red contest flags just on that shore there, straight in front to the right-hand side of the screen, and the surf club set up. This is like an ideal setup and so Australian, isn't it? The surf clubs on the beach are just the epitome of Australian surf culture.
always say the surf club's the best real estate in Australia.
Ooh, here we go. Bonnie Hill's having a look at that, but just getting caught a little too far off the bank. Same similar thing happened yesterday afternoon with all that extra water pushing in. It was such a battle to watch those guys try and push onto that sand.
Yeah, well, we've had 7 minutes and counting have gone in this heat. Not a struck match yet. So this is going sort of harking back to the heat before, where Nixie Ryan was saying 15 minutes, all 4 competitors paddling for 15 minutes. And it looks like Kobe's going to know this one is backed off. No. See, we're coming up to the high tide too. So sometimes they lift up on that outside and then the tide just backs them off and they come right onto the inside bank, and nothing's going so far. 8 minutes gone, elapsed.
They almost have to make that 90-degree turn, don't they? If you see them paddling out, they look like they're paddling to the left-hand side of the screen at the point that they're going to be pushing in for takeoff. They've almost got to turn directly back at the surf club and start paddling into the sand to get themselves under it.
Yeah, you paddle right on the ring, just like Sierra Kerr did it right at the end of that last heat. You know, it's not a bad tactic to do at any stage, particularly on the higher tide. Get right onto that inside and look for those little runners. Not so much the big sets on the outside, which it seems like all 4 of the girls are on the outside looking for a set wave, and there is some separation there. Kobe, you can see in the red, sitting wide. And looks like Raya Campbell sitting deep, a lot deeper. And look at this wave. It's kind of like a left going towards him.
The mystical left. It did look like a good little left corner on it. Look at the inside too, just reeling off. But maybe possibility of a little bit of that.
Here we go.
Opening round, chasing big scores and hoping for a huge performance. But here goes Kobe. Ooh, same thing, just getting stuck a little too much water on that outside of the bank.
Oh, wow.
I feel like there's the trap in the opening rounds for these women here to be wanting to really perform. So getting stuck in that mindset of chasing 7s, 8s, and look at that, you pointing out that beautiful reeling right-hander across the screen where they might have had to adjust and just look for those 4s and 5s to get things started.
And the other thing with the current, that once it takes you on the other side of it, it's hard to actually access it. And we go back to the point you made before. You've actually got to paddle in and deeper into it to get yourself onto that bank, because there are these waves running on that inside bank, but you can see they can't get to them. Now, if you get a chip in on the outside, you saw a lot of the guys this morning, they get the chip in on the outside and they fade, and they still fade right back, and then they bring it around and they're on that inside bank. So there's a restart.
So judges deeming no rideable waves for the ladies. 10 minutes gone, and it's a full heat restart here for heat number 4. So a lucky little event for them, and a little turn in their favour perhaps for the 4 ladies, because you really, really do not want to be going out of first round without the opportunity to catch something. And here comes an opportunity right now, Bugs.
Yep, seconds into the heat. There's Raya. Yep, Raya Campbell up and riding. So this heat, very fortunate for all 4 girls that they get a restart.
Oh, look at this thing wall up on the inside too. Just gets caught behind that end section, but does get the crack off the lip, crack off the top, and first numbers to trickle through on the board.
Yeah, Raya. Sometimes when you sit for like 12 minutes too, it takes a bit away. Now we're seeing a flurry of action.
So opening ride for Bonnie Hills too. We saw just a little end of that for Green, and Lillian Young, a wave under her belt. Let's have a look at the replay here of Raya Campbell. Big kind of roll-in section, Bugs.
Yeah, not much happening on this wave. Raya, she's trying to get her feet organised here, and she goes up and sort of stabs at it, really. So it's not really how Raya usually serves her backhand. I kind of feel that she was just, they were all just sitting for so long. Maybe she just stiffened up a little bit, but at least she's got something, to put on the card now.
Yeah, hopefully that goes well towards just relaxing her, building her confidence. 10 minutes is a long time to sit in the lineup. At a competition this level, there would be so much anticipation in the days leading up into this event. It's a really big opportunity for any 4 of these ladies to find some really valuable points going into the Challenger Series, hopefully. I heard Stacey calling it the Changers. I like that. He's seriously the king of abbreviations, that man.
Oh, sure is.
While we wait for those first few scores to lock on in for the ladies, we'll cut to a quick break when we're back with live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
And a very good afternoon to you, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro here, live action from the QS 5000 event, running all week at the beautiful Kingscliff Beach for today, day number 2. My name is Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by, of course, the legendary Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And currently in the water, we've already had a heat restart. We're back down to that 21-minute mark. And at the moment, round of 64, heat 4 of the women, it is Rhea Campbell that has found herself a 3-point ride. Bonnie Hill's a 2.8, Lillian Young just a 1, and Kobe Enright hasn't scored a drop. Here's the replay, Bugs.
Yeah, Kobe up and riding now. And he's got that big swooping cutty out of the top, and she's trying to stick with this one, getting into the power zone, sort of racing away. So this will be arguably the best wave so far if she can just finish it off here. Looks like there's just enough power here to do it.
Ooh.
It was kind of a funky finish there. It was weird. It was like convergence of 2 waves.
Yeah, it turned into a little TP in the end, but I think you're going to be spot on the money with best wave of the heat so far. She has that real trademark straight left leg through those big kind of open wing calves, doesn't she?
Yeah, it's really beautiful to watch.
And she's a fellow snapper board riders local along with Rhea.
Yeah, they've both been in the club, since they were little groms.
I do remember watching so many different sessions of Kobe's out at Snapper Point. We used to go up there and just watch some of the free surfing, and she's always just had that gracefulness about her, and locking in now, being rewarded. I mean, just a couple of calves really on that bigger wave and a 4.33.
Yeah, it didn't offer that much. It looked like it was going to be a really promising wave, but she got that first nice turn in. Didn't quite finish the wave off, but the 4.33, she'll be happy with that. I mean, considering that we got the restart, otherwise, we'd be down to, not much time left. So there's plenty of time for Kobe to do the run and get around there. I saw her training the other day. She was doing a big run, and, probably getting ready, knowing there'd be a bit of a... We weren't sure if the event would be here or Cabarita, but Cabarita could have a big run too. I mean, an even bigger run.
So either way, she's prepped for the situation, and somebody else who made that prep count is down there on the sidelines. Philippa Anderson, heat winner from heat number 3 of the women's.
Thanks, Jess. Philsy, lots of running last week at the ABB. Paddling all day today here at Kingscliff. Let's get you in the ice bath.
Yeah, I mean, I'd put my head down and training a lot at home, but then you add the elements of just trying to get those 2 waves. But yeah, tough work. But yeah, I guess that's just what you got to do. Everyone's in the same boat. But I didn't see anyone in that whole heat. I thought maybe like it was, I don't know, something swimming through the lineups because I couldn't see anyone, and I kept looking back. I was like, okay, the green flag's still on. But yeah, it's pretty wild out there.
You did really well. Massive total for today. You must be proud of that effort.
Yeah, I know I got a 4, and then I think Paige said a 5 and a 5, so I'll go have a look at that. But yeah, I mean the plan was just to a lot of the, you could get that 6, 7, 8 today, but I think majority of the heats, those 3s and 4s and 5s were getting through the heat, so that was the plan, to just try and get one wave, and I got a 4, and then I was like, all right, let's build on that, because I didn't see anyone else in the heat, so I was like, well, hopefully I'm doing well.
Can you hear anything out there?
Yeah, like through a bit, so that's good, and yeah, you can see the priority board, so yeah, I mean, obviously you can't do too much if you can't hear with the elements, but yeah, I was happy to get through that.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of support for you back at home in Merewether. Did you want to sing out?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, first event of the year. Yeah, just it's super cool to have everyone back me again. Been doing this for a while and I still love it, and I'm just so grateful for all the Newcastle and Merewether community. A lot of you guys are watching, so I really appreciate it. All my sponsors and of course my team, and yeah, the clients, they having us up here, so that's a huge help. Me and Cody and Paige used to, we've had about 10 years together on the QS, so it's good to be back. But just a huge thanks to everyone, and yeah, hopefully Merewether and some of the other boys surfing. I think Luke unfortunately lost today, but hopefully we can fly that flag and keep making finals today.
Yeah. On your Filsey, well done.
Thanks very much, Stace and Filsey. Her performances last week for Merewether at the Board Riders Battle were, once again, they always seem to culminate in a dramatic meeting with the rocks there at the Merewether Bar.
I reckon. She came so close so many times. I mean, that was extraordinary, trying to squeeze that extra decimal point out.
Was it? I asked her about it afterwards too, after watching her dock herself a couple of times across the dry rocks, especially in the final. She got Merewether back on track with that. I think it was an 8.8. And she just said, I just saw this end section, but I saw the rocks out of the corner of my eye, and I just thought, oh, well, I just got to go, because the rest of the club's on the beach, and they're such a strong club.
Yeah.
And I like hearing about the fact that she's still staying with Cody Klein. I know Cody used to compete at Page, still in the draw, #1 seed for the women in the rankings at the moment. So to have those 3 ladies still, swapping war stories and heat stories is pretty incredible. And there we see the rain squall moving on in.
Ah, yeah. Well, it did strike.
And the situation hasn't really changed either, Bugs. 4.33, top right at the moment for Kobe.
No, but it was an interesting insight from Philippa that she got that 4, and we were thinking that was going to. She came and she did the run around, and that pleased her. It wasn't a big score, but then she could build on that, and that was her strategy. Amazing how she said she didn't even see the other girls in the heat. That's how a bigger area it is, and how spread out they can be, and each look, they've got their individual battles with the ocean, not each other.
Yeah, it's funny with competition surfing, isn't it? As we say, Lillian Young up and riding. God, a weird little frothy section. You can see she's trying to get in front of this thing, and there's rain pouring down here right now at Kingscliff. I can hear it outside of the webcast booth right now. I'm not sure you can hear it. It's just absolutely pouring through. It might actually play into the favour and clean up the conditions even a little bit more as we go into the afternoon competition. And it looks like Kobe's made it from her run around back to the outside. So it's been a long heat for these ladies, an extra 10 minutes on the clock, so 35 minutes in total by the end of this with that heat restart.
Yeah, that's a big effort. I don't know, this is probably the first restart of the day.
Yeah, it's definitely the first one that I've seen. You can see a nice little Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro forecast, 29 degrees at the moment, and we can tell you heavy rain. Oh, it's so hot, and southeast wind still puffing along.
Yeah, that could be a bit of a cooling squall coming through. Typical summer weather up here, northern New South Wales.
Very tropical conditions. Just under 14 minutes on the clock. Kobe holding first priority.
Yeah.
4.33.
Yeah, a friend of mine just came back. He was in Malaysia, and he said, it'd be good to get back to the weather. He said the humidity is exactly the same.
It must be around that 99% up here. It's got to be. It's got to be so close to 100%. It's so tropical. Well, it doesn't look it very much on the screen at the moment, but that little tail end of the weather system just hitting. There's a beautiful little right rolling through too. You can just kind of mind surf that thing. It's so easy to do from the booth and out of the way of that current. Just over 13 minutes on the clock. And good afternoon. If you have just joined us here for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, it's been a big day of competition, Bugs. We've had the rest of the round of 96 of the men's all morning. Standout performances for you so far from that men's second round?
Oh, well, I mean, you know, gosh, I mean, Lennox Shell, Dakota Walters, Josh Kerr. I mean, there was so many good performances. Josh Stratton. We had so many heats with so many performances. I can't remember all of them, but there's a lot of standouts.
No, it has been. It's just the grind. And there we see it's Lillian Young making the run around there. Just a 1.33 and a 1 point right. Look at this. Kobe scratching into this one. Chin down to the stringer. And here we go. Wall ahead of her now, Bugs.
Yeah.
Stretches the wings on that opening manoeuvre. Looking for this thing to turn on for her, and she clicks with the lip. That's going to be right up there in the scoreline for her to keep at the end of this heat number 4, and she's going to have to do another run around. So second run around through the rain, and let's wait to see what that score locks in as. That's going to be the most critical manoeuvre right at the very end, kind of similar to Sierra Kerr's. Maybe if I think about the scale line, probably not as sharp.
But she got 2 in. She got a first setup move in. I mean, that's Kobe's best ride, the best ride of the heat so far. And there it is. It's a 5.5. So you know, even Kobe's got to do the big run now. She'll be happy to hear that she's got a 5.5 now with the 11.5 minutes just under. This battle could be on for second place, Jess.
Yeah, just over 11 minutes. That's Bonnie Hills on screen. She's found herself a 2.8, just a 1.5, and really needing to find one of those ways, just like Kobe's last one, that just gave her an opportunity to hit the lip. The points are out there on the table. As Kobe just proved, a 5.5 and a 4.33. I mean, she's got to battle the elements to find herself with the opportunity, but Rhea Campbell, just a 1.3 needed. Her, I'm wondering if she can hear the situation or where she is in the lineup. She's decided to make the run around along with Lillian, only needing a 2.97. So big heat, such a grindy situation for these 4 women. And you can see that experience just playing out like the previous heats. For Paige Harrop, for Nixie Ryan, for Philippa Anderson, and now for Kobe Enright. There is nothing that comes close to the advantage of time in Jersey and experience in these conditions, Bugs.
No, it's a battlefield out there, and all that experience and training comes into play now. And you know, you can be coached on the beach, you can watch it for days, but once you're out there, you're pretty much on your own, and you've got to have I think out of Kingscliff, you really do have to have a plan B. Because if you starve for waves, you've got to make a move. I don't think you can just sit there and wait for the sets. You've got to kind of, I think you've got to make a beeline for that inside bank and deep. So just like you were saying before, Jess, like paddle in and deep to the left, south.
Yeah, way deep, don't you? And you have to risk being swept all the way down or up the beach to the north and away from the contest area. You just have to, because there's such more requirements for these ladies to get into progression and into the next round and into those quality points for their seasons, that you don't want to die wondering out there and have the clock tick away against you and not even have taken a shot. At least if you can take a shot and you've missed, you said you had a good crack, and the chances of pulling off, you know, for Lillian Young, a 2.97 are pretty high when you look at that inside section.
Yeah, look, I mean, apart from Kobe, it's a very low-scoring heat.
I saw this adjustment happen really well towards the end of that men's second round too. Like you were saying, the Lennox Chell heat, pretty much from those last few heats onwards, you saw that adjustment big time and consistently throughout every single group of guys that went out. They shuffled in really quickly and they just hustled. It was kind of like that, those surfs that, you know, normal people like myself would get after work. You've got 20 minutes before dark and you don't even care what you pick up. You just got to pick up something and you just go bang, 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 and 5 waves in 20 minutes and you're in.
Exactly. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad, bad attitude to have out here. Just go out there and just start picking waves and...
Oh, here she goes.
Oh, wow.
No.
Yeah,
After the runaround too.
Yeah, really having a tough time out there.
Legs are burning and probably just stuck in 2 minds. Good intention though, picking up these inside ones. She only needs a 2.97. Here she goes, another wall ahead of her. Lillian Young up and over the roof. 2 opportunities. She's really swung for them. The intention was there, but she just can't capitalise on it.
Well, she's still got time to do another run around, and all's not lost because it's a pretty low-scoring heat. I mean, you look at Bonnie, she's got a 2.8 and a 1.5. And Raya, she's just got a 3-point ride, and here she goes now, though. This is Raya Campbell, her second wave. This is going to make a bit of a tougher equation now for both. I think she'll move into second place on that one for sure.
Yeah, agree. It was a nice, bigger looking wave. She had smooth open face ahead of her. She got a couple of kind of medium range carves on her backhand, nothing critical top to bottom, but she needed a second ride under her belt and she knew it and she pulled the trigger. I'm feeling for Lillian Young. I know probably every other day of the week, those 2 waves she would have landed easily. But in the heat of competition and under the pressure, the physical exertion of the runaround, the pressure of the time against you, everything's just not gone away at the moment. Here's the replay for Raya.
Yeah.
Bit of a carve down that first bit.
Looking much more confident on this wave, Jess. It's nothing too special, but she just surfs it a lot more confidently than her first wave. And, getting back to that point you made about Lillian, I mean, this is where training comes into it. You've got to kind of train for these scenarios of adversity so that you kind of like your head doesn't blow up, because it really gets like that in the heat. The pressure builds and the stress, and knowing that you need a wave and you need to perform, and you've got all the elements working against you with this current, and am I even going to catch this wave? And you've kind of got to train. You've got to put yourself in adverse situations in training.
Yeah, valuable experiences for those guys. And you can tell who does it too, don't you? You can, look at that one, just going through across the inside of the bank. It's so easy to mind surf those little ones, but obviously so difficult to pick them up. But Raya's put herself into a good position, moves into second now, 3.67 and 3. Still in striking distance. Bonnie, a 3.87. So when we look at the scale last of Raya, Bonnie needs something just a little bit better to push her up into progressing through this round. And Lillian still within striking distance for her as well. You can see she's got that nice settled forehand style on the bottom turn. She just needs to be able to consolidate on those top turns. Finds 2 of them and she's back in the books with, a 5-point ride, similar to Kobe's. Kobe's had a 5.5 for 2 wraparound calves and a 4.33, I think, for that big crack on the inside. So Lillian can take stock of that if she can hear or process any of that information in the heat of the moment. And I think 5.34. She looks aggressive. She kind of looks a little bit like Lakey Peterson to me when she steps up on that board. And I think she can put herself in a position in the last few minutes of this heat. The ladies aren't safe. Once again, we've said it throughout the whole event. There's Kobe Enright. She's holding priority. She's the safest of them all at the moment. But open door, 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, we'll have to chart the course of Lillian as she, I guess, I'm not sure, did she do the run around? She's not listed on there, even on the priority board. I think she has done it. And at that time, there was still 7.5 minutes left, so she had time to get out there. And she might be able to snaffle one here, and she needs a pretty decent score. Bonnie doesn't need a big score.
Yeah, Bonnie's probably the danger lady at the moment for Raya with that second priority as well. 3.87. When I think back to Sierra's single manoeuvre, I think it was a 5.37 or something around that mark. 5.17, 5.87 were her 2 scorers, and it was on that final run around. Collected the motivation, maybe a bit of coaching from Dad, shot through that little part on the right-hand side of your screen and picked up that runner and just cracked it off the lip. That's got to be the intention for Lillian here.
I think so. You know, it's nearly here we see Raya. This is Raya just loses a little bit of composure there, but nice hit there. This will be another score for her. This could easily be her best. She sticks with it. And with 2 minutes 50 seconds, there's Kobe. Oh, this is a good one for Kobe Enright. She's looking like down the line. She's loving this. And she does pull it off, so you'd think that that might be it for both Kobe and Raya, but they're both going to go into their score line. I think this is Raya's best wave.
How good was that? She kind of just wobbles and almost falls off, but that turn right there.
Yeah, the second turn was really composed, and she does get one more sort of hit now. It's only a small one, but she's only looking to eliminate a 3-point ride. But this wave for Kobe, this is a solid ride. It's a bigger wave. Oh, I love that turn. That's the money turn. And that down the line, she just looked like she lowered her, just got that lower compression so that she could just jam off the bottom into the lip. That is by far her best riders too. So they're both in. They've declared their innings with 2 minutes to go.
They have, I think, pretty safely too. That was I felt like I could really feel that down the line speed of Kobe's last wave. She had that flow about her on that one, and I think it's going to be a nice score. I think Bonnie and Lillian are going to have to do a lot more than what's listed right now after those numbers are locked in.
Yeah, I was kind of been wondering where Bonnie was in that whole episode there, because she had second priority. We haven't seen her get away for, it's got to be at least 10 or 12 minutes. So she's just in that zone, you know, where I call it kind of no man's land, where she's in between the banks. She's looking for a certain wave, and it just hasn't presented. She's paddling out now, though, so she might have a bigger wave on the outside. There's a minute to go. Here's a wave. Go. Will she get it? Yes, she will. This could be a good one.
Oh, big section.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, and it looks like
she's going to
perhaps,
come in.
conceding defeat as well. Big score in for last Kobe Enright. 7.83 for that display of down the line prowess, the flow, and the manoeuvre she was able to pull off. Beautiful looking scoreline for her. Has her sitting safely at the moment. 30 seconds on the clock. It's been a long heat for these ladies. Raya Campbell also banks another good score. Makes that requirement for Bonnie 6.84. You've just seen her come in. Lillian has 20 seconds to pick up an 8.31. It's going to have to be the best score of the day. I mean, it's never over until it's over. But a beautiful performance on that last ride. You saw Kobe just really click into gear then.
Oh, she clicked in on a really good wave. That was one of the better looking waves we've seen. It appears to me that after that squall, it's gone offshore. There's a little bit, you can see a bit of a flutter off the back of the wave now. These conditions, we were expecting the wind to go more south overnight. It may have arrived.
And there it is, heat number 4. It looks like Kobe Enright and Raya Campbell moving on through, and a battle of a heat too with a restart and all. And we'll be back with live action at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Ronnie Blakey, Stace Galbraith in for the call.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visithetweed.com.au.
destination to my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, a QS 5000, the first major qualifying event in the Australasian region. And we're seeing some of the real superstars hit the lineup now. And in the blue jersey out there at the moment, it's going to be Jess Starling. Then we've got Mia Huppets in the red. Coco Cairns is in the white, and Isabella Coldo is going to be in the green. Ronnie with Stace, and mate, had that big southerly change. That breeze it's picked up in a big way, but the direction's kind of favourable out there. It seems to kind of be ironing things out a little bit.
Definitely. It's, straight away there was whispers around the event site, what's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is the waves are going to get way better. The show rolls on. The spectators might stay at home and watch on the TV, but as far as the action goes in the water, I reckon it's going to be firing all over from this point on.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just seen a little, I think, just jump in the energy, or definitely some bigger set waves rolling through in that last heat in particular. Well, let's see what Jess Starling can get happening here. Nice little section standing up. Unfortunately, just gets a little swamp, doesn't ride out of that one. You're going to get the benefit if you can connect with a nice clean wall out here of having that spray off the rail accentuated by this southerly wind.
Yeah, definitely. Jesse looking for the double up here. I like the idea, but might just be caught behind a little bit too much.
Opting for the runaround now. So no major score locked in just yet.
I'll have to get a pullback shot of where she's actually at in the lineup, because I think she's pretty not that far down.
It's just an easy decision to make if you're down the line, though, isn't it?
Yep.
But you were right, she wasn't all the way down.
I would have gone back out there, 100%.
Maybe tried to pick something off down the line there.
Just where that jet ski is, there's a couple of waves there, and that's where you'll see the competitors. It probably adds another 150 metres to your run around, but it'd be worth it, because see where this peak's popping up right there? There's actually another little bank there just a bit further down, and I've actually seen sort of 3 scoring opportunities through this whole bank, as we see Mia Huppets here up and riding. Oh no, Coco, excuse me. Did well to ride out of that one.
Yeah, hammered the section. Gave it a bit of what for. So waiting on the numbers to roll through for that one, but will probably be the best ride of the heat so far. Look at the set waves rolling in on the outside at the moment.
Firing, my brew.
Yeah. Good little pulse in the energy out here. Yeah, I was psyched to see that there was going to be swell for this event. Even, if you've got to kind of just chip away at a couple of sort of average days in a little protected corner just to hide from a bit of that energy, but it's just looking good, for everyone getting opportunity. As we see now, Isabella. Wow. Oh, there's a nice connection, but yeah, it was just a high impact landing. You definitely want to carry a bit of speed into those sections, otherwise you're going to have to deal with that impacting water in a big way.
Definitely a 2-club wind now, Ron. That wind's picking up, and it's all about the angle of attack now. Earlier in the day, you could probably go in a bit more with aggression to the lip and have your nose pointing to the sky, but I think this afternoon you'll see a lot of the competitors hitting a lot of those sections horizontally just to try and, like you said, get out in front of it, because that's a scary landing. Big score if she makes it, though.
Yeah. I'm an awkward 4. I think she's okay, though. Back out there, 19 and a half minutes to go. And it was Kobe Enright victorious in that last heat. Let's hear from her now. She's with Jess.
Thanks, Ronnie. Yeah, Kobe, we were just having a little chat about the conditions. I mean, that was such a hard heat to watch with the restart, put in 10 minutes down and no waves. What was going through your head?
Yeah, that was hard work. I think that's like the most exercise I've done all year. It was hard out there. I mean, I couldn't even actually hear. So I was paddling for a few waves and then I heard them count, and I was like, well, I'm so glad I didn't catch one, because otherwise there wouldn't have been a restart. We almost needed that extra 25 minutes just to like settle in again, because it was just, it's a mission out there. It's hard work. A lot of paddling, the runarounds. It's just like,
every man for themselves. Hopefully you get one.
And I mean, your style is so unique. You have such a graceful way of surfing this wave. Did you feel like you kind of loosened up, especially towards that last wave, because you were looking really in form on that last one?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I think that last wave I just wanted to come in. I think I was just so exhausted that I was just like, anything that'll get me in, I'm taking it. The first half was hard work. I didn't seem to be able to like get my rhythm on my waves. I was kind of just forcing it. So yeah, it felt nice to open up on a couple of turns on the end and make my way in.
And you had your partner here on the beach as well, and he was only supposed to be maybe, 10 or 20 minutes late, and now we're looking at the 35-minute mark to the boss.
Yeah, I know. He's got his priorities straight. No, I'm glad he came down. I kind of pushed for it, so he's a weapon. He comes to all of them. He loves watching. He's the best supporter. So yeah, he was running down and yelling out some scores in time, which was good. Needed that little boost of energy.
Well, it's so great to watch you surf and push through that really challenging opening round. What's going to happen tonight going into the next day competition tomorrow?
I'm just going to need to learn to breathe again. That was like so hard. Hopefully it mellows out a little bit over the next couple of days. I mean, it's hard because when it's like this, the waves are still so good. It's just the in-between time that makes it hard. So it's like a win-win, lose-lose situation. So we just got to be grateful we've got waves and got some swell.
Well, hopefully you can start the watch on the next heat too. It'd be very interesting to see your heart rate under these stressful conditions.
Yes, for sure. I know. I tried to do it when I got out there, but I was too flustered from the paddle out. But I'm going to start it before I go out next time so I can see.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Kobe. Good luck going into the next round.
Thanks so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers, Jess. Yeah, Kobe Enright. I mean, she's just one of the performers on the qualifying series. She's strong. We've already seen her in some of those board riders events, flaring for the Snapper Rocks Club. Just, even in those high pressure situations, can keep it together. So an impressive performance there. We also saw a good ride from Mia Huppets during the interview. And yeah, just great form. Looks like she's been doing quite a bit of work.
Yeah, Mia's naturally a really talented surfer, and when you pair that with some extra bit of work on top, something like Brad Gerlach, which I know she's been doing, it's only going to work out well for her in the long run. She surfs with a beautiful style, a really upright back, opens her chest up through her turns, and yeah, she's connected really well to this wave here, finds the steep part of the wave on the inside, just looks really locked in on her equipment. She's I kind of take the fun out of Mia a bit. She just moved here. She's from Torquay, and I always try to get her to claim her as a Gold Coaster, but she's a Torquay girl at heart.
Yeah, I could definitely see the influence of Gerlach in that carving approach, the way she opens those shoulders up. It's all formed out, and we had a wave 2 for Isabella. That one didn't go into the top 2. She's doing the runaround now. So Mia's ride has dropped, came through at a 4.83. Coco's got the best score of this heat so far, though, 6.17. And Jess Starling, she had a couple of kind of throwaways early and opted for the early run around. And we're waiting to see if that's going to pay off for her. Big crowd tuned in, watching this first major QS event. My Groms are at home watching on, having a sick day today.
They got a favourite surfer, Ronnie?
Yeah, my son Mickey, he's a big Jean-Jean Florence fan. He actually thought Jean-Jean was French for a while there. Jean-Jean Florence, oh yeah.
Yeah, all the Brazilians try to claim them as his own as well. So I think Jean-Jean's a man of the world, really, Mickey.
Yeah.
I think you're not too far from it.
Yeah, but my daughter is like a huge fan of what's happening in women's surfing at the moment. I think there's just so much to get excited about. And she'll be tuned in as well, watching this all unfold. But yeah, it's just we touched on it earlier on. It's just a glory period. Maybe, it is. It's the best period for women's surfing, just with the opportunities that are ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely.
And I really do feel too, like, we're not far away from seeing an increase in the numbers on the Women's Championship Tour, because too many class surfers, like, capable of beating those already at the top level, are not able to make the grade. There's just not enough room in the CT ranks for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's a testament to the Women's Challenger Series Tour. You have surfers with a first and third not in their top two results, not qualifying. Alyssa Spencer, Teresa Bonvalo, Teresa and Alyssa will get some starts throughout the year, but they didn't actually make the top 5.
And that's those that are campaigning to get there. Those that got bumped off. I mean, you worked with Melina Manuel for a long time. And to me, she is just by far one of the best athletes going round, and it's just shocking that she's not there.
Yeah, tough tour when you get a 2nd and a 5th and still don't re-qualify, but that's just the way the numbers dropped, and that's the way the women's tour is set up. It's awfully competitive, and no one is safe. You've really got to shine from the first event till the 5th.
Yeah.
Speaking of good styles, Coco's on fire here.
Yeah, that was nice, wasn't it? That drawn-out card from Coco, strong finishing turn there. But yeah, I know that the tour's like a lock. There won't be any number changes this year, but surely it's got to be a conversation that's popping up at the annual board meeting.
Oh yeah, I think they're a bit more than annual this time of the year. They're generally every event. As we see Coco here, beautiful surfing. I think I saw Ryan Campbell down here earlier in the week. I think she might be riding one of Ryan's dad's boards, a Campbell design. Beautiful flowing surfing. That's the type of style you get when you grow up on the right-hand points that the East Coast provide. Coco from up the road on the Sunshine Coast. Just relaxed, didn't look rushed.
Great turn there. I mean, the finish would have really helped take it a lot higher. But we'll see where it falls. Waiting on the number to drop now. She was in 3rd spot. Excuse me, no, she's still in the lead, but this is going to really help her out. 5.5, that's without that finishing turn. So she was on her way to something big, but it's still a healthy heat score total at this point in time, 11.67.
Yep.
Well ahead of the pack.
Yeah. But yeah, getting back to the women's tour, I had a conversation with Malia after the Challenger Series event at Snap after she just fell off the tour, and she got a 9th there. I said, all right, great start. You've got one on the board. What are you going to do for the rest of the year? And she just looked me deadpan in the eye and said, 9th is absolutely no way a keeper on the women's tour, which I found, I sort of had to digest that, like, hang on a minute. Like, if you're on the men's Challenger Series, if you get 5 9ths, you're 100% on. There's been 1 or 2 years where that hasn't happened, but more or less, you're on. Not the women's. You literally need to be getting 1st or 2nds in your 5 keeping events to really be a lock. And so, yeah, it goes to show just how strong and the depth that's there for sure. So, yeah, it's a great time to be involved in the sport.
Yeah, just on 11 minutes to go now. That score for Coco has put her right in the driver's seat. And Mia's after a 6.84 now to get up into 1st. Just Starling, though, and Isabella Coldo, they have some work to do. They can easily get to 2nd position at the moment, but there's quite a bit of a difference between Mia's top scoring ride and what they're hanging on to at the moment. So it'll be a false hold in that 2nd spot if they can get there, you'd think. 10.5 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break. More action coming your way right around the corner.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
Ronnie here with Stace, calling the action for the round of 64. Heat 5 out there in the lineup. Coco Cairns has jumped up into the lead. And Mia Huppert's not too far behind. Needs a 6.84 to get up into 1st, but Mia's up at the moment. Has some speed. Doesn't finish this one off, which don't know, I just think in marginal conditions, you may as well load up off the bottom and just give it something.
It almost looked like she was getting out of the way of someone. Might have been dropping in on her, but maybe that wave was just too stretched out that it didn't really matter, because I know a few of the other girls will be a bit further down the line. Maybe Blue was just looking at the wave but didn't go, because it certainly looked like she was focused, and it does look like the priority switch there. So it's, you know, Mia would not have first priority after just being on a wave. So yeah, that must be what's happened. She's just saw someone wanting to go. They haven't actually stood up, and uniquely that it doesn't happen often where you're on a wave and then you get first priority. But because she was blocked, she's obviously gets the, you know, you can't be blocked twice, more or less. So a good position for her to be in. She's inside everyone with first priority.
Yeah, it explains that decision too. She was smart in that instance. Finishes that wave off, is paddling back out. Unlikely that she's going to be awarded that priority. So right where she needs to be with 8 minutes to go here, but is certainly desperate to get rid of this 0.67. Just put it out of reach almost for Isabella and Jess, with just a good backup number here.
Totally. Yeah, it wouldn't take much to, you know, push that requirement right up. And you know, on the flip side for Isabella and Jessie, they don't need much to really be in this heat, but it is a matter of time on the clock. And yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, you look back at Izzy's start there. If she was able to ride out of that wave, she has a completely different heat on her hands. But of course, you know, everyone's a winner in hindsight, and that's done now. She's got to try and find herself another opportunity, which there should still be, you know, a couple of chances for these ladies with 7 minutes on the clock.
So, Stace, let's talk about this run of events. The competitors have a pretty packed schedule over the next few weeks. What do they got?
They've got this event here, then they go down the coast. There's a host of 1000s. You'll have to check the schedule to find out exactly when they are, but the big events are this one. It's the Evoca 3000, which is actually co-sanctioned with Japan, and then also the Surf Fest at New South Wales is a 5000. So I do know a lot of these surfers are looking to focus really on the two 5000s and the 3000, and then they might do the 1000s that are close to home. There's an event up at Burleigh next week, and then I believe maybe Port Stephens after that. So if it's close to home, you'll see the surfers doing them, but if it's too far, you will see a lot of surfers just putting all their energy into these big events and hoping it pays off.
Yeah, there's no way in the world you're not putting your name in the draw at Burleigh and sizing up the conditions for that window.
Absolutely.
That is a huge opportunity.
Yep. So yeah, but it's a beautiful part of the world, and yeah, we're lucky to have events all up and down the coast. Like, there's heaps. I mean, it's really the only people that's kind of miss out are the crew from West Oz. They get a couple of 1000s at the end of last year, but the rest of the events are over here. But luckily enough, in the way that the tour is structured now, they can kind of lock in, you know, that 6 weeks or so period where they just go hard. And if they're doing a trade or at university or got a full-time job back at home, they should be able to, you know, if the boss is friendly enough, be able to manufacture that in and pull it all off.
Some movement out here at the moment, and it's Jess Starling making her move. And she is only after a 4.01 out of this one to get up in a second spot. Good looking section here. And she just sort of lost her line up to that final manoeuvre. It was exactly what she wanted though, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Paddle back out. I reckon you're back out there with this amount of time on the clock. I think that there's definitely scoring opportunity down the line there.
Let's have a look at it.
Turn,
What went
really
wrong?
confident, locked in. Maybe just pulled the trigger a bit too early to come down the double up. And she just, if anything, got to the section a bit early, I reckon. If she was a bit later and just rode the lip out, might have had a better chance of making it. But yeah, it's those little split-second decisions that you make. You've got to make the most of it. So that was an opportunity gone begging there. Coco on the end of a small one. It doesn't look like it will have a huge finish. But she'll probably try and bring this one all the way through the shore so that she doesn't have to paddle through the gutter.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes to go here. And that was a massive lost opportunity for Jess Starling. She'll be aware of it. You know, to be presented with a big end section like that is huge. You could really turn in an impressive number, especially considering, you know, what we've seen so far from Coco and Mia. You know, they've kind of sort of manufactured their numbers with multiple turns on the outside. No one's even really had a big quality section like that, so it's a real shame that she wasn't able to find that connection.
The two surfers that have had those waves have unfortunately fallen off, so otherwise this heat would have a completely different complexion if those rides were able to be completed, but unfortunately not this time.
I just got to set that schedule. So it's the Gold Coast Open, which is a 1,000, and really one of those great sort of events for newcomers to the qualifying series to test themselves at, a world-class wave. Hopefully they get great conditions, and then it's down to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro at Boomerang Beach. That is the QS 3000 that you were talking about being a major focus for people. There's a 1,000, the Surfers Rescue 24/7 Port Stephens Pro, and then it's the Mad Max Maroubra Pro, and that's a 1,000 as well. And then it is the big QS 3,000 at Avoca Beach, another 3,000, and then the Burton Automotive. And speaking in Colour Pro at Newcastle, which is the last 5,000. So, like Stacey and I have been touching on, it's been amazing work from Surfing Queensland, Surfing New South Wales, the WSL, to get such a strong regional tour happening for these up-and-comers. And it just means that, your shot at a Challenger Series run potentially doesn't fall apart if you have one bad result. You can bounce back in a big way. So 2 minutes, 25 seconds to go. That's what Isabella's trying to do out here at the moment, bounce back.
Yeah, definitely, and a strong completion there. The time's really going to be against her. In the morning, you can kind of get around in about 90 seconds, but with the tide being so high, it takes a bit closer to 3 minutes to get a full runaround done. So she's going to have to be lightning across the sand here. She might even just get halfway up the point and try and rip back out.
Well, I was chatting to Arch Whiteman, who surfed earlier on. He said he timed himself. It was about 4 minutes.
Yep.
After he'd had a wave, so he was quite a ways down the line.
Totally.
We did see Jess Starling kind of cut her run to the end of the point short and do the runaround.
Yep.
But it just depends on what kind of set wave action is coming your way once you hit the lineup when you get back to the top of the southern end of the contest area too.
Yeah, well the good news is that was enough to get her into second. Mia Hubbard's now chasing a 1.57, but unfortunately I believe that probably she's going to have to watch the rest of this heat just unfold from the sand. As we see Mia looking at a wave here.
Mia just hasn't been able to get rid of this 0.67, and again, she just can't get herself into this ride. She knows she needs next to nothing to get back up into the lead. Priority surely utilised there.
I think she's the only one out there though, so it won't really matter. She's got the whole lineup to herself. Man. I mean, I don't want to put the mocker on her, but Mum and Dad are definitely watching at home. But we did see this happen to Brent Dorrington yesterday, needing a 0.57 and was unable to locate that score.
Well,
45 seconds on the clock here.
Man, she needs to actually paddle this way.
Yeah.
Like, she could get that easily by just getting to her feet and doing a turn in the whitewater.
Yep. She's seen a lump out here, but if this wave behind doesn't break, she's really got to paddle the other way.
Wow, she's looking for a set, it seems.
That's the Bells Beach in her. You got to love it. Set waves or nothing. She has to move in. You just got to put your head down.
Wow, she's got to move here. She has to get into this wave, you'd think.
She's so far out.
A long way from the breaking wave. She doesn't need a set. I don't think she's going to get the opportunity here.
No, I don't think so. Wow, that's a heartbreaker, but well scrapped from Isabella Caldo. That was a great fight back. And an exciting heat nonetheless. Controlled start to finish by Coco Cairns. She'll be pretty happy with that one.
Well, we aren't sure if Jess got to her feet before the hooter there. But it doesn't look like she did. And Isabella just hanging in there, fighting till the last second. She did have to watch the end of that heat play out from the sand. And I think she'd be pretty happy with how it all went down.
Absolutely.
Coco Cairns getting the victory. A couple of decent rides for her. We'll take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back with more in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Laura Enover, ambassador for Oakberry, and man, oh man, Laura Enover, hats off. I mean, she's probably pulling into barrels over there on the North Shore of Oahu right now, but man, oh man, did you see that thing that she paddled into during the eddy?
It's just mind-blowing.
Yeah, she's gold.
Absolute gold.
And just,
ambassador for Oakberry, ambassador of good times.
Oh, mate, she is.
I reckon
She's
the forecast at the
front
moment,
of the conga line.
I reckon the forecast at the moment would have her at the balcony at Duke's there at Waikiki, just enjoying a few afternoon beverados.
No doubt. So another great heat for you here. With just over 22 minutes to go in this one. We've got Willow Hardy out there, who we've seen compete in CT events over there at Market River in the past. Safi Vetti, she's the Kiwi, great surfer, and she's looking to tap into one early here. I love her story, has overcome some serious hardships, but just continues to turn up and impress with her performances. And let's see if she can finish off this one to get a great start to this heat. Just reflecting on the performances of our competitors throughout the day, and it's been those who just seem to stand back on the tail of their boards and wait for the wave to do its thing, while reading each section brilliantly, that have turned in the best scores. And Sophie just didn't rush her ride then. She really did size it up beautifully.
Holy moly, we're at Sunset Beach or Kingscliff. We just set out the back.
Oh, Willow Hardy's going to love this extra energy.
Yeah.
Coming from Market River.
Absolutely charges young Willow does. And yeah, you're spot on here, Ron. Yeah, Safi's great surfer out of New Zealand, spends a lot of time here on the northern rivers and on the Gold Coast. Good friends with the Starlings and pretty much good friends with everyone, actually, Safi is. G'day to Safi's mum and brother Finn at home in NZ, no doubt watching. And yeah, this is a really well put together wave. Like, no crazy major moment, but she did so well to piece it all together. And, you know, just finish on your feet and get an easy run around. I talk about having a bit of clubby mongrel strength in you. Safi is like a national board champ out of New Zealand, which she kind of sheepishly admits it, but I'd love her to embrace it, because on a day like today, it's going to show.
Oh, here we go. Willow hanging on for the finish there. Yeah, you made the point, you know, there wasn't that big sort of lighting of the dynamite on Safi's ride. She didn't have that one huge explosive turn, but the wave also didn't call for it.
Totally.
Didn't have a section that allowed something out of this world. It sort of just was a wave you had to chip away at. And she got the job done, 5.5. She's out in front. Willow Hardy at a 4.5. And now we're going to see Giselle Sinclair in the green here with a couple of nice drawn-out carves to get started. Trying to stay with this wave and just hoping that it gives her a little oncoming section at the end here. Just loses touch with that one. Just faded away to nothing, though. And she'll make her way in for the runaround. Madison Poole is out there at the moment as well. She's in the white jersey with priority now.
Got the whole line up to herself. This is a replay of Willow's wave. Willow Hardy, if you're not too familiar with her, is probably one of the hardest charging teenagers we have in this draw, male or female. She is an absolute lunatic. She comes from a family of lunatics. Dad, Gene's a great surfer, and Uncle Ryan, bit of a mad dog on the boog in his day.
Oh, yeah. One of the best. Yeah, so Giselle there, I mean, she got a couple of decent carves done, 3.33. Just rapid fire start though for Willow Hardy, and scores that she can certainly improve on, capable of much bigger numbers. But you know, again, those sort of pocket fours have really helped surfers set up strong finishes and just put them in a position of power in the opening stages of their heats.
it's pretty rudimentary to say this, but just getting to the end of your first 2 waves out here, which Willow's done, it just sets you up for the whole rest of your heat. You know, she's got 18 minutes now to go and find that breakaway score, because most likely she will be hanging on to that 4-5 at the end. Obviously, she would be hoping for more, but just the way the day's played out with lulls and sweep and stuff like that, she's set a base now that's really strong, as we see Maddie pull, Rondog.
Yeah, Madison just fading back nicely. You know, did well to read it.
Pull in.
Oh! She pulled in all right. She left her board behind, though. Big, chunky section. Maybe one of the biggest bowled-out, cupped-out faces we've seen all day.
I did not expect that. That was wild.
Yeah, she's fine, though. Sort of fell in the bottom of the pit, so pretty sure it would have just spat her out the back there. So Surfer making a run around. 17.5 minutes to go, and I think that might have been Giselle. But yeah, that was a proper section.
Oh, I'm speechless. That was huge. I can't imagine the ragdolling she must have just got then. That was gnarly. I hope she's all good.
Should be fine.
Yeah, they're tough, these competitors. But Kingscliff turning on.
Dishing it up. Dishing up the beatings.
Ty Richardson was talking about Snapper earlier. I think we've just seen a little bit of Snapper there. The end of the bank at Kingy.
Just under 17 minutes to go here. And Safi's, the Surfer, sitting out there with that highest individual score at the moment. Hasn't even found her second ride just yet. In a really good position, though. Getting the jump on Willow Hardy's best ride by a point, and that just that's going to give her a real advantage, you'd think, when the second score comes through. But what are your thoughts, Stacey? Even though Kingscliff's cleaning up a little bit, is there still going to be too much swell to head back over to Cabaretta tomorrow?
To be honest, I listened to your brother's forecast. No, I have too much of an idea. That's my problem. Vorno put it beautifully in his most recent podcast forecast. That's where my brain's at, absolutely fried. It's so hard, and it's really hard to make a logical decision on these first sort of cyclones of the season that pop up, because the froth factor just outweighs any kind of logical decision.
Yep.
I was up at 10 o'clock the other night trying to read charts and all kinds, and my missus just looked at me, what are you doing? And I said, I'm trying to get pitted.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where I'm going to get pitted. And I eventually gave up on it because the wind was just too variable. Not one forecast would stay the same, and I just kind of figured, well, that's not going to be good. Unfortunately, I was right, because it's sort of, the wind has been pretty sus. There was one good morning the other week. You might see a few photos floating around Instagram with some crystal cylinders. But really, it's been a really tricky forecast to read. It is due to taper off, but sometimes those cyclones, they can sort of hold an extra day to what you think, and you think you're going to wake up on day 3 of the swell event and it's over, and it's still firing. So we'll see what tomorrow looks like. Sage Goldsbury getting ready there for the next heat. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but Sage is actually doubling for someone at the moment in the movie. And Sage would usually be donning...
Yeah, she's got blonde hair.
Usually have blonde hair. And thankfully I don't know the name of the film or the character, so I can't get her in too much trouble if there's any sort of NDAs out there. But yes, Sage Goldsbury, stunt double.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen it in the past, haven't we? Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Working with Blake Lively. As Blake Lively.
As Blake Lively. How good.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Tommy Innes from West Oz.
Who did Tommy Innes?
Tommy Innes did a huge one.
Yeah. He was surfing was it Breath?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
With Saxon, Coulter, and yeah. So, yeah.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Some other famous ones. Let me see. A good one from Blue Crush.
Oh, Noah Johnson.
Noah Johnson for Cape Bosworth.
That is next level.
That was a beauty.
That's a beauty. I just learned about that the other day on the pod as well.
And then Dylan Longbottom and Sebastian Zeitz, Bruce Irons in the new Point Break film.
Oh,
I did some work on that. But in the original Point Break, there was some Dino and Dino was in it.
Really?
Yeah,
Classic.
Matt Archibald, Jodie Cooper.
So where'd they do the 50-year storm for that? Kind of didn't.
Oh, they did it up in like Oregon or something.
Okay, yeah.
In the original.
Yeah.
In the original, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely wasn't bells.
No.
Complete stitch up.
Bit of Hollywood. Gotta love it.
Yeah. But yeah, I love hearing that. Love those little stunt double jobs.
Yeah. But no, getting back to this forecast, I reckon it's going to taper off kind of quick. That's my gut feeling, but we'll see. It's been a tricky one to read so far. Willow Hardy up and riding dog.
Oh, love it.
Wow.
Great combination, drawn out carve. And just reading this one beautifully, the wave's tapering, but the energy is still coming from Willow Hardy. And she is going to well and truly blow her 4.07 out of the account with something hefty, you'd think. That was pretty impressive. So the other surfers are going to be playing catch-up. She looks over her shoulder, sees where she's positioned. I think she rode that one from quite deep here at Kingscliff. So she's opted to actually paddle back out, which is a huge bonus if you can get a long ride, get some work done and not have to do the runaround. You know, that's a rare treat out here.
Yeah, definitely.
Good read at the opening stage of this wave to set this up.
Wow. Yeah, she did so well in that first carve to hold it through the whole time. You know, she was flying there, a lot of speed, so she did well to stay in control of her board, and ultimately just a beautiful read on the wave. She could see the wave was going to taper out, so the second turn had to be strong, and it certainly was. 6-point ride. This is professional, to say the least, Ron. She's having a field day out there.
There were 6 points in that wave.
Yeah.
She got every single point out of it. It was really well done.
Yeah.
Only 6 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the drawn-out carve to set up that one backhand hit was solid. But, you know, even when a wave's kind of going flat, you can see it. When someone's sort of laying that board over with purpose and intent, the judges almost forget that there's no wall on that wave. She still let go of some decent water. And, yeah, she's very deserving of this number one position at the moment. Willow Hardy, Safi, she's got a 5.5, so she's in a pretty comfortable position to stitch up second position or even make a charge for the lead. But as we saw in that last heat with Mia Huppert, you don't want to be chasing a low number if you've already got a score banked. You want to really get it in early and really relieve the pressure on yourself to try and track down a nothing score in the later stages. The busy approach, you know,
it's funny
quite
how
often works out
for Mia in that last hit. She was trying to be busy, and I can't see who blocked her on that set, but if it was Isabella and no one rode that wave, and then to think how that heat played out.
Would have been good just to give it a little whammo.
Yeah, just even to bang the close out. But yeah, it's hard to make those split-second decisions, particularly on a day like today, because if you commit to that turn, it's more or less a run around.
Yep.
You sign yourself up for another lap, which could be forgiven if you wanted to kick out for sure.
10 minutes remaining here. Let's hear from the winner of that last heat. Coco Cairns is with Jess.
Thank you very much, guys. Coco, as a big effort to pull through, we've seen so many hard heats go down already this afternoon. How did you put yourself into a point of difference and take the win there?
I think to start off with, I was pretty patient, which might have helped. And then I got a quick, good one, and then I was able to paddle out before doing a run around. So I think that was good. I don't know.
Well, it's working well for you so far, that calmness and the patience, and you're staying with a few of the other competitors. Tell us about the dynamic in the house there for you guys, including Gabby and Kyan.
We're staying with Kyan Felvey, which is cool. He's really, really nice. They've given us a place to stay, which is super sick. And I'm staying with Gabby, one of my good friends. We never really let the competition get in between us, which is good. But yeah, it's good.
What would it be like if you had to match up against Gabby and you had to stay with her? Would you guys just be going full hell for leather battle against each other?
We normally just end up laughing in the heat, which probably isn't what I'm supposed to say, but I don't know. Yeah, we just have fun. Yeah, we're rooting for each other, so it's good.
Beautiful, and you represent Noosa board riders as well. You got plenty of fans and family and friends tuning in from up there?
I hope so.
Do you want to say anything to the guys supporting you?
Thanks for watching my heat.
Beautiful. Well done. Congratulations. It's been a tough day for you ladies in competition, and good luck moving into the next round.
Thanks so much.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Jess. Good on you, Coco. A well-earned win. 6.17, 5.5. Numbers to be proud of on a day like today. And yeah, she's powering through to that next round.
Definitely. And in good hands down here, the Falvey family. Ben Falvey was my high school teacher, believe it or not, Ron Dog. And Kai and his teenage son has been absolutely ripping. So it's, yeah, she's in good hands down there. Falves is one of the great brains of global surfing.
There you go. Just on 8 minutes to go here, and lots of time for Giselle and Madison to mount a comeback here and potentially get themselves into the top 2.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Oh, here we go. Just under 7 minutes remaining in Heat 6, the round of 64. Ronnie with Stace. We've seen some grindy heats. We've seen surfers losing out, only needing just over half a point. It's just so hard to find them out here in this tricky lineup at the moment. Plenty of energy coming via that cyclone, and we're just hiding out here at Kingscliff, just hiding from it, just finally finding some nice sections as we see Giselle Sinclair just really trying to chip away at the requirement here. Only needs a 2.18 to get up in a second, but when you consider that Safi hasn't even locked in a second score just yet, she may need a little bit more. But yeah, this is going to be a close battle, you'd think, for second spot, because it feels like Willow Hardy's done the work.
Yeah, I think so. She's in control and she's just going from strength to strength, and it's really up to Safi now to take control of her heat. You know, she can either go to the lead or solidify second on her next wave quite easily. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, well, it's...
There you go.
Yeah, she needs a number now, and it's a .03.
That would be a new record.
Yeah, she's got priority, so that's, you know, the thing that she's got to watch, because we saw it happen to Mia in the last heat. Priority was a curse in the end, and then she completely lost her place in the lineup and sort of went chasing so much more than she needed by paddling out to sea, when she could have just honestly taken off in whitewater probably and potentially turned the heat.
Yeah.
So Safi, I think she'll be aware of it. There's still enough time at the moment that she doesn't want to use this priority on nothing and have to do a run around and, you know, need a score if someone can get back out there and drop a big number. But yeah, it's just I don't know, it's a tough position for her. I think with two surfers on the beach, I'd probably try and just get back into second place and then go try and get in the order for priority before these two get back out there.
You can't not get a 0.03. The lowest score you can get is a 0.1. So she's
Geez, it'd be a bad ride. If she can pull it off, that'd be history making.
A pin drop out of the lip is usually a 0.1. Maybe a 0.2 if it's a gnarly pin drop, extra point of the toes.
Have you ever thrown a... Are you that cruel?
Nah.
Have you ever thrown a 0.01?
It's really funny. Glenn Elroy Elliott, as the master judge that he is and technician, he always teaches you to start with halves and wholes numbers, so 0.5s and 0, so 6, 6, 5, that kind of thing. And then you break it down from there and your 0.7s and 8s and 0.2s and 3s. Never 0.1, 0.4, 0.6 or 0.9. So you will never see an Australian judge throw that. There you go, there's the 0.1. And a bit more, probably a 1.1. It's a real European thing to throw a 0.1.
I like it. It's
Too deep?
No, I love it. I think it's interesting. I mean, that's not going to be a big score, but the requirement was so minor. She actually got a 0.67. So she got the number she needed, and she's in the second spot. Giselle now needs a 2.85 to get in the second. Madison Paul, she's got priority. She needs a 5.18 to get in the second spot. Safi needs to charge back out to that takeoff zone and try and get herself some priority here, or second priority maybe. But yeah, I'd like to get eyes on her and just see what her decision was, because if she went for the runaround, that's a crucial error.
Who's that, sorry?
Safi.
Yeah, so who's out there? That's Maddie on our screen.
We can see her. She's down to the north. She needs to stay in this lineup,
I
basically.
think so, yeah, definitely. Oh, there she is. So it's
Wow.
over.
That's
Save the legs.
pretty interesting, isn't it?
Close up of Marlon Harrison's dome there. Nice.
They're not going to penalise you. There's no end to the area, right?
Not really. If the judges can see you, we put up flags at either end of the area. Not me personally. However, the area is marked loosely as being just past kind of the surf club. But
oh, here we go. Madison Paul using her priority. Needs a 5.18. She's got a great looking wall here. Doesn't get much out of the first stage of this ride. There's a nice carve. Needs more though. Driving up into the pocket. Nice hit there, this wave. It's hard to tell if there's any wall left. Doesn't look like there is. And this is a big battle for second position. Just doesn't feel like Madison got the work done on that ride. I mean, the first section she needed to make more of.
Yeah, definitely. 2.57 there for Maddie. Not enough, and she's. Yeah, you can see the markers there in the sand, the red and black, or is it just red? And look, the judges can still see you there. They're that window that we're just coming past on the corner of the building there. So they can see you. They can be harsh, the judges, but they're not going to be, cruel.
No, and generally these days, the camera's got eyes on you too.
Yeah.
So that kind of works in your favour. Back in the day when we were kids, putting the rashie on, you surfed out of the area, you got nothing.
Yeah. It's a nice turn there from Maddie on that wave, but just needed a second turn there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a 2.57. So not quite enough, but we're really looking for Giselle Sinclair out there at the moment. She only needs a 2.85, and we know that Safi is on the beach. There's nothing she can do about this situation now. She's, much like Isabella Caldo in that last heat, she's really just sort of hoping that it works in her favour and Giselle doesn't get the opportunity here.
If I'm Giselle, you have to be on the other side of Willow. There's just no point in being on the inside of her. She's going to block you. So you've kind of got to figure out, how can I sneak a wave? And I don't think you can sneak a wave while someone's got eyes on you.
Well, the on-site commentary earlier today was just getting blasted straight back off the beach into the hinterland. The onshore wind was so strong. Now it's subtly, it's kind of coming across the competitors. It's sort of heading up towards Fingal. But yeah, Giselle just not finding the opportunity here, Stace. So, Safi's move was a good one. It paid off, and it was a narrow second place finish. But the true star of that heat was Willow Harding.
Yeah, definitely controlled that one from start to finish. That was a convincing victory.
Yeah, super impressive stuff there. A 6 and a 4.5. Healthy heat score total. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. When we return, another great lineup of competitors in Heat 7 with Jess Grimwood and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew stepping in for the call.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Good afternoon, welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and we are at Kingscliff, well and truly into the afternoon, and it is kind of starting to pump from this position here in the booth, Bugs. And heat number 7 in the water at the moment, Sasha Baker in the red, Sage Goldsberry in the blue, Charlie Stokes in the white, and Oceana Rogers in the green jersey. And I did see plenty of Oakberry acai bowls getting handed out to a couple of the judges off shift at the moment too, so everybody getting a little chance to soak up some beautiful fresh fruit and bowl action.
Now, there was a little bit of a mix-up in this heat, but here we go. Is this Sage? Yes, on the blue.
Yeah, this is a nice looking little wave too. She's read it well for this inside section. Bugs, whoa, lays into that backhand. Oh, and just supermaning over the back, but fair bit of work done to open up her account.
You know what I liked? I liked she came right on the inside. She actually took off on the white water, and she got a wave early in the heat that hugged the bank. That was clearly a strategy.
Yeah, and such a change of energy and momentum too. They've learned from all those past heats, and watching the women spend up to half an hour or more paddling against the current, and they've just gone, I've seen it in the last 2 heats actually, crack, straight into that inside, not even bothering about running all the way up now, just picking up one of those inside growers and finding a score.
Yeah, that's really cool. Well, conditions have definitely improved out there though. The very smooth ocean conditions. Hopefully that will alleviate the current a little bit.
Yeah, and it seems to be just, I mean, it must be with the extra water on the bank too, just some bigger sets rolling through. I've seen a few beautiful little sections go through.
Yeah, some of the bigger waves are coming onto the inside bank on that higher tide, so that's really good. They're not breaking outside, but as I speak, there's a big coma just going through the area. But this heat's underway. We won't be getting a restart this time.
No, and there goes Oceana Rogers straight into a searing backhand attack. She's looking fired up as well. She was. Wow, winding up that backhand, and just a little off the back of that one, but a little late to this heat, I believe, too. I'm not sure the exact call in the situation, but I think she thought she might have been a heat later, so left to her own devices here. I'm sure her family, her dad, the rest of Jones Beach are cheering on, but here's the replay.
Yeah. I like how, she takes the aggressive approach, just diminutive in size, but she really attacks the wave. I like that. And she just went for that last thing. She ended up on her feet. She was upright, but just got bounced out the back of the wave.
Yeah, she did. I think maybe even just having that little late start might help her. It's just seems to have revved her up, and it hasn't given her the opportunity to sit out in the lineup and wait and be too selective, because she looks revved, and I think that's going to be. Ooh, and look, here's the confusion that we're talking about. We might go through that in a second. You see Sasha, name change. Oceana looks like she's being called in on the ski, and the green jersey has just switched to first alternate for the women, Simoniwa. So let's cross on down to Vaughan. He's on the sidelines. 19 minutes on the clock here in heat number 7, Vaughan.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Rabs. Yeah, it was a bit of a tale of two heats out there just then. We had quite an intense, scrappy battle for second place, but just running her own race and doing it pretty easily was Willow Hardy. Willow, congratulations on that. Seems like you were really enjoying that extra bit of juice out there.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's actually pretty fun to have a heat in like cheeky conditions sometimes, like test the fitness. I was lucky to get like a good wave early on. It just set me in a good rhythm for the heat. But yeah, definitely contestable conditions.
Just heard Rabbit say then that he thought it was really clever if you get out there and you get an early one, especially one that hugs that bank, because you can really maximise your scoring potential. So a good strategy.
Yeah, I found especially like if you even power for a wave and missed it, you were 30 metres down just in that second. So you just really had to pick your wave and put 100% into getting it, I think.
It's awesome having you over here on the Tweed Coast, originally from West Oz, of course, and a famous surfing family over there. Have you been having some fun here on the Tweed?
Yeah, it's been so nice. I'm having a great trip. The water's so warm. People are really nice. Yeah, loving my time.
Wonderful. Well, congrats on a very nice heat. Things will probably ramp up in the next round, but we'll be looking forward to seeing you surf then.
Thank you so much.
Well done, Willow. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughan. I love the... let's have a quick look at this replay, though, before I get into that. Sasha Baker in the red up and riding. We'll explain the situation unfolding here in heat number 7 as well as soon as we get the chance. But the support crew on top of that Kingscliff Surf Club for Willow Hardy was great, going off in her heat. Now, here's where it's going to maybe have gotten confusing for the viewers. Another green jersey, and it's switched to Simon Niwa. So she was the first alternate. As we see Charlie Stokes up and riding in the white. Oh, nice section ahead of her. She kind of cracks it early under the lip. Gets to work with a little bit of rail as this thing just really stands up. It's really offered up a lot of scoring potential. Connects with another backhand manoeuvre and is still going. So this is going to be a great ride for Charlie Stokes. And put her well into contention for moving on through Bugs.
That was a great ride. And Charlie looks like she's going to paddle out again, and that is, we have got a really confusing situation, because are you saying that the girl, that Oceana, was in the heat, but she got there too late with the 5-minute mark, and then they replaced her?
Yeah, it seems, I mean, from our, we're no contest directors, and there's just, you know, observation going on in the commentary booth, but they have that rule that you need to check in before the 5-minute mark of your heat, otherwise your position goes to the next alternate. And I don't know if Oceana thought she was in the next heat or she was just a little late, and at that point Simon Iwa was called into action into the green jersey and was out the back by the time Oceana checked in with the beach marshal. So we'll probably have to get the official update on that situation, maybe from the contest director. But yeah, you can't be late.
You know, it's an ancient rule. It's been around for a long time, but I tell you what, a lot of people wouldn't know it exists, because it is so rare to deploy it, especially when the person actually turns up, maybe with 2 minutes to go. I tell you what, that's a very rare deployment of that rule.
Yeah, it's a hard situation as well, especially in the QS. I mean, there's lists of alternates waiting to get their chance at the QS 5000 event. So to have your position or your opportunity slip away from under you like that, it's going to be a tough learning curve for Oceana.
Do you think a lot of there's a lot of new girls on the scene, and they don't have a lot of experience? Do you think they actually know that rule, all of them?
I don't know. I don't think all of them know. I think a lot of the time, when it comes down to especially the juniors and the younger crew coming through, there's a lot of reliance on their team that's built around them to help support them and understand all the technicalities of the rules. I know, Medina's one of the perfect examples of that, how much he relies on that going back and forth, you know, with his team all the time and pushing the boundaries of the rules of the WSL.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at that age, you can only learn by doing things. You know, if she has lost her spot in this round, it's probably never going to happen again in her career.
It's never going to happen again in anyone's career, because it becomes a cautionary tale. It'll be known throughout this whole Australian leg, hey, you'll lose your spot.
Yeah, and falling on the right side of that situation for Sai, I mean, she's an incredible surfer herself, so to be put on the alternate list and then to get a start, imagine being now in the lineup just before the start of the heat, the pressure already of waiting to get that start, and then having the same colour jersey paddle out and looking going, what is going on here? You really got to know your rule book back to front. And that's one thing I think separates you when you get to this type of technicalities in surfing, competition surfing.
But, it does appear to be a rare one just based on the fact that both girls were allowed to go out.
Yeah.
There's some line of confusion there somewhere.
Yeah, there is. I'd love to get the full rack down on that too, because it is, it's competition. There you see Sasha making trek around the contest bank. At the moment, Charlie, situation 5.33, so best wave, that beautiful right-hander she picked up in the white jersey, puts her into the lead. Sage Goldsbury, 4-point ride, holding on to second. Just a small wave for Sai 3. And that 1.6 for Sasha, but yeah, it's just, it makes it exciting as an observer. It makes it so stressful if you're in one of the camps of Oceania or Sai. But it's part of competition. It's such a big part of the QS. It's always been a part. I remember, you would have so many tales of it. I remember plenty of times that was a thing. Never ever turn up late to your heat no matter what, because someone's chomping at the bit waiting to get in.
That's what I mean. It's an ancient rule. It's been around for 30 years, but it seems like it's so rare these days. I just haven't come across it before, but it becomes a cautionary tale. Like, don't be late for your heat.
Yeah, super easy to do though up here. I'm almost late sometimes.
Oh, it's
a lot of the time running back into the booth. The heats just fly by and you're following somebody's, little story in 20 minutes and then, oh no, I'm supposed to be somewhere else.
But it also nearly is nearly a tactic. Like you might be, hiding from your opposition. No one's seeing you around, and is he here? And then suddenly, with minutes to go, you appear in the lineup. Like, it's classic.
Are you alluding to the old MP behind the toilet block?
All that sort of stuff. Like there was a lot of skullduggery in my day.
Well, we'll get back to the beautiful history of competition surfing and the technicalities that all go with it. Heat number 7's in the water at the moment, and we're going to take a break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Back with live action right after this.
The Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast. Just been blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
And welcome back to the afternoon of women's surfing. We are into round of 64. It is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro on Bundjalung Country. Heat number 7 in the water, and we have just over 10 minutes remaining. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. We were just talking about the beautiful history that surrounds competition surfing, and notably the experiences of yourself and now some other competitors as we talk about this new season of QS surfers coming through, learning the ropes, the technicalities of sport.
Yeah, there's a lot of rules that have gone by the wayside, and some have just hung in there and kind of lay dormant, so to speak.
Well, at the moment, Charlie Stokes, 5.33, single ride, has her in charge of heat number 7. Sage Goldsbury, pretty close, sitting in that second position, but it's Sai, just a 1.64, and you can see her on screen right there. Moving in as the alternate in the green jersey. She's holding second priority and needing a very small score. Sasha Baker still making that trek around to make it back out into the lineup.
And Sasha's, a very experienced competitor. She's been in a lot of tournaments. She just got caught. She didn't get over that one section, but she was out the back. I'm surprised that she chose to do the runaround from that position. She wasn't even anywhere near the shore break, so she's obviously doing it strategically to put herself in a better spot to get away. But look at Jess, I want to give a quick shout out to the crew at the Kingscliff Surf Club. They've kindly donated the club really to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It's Normal Homes Cabarita, and the crew at the Surf Club have really, basically given the premise for free, which is a really cool thing. So that's a big shout out to that great surf club. And you saw yesterday all the nippers and lots of club activity. What a good hang.
Yeah, they're quite a cool community too. I know, like, I haven't met any of them personally, but walking through there yesterday morning, everyone's just like, hey, how you going? And all the parents are there, and hundreds of nippers on that roster.
It's just such a grassroots club. It's very active. They've been obviously been around for a very long time.
Look at this beautiful deep bottom hand turn from Charlie Stokes. This is going to go well towards increasing her lead. Great looking wave. Gets to work on a bit of backhand rail work and looking to set this inside critical section up. Just going to connect a couple more turns off the bat. Tags it nice and early and rides out cleanly. Checks the watch as well. I reckon she's going to go for a run around and she's going to have another nice score to bank.
Yeah, Charlie's a really good surfer, and she's comes from a great surfing family. I've been on the sunny coast, and she's really tackled this wave well. And look at this wave. It's a nice, it's pretty much overhead. It's a bigger set wave. We really seen some good quality arriving on the scene.
How good was that fade kind of drop in as well, just setting up this last little section?
Yeah, it's really hit the bank nicely now, hasn't it? Yeah, so that's a second good scoring ride. That's going to put her well and truly in first place, a 4.8, so not bad. Not as good as her first one, but...
Yeah, pretty good for confidence building and maybe something to lean on towards the end of this heat number 7.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a scrap for second place. Sasha Baker's really slow out of the gates. Oh, there's a massive... she just attacked that. That was Sage Goldsberry. Wow, that looked so spectacular.
I wonder, for Sage, I wonder if the rest of her crew, I know she's been spending some off time. Have a look at the replay. Really.
Wow.
Just engulfed there, but right on, Bugs, so attacking.
It was a beautiful moment. It would have been a great image to take a photo of, just at that right exact moment when she was under the hook of that lip. And, well, it was a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, definitely. Just under 6 minutes on the clock. Priority is with Sai Manua, waiting to get the opportunity to post a second score. We're still looking for Sasha Baker, but, I mean, Sage Goldsberry, she does, I believe, some of the surfing work on the Surviving Summer Netflix series. Filmed down in Victoria, so hopefully, her co-cast and some of the fellow stars are watching on and cheering her on, because she's one of the best up-and-coming Australian surfers, and you can see with that aggression.
Oh, wow. She was going for it, and spectacular. Look at this big set, just...
Big washroos.
Big washroos, but Sai's going to go this one, hoping for hope it reforms on the inside bank. It probably will,
I think that's Sage, yeah.
Oh, that's Sage. Oh no, it's gonna phase. Oh. It's gonna fade out. More white waters on the outside. So Sasha Baker doing a bit of duck diving.
There's Sai, I believe.
Okay.
She's trying to find that 2.08 needed for her. She's a great competitor, I believe. If I'm correct, she might have won the Pro Junior here last year.
Oh, that way of another one for Sage, just not going anywhere. I think Sai was paddling for a wave then, but so see now with 4.5 minutes remaining, this is a difficult situation. Does she have time to do the run around? Probably not. So she's going to have to just sort of comb it out there, and hopefully something comes her way. She's just inside of Sai, so they're both in that spot. See, Sai's just off the bank. She's in that spot where she can't quite get back onto the bank.
It's like dead man's land out there,
isn't it? It
isn't
really is. In fact, Sage, even though she's got a lower priority, she'll miss that wave. Yep. But it was the right idea.
Yeah, she's doing that tactical manoeuvre, a little tack straight into that inside section. It's going to put her in Such good position. Sai.
Sai's going to get this one.
Lost priority though. Chaotic heat at the moment. Here we go. Simon Iwa only needing a tiny score. Opens up. Signature, just solid surfing from Japanese competitor up into the lip, and that's going to well and truly make that 2.08.
Yeah.
Let's see, checking the clock. I don't think she's going to have enough time, but she might be able to pick up something little on the inside.
Well, she is definitely going to go into second place because she was carrying a point. She only needed 2, just above a 2. That was well and truly above that. She did a really nice cutback and finished great. I don't think she'll have time to do the run around. She's going to try it. It's an attempt for sure. But unless Sage can pull something out here, and she's certainly got the ability. If she, I mean, before that wave, Sasha Baker only needed 3.48. She'll need more now.
And you could see Sasha too, where those sets were just washing on through. She was sitting right in that zone. Whether or not she got pushed out to that dead man's kind of channel, or she's able just to snavel back under. But I mean, Sai, straight into second position.
Look at that, a 5.5. That was a very well-timed ride. And see, now Sage, she's just sort of picking up the scraps on the inside. She is a really exciting surfer, but it just hasn't happened for her. And Sasha cannot buy a wave.
2.5 minutes on the clock, Bugs. It's really turned the tables. I feel like the composure in which Sai Maniwa has been able to take command of this heat is incredible. Here we go, a little inside left, but it's not going to be that 4.51.
No, she got about 5 little dinky little rides there that just did times, and I was really impressed with her.
Yeah, she's been one of the standout up-and-coming junior surfers in Australia for so many years, and just to see her not be able to have the opportunity at a 4.51, that's got to be heartbreaking for her. Charlie Stokes at the moment in charge, 5.33 and a 4.80. Has her in the lead. Simon Iwa just over 1.5 minutes on the clock, and she's holding on to second position. Sasha Baker's the only one now within striking range that can take out Sai.
She needs a 7.
She does need a 7.
And it's gettable. But, she's... I think I just saw the glimpse of a red singlet there. It was on the inside. I mean, I don't know where she just is kind of been really lost in this heat.
She's there. She's in the pack. That's the current heat leader there. There's Sasha.
Oh, wow.
On the drone footage, way, way down. So maybe getting washed in on that last set and ending up in that gnarly, gnarly current. 1 minute on the clock. She's holding first priority. She needs a 7 or potential to score better on the next ride. If she can pull the trigger, something off, is going to be pretty good.
This is just it's such a frustrating position to be in as a competitor. She might get this wave here. No, it's backed off. It's so frustrating. You know, really, your head's about to explode at this point. All you've done is paddle, 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 been out of sorts.
There goes Charlie in second priority. The drone doing well to keep up with her. She's flying down the line. Goes to the backhand. You can see the amount of water pushing through and making that fat section impossible for her to jump across the gutter. But there's Sasha.
Whoa,
split screen.
She got one.
She did get one.
That's
probably
good.
At the end of that last little set in the last 10 seconds. Was it a 7-point ride?
We'll have to see that replay because it was a nice finish.
Strong goofy foot of Sasha. Well and truly within her rights to post a play like that. Let's have a look. Replay. Big section. Oh.
See, look at that surfing. Like that's world class, and that was a great ride. And like, if she comes up just short, she'll be so disappointed because Charlie just has got the cream of the waves in this heat.
She's had them on tap, absolutely. I mean, this one just kind of dives through that gutter, but Sasha asked the question right on the buzzer there. And the score yet to drop. So we're going to wait to see the official results there from heat number 7. And while we do that, we'll take a break with Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and coming back live action, round of 64 of the women for the QS 5000.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Good afternoon, welcome back. Live action for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event. Beautiful live vision of Kingscliff right here for day number 2 of surfing, the World Surf League's Australia Oceanic qualifying event. And the women in the water, round of 64, heat number 8. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. In the red jersey, India Robertson, former Championship Tour competitor. An incredible power game this lady has on the cards. Carly Shanahan, great up-and-coming Aussie surfer, been in plenty of QSs. Logan Dalton out there in the white jersey, and Tia Zabrowski also in the green. So some good matchups. Seeded surfers once again coming up against some of the younger guns coming through the ranks.
Yeah, I have to say I don't know a lot about a couple of the girls in this heat, but it'll be very interesting to see how they handle these very challenging conditions. We are seeing good waves. The conditions looks like more of a sou'wester ripping into it, maybe southeast to east, and the wind's coming up again. We had some real glassy conditions over the last couple of hours, but there's a bit of a, you can see a bit of a wind line on the outside again.
I like the intention set early there. I just feel like I've seen from Zabrowski in the green that intention to snap along through to that inside straight away. Her nose looked like it was pointed out towards us. Here goes India Robertson though. Hold the phone. Good looking wave ahead. Oh, straight into the lip. Banner.
She's got such a power. Such power in her timing's brilliant.
Yeah, not on that little wave, but I mean,
No.
wait till she opens up. Straight into another one perhaps, but
You can imagine she will get busy.
have a look at the replay on this one. It's just a one turn.
Yeah, what you know, for this one turn, this is, wow. Yeah, she'll get something.
Yeah, she put some numbers on the board early and probably, oh, there you go, 3.83. And
there you go, look at that. You know, see some competitors ride all the way through for a 4. She got a 3.83 for one turn, and then she just got caught up in that chop with the wave flattened right out, and she wasn't able to kind of bury that rail at all.
it's so great to see her back in the competition jersey as well. I know she's worked so hard and experienced so much success, especially really quickly. I feel like it was, for a long time, she was just sleeping in the car park. Here goes Zabrowski in the green. Beautiful looking style for her. Look at the relaxed nature and the swooping carve. She's able to just push back the hair midway through ride. Great surfing, big crack up into the lip. And again, and ladies on notice.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Hey, hold the phone. That was brilliant.
India Robertson up and riding live action right behind her. Bit of a flat face carve. She's looking like she's going to try and set up this inside.
Look at the experience of India Robinson. Straight into a second wave. Oh, yeah. Look at this wave. It's a grower. It's a full-on Kingscliff grower on the bank. It's just going for miles and miles. I tell you what, that's in the excellent range in my books.
As was probably Zabrowski's in my books as well. That was, I've sat up a lot straighter in my chair to watch this young lady surf, to see, let's have a look at the replay here of India's.
Yeah, she just brings it back onto the bank. She knows that she comes off the bottom, drives it. It's this section here. Look, this wave doubles in size as it comes around this section. Again, she brings it back, and now she's in the flow of it. This wave gets so dynamic. Look Look at this thing.
How good is this section?
Yeah. And then this turn. She gets one more big one in here too. She waits for it to, jams it.
This is what's put the other ladies on notice here. The turning point replay for Zabrowski in the green.
Yeah, it's a much smaller wave, but I like the way she goes to work here. Snap, and then the finishing turn, a really meaty section. Handles it so well, and she pulls through. She doesn't go for the runaround. So, you know, I'm calling 7.5, 8.5.
Can't wait to see those scores lock on in. There's Logan Dalton. Quick hip in and out for that one while we wait for those numbers. Vaughan, you're on the sidelines with heat number 7 with Charlie Stokes.
Thank you very much, Jess. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work out there, but it's kind of cooking as well. And someone who really made the most of that last heat, Charlie Stokes, in really nice rhythm out there.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. The sweep was pretty strong, so it's just lucky to be able to get 2 waves, and yeah.
Yeah, that's good. We were talking about the runaround before. How taxing is it to have to do that in the middle of a heat?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. After I'd done my run around, I was pretty gassed, and so yeah, it's definitely pretty hard.
And being from the sunny coast, we all know that the tropical cyclones can really deliver the goods up there. Is it a little bit hard to turn your back on it and come down here and put the rashi on?
Yeah, definitely. It's looking pretty fun up at home, so definitely got a bit of FOMO, but still good to be down here surfing a few heats.
It makes it a little sweeter when you get the win.
Yeah, for sure.
Good on you, Charlie. Well, looking forward to seeing you in the next round, and congrats on another good performance.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vaughan. Thank you, Charlie. She was able to just really be in the groove and look at the numbers dropping in for the last exchange there between Tia and India. Incredible, incredible numbers. We've finally broken through that glass ceiling this afternoon. The ladies are lucking out, best of the conditions, and absolutely top-notch performances from those two.
Back-to-back excellent scores, and the first time we've seen it in the tournament, men's or women's. So that is brilliant signs.
Yeah, an 8-point ride for last of India Robertson, and comparison to Zabrowski's ride, an 8.50, and that's the point of difference. The go for broke, the power, the just completely taking advantage of every single little section that was popped up in front of them. Carly Shanahan and Logan Dalton now are going to have some work ahead of them, because these are incredible opening scores for these two ladies in the lead.
What's Carly doing here? Is she actually coming in for the runaround? She might have missed the first go, and she's going to have another crack and get in a better position. It's not a bad move if you're completely out of position.
Yeah, I mean, she's probably watched so many heats go. I mean, we're halfway through the women's round of 64, and she would have watched so many good surfers go down not making the call on this already. And so early on in the heat, there's plenty of time.
The gnarly thing about it, though, is that she's coming in empty-handed against 2 excellent rides.
Yeah, and if the beach announcers are recalling the scores, it's going to be a tough run up the beach for her. But Carly, she's an experienced QS competitor. She's taken some scalps. There goes Zabrowski, so impressive. That 8.50, the highest score that we've seen in this round just yet. And she's put the other ladies on notice, this young one. Wow. She just looks fired up. She looks ready. She looks feisty.
And where's Tia from?
I need to do a lot more research on this young lady after watching that wave. I need to do a lot on Zabrowski, because I bet you people like India as well, they would see a fair few names come through the draw, and then the QS just opening up to all the new regional surfers that are able to get in, and people like Zabrowski coming up, and for the ladies like Carly and India and even Logan that have been around the QS for so long, it's just like sometimes it's easy just to miss names like Tia or Ty Zabrowski, and then all of a sudden you're on the ropes and you're just like, what has just happened to me here?
Overnight, there's mushrooms appeared. And absolutely just blown doors.
Well, there's India too. I feel like she's just conserving those knees. She's got the knees pretty heavily strapped up.
Yeah, hadn't she? Look how far up the beach she's had to go. I mean, I know the distance, the wall's further away than it looks, but she's a long way up the beach.
And there's a beautiful drone shot right there of the contest site. Looks like Logan Dalton making a really concerted effort to get herself into position there, but she's just really looking around, seeing where she's sitting. At the moment, India Robertson out in the lead and making the run around as well, but with nothing to show for it at this point. It's a tough slog to be making the run up that early.
Yeah, that's what I feel. I mean, she's doing it kind of empty-handed, and her hand was forced by the fact that she was somehow swept out of the range of the impact zone, the takeoff zone. And she saw in other heats where she would have seen Sasha Baker just paddling and paddling and paddling and never getting back in position. And, you know, but Logan's in the same boat. And Logan, look, you can see she's doing exactly what you said before. She's paddling in and deep, in and deep. And still, once it sweeps off the bank there, you can even see the movement of, she's in the deep water. As she comes now, and she is coming in as well. She's going to get a sneaky little left, but didn't make the takeoff. But so Logan also is going to make her way to the beach for a run around. So, God, this is tough days.
Yeah, let's take a break here in heat number 8, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We're coming back with live action of round of 64 of the women right after this.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Welcome back. Great action going down here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we are into round of 64, heat number 8. And 11 minutes, or just over 11 minutes on the clock. Kingscliff Beach, beautiful vision of that right there. Myself, Jess Brimwell, joined by 1978 world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and we are both, at the moment, pretty blown away by the young French representative surfer, Zabrowski, just taking it to the likes of India Robinson in that first exchange for that heat there.
Well, you know, you're telling me how young she is. I mean, are you serious? She's only maybe 12 years of age?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, I'd love to get a post-heat interview with her regardless of the results here, because just to be able to post an 8.50 in a QS 5000 and be under the age of 12 or 13 is...
Add to that a very tricky venue on a really tricky day with lots and lots of other, you know, that is wrong-footed some of the most experienced girls in the business.
Yeah, and she's, I mean, she's been featured on the Murmur Mag, so we'll have to chase down the Starling sisters as well at some point. They'll be fellow competitors of this young lady, but in 2022, she's 11 years old, so depending on when her birthday is, I mean, she's half the age of most of the other women in the draw that are really going to be kind of pushing their performances to try and even get near this kind of level of scoring potential. An 8.5 right in your first heat, it's just, I'm on notice, you're on notice, we're all on notice for this young lady. She's an absolute standout for me today in competition.
Well, we may have unearthed a future superstar of women's surfing here, and this is what is happening. It is just exploding around the world, and it really shows just how global this sport is.
Yeah, and it's so incredible to see too. I mean, we saw the Hawaiians come across, you know, like Jackson Dorian and those other like super prodigy grommets coming into this kind of field of competition and getting the reps. But have a look at the replay here. She's got the X factor. She's just got everything in that tool belt that she needs already at this age to walk straight up into that Challenger Series and challenge some of the best surfers. Like, we've seen former Championship Tour competitors already today in the men's and the women's completely go without a wave.
That's right. That's what I mean. This break, this venue, Kingscliff, has wrong-footed some of the best. And, you know, look, we saw that last wave with Sasha Baker. I mean, she's a world-class surfer, incredibly experienced competitor. She 24 minutes without a wave.
You can't underestimate the young girls that are coming up through the ranks, especially when we talk about the Australia region. I mean, 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Logan and Carly, both themselves, are really experienced competitors. I've seen them surf so many QS events, the 1000s, the 3000s, you know, all around the world. And at this point in time, they're being really put against the ropes. I mean, India, we kind of come to expect that kind of performance from her.
That's right. I mean, India's got the experience to kind of overpower the situation, but she played a smart hand. She was right on the bank. She got that quick one wave and she got the 3.8, and then she backed it up with a brilliant ride that was a grower down the line, scored her excellent wave, and she surfed it brilliantly. But, you know, a lot of this, you know, you're surfing really against the ocean here. Forget the competitors. This is a challenge. It's an ocean challenge that is really, taking a lot of people out, male and female. It's incredibly difficult.
You can see on screen right there, Logan Dalton just really, really suffering with that difficulty at the moment, as is Carly Shanahan. It's a tough swallow with a 0-point ride and having to do a run around. I mean, it's still wide open. 9.3 to 9.5 total will get those ladies back into the mix. Carly's holding priority. She's got 7 minutes on the clock. She's going to have to pull the trigger. But that intention straight away, just back to Zabrowski, you could just see it from the get-go. Her nose was looking at us when the rest of the ladies were pointing out to see still paddling in that rip. And from the get-go, she was there. I mean, a few of the other girl competitors, or women, sorry, that have been around the scene for a long time are, you know, sending in the updates. But here we go. Stand by. Carly Shanahan up and riding.
Okay, now she's onto the bank. It took a little while to get there.
Oh.
That was a nice turn, and she's got a bit more in this one. So there's a comeback. There's a comeback wave for Carly.
Yeah, that's definitely going to put her into a good position. Hopefully she can just kind of swindle herself back out into the lineup and pick up that second ride. You can see she's got the surfing on tap. She kind of looked probably a little nervous, a little tired, but here we go. The super prodigy. Ooh. She needs to get rid of that 1-point ride. She wants to keep, you know, Logan and Carly pretty heavily sedated. But there goes Carly Shanahan's replay.
Yeah, you would think that she's more than halfway there with this effort. That was two clutch manoeuvres.
She kind of creates that opportunity for herself as well. I mean, look, no speed going into this.
Yeah, and now she sees it. That's great. And she keeps the flow going. Good timing on the second manoeuvre there. So she's going to be surely more than halfway there. And here's a replay.
Oh. My phone is blowing up about this young lady. She's, according to the socials, 11 years old. I mean, that's not a great replay for her overall vibe of this heat, but that 8.5 ride coming from somebody with that much tenacity at that age is incredible. I mean, yeah, she obviously spends a lot of time training. Word is, and big ups thanks to the intel on this young lady, but she spends a lot of time in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Her dad does a lot of filming with her, so she's obviously well and truly on track and on the way, and shots fired for this region. If she's travelling around doing the rest of this region's QSs, if you didn't surf against her and know her yet, you're definitely going to know her after this heat.
Well, you won't get a more difficult day on the Australian leg than today. You just won't. There's no break is going to create such a challenge as Kingscliff.
And I did ask that question too, I think of Kobe Enright. Like, name another venue that you'd have to surf in a competition that would challenge you more physically. Like, there really isn't one.
I mean, Kobe won a QS 1000 out here some years ago, and she was on that winning streak back then, so she knows the breaker pretty well. But you know, I mean, Kingscliff is not for the faint-hearted.
And at the moment, with priority, it is the experience of one of the biggest seeds in the draw, India Robinson.
But even India, like, that all happened in the first 5 minutes. She got 2 quick back-to-back waves, and one of them was an absolute stonker. Like, she just ripped that wave, and it really performed for her. And she was good enough to link that section all the way down the beach until it grew into something special.
And look at the positioning as well. Like you've been saying, Bugs, just putting themselves back into that little part of the lineup where it gets them under the lip and under that little roll-in section. And you can see just to the bottom left, India just calling for the situation. 3 minutes on the clock. She has first priority, an 8 on the board, a 3.83, but she's chased so closely behind. Zabrowski, 3.33 needed from the young lady representing the French flag. She's to overtake a former championship tour competitor. I'm used to seeing, you know, India kind of lining up around this time of year for Sunset or something like that.
No, that's right. Yeah, she'd be, and she looks so good out of Sunset as well. Her power just really matched that wave.
Oh, beautiful looking wave for Logan Dalton here. She's finally got the opportunity.
Yep.
In these last few minutes, great wave choice and gets laid into, two-turn combo. Looked a little bit off time and a bit wobbly on the end there, but she had the work done. Have a look at the replay. Beautiful roll-in.
Yeah, she had took her a while to sort of get her feet in the right place, I feel, but this wave here is nice. That's a really nice cutback and back into the power zone, and she finishes it up here. She finishes that wave, and even though she fell off there, that's a complete.
Yeah, you can see it does take her a little second, but once she drops down, resets herself into that bottom turn, has a lot of power behind that.
Yes.
Forehand kind of slash, open face slash, and this second turn. Here's the replay of the lady in green at the moment. This is the second score. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that is just such a good move.
That's the X factor for me. She's a standout surfer, and I think she is going to, after this wave, move into first position. That's my prediction. Here's Carly Shanahan's replay. Oh, gets another one.
This heat's come alive, that's for sure.
1 minute to go as well. It always seems to happen. 1 minute on the clock. Priority is with India. She seems to be the only one in the lineup at the moment. 2 scores to lock in, important ones. Carly Shanahan needed something pretty serious, but look at that. Last of the Zabrowski's a 6.67. Takes us straight to the lead over the top of India. India now the one in danger.
Have we seen a 15-point combined total today? I don't think so.
That is unbelievable standout surfing from the super phenom Grom. I am definitely put on notice and sitting very, very high up my chair. I almost jumped off after that first performance.
Yeah, no, it was mind-blowing. you were so stoked. You couldn't believe what she was doing, and neither could I. I mean, that was so awesome. There's only 12 seconds remaining. So, you know, Carly, comes in with a respectable score. Logan still sort of languishing and not really being able to get into this heat.
Unbelievable performance from the 11-year-old, hailing from Hossegor and Tahiti. So you can see that beautiful ocean experience, and it looks as though she's taken one of the biggest heat wins that I've seen today. I can't wait for that post-heat interview. And while we wait for that very moment, Heat 9's coming up with live action at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Right after this, Ronnie Blakey, Stace Galbraith in the booth.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
A glorious afternoon here at Kingscliff for the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we're into heat 9 of the round of 64 now, and it's a good one. We've got a Tweed Coast local, Zali Kelly out there in the red, Jave Wheatley is in the blue, Arabella Tapi is in the white, and Sarah Baum is out there in the green. And there's plenty of competitive experience out there in this lineup, and expecting more big numbers to drop. That last heat was exceptional, with young Tia Zabrowski just going absolutely loony for an excellent score. And it's going to be Sarah getting things started. Ronnie Blakey here with Vaughan. And Vaughan, she's a veteran competitor. Sarah Baum, great goofy foot and amazing style.
Yep, real powerful performer, and gained a lot of experience on that Challenger Series last year. I know all the crew from East End Board Riders will be tapping into this one. They love Barmy. And she has the South African flag next to her name, but, geez, we've kind of adopted her here in Australia.
Oh, absolutely.
She's a big part of that sort of Newcastle surf scene. And off to a little fly here, Doggy, but the waves look so good. Far out, it's improved since this morning. It was just victory at sea on the treadmill. Paddle, 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 paddle was the name of the game, and really it was just so hard to get in position. Still a lot of sweep down this beach, but you know, the waves are finally starting to show up, and those big, excellent scores in that last heat, showcasing that, yeah, points are out there, mate.
Yeah, let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Exceptional performance there, Jess. You got to call that one. What a show.
Yo, can you hear me?
We got you.
You got me. Guys, this young lady has probably been the biggest standout of competition that I've seen probably over the last 5 or 10 years. Tia, talk to me about how you felt in that heat, because your performance was outstanding.
It was a little bit difficult because there is a lot of current, but I'm just happy to make it with, I think, a 6, and I forget the other one. And yeah, it was pretty difficult, but I'm just happy.
You're so calm, cool and collected. I'm absolutely losing my mind over your surfing. That other score that you got was an 8.50. And I mean, you're up against people like India Robinson. She used to surf on the championship tour, and you're posting scores like that at 11 years old. That must make you feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I don't know what to say. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just happy.
How did you find the conditions? I mean, they've made everybody come so unstuck today. It's been so tricky for the rest of the surfers. What did you see out there? How did you find those excellent scores?
I don't know. My dad told me to stay on the just here. So yeah, I just don't a lot of waves, just 3 waves. So yeah, I have a good wave. I have a lot of luck. So yeah.
And you do have your dad right here supporting you. Do you have anyone else that's supporting you online back at home? Maybe some home teammates in France, or the rest of your sponsors watching? Do you have any?
En français ou en anglais? I would like to say thank you, everyone, all the people supporting me, all my sponsor, all my family, and yeah, thank you so much.
And would you like to say it back to home in French as well?
Merci tout le monde, tous mes sponsors, toute ma famille, tous ceux qui me qui me suivent. Donc voilà, merci.
Incredible surfing. Congratulations. I'm so excited to watch you surf in the next round. And guys, this is what the QS is all about. Mind-blowing moments for women's surfing for me. And this is the next big thing, future of women's surfing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, good call. You know, definitely a lot of buzz around that young woman, and looking forward to seeing how she rolls through this event. But out there in the lineup, we saw Jay Wheatley there taking a fall. Sarah Bum, she's got the 4.5, the best number of this heat so far. Arabella's up at the moment, just trying to find a bit of wall to work with. That one didn't really pan out. But yeah, Vorno.
11.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, man. So much is being made of this big generational shift that we've seen coming for a while, Dog. You know, like the Ladybirds, I guess, shined a light on it. Those stab wave pool events sort of uncovered this next generation, but that generation is starting to come of age. That generational shift is heading at light speed towards the top end of the tour. But what I was thinking about the other day was when Katie Simmers dropped her film, Toasted, it was kind of like the montage or the sabotage of this time for women surfing. And I was thinking, how are the 11-year-olds who are going to be inspired by that performance of this 17-year-old going to be surfing when they start getting towards that age? Like, this is a whole new dawn of performance. And yeah, I thought that movie was pretty crazy, but, you know, seeing an 11-year-old get through this heat in a QS 5000 is unbelievable.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy heat either. But, yeah, you're right, Katie Simmers, the whole cast that she pulled together for that film, Molly Picklum, Bella Kenworthy, Sierra Kerr, just unbelievable. Some of the exchanges that they had in those sessions were just so fun to watch. I absolutely love that film. Just one of my favourites.
Just
great
felt
music too.
Felt like one of the boxes that was still yet to be ticked too, like a really progression, high performance surf film brought out by just a single rider to just push that limit through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the edit that Steph Gilmore and co put together during COVID at Snap Ass Surfing, I think that was sort of like, you know, the first time that we'd really seen them focus on putting something out, and that was super inspiring, and probably no doubt inspiring to Katie Simmons as well. But yeah, it's cool. You know, I think even though that is in addition to all the competitive stuff that we were seeing, just chatting with Stace earlier, you know, if the surf industry's moving ahead and in a good place, you know, all elements of the industry are firing, and every single one of those individuals come through that competitive scene. And yeah, it kind of just props up that whole other side of the industry as well. The free surfing avenue, there's work for filmers and editors, and yeah, it's kind of cool, the doors that it opens. Here goes Zali Kelly. And she's looking for a section down the line here. Always a good performer, especially when she's here at home. Nice slice off the top there. Up into the pocket once again. Doing pretty well with this wave. Sticking with it, no doubt thinking about the runaround already. As well to stay with it too, and it's going to be an easy trip to the shoreline. So things are starting to get a little interesting. Here's the replay, Vorno.
Yeah, it's a solid wave, just sort of fattens out on that wide part of the bank, but Zali Kelly, another surfer who's benefited from time on the Challenger Series, sort of made a name for herself in this Tweed Coast Pro, really. I mean, had a strong junior career, but it was in that event that Cal Robbo won, I believe. Zali was a big performer, so really good stuff.
Easy decision
but now,
there too.
Got to run around. It totally gasses you. I was just talking to Charlie Stokes before. She was just like mid-heat coming in and running up the beach. It's like, it's
nightmare.
Sort of better than paddling, but at the same time, by the time you run up the beach and you start paddling back out, you just toast.
Yeah, great to be here. Great to have your company as we look to get through a few more heats this afternoon in the opening round for the women. And Vaughan, good to be for us to be here, sort of in the home zone, where we enjoyed exploring these points and beaches, kind of south of the border, and spent a lot of time in these lineups Groms. Not so much time here at Kingscliff, though.
No, I've actually only got one memory of Kingscliff, and that's when Mullum High came up here to play rugby league against Kingscliff, and they had, I was in year 8, and the Kingscliff team had guys with beards in it, and we were just little Mullumbimby speed bumps for those crew. Got flogged 40-0, so not the fondest memories of coming up to Kingy, but as far as the surf and the coast go, it's always been such a joy to come up to this area. Like, where we grew up is just one long beach, so anything with a point or some rocks or a river mouth or anything, we were just all over when we were Groms. And this is just magic, this zone. And it's not really a whole lot on offer today around the zone just because of how sort of big and pushy the swell is. But Kingscliff's been providing. This bank's been really fun.
Yeah, expecting the conditions will kind of improve over the next couple of days, and we'll see the heat score totals ramp up a little bit too. 13.5 minutes to go here, and Zali's just put up a 4.17, so she's out in front now. And Sarah's going to need just a nothing score, 0.67 to get back into the lead. Jade Wheatley's after a 3.44. Arabella's still in at 2, back in 4th, only looking for a 4.01 to get up into second position at the moment. Love this this time of year. This is really kind of the curtain opener for what's going to be a big run of events here in Australia. Obviously the QS, we're so lucky in this region to have multiple events. So, a couple of 3,000s this year, a handful of 1,000s, which are, a big stepping stone for those surfers making their first push on the QS. But, it gives us we'll get a good gauge by the end of the week of, how our chances are and what kind of depth there is in the country this year, just based on the performances of these competitors.
It's so cool. The 3-tiered system with the QS and then the Challenger Series and then the CT. Like, the QS, you start off here, you get to know a few names, you get to see a few familiar faces, and Jade Wheatley is one of them, Ron.
Yeah, powerful surfer. Another one of those competitors that got some reps up during those board riders events to kick the year off.
Kicks out of that one, but yeah, one thing that I love is that all these tours have their own little ramp up into a highly tense climax, and it's just so exciting. I think it was it Cal Robbo had to win this event a few years back to qualify, and he did it with full rotors, like big air reverses and stuff like that, so it brings out the best in everyone when it starts getting to that pressure system. And that's a big advantage when you step it up to that next level of competition, to know that you can perform in a clutch, high-pressure situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think just the fact, too, that it says a lot about the depth in the area is that he was surfing in the final event of that regional QS, and he needed a victory to win, and then went on to make the CT after
Top
a
10.
good performance on the Challenger Series. But have a look at the numbers here for Jade. Not quite enough to get herself into the lead, but she's in second spot, and that'll do for the moment. 3-point ride for that one. Sorry, she needs a little bit more to get into second, but 3-point ride means she's only chasing a 1.51. Just over 10 minutes to go here. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Magic to have Oakberry backing surfing once again at this level, and they'll be right behind all the events of the Australian leg as well. They absolutely love it.
Magic to see Laura Enova on a wave that couldn't possibly kill her or break her into a million pieces. Far out, she's put in some amazing performances in Hawaii over these past few years, and an amazing ambassador for Oakberry too.
Most definitely. Just over 9 minutes remaining here. Still a pretty low-scoring heat. I think, those competitors in that previous battle, India Robinson, and we obviously heard from young Tia, but, they put up those big, excellent scores, Vaughan. They created the expectation now, and anything less than that is going to be disappointing. But I do see that enough talent in this lineup to expect some better numbers as we move into the final stages of this heat.
Also, it pulses, it comes on, it goes off the boil, and this is all just part of these sorts of cyclone swirls. You get that little window where the tide's right, the wind's perfect, the bank is just standing beautifully, and then you paddle out after you've seen all that, and you can't find a wave anywhere.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten a little darker out there at the moment. I think we might be expecting a little bit more activity, a bit more weather this afternoon. Just feels like that wind's kind of almost straightened up a little bit more cross-shore, less kind of grooming of the line-up at the moment. You can see that extra bump on the face. No problems for Sarah, though, as she winds through just a nice drawn-out carve to set this one up. Just a great casual approach that she has, but can throw down the big turns as well. Nice backhand snap. Sees the double up and does so well. Finds a very creative line there to finish this one off. And she'll go for the runaround. So that was just her second ride. Only needed a 0.67 to get into the lead. She's going to well and truly do that.
Yeah, a little slow start. Kind of hit that deep water, but it stood up beautifully. A real double-up, critical section on the inside. That was a brave move to hit that rebound where she did. You can see here, just a bit of snowboarding out on the open face, but bumpy. A few moguls on this one. But this is where things started to heat up a little bit. That is a beautiful, smooth up and over, especially whitewash surface hard, but that was super critical. And a very creative line, as you say there, Ronnie. And we've actually loved watching Balmy surf. Great to see O'Neill backing her now. G'day to Bainey, the Gamote, if he's watching. And he loves a working class battler hero, Bainey, and Balmy fits that description beautifully.
Yeah, definitely. So there it is. The numbers coming in now for Sarah, 4.3. So she's built a pretty decent lead here at the moment. So capable of getting those really big numbers, Sarah. So I'm not going to say that she'll settle with those numbers at the end of this heat. But she'll be comfortable at the moment.
She did surf. I think she had a really good run through sort of the back half of the Challenger Series last year's Ron. Just got through, those early round heats and shook those off and started putting in some pretty strong performances. So that gives you a lot of confidence when you kind of earn your place. You don't feel like you're out there making up numbers anymore, or you're not intimidated by some of the reputations of your competitors. And Barmy's looking at home here. I think even just getting a sticker on your board and getting that sort of support can really lift your game.
She's been at it a while. We've been seeing her compete for a number of years now. But I think what you're talking about sort of reminds me of what happened towards the end of the qualifying series run here regionally. I know she went over to South Africa and competed in their regional qualifying series events, and I think they had a couple of events cut short, so she didn't get the results that she wanted. So she came back here to Oz to just put in a good showing and potentially let the WSL know that she was worthy maybe of some wildcard opportunities. She ended up making the final at Newcastle and certainly put on a strong show. But yeah, she was in that position of sort of leaving her run late, and then she did the same thing on the Challenger Series. So I bet there's some added intensity in this first major QS event to put a good result up and relieve some of that pressure. See what it's like competing with confidence as opposed to that kind of last-minute run sort of mentality, or like you and I with our homework when we were Groms, just starting the project the morning that it's due.
Oh, that's if you got it done at all.
4.5 minutes to go here. And yeah, it's fun looking at the evolution of the sport, especially for the women, but it's also fun reflecting on and celebrating the trailblazers that came before these surfers who had to grind away before. It was equal pay and really didn't have a lot of sponsorship backing, Warno. And I know that you've been speaking to a bunch of them on your podcast recently. Pauline Mensah, she's been massively celebrated on the Swellian show.
Yeah, Pauline Mensah and Jodie Cooper, they live just down the road still in the north coast, far north coast of New South Wales, but just love just the grit, the determination, the passion. Nothing was ever going to stop these women from achieving at the absolute highest level, not just for themselves, like for the sport, for women surfing across the board. And it's because of their efforts that young women today have the opportunities that they do. So yeah, big doff of the cap, as we say, to the Jodie Coopers, the Pauline Mensahs, the Lane Beachleys, so many. Pam Burridge, what a legend.
Yeah, it's a long list.
Oh, it is a long list.
Yeah, you pretty much got to go back to the first surfer in Oz.
That's right.
First Aussie that took part in
Isabel
that
Latham.
exhibition.
Yeah, with Jukana Moku there at Freshwater Beach. 16, pulled out of the crowd.
So cool.
And a lifelong surfer after that experience. Became a Hollywood stunt woman. Opened up swimming classes for disadvantaged people in Manly. Like, just an absolute hero. And it's funny, isn't it? Like, so many of these women who have been at the very forefront of surfing, they just live such full, broad lives of giving back to either the communities where they came from or the bigger picture. So yeah, pretty amazing. Unsurprising, really, that they're just so gritty and get it done.
I mean, just absolutely overlooking the current crop. Obviously, on the Women's Championship Tour, we got two of women's surfing's immortals battling at the moment, and Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore. But looking beyond them, who's your all-time favourite?
Immortal?
Who's your all-time favourite surfer on the women's side?
Oh, I think in the past few years, I've just really sort of had a good look at Lane Beachley's life and, what she has overcome and the things that she achieved. I mean, it's an incredible story, Ron. Like, you really, if you want to check it out, there's a book called Beneath the Waves that is Lane's biography, and you can really get a window into just the mountains she had to climb to achieve what she did. So I think she'll always be right up there for me as one of the all-time greatest. I mean, 7 world titles. It's pretty incredible anyway. But, you wait till you find out a little bit more about Lane's life. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, amazing. Well, I think, too, I've heard you talk about on the podcast before, you don't kind of get to that position of being, a GOAT without sort of going through a period where you're not celebrated because you're just winning everything. It's almost like people look at it as someone being greedy sometimes.
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, there was just adversity at every turn in Lane's story. Like, every turn. Nothing was easy. And when she was winning, when she was meant to be at her absolute peak and feeling the best she could ever feel, she was actually her loneliest and at times really unhappy because she just couldn't tap into sort of what was missing from her life. And that's why I love her so much, because she has just had such a good look at things. Wow, this is a good ride, Ron. Sorry.
Yeah, she's trying to get rid of a 4.3 here, Sarah. She just looks super confident, really comfortable out here. An unbelievable finish. We said that she had bigger numbers in her. I think she's about to drop one. This heat is coming to a close. And Sarah's just absolutely owned it. Zali Kelly did a pretty decent work earlier on, but never really found a solid backup. Can't really see anything happening for anyone else out there at the moment. But expecting that Sarah's going to drop a good number, the best of the heat, to finish this one off. And here it comes, 6.83 for this one, Vaughan.
Yeah, well, I was gas-bagging a bit while Sarah's getting to work here, but again, just a little slow start as it sort of finds its way onto the steep part of the bank, but starts getting to work here. Nice little carve back on. It begins to double up, cracks it off the top to get the finish. Beautiful upside down re-entry. And gassed, absolutely pooped. That run around the beach is just taking it out of your legs here at Kingscliff today. But thank goodness we're here, because there has been some excellent surfing and Barmy getting it done.
Oh, man, that was so strong. I mean, at no point did she take her focus off the section that was just standing up in front of her each time, just delivering a number of big hits. We're going to take a quick break here. Heat 10 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and Heat 10 is out there in the lineup at the moment, and it's a good one. Freya Prum out there in the red, Emily Burke is in the blue, Gabby Spake is in the white, and Rosie Smart surfing in the green jersey. Vaughan, good lineup.
Really good lineup. I'm excited to see a couple of names here, familiar from the recent board riders battle down at Newcastle. Rosie Smart from Coffs Harbour, Gabby Spake from Long Reef. Really strong in that event. Both incredible young talents. Gabby, I thought, might even be up, speaking of Lane Beachley, for that Lane Beachley medal.
Wow.
She just got pipped by Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, Freya Prum as well. She spends a lot of time up here on the Tweed Coast these days, surfing at the Duranbar Club, and Emily Burke from Newcastle. So great lineup of competitors. Plenty of time on the clock. No waves ridden just yet. But we've been having a deep dive, Vaughan, into the state of women's professional surfing, and man, it is in such a good place. And I just think that ever since the schedules aligned on the CT, we've seen it happening also at the Challenger Series and Qualifying Series level, where you've got both divisions competing alongside one another. You've got equal pay. And yeah, just the women are just relishing that opportunity to show us what they've got. And it's just an unbelievable level which they're performing at the moment.
Golden era, and it just is where everyone's eyeballs are right now. You just can't get enough of, as you say, every single aspect of women's surfing is just completely flaring. So it's so cool.
Didn't even touch on sort of what's happening, in the big wave realm. What's happening outside of competition with some of the edits that are being dropped now. It's just awesome.
Yeah, Keala Kennelly just far out. I mean, that recent performance at the Eddie was one of the most craziest things I've ever seen.
It looked like she was parachuting. She wore a vest because her leg was kind of busted, so she put a leg rope on the back of that vest, and then she just jumped pretty much off tall story buildings.
So legendary.
Well, just over 20 minutes to go here. No scores locked in just yet. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Sarah Baum.
Thanks, guys. Bore me. Stressful. I'm feeling the tension from you coming in, but you did a lot of work, 6+ ride. I mean, you look pretty commanding at the end of that heat.
Yeah, that was probably one of the hardest heats I've had in ages, fitness-wise.
I thought I was pretty fit. They just like put me back in my box. No, but I stuck to my game plan. I stuck to my strength of paddling, even though I didn't get too far, but I still backed it up with another wave and then did the run around as that was my game plan. And yeah, then quickly backed it up with the 6 at the end there. I was just like, come on, just give me one little opportunity. And yeah, like I feel good. My boards feel good. I'm feeling good mentally and excited for the rest of the event.
Now, Bugs has been talking a lot about the advantage of being a goofy footer out there. Did you find that play into your court for that heat then?
For sure. I was actually watching at home this morning and listening to you guys talking about, there was like back-to-back heats where there was at least three goofy footers, and I was like, sick, like this looks perfect for me. You can kind of just tap it straight back into the pocket and not have to go out into the face. And yeah, I'm always happy to surf my backhand.
And I mean, you're pretty progressive as well. You do so much training in the off-season. You've got a really strong support network. What's it going to look like this year? I mean, we're waiting for you to make that jump onto the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour. What's going to be the difference this year for you to make that spot?
Not much different, actually. Each year I seem to just, inch a little bit forward. Like the year before last, I ended up 20th. Last year I ended up 10th. Hopefully this year I end up 5th, and that means I qualify. So yeah, I just keep doing what I'm doing. Each event that I do, each heat that I do, I take little notes and take that into the next heat. And yeah, just keep the ball rolling.
And you got such a strong support network. I'm sure they're all tuning in back at home. You want to have a shout out to those guys?
Definitely. Hey to my fiance George and the crew. Thanks for watching. And yeah, I love you guys. And yeah, hopefully we can bring it home.
There you go. Sarah Baum moving on through the next round. Congratulations, Sarah. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jess. Baumie looking really sharp and super confident. Obviously a big pre-season and ready to make a good charge through the QS ranks. Once again, we had a couple of waves ridden during the interview. Seeing a replay of Amelie Burke here at the moment. Well, nice hits, doesn't quite get the finish there. But Gabby Spade connected with a good wall on her.
Yeah, connected. Found a couple of good sections here to get those frontside snaps off. Nothing too majorly critical, but a nice turn there and backs it up with a good combo. So kind of reminds me of a little bit of an 80s vibe there with those little head flick over the backs. Ron, I know that you used to love to watch your spray go over the back of a wave when you did a snap.
Yeah, 100%. Who didn't? As we see too, Rosie Smart getting in the mix. This will be her best wave by far. So waiting on some numbers to drop for 3 of our competitors. Freya's been patient out there, waiting for her opportunity to get on the board. Don't think there'll be any monster scores dropped just yet. So this could play right into Freya's favour as we move into the back half of the heat. Bit of a run around here for Rosie.
Pretty classic that look back snap was so perfect in the 80s. So many crew did it. Tom Curran was probably one of the absolute lords of it. It's sort of changed a little bit now, isn't it? It's sort of as you come off the top and you do that big Larry. You don't always see crew looking out over the back. You see them sort of dropping their shoulder and heading back down towards the pit. But JJF, there's a few of them who still like watching the spray fly off the rail.
Yeah. John's got a beauty. Mick Fanning always had a pretty good one. Look back, just watch that tail just rip through the face. 16 minutes to go here. And there's the numbers for that last exchange. Gabby gets herself a 3.83. Amelie gets herself a 3.5. Actually still has a score on the way as she makes the run around. Just pacing herself, doesn't want to burn off all her energy for the back half of the heat here. Rosie Smart, she managed just a 2.9 on her ride. And it's Amelie who's taken the lead, a 5 on that last wave. That was with a fall too, so some real positives out of that one for her.
It's tricky. Sometimes you go out here with a strategy. Your heat strategy might be, get deep, try and get an early one that hopefully hugs that bank and can give you the opportunity to get a big scores. But if you start getting towards the halfway mark of the heat and you haven't got anything, you've just got to readjust so quickly. And that's when your mid-range scores start coming into play. And we've seen it a few times today, Ron, where there were heats where, men and women were getting excellent scores, and then the next heat, crew just had to fight it for scraps, and it was the crew who were just surfing, just making sure they were getting a couple under their belt who were sneaking through.
Yeah, it's so hard though. Like you commit to a ride out here, you're going to move really swiftly down the line, and then run-arounds on the cards. So you kind of want to make that wave count for something. You know, being sort of busy at the very top might give the opportunity to kind of turn around and paddle back out there. But look at Freya just desperately trying to get away before she gets taken all the way down the line here. She's got a good sized wall, a lot of speed, but this one's shutting down. And look, she's going to come in after that and just look to basically reset. So it's at least a 3-minute journey back to the outside takeoff zone. So Freya's realistically going to be surfing probably like a 10-minute peak when she gets back out there, and she'll be at the back end of the priority order. We're going to take a quick break here, 14 minutes to go, and we'll get caught up on what's unfolding out there in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, the first major qualifying series event in the Australasian region. Ronnie Blakey with Vaughan. And Vaughan, I was actually just going through my little black book of IOUs that I've written down, or that you owe me. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What do I owe you?
Quite a bit. So looking forward to exploring the Tweed Coast nightlife tonight.
Oh, what have you got in mind?
I'll pay back. Yeah, a nice dinner perhaps. But yeah, it's one thing I love about coming up here. It's not just the beach that you get to enjoy. The whole zone's kind of really starting to pop off with amazing eateries, and yeah, the hinterland behind here too is one of my favourite parts of this region. So beautiful.
It's amazing. This is just one of the most wave-rich, like clean, healthiest areas you can ever find yourself. It is just it's a life being it kind of area. You get up in the morning, there's just no end to the possibilities. But you know, most of us who grow up in this region, and as you say, we're from just down the road. Wow, that's cool footage of that bombing way out to sea. So much energy in this ocean still. But yeah, this area, Ron, it really is God's country. It's just so amazing up here, and it's a real privilege to be back here. Yeah, there is a lot of fun stuff to do in the evenings as well. We actually had your lovely wife's 40th up here not long ago.
Yeah, that's right. It's a full blowout. But as you can see, everyone's down here. That's the Harvey Norman VIP area. Very limited access. But no, it's awesome to see everyone down here getting behind this event. And a big shout out once again to the Tweed Coast Shire for getting behind surfing in this region, and obviously the major partner, Oakberry, Harvey Norman. They're helping keep this regional QS alive and growing. It's evolving. There's more events on the schedule than last year, and you know, a couple of them have been ramped up. So 2 3,000s this year, which just means that, you know, obviously these 5,000s are your big opportunity to bank a keeper result. But it just means that, you know, consistency might just pay off too.
Well, Oakberry, Harvey Norman, regional New South Wales, it's all helping us uncover new talent. It's giving crew who are, you know, journeymen and journeywomen an opportunity to get back in the rashy and compete. And of course, we get to see, you know, the very best of surfing talent in this country have a platform to showcase what they're made of. And you know, like one thing I love about this new system as well, and I was hoping this would happen, when they first pitched it was that we would see the Nick Squires and you know, these sorts of people come out of this sort of semi-retirement. People who surf out of their skin and just go, you know what? I'm going to go in this comp and have a crack at it. And you get to see just how deep the talent pool runs. So you can't do that without your supporters.
Yeah, it's also, you know, this is certainly a sport where potential is obviously a key ingredient to getting backing and sponsorship. So it's, in that respect, it's a young man's game, and finding the kind of backing that can help fund an international qualifying series campaign is easier if you're an up-and-comer. And for people like Nick Squires who are working full-time jobs to look at the regional schedule and go, you know what, I could take a couple of weeks here. I could do these major QS events for sure. You know, it's so achievable without it impacting your day-to-day job too much. So you're right, it's a great addition, a super convenient change for those individuals, and just the way that the qualifying series and the Challenger series works schedule-wise. You know, I've got to say, it does work into an Australian's favour because, you know, you're doing those first couple of Challenger Series events on home soil, and based on your results there, you know, maybe you do have a decision to make after those first two events. If you say someone like Nick Squires and you've got a business that you're responsible for, and you know, if you get a couple of results, you might go, you know what, I'm going to have a shot at it.
Yeah, well, I was looking at sort of, you know, the rookie class for 2023, and the average age is right up there. You know, it was a lot of experienced heads qualified at the end of last year's Challenger Series, and, you know, we're talking about crew who were on the QS for 10 years in some cases. You know, Ramsey Bookheim and Maxime Husino, for example. And you've got to be kind of thinking, if you're a person who has had that experience, like, yeah, I'm definitely going to have a crack at this and just see what happens.
I used to smash them. But
exactly.
Yeah, the positive too for the Australasian region is we had real performers just miss out. The number 11, 12 and 13 all from this region. And I think even Kalani Ball was up there in the top 20. That means that we've already locked up a couple of surfers on the Challenger Series already on the men's side, that is. And you know, there's going to be a full, solid class of Australasian competitors fighting it out. On the women's side, it's, you know, it's so difficult. There's such limited spaces on the women's CT, but also on the Challenger Series, a few less spots. But I think over the next couple of years, with just what we're seeing, the big push through that we were speaking about earlier, there's going to be an increase in the field in the women's divisions. It's just
there must be. It's just
every region you visit, and hit lineups. There's just incredible young surfers out there. As we see Amelie up, so she already has the lead. And she's looking to get rid of a 3.5 here. 6.5 minutes to go. Just will now look to climb over this double up and hit this end section. Nice swoop off the top there. Not done with it. Still just being patient, working this one over. And there is a finish. Surely that's complete.
That was epic wave selection. That thing just kept giving and giving.
So 6 minutes to go here, waiting on the scores to come through. As we see the replay now from Rosie Smart, who is looking to just lock up one of these top two spots at the moment.
That's a cool little wave. Pretty aggressive. I really love the attack. It was really intentional out of the lip there, and it was a smaller wave, but good. But this wave was just such a gift here for Amelie, and she really just made the most of it. Good read, sort of came across into a big TP and just smashed it off the top, then got this bonus section. Beautiful fan of spray comes through and will get the completion.
Yeah, really hung on for it.
Very nice.
So she's increased that lead. 5.07 that last wave. Rosie Smart, she has banked a 5.5, and that is really helping her chances of getting through this heat.
Still Rosie Smart, that tiny little wave, but just so much aggression in the turns. The judges just saying, yeah, look, Amelie's wave was really cool. Did a lot of beautiful carves on it, but It was the Rosie intent, wasn't it? And here she goes again.
Yeah, just has a great extension out of those turns, gets nice and coiled on the bottom turn and just completely unwinds through those big backhand calves.
That's what Dad used to always say, wasn't it, Ron? Watch out for the coiled snake, because that's when it's about to strike.
Sure did. 2.9 is what Rosie Smart needs to replace to potentially get herself the lead. She's after a 4.57. Gabby's got a bit of work to do. She's out there with priority now, as you can see. Looking for a 4.58, but I think she'd be aware that if she's paying attention that Rosie's hanging on to a 2.9, so she's got to be thinking sixes to really have a great shot at getting up into that top two. Freya's been super quiet in this heat. I mean,
such a frustrating one for Freya. Like, it was all that time she spent out the back waiting for a bomb, and it was a big closeout. And then, to do the run around with nothing in the bank is... You just got to somehow be mentally almost like Superman.
I've seen a fair bit of Emily surfing and Gabby's as well. Not as much of Rosie Smart's, but that's three competitors sort of with it all ahead of them. That they've had moments of, I think, brilliance, and their careers are really just in their future. Whereas Freya's been around for a long time. I've seen so much of her, and it's sort of an uncharacteristic performance. I think she's the strongest surfer out there.
Oh, heavy wipeout straight over the handlebars. Yeah, Freya's just, she's just got to be tough as nails in the last 3 minutes of this. Just not let it get to her, don't let it sort of sink into your energy, and just somehow get out there and get a couple. It's going to...
Yeah, not an easy thing to do. Let's have a look at what went wrong here for Rosie. This wave just cupped out. Oh, it's got absolutely ragdolled.
Wipeout actually reminded me a little bit. This is going to be stretching your memory, Ron, but remember Ocky's wipeout at Pipeline when he was a young fella and he got the tinnitus from it?
Yeah.
Had a bit of that about it, just straight over the handlebars and
head slap.
Face slap.
So 2.5 minutes to go here. Well, let's see if Freya can do something exceptional. She does need a big score, 7.67.
Still within one wave though, so that's what's working for her here as we get down into the last stages of this.
Well, it's just not panning out for her at the moment. I think she took off on that wave thinking, if I can just get at least a turn done, I might be able to chip away at this requirement. If I can bank a 2, I'll only be after a 6 maybe going into the last 2 minutes, but she got nothing out of that. So just under 2 minutes to go, and Freya's it's just one of those shockers where she just hasn't found the sections. She's out of order now with the priority. Emily Burke got the work done pretty early. A couple of 5-point rides has kept her right there. And the battle for second spot, it's really between Gabby and Rosie at the moment. Gabby's got the priority.
Pretty tense final here. Final few seconds, 1 minute 26 remaining, and Gabby and Rosie are just neck and neck. Not much in this. And Gabby Spake actually has priority here, so she will get first choice. And here goes Freya.
Well, she's after a huge number. I mean, that's what she's capable of. She's going to scramble and just see if she can pull the miracle and buzz a better moment off here. She's way down the line, just under a minute to go. Scores coming in for Freya, 3.4. So now she's after a 5.01. This will be remarkable if she can turn this around. All that time, and she's left it to the final minute and a half to make her run.
Can you get a 5 in the Shorey though? Because there's not enough time to get out the back against that rip, and there's not going to be enough time to do a run around at all, clearly.
No.
So
she's at the northern end of the contest site.
And it does go deep out down there too, Doggers. Here we go.
All right,
Heat leader.
Yeah, it's been her heat, and she's up again. Throws everything at the end section. It's not even going to matter. 10 seconds to go, and I saw Freya in the background there as we tracked Emily's last ride. but I don't know if she's going to get the opportunity here in the final stages. The hooter is sounding, and it's great news for Emily Burke, who's sitting out in front, and it looks as though had a ride there for Gabby Spake in the final stages, but it looks like it is going to be Emily holding on to first. Rosie is going to stay with second position and progress on through to the next round. We've got a couple more heats coming your way this afternoon. Right now, though, it's time for a quick break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, Bunjalung Country QS 5000. And a big event for the World Surf League. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by one of the most iconic surfers and commentary members across the world, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Good afternoon, Bugs.
Jess, what a classic arvo. The southerly has arrived. It's a lot cooler. It's blowing a bit of that humidity out to sea and cleaned up conditions here at Kingscliff Beach.
Yeah, it really kind of has, and it's almost, dare I say, started to fire.
Yeah, I know. It's the tide's running off the bank now, so it's just that nice tide, like you know, that first hour after the tide, you get a lot of movement.
Oh, there goes Ellie Harrison, just intent to spare right there. You can see the sharpness of her surfing and the confidence she has in those first few opening carve downs. She gets to open up a little bit more. This thing just grows on her too, Bugs.
Yeah, it is cool. It was a good ride. What a great opener. And she connected this section. She's going way down the beach. Wow. She's going to make this one pay. Oh, you got to love that effort.
Oh, the lumps and bumps that she negotiated to make that thing happen. Beautiful opening ride for Ellie Harrison in the water against her. It is heat number 11, round 64 of the women. Sophie Fletcher in the white jersey. Gia Lorentzen in the blue. There goes Sophie up and riding. Lump and bump ahead, but look at how these things are just forming onto the inside of the bank right there. Almost some barrels we've seen this afternoon.
Yeah, if they can get to that last section, it seems they go over the ledge, it bottoms out. I think with that bit of offshore, you could see a little barrel.
And the vibes are high this afternoon. I mean, 2 more heats of the day. Let's have a look at the replay first. How's the work rate on this one?
Oh, amazing work rate, and really functional surfing. Just keeping herself in the power of the wave. She's got lots to deal with, a bit of backwash and everything in this wave, but this part here, I'm really impressed with how she kept the speed up, connects onto the next looping section, and you think she's done? No, she's not. Bang. The thing that she pulls through here and paddles back out, it really amazed me.
Here's the replay. Sophie Fletcher's opening ride. You can see those cross chops until it hits this inside section. And gets one turn off the top there. Nothing too incredible, but still a start.
Yep, it's a start. So a big change, even from a few hours, how quickly that water just pulls off the bank. That high tide was a completely different scenario. Even though the current's still strong, there's definitely some better waves in the afternoon.
It's almost like that switch has been flipped as well. I mean, if you are one of these later heats in the day, you have sat around and watched the conditions just change so much, and it'd be easy, I think, to get stuck into a game plan that doesn't suit this afternoon's conditions. Look, flying down the line, Sophie Fletcher, trying to find some open pace, but she's opting to do the run around nice and early here this afternoon. We are in heat number 11. We're going to go through to heat number 12, and that'll be it for today. The rest of this round of 64 of women's competition will be completed tomorrow morning. So 2 heats on the cards for this afternoon.
Yeah,
and it's been a big day surfing.
Oh, well, it has. I mean, we're going to have 12 heats of men's and 12 heats of women's. They're 25-minute heats too, so that's a 9.5-hour day. Feels like it.
It does, especially when you had that middle of the day kind of grind about it, and you saw those really, really tricky heats. I mean, for me personally, ever since I saw Tia surf, I feel like I've had an injection of caffeine, and my froth levels have been going through the roof after that little heat.
That was so impressive. A 15-point total for, I'd say, the youngest competitor in the whole event.
Yeah.
That you know, right there is mind-blowing. The highest total, men's and women's, 15 points for the youngest competitor in either the men's or the women's. That's kind of a pretty cool stat.
It is, and on the trickiest of days and conditions. Have a look at this one. Miller Brown up and riding. Another really young but really sassy and savvy competitor. Look at the read on this. She just kind of gets a little bit bumped up and a little too high over that tricky section, but she's another one to watch. While we wait for those first scores come through for green, 18 minutes on the clock here. Vaughan, you're on the side with the post-scene interview, Amelie Burke.
Yeah, well, the saying goes, Jess, that sometimes you're the statue, sometimes you're the pigeon. But you were more than a pigeon. You were like an eagle soaring out there. Just had your way with that whole heat.
Yeah, I don't know. Every free surf I've had, I've been out of rhythm, but just that heat, I don't know, kind of worked. So, yeah, felt good.
Yeah, what's the secret to getting in rhythm with surf like this, do you think? Is it just good fortune, or did you have a strategy when you paddled out?
Probably mainly good fortune, but I kind of tried hanging up the top and then getting one, then hopefully getting another one further down. So that was about it. Yeah.
I saw that you had to do at least one run around. How taxing is that on your body, you know, at this late stage of the day when you've been watching lots of heats and you've been in the sun and all that sort of thing? Is it sort of start to affect your performance and your strength?
Yeah, my legs got really heavy on the run around. I was just thinking, oh, I'm nearly there. But didn't feel too bad when I was surfing, just when I was running.
Well, I know all the crew in Newey would be watching on and cheering you on. Anyone you want to say thanks to?
Thanks for watching if you are. And yeah, I don't know, that's about it.
Well done, Emily, and keep soaring.
Thank you.
Great to see you through to the next round.
Thanks, Vaughan. She's almost challenging him for the height advantage there too. She's a full athlete, really young, crazily built athlete, and if she can harness that power as well like she did in that earlier heat, Bugs, she's going to have a big career ahead of her in surfing.
Well, I like the way, you know, Emily said that, you know, in her free surfing she completely fell out of rhythm, but when the heat started, she was completely in rhythm with the ocean, so a very good sign.
It is a good sign, and also for Ellie Harrison at this point in the heat, 16 minutes, just a little over, left on the clock here in heat number 11, a 6.83 for that opening ride for Ellie, and a beautiful, like you said, what word did you use to describe that opening ride? I can't even think right now off the top of my head, but...
Well, I'm going to use a different word. I'm going to say scintillating, because, you know, she just connected all the sections. She worked hard. She was just in rhythm, and... the other thing about that wave, I think she got a 1.3 to back it up, and I reckon that was when she decided, no, I'm coming in and doing the run around.
Yeah, and they're so far down. You can see Miller Brown there just throwing the dice at a little left-hander, but she's going to have to get on the trot up the sand again, and I think she's just getting psyched, and she knows she's got a bit of a task ahead of her. But a really, really good young competitor as well. Have a look at this left, the mystical Kingscliff left.
Yeah. See, I think there was Miller that she was showing a little bit of frustration because she's come in and plan A didn't work. Plan A was to get a keeper under the belt, just like Ellie Harrison, and then come in and do the run around, whereas Miller got a couple of sort of quarter rides, half rides. She got caught up on that one section, and now she's going to have to do the run around. Not a lot of damage done against her, though. Gia Lawrenson sitting out there. She's a great young surfer, too. She's got priorities, waiting for her opening stand. And
it almost feels like it's, when I was standing out there, like on our little heat off then, I felt like the swell is getting bigger.
It looks solid, didn't it? I mean, on the screen here, it doesn't look very solid, but when you're standing out there, and what you're seeing, and we're seeing all those outer reefs breaking, and there's still a lot of swell. And, you know, if we had a look at the drone angle from the top, you still see a lot of swell down the south-facing part of Kingscliff, South Kingscliff, down towards Cabarita. So, you know, this wave train will just continue coming for a few more days, I believe.
And there's Gia Lawrenson on screen, holding priority, checking the watch. 10 minutes or more has passed for her, and she'd be well aware, just in that treadmill, those arms in constant rotation. I mean, the recovery for these athletes today and yesterday after the opening 2 days competition, I mean, it's got to look like ice baths and those massage guns or something.
And especially, you know, going back to your point earlier, like you get caught in that spot there where you're off the bank, you're paddling as hard as you can, you're not making ground, but you're either waiting for one of these outside ones to chip in on, but the more you paddle out towards those ones, the further off the bank you're getting. So there is that dead man zone.
That's another point. I mean, I'm probably going to keep going on about Zabrowski for maybe the rest of this year,
I love
perhaps.
it. Well, you know, she deserves it today. She's a star. Okay, this one's worked out all right for Gia.
Yeah, nice looking roll in for her. Can this thing stand up and give her something to work with? Powerful surfer from up in the Noosa area. Oh.
Yeah, well, her brother Ben's in the round of 64 tomorrow, so he's a dynamic young surfer. And Gia, the family, Lawrenson, well represented down here at Kingscliff Beach today in the...
They are. So we're just under 13 minutes on the clock. There's a beautiful view of the contest site here at Kingscliff. We're going to take a break and come back with live action. Heat number 11 in the water at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Coming to you live from Kingscliff, beautiful part of the New South Wales North Coast in the Tweed, Bundjalung country. Round of 64 in the water of the women's. Here we go, up and riding, Gia Lawrenson. Swoops back, she's going to have to set this thing up as is looking promising, heading towards the inside, fades back a little more, waiting for it to hit the bank, and it does. Oh, just a little too much. And can't control the wobble.
Right, that was definitely leaving a lot on the table in that wave. That was definitely going to be on the 5+ range if she could complete that ride. She would have swooped into second place.
Swoop, she would have. That's definitely going to sting when she comes in. I can see Sophie Fletcher flying down, but Ellie Harrison's going to pull priority over this one. There's that fade left you were just talking about.
That one was a fade out, but I mean the fade left is the smart move when you get a bit of a chip in on the whitewood on the outside. You've got to fade left, get back on the bank, and then come from behind it, line it up like a point break all over again. If you take off and you think you're actually on the breaking wave, you end up in deep water. The wave fades out, and we saw that with Gia Lawrenson just before.
How's the face sliced down straight into a nice off-the-top manoeuvre, just looking so dialed in.
Yeah, Ellie's going to be a handful in this event. You can just tell she's dialed her right. I like her approach. She's got a good rhythm with the ocean, and she just attacks the wave. It's awesome.
I like that kind of chop around on that forehand wrap. She has that kind of hand chop going, or jive at the end of it too. Let's have a look at the replay here for Gia.
Bit of voguing with the wrap.
And this one.
Yeah, this is looking really good. See, she does fade back onto the bank. She learned from the other one. And look at this section now. It stands up and, oh my gosh, she just lost it out of the top.
It looked like she was pushing so hard on her back foot then that she just let the weight off her front.
Yeah, and this wave here, just, wow, what a great move. That's so sharp. And she's just really also making sure of it as she gets around those sections. And that's what Gia had to do. She had to be thinking down the line that Ellie just really timed that to perfection. This is going to be another good score.
I really love how her style's developed over the years as well. We've seen all four of these ladies, plenty of competition. I mean, Miller's still young, but Gia, Sophie and Ellie came up through the juniors together. They're all similar ages as well. And you know, seeing them surf around that 13, 14 years old, to see their style and where it's at now is just so impressive, and they're so different, but they've got so many good qualities about each of them. You know, for me, Gia is very powerful and very kind of hooky, and Ellie, like you were saying, just really sharp and look finely tuned on that piece of equipment too.
Yeah, it is amazing when you see them, you know, when they're 12, 13, 14 and, you know, developing their hot groms, and then they grow into themselves, and then you see the style they've really got.
Yeah, and put power behind their styles a lot of the time too. I mean, it's enough to really put a magnifying glass on any part of their technique that isn't matching up. But for these ladies and Ellie at the moment, you can see those bits of technique. They're just on point every moment.
And look at that, a 6-1. So she's got a 6-8-3, 6-1, and she's still powering up the beach as though it really counts. And you can just tell she's got a lot of fight and a lot of intent.
Yeah, and she's comboed the field at this point. I mean, Sophie Fletcher, 12.93 to take her into the lead, 7.5 minutes and with priority. If they can hear it at this point, I mean, all three ladies, Miller, Gia and Sophie, going to need to almost battle it out for second. I mean, it's probably a little too early to call it, but to pick up 2 6+ rides within 7 minutes with this playing field is going to be almost a miracle to pull off.
I think you're pretty safe in calling this one, because a 6-8-3, that lays down the gauntlet. A 6-1 backup. We're down to 7 minutes. I'd say first place is locked and loaded. It's a battle for second. Gia Lawrenson could have been in the box seat. Sophie Fletcher sits there, and Miller is not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. She just needs a pretty low score to get into second.
You know what? Beautiful camera work as well, picking up the sights and scenes of the Tweed Coast. I feel like I've seen so many fresh perspectives on this place. I mean, you are from this area, but I've been coming here since I was a junior as well, and to see it from a new little perspective every time, bit of drone work and looking up and down the coast, it's just been really beautiful to soak it in.
Oh, well, I can tell you right now, I've never seen a drone in my day, but I tell you, it's a beautiful sight. I just love the angles you get.
And there's Sophie Fletcher too, up and riding, good looking wave ahead of her, starting to double up. It hits that weird cross bit, but she's going to get to work.
Yeah, she made sure she got to the money section on this one. Bit of a soft finish, but she got some good work. She's checking the time. Now, this is right on that edge, I think, with that just under the 6-minute mark. She has just enough time to get out the back, but this is going to be a keeper. Nice takeoff.
Yeah, takeoff pretty much under the lip then, almost a little bit of a shampoo. What's happening here? I feel like this cross wave just causes havoc.
Yeah, but I kind of feel that she wanted to get onto this section. She saw it happening for her, and this time she's just absolutely secured it. So it's the third best ride we've seen in this heat.
Nice sort of close-up, slow-mo technique that goes in, a little mid-face slash, setting up really the smooth bit of rail work on that outside of that wave too. 5 minutes on the clock. Ellie Harrison out in the lead, second last heat of the day for the round of 64 of the women's. And she's looking really solid, 6.83 and a 6.1 on the board. Sophie Fletcher now increasing her hold on second, 3.4 and a 2.67. So Gia and Miller.
Yeah. See, that's where I think Miller was showing a little bit of frustration when she came in. She knew, she kind of felt she needed plan A. She needed to get like a 4-point ride, then come in and do it. Now she's kind of behind the 8 ball a bit because Sophie's going to add another score here, and it's going to make it just that much more difficult for Miller.
Yeah, 4.44 holding priority at the moment. You can see the priority suspension between the other 3 colours, so they're obviously doing the runaround and repositioning in the lineup. This is going to open up the gate. If the ocean cooperates with her, so many things have to go right. You heard Amelie talk about good fortune, all the things that have to sway her way in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she needs a wave to really come into just swing right where she is with a nice wrap to it with a good angle that's going to hit the bank and take it to the next section. It's not that easy to pick them from the takeoff either. And you've got to get on the wave. The advantage on your forehand is that you are looking down the line all the time. On the backhand, you tend to be looking at the pocket right in front of you, and you're just going to work. It means that instead of the down the line thinking, you're just going to work on that bottom turn, top turn combo, which are all point scorers.
Look how fast. Gee, we haven't seen many of the surface facing this way in the current yet today, so she's just powered straight back into the lineup from that run around, and she's, I think, it looks like to me the intent is to just get straight under it and get back into work there.
Yeah, well, G is in a slightly better position than Miller. And, G is a good surfer, so she'd be so disappointed with that slip up on her previous ride, because right now she'd be looking for her second good scoring ride.
Second priority for her, just under 3 minutes on the clock. Priority sits with the young Brown, 4.44 required for her, 3.9 for Gia. There's a beautiful overview again of the contest site this afternoon in the playing field that the athletes have contested with all day. As you said, Bugs, it's been a battle against nature.
Now, Gia's going to go this wave, and she looked at it, but look at how quickly it fades. From the angle we had before, this wave was looming on the outside, but look at it, it just faded to nothing. So she's in that zone, though, where it's difficult to get a connector all the way through. See, she's paddling back now. We saw her paddling in a position. Now she's trying to paddle back and tack onto the bank. It's just not easy out there. And as the tide drops, it gets more difficult to read, I believe.
2 minutes on the clock. The 2 ladies in question at the moment of progression. Here we go. Priority. 4.44 required on the ball. Miller up and riding. Nice looking wave. She fades back, does well to read this thing, waits for it to stand up. Oh,
she just got just vaporized by that backwash.
Here's the next exchange. Beautiful big over the top. Gia Lawrenson, is the wave going to cooperate? And then
you can see though the potential Gia's got. She's got some really good rhythm on the waves, but she just hasn't been able to connect. And Miller and Gia are both in the same boat, really.
Yeah, positive to be taken out. I mean, if they can't find this score that they both need in the next minute and a bit, you can take a positive out of that at some point. After you get over the heat loss, there's a point where you turn around and you go, okay, what did I do well? And I think those last 2 exchanges, the intention, and they look solid on their feet to me.
Yeah, I mean, Gia has definitely left a lot on the table because look at that. She got a 3.27 for that wave. She needed a 3.9. And the wave faded out. She just went a little bit too far into the deeper water. She needed to hug that white water, stick with it. And she kind of overturned and got herself too out on the flats.
40 seconds, though, on the clock. Sophie might be in trouble here. Gia needs a 2.81. I'm wondering the distance between both of them. Sophie's going to have to use that second priority. Ellie's looking safe, holding priority as well. She's regained control of the heat from the water. But, I mean, 4.37 for Miller and a 2.81. There's 20 seconds.
And is there a takeoff there? She couldn't get over that little hump. Yeah, there's... Okay.
Sophie Fletcher.
Yeah, this is going to wrap it up, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Smooth. She's pretty silky on the forehand. I mean, that wave not really offering up much, but it looks, a little too late. So frustrating to watch the heartache of losing in this round of 64 for Gia Miller, but for Ellie Harrison, a textbook heat for her.
Oh,
pair
yeah,
of sixes.
Ellie was, that's one of the standouts of the day, for sure.
Very solid surfing from her, and it looks like Sophie Fletcher moving on through as well. There she is, a little victory lap. Just looks sharp, 6.83, 6.1, and confident. Plenty of energy to burn out there. While we wait to kick off, it's the last heat of the day coming up with live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Stick with us, heat number 12 coming up right after this break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Here we go, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro live action for you, and it is round of 64 of the women. Last heat of the day for competition, heat number 12 in the water. We're at Kingscliff, beautiful location, and myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth for the final hurrah of the day for now, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. The rest of the round's going to be finished off tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they'll have 4 heats left in this round. As I said before, 12 heats of the men's as we see Zoe Gray up and riding to get this heat going.
And there, we've seen spray flying from Charlie Hurst right behind her, winding up that backhand as well, the goofy footer. Just getting to work, getting a quick start. Zoe, another of the younger girls and new names to come across the women's round. She's going to have to defeat the likes of Grace Knight out there in the white jersey and Piper Harrison in the blue. 22 minutes on the clock here, and the ability as well for the Oakberry event to go mobile is beautiful. Here we go, replay. First is Zoe Gray, up and riding. She jumps on, she's looking for a bit of open opportunity. I think just warming up, a few smooth backhand turns, and there's a spray goes flying behind her from Charlie Hurst.
Yeah, Charlie Hurst, another very talented surfer, a goofy footer. And she's on a screamer of a wave here, wow. Just sort of peters out now, but she's got some good stuff. Not a bad opener. She'll paddle back out, so she might be able to be getting that opportunistic where she gets that a wide one and two waves under her belt. 4.33, that's not a bad opener.
Yeah, not at all at this point, and we've seen so many of the big names come unstuck as well without that second wave score. I mean, it's really testing conditions. It's tested all of them, and there she is doing exactly what you said, Bugs. I feel like your aptitude for being on the money with calling competition decisions in the heat of the moment has surprised me a lot and also impressed me.
Well, I like to try to get into their heads. I try to think, you know, what would they be doing right there? What's their best option? And, you know, I do like to challenge myself with that, and it's fun. It makes it fun for me.
One standout point when I think about that throughout the day was one of the heats we called early this morning with the men, and we were talking about, you said, I'm pretty sure that they're not willing to risk taking off at the moment, and it was one of those really low score early heats, and they didn't want to paddle in and take off because they were risking getting swept away down the contest site and having to do the run around. And I thought, oh yeah, maybe, but it kind of doesn't really sound like the men. And then no joke, I walked outside and Eddie Hamilton walked up and he said word for word what you said, and I looked around. I was making sure that you hadn't just paid him $20 to do that. But so deeply ingrained is that competitive nature, I think, and that perspective for you throughout your career.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm apart from having a bit of a career myself, I'm a long-term observer of professional surfing and what goes on in the competitive mind. It's fun. It's incredible to see all the different options that are available to a competitor.
And here goes Piper Harrison, up and riding, such an experienced QS competitor herself. She's been around for a while and she's reading this one. Let's have a look if she gets the inside section. Big lip, kind of just slashes it. Changes direction.
Here we go. We're on the left now. She'll get another turn in here, or she just mistimes that one, but not a bad opener. A little bit of a soft finish.
Yeah, not a bad way, sorry, to get some points on the board. 19 minutes. That you can kind of tell, can't you, at this stage of competition, day two, you can tell at the minute they start this sand rotation whether or not they're going to have enough time. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah. As you said, I mean, you know, Piper's, she's won QS events, so she knows what she's doing. And she's been out of the picture for a little while. Just sort of cuts back under the lip there. There's a nice turn on the left. And then just probably where she was trying to regain her speed and get a bit of momentum so she could really lift that board above the lip line, and wasn't able to quite pull that off how she wanted to, but still a 3-point opener.
You can see the difference as well. As soon as she got onto her backhand, what you've also been touching on all day is that ability just to surf that section in front of you and not get too caught up with going down the line. There she goes. Scores being relayed by the support crew. Situation updates. Words of motivation. I love the commitment that I've seen so many of, like, fellow surfers and then also everybody's partners.
Yeah.
Parents, family, just down
awesome.
there. Yeah.
Oh, man, the support crew down here is fantastic, and you know, everyone's buying into it. Like, they're fully embracing the heats and getting into preparation. I mean, so much preparation because, gosh, you can psych yourself out at a place like Kingscliff because it's so daunting, really.
It is such a big playing field. So 17 and a half minutes on the clock, and Vaughan, good afternoon. You're standing with Ellie Harrison.
I am, and yeah, it's been interesting. One of the hardest things to do today is get 2 scores in the opening of a heat. Ellie Harrison, you came out of the blocks like Usain Bolt and Maccabi Diva and, I don't know, like Greyhound at the 8th at Dapto. You were just straight onto it. 2 scores right in the opening stages.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky with those. They both doubled up, kind of, so yeah, it's good that I got those.
It was really good because you ended up doing 2 runarounds, which we haven't seen much of today.
Yeah, that was hard work. I'm a bit puffed. I didn't walk though. That's what my grandma told me not to do, so I ran.
Is Grandma coaching this weekend?
Yeah. Dad was over there cheering.
That's great. So tell us, like, how hard is it to actually get momentum in waves like this where there's a huge sweep and, you know, you're really battling the elements?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I was just trying to stay under it and get those roll-ins. I've had a bit of practice at home around like Gunamatta and 13th with waves like this, so yeah.
Oh, so you're very used to these sorts of conditions?
A little bit.
Yeah, Gunamatta, famous for having big old hectic rips. Look, Jess and Rabbit were both saying just look so sharp on your feet. Is there anything you've changed this year in preparation for this QS season?
Well, yeah, I've moved to CI surfboards, so it's been really good being with them, trying all the new models. So, yeah.
Well, mate, you are dead set ripping, and that was a really strong performance. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Ping out of the blocks for Ellie Harrison.
The Dapto Dogs as well. Vaughan, he's on fire this afternoon.
Yeah, he pulled a beauty out there. But Ellie Harrison, see, that explains everything to me. Gunnamatta Beach. Wow. I mean, I did a surf clinic down there some years ago, and we got down there on the day. There was a bunch of microgroms there. Ellie may have been one of them. There was young boys, but girls. You know, I'm talking like 13, 14 years of age. We looked out there, and it was solid 6 feet with some bigger closeout sets. And I started sort of getting a little bit worried about going, you know, is this beyond these kids? And out we went, and the only person I should have been worried about was myself. You know, I mean, these kids just handled it like it was just another day at the beach for these kids. It was like radical.
It's a treacherous spot, isn't it?
It sure is, man. Gunnamatta, that's a powerful. That whole Mornington Peninsula area. You know, we lost the Prime Minister down there. I mean, it's full on. They get a lot of swell, and they're powerful beach breaks.
Yeah, that is the only place I've almost drowned in my life. The only surf beach I've almost drowned. Remember, they used to have the old Billabong Pro Junior Series down there.
Yep.
And they used to take us down there, and same thing, exactly what you said, treacherous rips, and we got rescued by a jet ski and brought in because it was just. And you can see how much it pays off, that time in the ocean when you're dealing with this much water movement and battling the elements pays off.
Well, and that's that familiarity with that sort of scenario, and this did not faze Ellie Harrison.
Not at one bit. But have a look, Charlie Hurst in the lead at the moment. This has been a really out of rhythm heat for the first 10 minutes, and Grace Knight, we saw her with that full support network, even almost a bit of a flying mullet, one of the guys sporting, and just getting her up the beach and getting her back into the lineup because she's got some work to do, only needing such a tiny score. This thing is wide open. Zoe Gray in similar position but with priority and sitting in the lineup. So it's going to come down to another 10-minute heat at the end when these last two sets roll through and all four surfers get another wave. This is what's going to happen here at the last heat of the day. It's up in the air.
That's right. Well, we're a minute away from the halfway mark, and there's only been a 4.33. There's been a 3, and then only a couple of 1. So we've seen heaps like this earlier in the day, and someone needs to really break out.
Oh, nice big drop in for Charlie Hurst. She does well carve off the top little third of that lip, and she's just waiting. Really digging on the backhand, but that is going to go obviously into her scoreline. The second wave ridden.
Yep. And she's going to do probably, I'm not sure if she's going to do a second run around here. I think she might have paddled out that first time, but
yeah,
the run around's definitely on the cards now. Now we know that Piper's done a run around.
Yeah, I think Zoe's the only one that stayed in the ocean, so you can say she's probably been battling this paddle and those arms just building up with lactic acid, but she is holding priority. Here's the replay for Charlie Hurst.
Yeah, nice takeoff. Nice late takeoff. Very confident. This wave probably not shaping up much at the end, but she got some pretty neat work done. Just getting a 3.07, so kind of similar to Piper Harrison's first wave.
She looks really light on her legs too. She looks like she's kind of tackling that no problem. I think that's one of the same guys.
Yeah, it's the same saloon car.
Yeah.
Given the updates, is good effort.
Committed to this heat number 12 of women's surfing and getting these ladies up the beach with as much information as possible, that guy.
Let's just hope he's giving them the right information because he's working with a couple of them there.
He is. Maybe it's a tactical move. Maybe one of the fellow board riders members.
He's not working with either of those two. He's working with the other one.
Oakberry Pro, Tweed Coast Pro, sorry. Live action with you. Heat number 12 coming back right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Department of Regional New South Wales has done a great job to bring about this part and instalment for the QS WSL regional qualifier for Australia and the Oceanic region. 10 minutes remaining in the final heat of the day, round of 64, heat number 12. Piper Harrison teeing off with that first big section. Looks like she's got an open face ahead of her as well to get to work, and she needs it. It's been a hard heat so far, but this is going to be a point of difference.
Oh, yeah, this was very well done. As she connected the section, she got that extra layback in there. That to me was the best ride of the heat.
Yeah, kind of steamrolled through those sections as well. Didn't look too rushed or phased and just happily got to work.
Yeah, this first turn here, it's a money turn, bang. And she look how she transitioned so easily. It just didn't phase her at all. Lovely cutback there. And this little section here, she absolutely made sure she kept the speed, zigging and zagging. And she just gets this one little kind of a layback move, and it's pretty neat. Yeah.
Tyler Wright-esque.
Yes.
A little drop wallet.
Little drop wallet. Tyler, out of the Tyler playbook.
Most definitely, and great looking score goes into the bank for Piper. 5.50 straight to the lead, and just under 9 minutes on the clock. So it's all up in the air at the moment. Grace Knight sitting with priority. Both Grace and Zoe need a decent score to take it to Charlie and Piper at this stage. And Bugs, I've thoroughly enjoyed my day of competition today, getting to sit alongside you. I have a question for you. You've been around the industry for so long, but what is it about surfing particularly that keeps you coming back and the froth alive at this late stage in your surfing career, to still have the froth and the big grins that I see beaming across the commentary booth for me? What is it about surfing?
Well, it's different every day. See, when you don't surf, you know, you look out there and you go, it looks so repetitive, you know, they just seem like they catch waves, they paddle back out. When you actually are really into it, you know that every day you come to the beach is a slight difference, like the swell direction's different, the wind, the tides, it's just a moving life force, and you know, it just brings you back every day. I mean, I'm just observing next generations taking it up, and it just inspires me, you know, I dig it.
Yeah, and you can tell too, can't you, when people are just so obsessed with surfing, like these young athletes and like so many of the old crew you see hanging around the competition scene. It's such a good vibe, and you can come down and catch up with people you haven't seen for 10 years or 20 years, or see somebody you've never seen before that completely blows your mind. And I think it's such a special sport. I don't know if there's many other sports that you can have this, you know, laxical lifestyle at.
Well, you know, the point of difference with surfing is that when you retire from surfing, what do? You go surfing. You know, you don't hang your boots up. And I think that really is a point of difference. And I know a lot of people who are very competitive swimmers, and a lot of them say, I never want to see that black line again.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's not like they go, well, let's go for a swim in the pool. You know, it's such hardcore 5 a.m. training, hours and hours of swimming. You know, and I really respect, you know, swimmers who, you know, take it to try to break world records and be the best they can be. The commitment is amazing. But surfing, as I said, you know, you never get sick of it because it's a different challenge every time you come to the beach.
And I love that overall kind of idea of not even having to battle your other competitors. No. If you're competing. It literally, you've been saying it all morning, that it's you and nature out there. You can really detach from the rest of the people and the hype around the contest.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, at the start of a heat, you've got you hustle and jockey for position. that's it. After that, it goes into a priority situation. Okay, there's a lot of gamesmanship. We see Medina and some others that are incredibly good at the gamesmanship. But for the most part, you're really challenging the ocean and your ability to adapt to a situation. And, I mean, it's never been any different.
I love that about the nature, the natural aspect that comes into this beautiful sport of ours, and, of course, biased from our point of view, but some of the biggest fans as well just have been some of the best surfers to inspire this next generation, including yourself. And I have seen so many really big surfing names, especially because we're in the Tweed Coast region. There's all these superstars of surfing, or, you know, world titles walking around pretty much. And to know as one of these young ladies, Grace or Zoe or Charlie or Piper, walking around and these people are watching you compete, it's such an inspiring thing. And it's something to look forward to too as a surfer. You can be 50, 60, 70 and still be totally obsessed with this thing that you've dedicated your life to.
That's exactly right. And as you said, there's a lifestyle attached to it. So there's a culture attached to it, a lifestyle. There's a lot of soul. There's competition, but the competition is just a passage of your life. And you know, I keep involved through this sort of activity. You know, doing some cool things with the WSL and you know, doing some stuff with Surfing Australia is pretty cool.
And someone else that's been tuning in and is at a different part of their career as well, you know, for me, we've been texting back and forth all day, but Sandra English, she's watching, and she's been watching these women's heats in this QS 5000 probably all day, and just as frothy as she's ever been. I mean, she holds, I don't even know, it must be about 15 or 16 Australian titles now at this point. So to know that lives on in her heart, and surfing is always that close to her core, that she's finger on the pulse here for the up-and-coming women's generation, is so cool. But at this point, 4 minutes on the clock, Grace, opportunity here, live action. Oh, I think she's going to lose priority there with that situation. It's going to be a mistake because
she's looking in.
She needed it.
She's looking in. There's no doubt that priority would have had to go. She was virtually on that wave, and she pulled back. So yeah, not having a happy time out there. And like, this is the thing, from the beach, it looks semi-manageable. You get out there, wow, this is a difficult day. Go, Zoe. Go, Grace.
Let's go, ladies. Here we go. Live action. Good looking wave. Grace up and riding. Big open face ahead of her. She has to get to work now. And there we go. Relaxing into that opening first carve. Oh.
Yeah, she...
A little bit off put maybe from that wave left unridden just before and the loss of priority.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Like, that wave did look really promising. And, you know, she's not out of it either. I mean, if she could get like a 5-point ride here, and she just kept a bit too high. She needed to really carve down the face now, a little earlier. She just went a bit too far out on the flats, and that's been a little bit fatal with a lot of these rides.
Imagine as well, Grace and Zoe, with the other two ladies, they've waited all day. It's a long day on the beach. They would have had a warm-up surf this morning, and they have to negotiate the rest of their day, tailoring that excitement and anxiety building towards the last heat.
I mean, look at that. She needed a 4.77, and I'd say she was well on her way to that wave. So, you know, she's still in it, and she's still in it right now with 2 minutes to go. Zoe, she only needs a 5.9, so a 6-point ride will see her through. So Charlie's not completely safe. I mean, Piper Harrison with that 5.5, that sits pretty well for her, but she's only got that 2.43 backup. Yeah, this heat, even though there's only 2 minutes remaining, it's still a bunch of different variables could happen here, and there could be 2 or 3 really great rides.
Yeah, and the excitement of the last, minute or 2 minutes of these heats has just been really keeping us on our toes all day too, that we've seen fourth go to first and vice versa, and it is really still up in the air. It's so close, and word is this is the last heat of the day, and looking at tomorrow's forecast as well, we're going mobile, possibilities of moving back to the home location, and maybe, I think, possibly a 7:30 start or around about, or 7:30 call for an 8 a.m. start for the final remaining heats of this round of 64 of the women. So,
well, thanks for the insight there, because I saw them packing up. There's something on the move.
You know, you just get the general vibe when you see the contest crew just start taking the toggles off the signage, and it's time to move, and that's one of the beauties of surfing as well.
Well, that's great. Well, the Kingscliff Surf Club has been a fantastic host for the last 2 days, for the last 4 days. So, you know, big shout out to the Kingy Surf Club. They've been wonderful.
Yeah, they really have welcomed us with open arms and letting us just really take advantage of their pristine location. And Piper just trying to get those arms turning over 25 seconds. She's sitting in first position and holding priority. She's got to get those arms rotating. You could feel it, can't you, for them? You can feel that lactic acid build up.
Yeah, this is hard work. I mean, that just shows it. I mean, Piper is, you know, 25 minutes of hardcore surfing and running and paddling.
But it looks like she's done enough at this point. You can hear the beach announcers counting down, and
relief.
I think relief and a bit of a smile that she can finally stop paddling here. Heat number 12. Unofficially, it looks like Piper Harrison going on through with Charlie Hurst. Unfortunately for Grace Knight and Zoe Gray, they just got stuck in that treacherous rip. But it's been a huge day of competition, Buds. Such a pleasure to call the action next to you, and a massive day. Day 3 coming up tomorrow, of course. Live action will be broadcasting on WSL, along with all the other platforms, wherever you're viewing it. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow morning, live action. It is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Thank you for being with us all day, and we look forward to seeing you for day 3. 7:30 call, 8 a.m. start tomorrow.